In a fantastical realm, Tang Zhao did not transform into a majestic dragon soaring through the skies or a graceful elf instead. He found himself tragically transformed into a mere lizard, struggling for survival in the wilderness. However, he was fortunate, for this lizard possessed boundless potential, capable of evolving in unforeseen directions. Much later, bards across the continent would sing of a gluttonous yet just and tolerant lizard lord, whose legendary tale captivated the hearts of many. Chapter 1. The Trials of Being a Lizard. Gazing into the distance, the verdant forest sprawled like an ocean, a lush expanse teeming with vitality. In a small clearing amidst the trees, a lizard was hunting. Delicate claws pinned down a grasshopper's body, and with sharp, tiny teeth, Tang Zhao bit through its fragile exoskeleton without hesitation, lifting his head high and swallowing the hard-earned meal in a few swift gulps. He had no inclination to savor the bitter tang of the insect's juices on his tongue. Instead, he pondered silently. This marks the 220th soon. I shall have enough. With this thought, he felt a tinge of helplessness as he glanced at the deep green, semicircular mark on his left claw, from which emerged a line of white text. Evolution criteria: 200 grams of low-grade, meat 198 grams, 1 inferior blood core. Rewards: physical enhancement and 2 random augmentations. Beneath the white text lay a series of black buttons, inscribed with words such as body, organs, spiritual energy, creation, transformation, and illusion. Since his arrival in this unknown world, as an inconspicuous forest lizard, this mark had been seared onto his left claw. Over the course of a month, he had shed his skin twice, yet the mark remained, seemingly imprinted upon him in a manner more pure and intrinsic. He had already experienced the tangible benefits of evolution after consuming 30 grams of insects. He had undergone his first transformation, increasing his length from approximately 4 or 5 centimeters to over 20, along with gaining night vision, greatly enhancing his chances of survival. If he could meet the criteria for his next evolution, the rewards would surely be greater, allowing him to thrive more effectively. Currently, he found himself in a sizable grove, and with his present physique, he could only glimpse a fraction of his surroundings. It was evident that the forest harbored numerous formidable predators, some of which were so immense that they defied biological logic. He had even encountered creatures that had never existed on Earth, affirming that this realm was far removed from his familiar world, possibly even infused with magic. On several occasions, he had spotted humanoid beings soaring through the sky, riding on some winged creature reminiscent of a griffin. Additionally, he had observed ethereal glowing dust wafting through the trees, which he was certain was not a natural phenomenon like fireflies, relegating it to the realm of the supernatural. It was conceivable that magic was an innate aspect of this world. While it was somewhat shocking, Tang Zhao found it not too difficult to accept, as he had already encountered the bizarre experience of being transformed into a lizard. No matter what else was to come, he could maintain his composure. The power of the mark was formidable. He believed he would not merely settle for survival. After multiple evolutions, his abilities could rival those of the legendary beings he had heard of. A rustling sound from nearby bushes heightened his alertness, prompting him to lower his body and swiftly ascend the nearest tree. He understood his ecological niche well, aware that he was one of the lowest predators in the forest, with countless beings capable of ending his life. Climbing nimbly up the tree, which stood at least 5 or 6 meters tall, he reflected, "First, I must become adept at surviving in this wild environment, then I can ascertain the situation of the nearby humanoid beings." In contrast to the shadowy forest floor, the sunlight filtering through the canopy was warm and brilliant, allowing Tang Zhao to observe every scale adorning his body. With a head bearing subtle red patterns, intricate scales, a vivid green hue, delicate claws, and an elongated tail, he considered himself rather handsome by lizard standards. At present, he seemed devoid of any ancient beast or dragon lineage. Otherwise, he would not have been subsisting on worms and grasshoppers for so long. However, he believed that if evolution were possible, his circumstances would not remain static. The only lingering question is, what precisely is a blood core? By its name, it could be reasonably inferred that it was a substance coalesced within certain life forms. However, after thorough searching, Tang Zhao concluded that insects and small fish likely did not contain such entities. As for the more powerful creatures, that remained uncertain, as he had little opportunity to interact with them. The blood core must be an object extracted from living beings, possessing special value thus. The entities capable of acquiring and preserving such items are likely intelligent, suggesting the existence of humans or perhaps other humanoid species. In Tang Zhao's perspective, only sentient beings could store such items. Ordinary beasts would not retain them, even if discovered. Over the past month, he had confirmed that humanoid beings visited the forest, as he had seen campfires rising in the night on several occasions. Yet, due to his proximity to the forest's depths, those campers remained distant, coupled with his limited mobility, preventing any direct encounters. Each night, he would traverse the treetops, inching closer to the locations where he had seen the flickering flames. From the stars, it was clear that this world was not Earth. Yet one star, resembling the North Star, appeared almost motionless and brilliant, guiding Tang Zhao through the night, ensuring he did not lose his way amidst the trees. After a while, having digested the insects and the sun warming his blood, Tang Zhao prepared to descend from the canopy, intent on his next hunt, for a single grasshopper would not suffice to satiate his hunger. Just as he emerged from a layer of fallen leaves with a worm in his grasp, a distant cry of a deer pierced the air, followed by jubilant cheers that even he could sense as excitement and joy. Emotion was indicative of intelligence, and in Tang Zhao's current understanding, intelligence was almost synonymous with humanoid beings. In a few swift bites, he consumed the earth-encrusted worm, and without hesitation, he darted toward the source of the commotion. The distance was not great, although small in stature. He navigated the woods with surprising speed, arriving at the scene in no time. His first sight was of several human males clad in half-leather armor and burlap garments, equipped with short bows and spears, resembling medieval European hunters. Indeed, they were engaged in their hunter's work, preparing to skin a deer that had just been slain, its neck bleeding profusely. Not bad, we needn't worry about food for the next half-month. Thanks to the mark, he could effortlessly comprehend the hunter's conversation. Tang Zhao could not let this opportunity for information slip away. So he edged closer, straining to catch every detail, afraid of missing any vital snippets of knowledge. Though it was merely a conversation among hunters, careful analysis yielded substantial insights. From terms like beastmen, descending, and griffin riders, he deduced that this was a magical world, though the specifics of its nature remained elusive. Finally, he understood where he was that he currently finds himself in the Songwan Forest, situated near the capital of the Orlan Kingdom, a feudal state. Additionally, there is some rather unfortunate news for him. The third princess of the Orlan Kingdom has decided to summon warriors to host a competition, gathering powerful or rare creatures, attracting a multitude of respondents. As the closest forest to the capital, Songwan Forest is bound to witness an influx of participants eager to hunt. This is also the significant reason why hunters venture so deeply into the woods. Familiar with the terrain, they hope to strike luck. Capturing a rare prey that could be purchased by the royal family would ensure a life free from worry about sustenance. It seems imperative to act swiftly once he possesses the ability to migrate. He must depart without delay. Though Tang Zhao currently remains inconspicuous, easily blending in, he must continue to evolve. Inevitably, he will grow stronger and more precious, making him a potential target for those hunters. He is acutely aware that he cannot contend with such a multitude of humans. Thus, it is necessary to avoid the limelight and seize any opportunity to flee. During the process of cleaning deer meat, a middle-aged man with a goatee used a hunting knife to eviscerate a roe deer, discarding the organs that held little value for them. Under Tang Zhao's watchful gaze, filled with anticipation, the man rummaged through the cavity of the deer and ultimately extracted an irregular, pale red crystalline substance. After a brief cleansing, he stowed the crystal into a leather pouch at his side. From a moment Tang Zhao laid eyes on that crystalline substance, he could not tear his gaze away. It resembled the blood core he was searching for, the essential material for his next evolution. After staring at the leather pouch for a while, an unprecedented longing shone in his eyes. What he must do now is devise a way to acquire that very item. He could either scour the occasional animal remains scattered throughout the forest, or seize the moment and find a way to pilfer the blood core from the middle-aged hunter's pocket. Without hesitation, Tang Zhao opted for the latter. The opportunity lay before him, and the news of the impending arrival of the hunters instilled a sense of urgency within him. He could no longer afford the luxury of waiting for an elusive possibility. Chapter 2. The lizard behemoth with bated breath and keen focus. The lizard-like figure observed the hunters not far away, his diminutive form ensuring he remained undetected. Although they claimed to be setting up camp, the hunters' arrangements were rather rudimentary. They gathered firewood, ignited it with pre-prepared tinder, and spread a few animal skins on the ground, completing their basic setup. The sight of a freshly roasted deer leg tantalized him, yet Tang Zhao remained mindful of his purpose. The blood core appeared to be of little value to the hunters, as a middle-aged man carelessly tossed the pouch containing it with other leather goods, showing no signs of vigilance. This realization brought a flicker of joy to Tang Zhao. The opportunity to steal the blood core seemed promising. However, a rustle in the nearby bushes heightened his alertness, prompting him to turn his head. A pair of eerie green eyes flashed briefly before vanishing into the thicket. The momentary relaxation he felt dissipated, replaced by a surge of tension as he scrutinized the now tranquil underbrush. Familiar with the treacherous nature of this forest, he knew the wolves could exhibit unpredictable behavior, behaving contrary to their wild instincts. We must hasten. Delay may prove perilous. Concealed among the treetops, Tang Zhao awaited the onset of night. He noted that 2 hunters had succumbed to slumber, leaving only one to keep watch, who appeared drowsy and inattentive. After a thorough assessment of his surroundings, devoid of any unusual sounds or signs of wildlife, he stealthily descended from the tree. Pausing momentarily, he clutched the leather pouch in his mouth, dragging it into the pile of hides. In the enveloping darkness, he struggled to pry open the pouch with both mouth and claws, eagerly thrusting his head inside. His forked tongue, akin to that of a serpent, explored the contents. After tasting several cold objects resembling teeth, he finally encountered something warm and irregularly shaped. With sharp teeth, he gently grasped the object, and before he could contemplate how to swallow it, it transformed into a warm sensation, flowing down his throat into his stomach. Evolution criteria: 200 grams of low-grade meat, 200 grams, 1 inferior blood core, 1 piece. He exhaled in relief, preparing to depart swiftly when a sudden sound of fabric tearing and flesh being rent echoed nearby. A heart-wrenching scream followed, soon joined by the furious roars of the other 2 hunters, which rapidly morphed into terrified cries. A knot tightened in Tang Zhao's chest as the worst scenario unfolded. The hunters had become prey to the wolf pack. The sharp howls of the wolves and their deep, heavy breaths filled the air, signaling that he was now encircled by them. The risk of escape was considerable, as he lacked the ability to dig burrows and climbing trees would take time. This clearing had been deliberately chosen for camping, with the nearest trees standing 5 or 6 meters away. He could not ascertain the number of wolves surrounding him, but their heavy breathing indicated a substantial presence. If he attempted to escape now, he could easily fall victim to one of the wolves, used as a mere plaything. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted for patience, hoping the wolves would depart after their meal. As he anticipated, the wolves showed little interest in the stripped hides. Sounds of clothing and flesh being torn echoed intermittently, yet the pile of leather where he hid remained undisturbed. He waited anxiously for what felt like an eternity, until the sounds of gnawing gradually subsided, though the wolves had yet to vacate the area. Then, he heard voices above him. 3 individuals, barely enough to feed us. Let us take what we can use. Before Tang Zhao could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the pile of leather he was concealed within being moved and dragged by some creature, quickly embedding his claws into the fur below him. He clung tightly to avoid being tossed aside. No wonder their behavior diverges from that of ordinary beasts. The presence of language implies intelligence, suggesting some among them possess unique traits. Time was of the essence, and he dared not dwell on such thoughts, instead contemplating how to escape. With footsteps audible in both directions, the likelihood of slipping away during their transport seemed slim. In essence, he might be taken to their lair, where he would need to devise an escape plan. Given that there were intelligent individuals among the wolves, it was likely he would be deposited in a designated storage area alongside the leather. As long as he was not under constant scrutiny, he should be able to flee when the moment was right. After all, he was a rather inconspicuous little creature. Once he settled this thought, Tang Zhao felt a measure of reassurance, finally able to contemplate the significance of the deep green mark on his left paw. Find a suitable location for evolution. Duration: 1 hour. Random 2 items. Having taken a calculated risk, he met the system's basic requirements and could now search for an opportunity for his next evolution. This time, the duration was threefold compared to before, yet the random enhancements had increased from 1 to 2, a prospect Tang Zhao eagerly anticipated. After waiting an additional 2 minutes, he felt himself and the hides being lifted, as if placed upon a platform. Distant voices echoed, and the footsteps grew fainter until they vanished entirely. Cautiously, Tang Zhao peered out, greeted by dim surroundings. Thanks to the night vision bestowed by his mark, he discerned the layout with ease, aided by the flickering glow of a distant candle. It appeared he was in a storage room filled with various cabinets and crates. With himself perched atop a row of shelves, a rickety wooden table stood at the entrance, upon which lay a parchment scroll. Quickly descending from the shelves, Tang Zhao sought an exit. Peering out from the storage room, he realized he was within a cave, its entrance obscured by thick vines that let through a hint of light. The cave was small, merely 5 or 6 meters deep. The wolf pack did not reside here, but surely lingered nearby. Climbing the wall to escape was feasible, yet Tang Zhao's thoughts turned to something else. He ascended the table, curiosity piquing as he nudged the scroll open with his head, scrutinizing the depicted images. It was a map, inscribed with indecipherable script and crude illustrations. Yet he could glean some meaning from it. A vast forest dominated the parchment, with lines resembling streams and pools, accompanied by numerous circles and crosses. The interior of the forest was marked with a large question mark, indicating the author's limited knowledge of its depths. He recognized the map's potential value but could not take it with him just yet, so he opted to commit its contents to memory. The map contained limited information, and after spending 5 or 6 minutes, he managed to memorize a substantial portion. Once assured there were no omissions, he climbed the uneven cave walls to where the vines concealed the entrance. The vines connected to a moderately sized tree, and Tang Zhao ascended to the canopy, ensuring his temporary safety before glancing down at the scene below. The deliberately cleared area bore a tent, devoid of a campfire, instead occupied by 5 or 6 slumbering wolves. Disinterested in disturbing their rest, Tang Zhao hastened his movements, climbing towards another tree branch. After drifting for some time, he finally reached the shore and sought another tree to conceal himself for evolution. Finding a spacious tree hollow, Tang Zhao curled up within. Shall we commence? As if enveloped by a narcotic haze, Tang Zhao succumbed to a profound lethargy, sinking into slumber without resistance. Upon awakening, he discovered himself surrounded by an endless expanse of shifting sands. An intriguing message resonated within his mind, prompting him to scan his surroundings. Amidst the dunes, he discerned several dark, half-buried panels. With deft movements, he unearthed the panels, grasping one by its edge and pulling it free from the sand. This hexagonal panel bore simple engravings of a pentagram. Employing the same method, he excavated additional panels and gathered them in a heap. During his previous venture, he had explored this vast desert, where such panels were ubiquitous. These were the cores referred to by the deep green insignia. Although the exterior of these panels appeared identical, their inner workings remained beyond Tang Zhao's current comprehension. It bore resemblance to unboxing a mystery box until he confirmed with the insignia. He remained unaware of the abilities he had chosen. Once confirmed, alterations were no longer an option. Selection complete. Are you certain? Confirm. Selected. Scales sense of smell. He found himself perched atop a split tree trunk, reminiscent of a smaller tree he had previously entered. No, it's not that the tree is smaller. Rather, I have grown considerably. The thought invigorated him, dispelling the lingering grogginess from his mind. His now significantly larger claws embedded effortlessly into the bark. Exercising caution, he leapt down from the trunk. Approaching a nearby stream, he observed his transformed appearance reflected in the gently flowing water. Previously resembling a gecko, he now bore a closer resemblance to a giant lizard. His head was more robust, his claws sharper, his tail more formidable. This transformation was not merely an enlargement of his body, but a metamorphosis tailored for hunting more formidable prey. The deep green insignia indicated his selection of scales and enhanced olfactory senses, prompting him to take note of these changes. The most striking alteration was, of course, the scales, which shifted from a vibrant green to a deeper hue, blending more seamlessly with the forest floor rather than the treetops. His coloration was no longer merely for concealment, but had become an asset for capturing prey. The once fine scales had expanded and fortified, with bony protrusions emerging along his back and limbs, reminiscent of crocodilian skin. This transformation provided Tang Zhao with a sense of security, affording him commendable defenses by animal standards. While the enhancement of his sense of smell may have seemed subtle, it proved invaluable. His tongue, forked like that of a giant lizard, was uncommon among lizards, enabling him to detect scents in the air, a skill that had now been significantly sharpened. As he calmed his mind and focused, he could discern the aromas of nearby vegetation, distant fauna, and even the scents of insects buried within the earth. Previously regarded as a low-tier predator within this ecological environment, he could now at least claim a position as a mid-tier opportunistic predator, if not a top-tier one. Chapter 3. Hunting records. The distance between the two locations was perhaps not far, merely a few hundred meters. Tang Zhao seized the moment to search through a site littered with mangled remains, hoping to find items of utility. He discovered several copper coins embossed with the visage of a sword wielder, 2 somewhat dull hunting knives, and a collection of ornaments such as rings and necklaces. Aware that lingering in this place was unwise, he wrapped the items in a half-torn leather shoulder piece and departed with them in his mouth. From the previous map, he had gleaned the location of nearby water sources. However, Tang Zhao deliberately chose to avoid these areas, venturing deeper into the forest instead. The rationale was simple. He could not afford to provoke the pack of wolves that roamed these woods. It was one thing to contend with wild beasts, but the intelligent beings hidden among them were an entirely different matter of which he knew nothing. To venture outward would mean relinquishing the forest's protective shroud and exposing himself to human eyes. He fully understood that normal individuals would not engage in rational discourse with a large lizard. Encountering armed adults would undoubtedly place him in peril, not to mention the potential for attracting more hunters to his trail. Thus, his best course of action seemed to be delving further into the woods, distancing himself from the various annotations on the map and toward the blank, uncharted territories. His tree-climbing skills remained intact, spotting a sufficiently sturdy tree. He ascended to find a relatively safe place to rest. He also took the opportunity to examine the status of his deep green insignia, confirming the criteria for his next evolution. Evolution criteria: 200 kilograms of low-grade meat, 6 inferior blood cores. The required meat weighed more than double his current mass, while blood cores could be extracted from the cavities of certain creatures. With this knowledge, Tang Zhao set out to seek these 2 essential items to facilitate his continued evolution. Determined, he relied on his extraordinarily keen sense of smell to scour the air for opportunities. Lacking any formal hunting skills, he deemed it imprudent to directly pursue healthy prey and resolved instead to embrace the role of a scavenger. As a noble carrion eater, he felt he was born for this task. His excellent olfactory and visual acuity, coupled with his formidable physique, would enable him to triumph in the fierce competition for survival. Following the scent of blood, Tang Zhao stumbled upon a relatively intact wild boar carcass, surrounded by a group of massive spiders, each the size of his own head. They were currently feasting upon the boar, their mandibles working diligently to carve out chunks of flesh. Their feeding habits and lifestyle bore little resemblance to their earthly relatives, though their appearance was strikingly similar. As Tang Zhao observed the layers of webs spun by the spiders in the trees behind them, a shiver ran down his spine. If the boar had been ensnared in their webs, he would have kept his distance. Yet, since the spiders had left their webs, he felt it was safe to approach. He understood that foraging in the wild was never a simple task and was reluctant to forego this precious opportunity for sustenance. As he approached, the outermost spiders raised their bodies, displaying their sharp fangs in a show of intimidation. Yet, the inner group remained engrossed in their feast, showing no interest in Tang Zhao. He devised a plan to deal with these somewhat dim-witted creatures. By flicking his tail in front of one of the outer spiders, he lured it out of the protective clutches of its kin. Once it had strayed far enough, he seized the tattered leather shoulder piece as a shield and, using his hind legs for support, awkwardly advanced a few steps before bringing his weight down like an iron rod upon the unfortunate spider. The sound of cracking exoskeleton filled the air beneath him, and to ensure there were no remnants left, he rose once more to deliver several more heavy blows. Confirming that the spider had been thoroughly crushed, Tang Zhao discarded the shoulder piece and tilted his head back to swallow the unfortunate creature whole. The taste was hardly commendable, yet it sufficed to satiate his hunger. Cautious not to delve too deeply into the fray, he turned his attention to the wild boar carcass, examining it closely. The more he inspected, the more peculiar it seemed. The boar bore only bite marks from the spider's mandibles, primarily concentrated around its abdomen. However, there was a significantly larger set of bite marks on its neck, indicative of a more formidable predator. Why kill it only to leave it uneaten? The mandibles appear similar, suggesting they may belong to the same species, or perhaps those spiders were mere offspring. with the boar being a meal prepared for them. Looking at the dense, endless webs before him and the remnants of spider fluids and carcasses scattered nearby, Tang Zhao felt an urgent need to flee. Shortly after his departure, an enraged, shrill screech echoed through the web-laden woods, startling the birds from their perches. The current situation seems dire. Survival in this narrow margin is imperative. He now understood why the map had omitted any specifics about the interior of the woods. Likely, the cartographer sought to avoid conflict with the spiders dwelling within. The heart of the forest was the realm of giant spiders, while the periphery was beset by dangerous wolf packs, forcing him to survive in the precarious buffer zone between the two. However, this arrangement could not last indefinitely, as human incursions into the forest loomed on the horizon. Extending his head into the boar's gaping cavity, he probed with his slender, bifurcated tongue and was fortunate to find an intact blood core within. Yet, the threat loomed large. He needed to evolve swiftly, eschewing the role of a patient opportunist. Only through decisive action could he amass the resources necessary for his advancement. In a tranquil glade by a bubbling brook, several roe deer were bent low, quenching their thirst. At that moment, a massive lizard burst forth from the thicket, charging toward the herd. Given the distance, the lizard lacked the speed of a tiger or leopard before it could reach the deer. They leapt over the stream and fled into the forest. Undeterred by its failed assault, the lizard persisted, trailing the deer and compelling them to continue their retreat into the woods. A smile, imperceptible to others, crept across Tang Zhao's face as he quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the commotion. Before him lay a deep, sunken pit, within which rested a sharp dagger and several jagged stones, along with a scattering of branches adorned with green leaves. A deer lay trapped in the pit, its thigh pierced by the dagger, blood flowing freely. There was no doubt that the lizard, despite its lack of speed compared to the roe deer, was a creature of cunning, capable of devising alternative methods for survival. Chapter 4. Swift as the wind with powerful forelimbs and broad paws, he possessed commendable digging abilities. Given sufficient patience, excavating a sufficiently deep pit was a trivial endeavor. Naturally, his claws lacked the dexterity of human fingers, making the process of setting spikes and concealing the pit with branches rather laborious. However, the outcome proved worthwhile. After carving a small slope from the side of the pit, Tang Zhao ascended the earth mound, extending his neck to seize the hind leg of a roe deer. With a combined effort from his limbs and neck, he dragged the creature towards him. Pressing down with his forepaws, Tang Zhao's sharp teeth penetrated the deer's throat, silencing its struggles in a matter of moments. Extracting a dagger from the earth, he inserted it into the prey's mouth before hastily retreating. The scent of wolves lingered nearby. Lingering at the site to feast posed too great a risk. As was customary, he hoisted his catch into the trees. Upon ensuring no threats lurked in the vicinity, Tang Zhao plunged his head into the carcass, extracting the vital blood core to consume. He wasted not a morsel of the remaining roe deer, indulging in hearty bites of flesh, tilting his head back to allow the blood and meat to slide into his stomach. Lizards, unlike humans, cannot swallow directly. Thus, he had to tilt his head to facilitate the descent of his meal. It was not a cumbersome task, yet the sensation was peculiar. I require an additional 30 kilograms of meat and 3 more blood cores. At this rate, I should achieve my goal within 4 to 5 days. Previously, he had ensnared prey using traps, and counting the wild boar, he had consumed 3 blood cores, achieving half of his objective. Upon evolving once more, I shall contemplate migration or confronting the local monsters. Our strengths should be comparable. Lost in contemplation regarding future plans, a low, ominous growl reached his ears. Startled, Tang Zhao quickly glanced down from the tree and spotted 2 large, deep gray wolves prowling nearby, their fierce gazes fixed upon him. Attracted by the scent of blood? Or perhaps scouts from a larger pack? Regardless of the scenario, it bodes ill. I must retreat. Tang Zhao immediately scanned his surroundings for a potential escape route. Although these wolves were not significantly larger than him, he held a moderate confidence in facing them 2 to 1. However, wolves are social creatures, and certainly, there were more than just 1 or 2. Too heavy to climb down the branches, the nearby stream is too shallow for swimming. Fleeing directly is impractical. In terms of endurance, I cannot match a pack of wolves, which means I must gamble everything. Resolute in his thoughts, Tang Zhao wasted no time in hesitating. With a powerful thrust of his limbs, he leaped down the slightly inclined trunk to the ground. Facing the 2 wolves, he reared up on his hind legs, attempting to present himself as imposing as possible, hoping to intimidate them into retreat. Yet, The wolves were undeterred, lunging toward Tang Zhao's relatively vulnerable belly. In an instant, he crashed down, forcing the two wolves back before exposing his sharp teeth and snapping at one of them. When the ambush failed, the wolves swiftly evaded his bite and immediately split, circling around him, seeking an opening. Given Tang Zhao's formidable and sturdy carapace, they found it challenging to launch an attack. Conversely, it was equally difficult for him to land a strike against them. Their agility and combat experience rendered a direct assault futile. As the standoff continued, it became increasingly disadvantageous for Tang Zhao. He decided to alter his strategy, feigning overwhelming focus on the wolf before him while neglecting his rear defenses. Being wild creatures, they had never encountered such a ruse and fell for it. Seizing the opportunity, one wolf leaped onto Tang Zhao's back, opening its jaws to bite at his neck from a blind spot. A successful bite would inflict considerable harm, despite his armored scales. However, Tang Zhao was prepared. His neck was far more flexible than the wolf anticipated. With a slight twist, he threw the wolf off balance, then swiftly turned his head to seize its jaw. With a powerful surge, he yanked the wolf from his back. The wolf struggled desperately, attempting to kick him away, but it proved ineffective against Tang Zhao's more robust physique. With his forepaw pinning the wolf's head, he disregarded the second wolf charging at him and lunged for the first wolf's throat. The wolf emitted a pained whimper, its strength waning. Releasing it, Tang Zhao pushed the mortally wounded wolf aside, preparing to finish off the second wolf, which had clamped onto his left paw. However, this wolf quickly released its grip and retreated several paces, creating distance. With an expression tinged with human-like frustration, it growled at Tang Zhao before turning tail and fleeing, covering 5 to 6 meters in the blink of an eye. Too swift, I cannot pursue. I must seize this chance to escape. He hurried to the faltering wolf, delivering a decisive bite to its vital regions before hastily extracting the blood core for consumption, then swiftly navigating the shallow stream to vacate the scene. As for where to flee, Tang Zhao found himself at a loss. He was uncertain of the repercussions from the wolf pack. After much deliberation, he resolved not to venture outward, but rather to delve deeper into the forest. The distance to escape the forest was formidable, and the periphery belonged to the wolves, offering no advantages. While the interior posed its own dangers, spiders relied on weaving webs to hunt, lacking the mobility of a wolf pack, should the need arise. Escape would be feasible. With this thought in mind, Tang Zhao proceeded deeper into the woods. Upon entering the forest's interior, he found the environment significantly improved compared to before. Although the trees still appeared somewhat twisted and adorned with webs, they were not interconnected in vast sheets, nor did he encounter the monstrous spiders reminiscent of his previous encounters. Feeling somewhat reassured, Tang Zhao began searching for a suitable refuge. Eventually, he discovered a pond, where he decided to take temporary shelter. Like many of his relatives, he was adept at swimming and possessed a commendable affinity for water. At the very least, he could submerge his body while allowing his head to remain above the surface for breathing. After securing a resting place, Tang Zhao commenced his exploration of the surrounding environment. Though the results proved peculiar, he struggled to articulate precisely what he observed, momentarily concluding that the forest was afflicted by some malaise. The trees were cloaked in webs, and gigantic spiders and insects abounded, yet the usual inhabitants such as wild boars, deer, and birds were conspicuously absent. He was certain that some unique creature lurked within the woods, though he had yet to encounter it, hoping never to do so. For now, he could find fish and a few wild rabbits to hunt, but he still required blood cores for his evolution. Chapter 5. Survival by shedding cautiously avoiding the trees entwined with spider webs. Tang Zhao searched near the pond for potential prey. Eventually, his gaze fixed upon a colossal scorpion engaged in its hunt. Its glossy black exoskeleton, paired with its formidable pincers and a stinger at the end of its tail, bore a striking resemblance to a rainforest scorpion, albeit magnified to an intimidating size, not much smaller than a large dog. At that moment, the scorpion clutched a lifeless wild rabbit, most of which had already been consumed. Tang Zhao was not particularly apprehensive about venomous creatures, as his scaled body provided ample protection. As long as he remained cautious of the scorpion's venomous stinger, the remaining pincers and mouthparts posed little threat to his significantly larger physique. Generally speaking, scorpions with such robust pincers relied on brute strength rather than possessing exceptional toxicity. Nevertheless, in this foreign world, he would not entirely disregard the theories of his past life. Instead, he would prepare his tactics under the assumption that this scorpion might be highly venomous. Even with its simple structure, the scorpion's single eye discerned a large lizard swaggering nearby. It dropped the remaining half of the rabbit to the ground and raised its body on its legs, attempting to appear as imposing as possible while brandishing its pincers in Tang Zhao's direction. Though arthropods lack advanced intelligence, they do not recklessly charge at every living creature they encounter. To the scorpion, Tang Zhao was far too large to be considered prey. Disregarding the scorpion's display, Tang Zhao propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, lowering his body and angling his head to present the hard, bony protrusions of his neck directly towards the scorpion's pincers. The scorpion, extending its legs to elevate its body, found its grip on the ground compromised. With a combination of his weight and velocity, Tang Zhao collided with the scorpion's pincers, lifting the entire creature and ultimately overturning it. Seizing the opportunity while the scorpion struggled to right itself, Tang Zhao sank his teeth into its head while his sharp claws raked at the softer underbelly, intent on eviscerating it. With the scorpion's only significant threat, the venomous stinger, pinned beneath its own body and its eyes located atop its head, it faced considerable difficulty in targeting the gaps in Tang Zhao's armored scales, thereby significantly diminishing its threat. Tang Zhao's sharp fangs and claws proved effective, quickly dismantling the scorpion's mouthparts and pincers and slashing open its abdomen. Despite the resilience of arthropods, such grievous injuries rendered the scorpion incapable of survival, and its struggles soon waned. The venom would not dissipate immediately upon death, and the potential threat from its toxic stinger still loomed large. After addressing the issue of food safety, Tang Zhao pried open the scorpion's body cavity, discovering, as anticipated, a blood core within. Feeling a surge of reassurance, he consumed the blood core, realizing that with just one more, he could evolve. The commotion had startled the surrounding creatures, possibly attracting more dangerous predators. He had no intention of venturing into the web-laden woods filled with hidden peril, having already feasted on a more delectable roe deer earlier. He felt little appetite for the scorpion. After selectively consuming the most succulent parts of the scorpion, Tang Zhao clutched its severed tail and departed the scene. Back near the pond, he managed to catch a reasonably sized fish, measuring approximately 20 to 30 centimeters. He intended to experiment with the scorpion's venomous stinger on the fish. Upon injecting the stinger into the fish's body, he observed a noticeable lethargy within half a minute. From vibrant vitality to lifelessness, merely 4 to 5 minutes had elapsed. It was evident that the potency of this creature's venom far surpassed that of its relatives found in Earth's rainforests. In the future, it is best to assume these creatures are highly venomous. A sting could prove quite detrimental. As he had previously noted, the forest seemed afflicted, these gigantic insects appearing more akin to the monsters from a horror film than products of nature. As dusk descended, Tang Zhao, exhausted from a day of intense exertion, lacked the energy to pursue further prey. He chose instead to submerge himself in the water, preparing to rest. After slipping into a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain in his back. Alertly opening his eyes, Tang Zhao's mind sharpened as he submerged deeper, ready to evade any potential attack. However, the anticipated onslaught did not materialize. The water beneath and above was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of hostile creatures. Yet, at that moment, numerous specks of dust floated in the air, shimmering with faint light, forming a 3 to 4 meter long line across the pond's surface. Resembling a luminous ribbon in the night, a beautiful sight indeed. Tang Zhao had no time to admire the scenery. He turned to inspect his back. Contrary to his expectations of a gruesome injury, he discovered only a diminutive arrow lodged there. The arrowhead had not penetrated deeply, merely breaking the surface skin. Tang Zhao rolled in the water, causing the arrow to fall away. As it sank, he utilized the faint illumination from the dust to scrutinize the arrow, which resembled the length of a pen, with a finely sharpened stone tip, seemingly devoid of any poison. Puzzled, Tang Zhao pondered the relationship between the airborne dust and the arrow when a surge of water from below interrupted his thoughts. Glancing down, he beheld an enormous insect, reminiscent of a giant water beetle, charging toward him. Its exceptionally developed, scythe-like appendages opened wide, aiming directly for his vulnerable abdomen. Startled, Tang Zhao hastily maneuvered his tail and limbs in an attempt to evade the strike. However, the creature was too close, and he was not an agile aquatic being. While he succeeded in dodging a direct hit to his abdomen, the beetle's massive appendages ensnared his tail, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. Engaging in the water is unfavorable for me. I must draw it ashore for a chance at survival. His time to contemplate was limited. The close-quarters nature of the confrontation left little room for strategic planning. A rough plan flashed through his mind as he suppressed the agony coursing through him, straining to pull the insect toward the shore. The pond's water was shallow, and after roughly half a minute, he was able to touch the muddy bottom with his limbs, barely managing to drag the enormous beetle onto land. He found it showed no intentions of releasing its grip, seemingly determined to hold on to the bitter end. Positioned awkwardly, Tang Zhao could not turn sufficiently to bite the beetle, merely watching as it remained stubbornly locked onto his tail. The pain and sense of danger ignited his ferocity, and the final straw was the insect's notorious trait. Upon biting its prey, the water beetle injects a digestive fluid similar to that of a spider. Perhaps this liquid is also highly toxic here. Casting aside his fears, Tang Zhao felt the connection between his tail and body sever, and freed from restraint. He lunged viciously at the insect still clinging to his tail. Chapter 6. The burrowing creature upon colliding with the insect. Tang Zhao initially contemplated widening his jaws to seize it. However, the flat and smooth shell of the rice weevil thwarted his attempts, as his teeth found it difficult to penetrate. Simultaneously, the low-sitting body of the weevil made it challenging for him to simply overturn it through sheer force, thus preventing him from exploiting the relatively softer underbelly for an attack. In the brief moment of his thwarted assault, the weevil had already released its severed tail and repositioned itself to strike back at Tang Zhao. Though escape was an option, given the insect's limited flying ability, short legs, and heavy shell that severely hampered its speed, Tang Zhao, fueled by a newfound ferocity, was unwilling to retreat at this juncture. The water provided an advantageous arena for the weevil, but now, dragged onto land, its combat prowess would diminish significantly. This was an opportunity Tang Zhao was determined to seize. With only a blood core standing between him and evolution, eliminating this weevil would pave the way for a secure metamorphosis. Otherwise, even if he managed to flee this encounter, recuperating would consume precious time he could ill afford to waste. With his sharp fangs and claws proving ineffective, Tang Zhao resolved to rise onto his hind legs and employ his body as a battering ram, forcefully crashing down upon the weevil from above. The scythe-like appendages of the weevil, while formidable, could only defend a single side, leaving it vulnerable to the rapid assault descending from above. The first strike landed heavily upon the weevil, and although it did not inflict catastrophic damage, its movements noticeably slowed. Tang Zhao did not relent. He swiftly retreated 2 paces, then rose once more to deliver another blow. This relentless cycle continued, and it appeared the weevil had been thoroughly dazed, its aggressive stance entirely dissipating and its movements growing lethargic. Seizing the moment, Tang Zhao clamped his jaws onto one of the weevil's side appendages, using his claws in concert to flip the creature over, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. With his claws pressing down upon the weevil's belly, he utilized his weight to prevent it from righting itself, then bit down on its head, tearing it away with a decisive motion. Even after losing its head, the insect's tenacious vitality compelled it to thrash its limbs wildly, its scythe-like appendages flailing in a frenzy. As his claws dug into the crevices of the weevil's shell, Tang Zhao painstakingly peeled away the shell plates from its abdomen, ultimately plunging his head into the insect's cavity to retrieve the coveted blood core, swallowing it whole. The woodland was fraught with peril, unfit as a sanctuary for evolution and rest. He had initially believed the water would offer some safety, yet he had overlooked the presence of fierce aquatic insects. Even with the threat now neutralized, Tang Zhao was disinclined to undergo evolution in such a locale. Wary of potential dangers during his slumber, after much contemplation, he identified the only remaining haven. He submerged himself in a pond, endeavoring to wash away the scent of blood, then sought a more open area to excavate a burrow. The wound on his tail had sealed itself, and the pain had subsided considerably. Yet his claws continued their relentless work as his mind pondered the events of the night. Beginning with the arrow that struck me, it bore no lethal intent, either a warning for me or for that insect, with the former seeming more plausible. After all, if the adversary wished him harm, they could have easily employed a more lethal arrow. Following the elimination of the weevil, he had not witnessed any other creature emerge. The simultaneous discovery of arrows and luminescent dust in the deep forest led Tang Zhao to instinctively suspect a connection between the two. But his ignorance left him unable to discern the specifics. With his abilities still lacking, such matters had to be set aside for now, and he redirected his thoughts to the condition of his tail. His physique was akin to that of a giant lizard, yet he retained the skills from his days as a smaller lizard. Not to mention, the severed tail contained a considerable reserve of fat. Some lizards are incapable of regenerating lost tails, and even those capable would not restore them to their original state. Under normal circumstances, he would end up with a subpar tail, which would adversely affect him. However, given his potential for evolution, such concerns were rendered moot. Having experimented with the tip of his tail and his teeth, he had confirmed that post-evolution, restoration was indeed possible. Theoretically, even the loss of a tail could be remedied in time. Lost in contemplation, Tang Zhao remained oblivious to the duration of his excavation until he finally unearthed a sufficiently deep burrow to conceal himself. Covering the entrance with branches and leaves, he endeavored to seal it with soil, leaving only a few air holes, thus completing a relatively safe refuge. With the critical issue resolved, Tang Zhao began to prepare for evolution. Searching for a suitable location for evolution took 6 hours, randomly 2 attributes. The duration was 6-fold that of before. With the enhancement of only 2 attributes, Tang Zhao, unwilling to squander time, promptly commenced his next evolution. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself once more in a desert. However, this time, amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand, there were additional elements present. Tang Zhao circled a withered shrub, keen to discern any differences it might possess. Apart from the sand, the desert had acquired a hint of lifeless flora. Although devoid of any greenery, it nonetheless bore a semblance of vitality. After half a day of fruitless observation, Tang Zhao set aside his questions and began searching for the adornments needed for his evolution. He discovered one piece amidst the sand and another beneath the deadwood. Without further delay, he selected these 2 adornments. Selection complete. Is this confirmed? Confirmed. Selected. Venom gland cardiopulmonary in the enveloping darkness. Tang Zhao opened his eyes and immediately began surveying his surroundings. As anticipated, the space within the burrow had expanded significantly, mercifully avoiding any cave-ins. While the specifics of the evolution process remained unclear, at least he was spared the grim fate of being trapped within the earth. Despite having excavated ample room in advance, Tang Zhao was still unable to extricate himself from the burrow due to his current size. Extending his claws, he resumed digging, and this time, his speed was markedly improved. Before long, he emerged into the light once more. Chapter 7. Choosing time previously, Tang Zhao's body length was approximately over 1 meter, roughly equivalent to the size of a Komodo dragon on Earth, as inferred from comparisons with human artifacts. Now, after contrasting with the pond, his size has nearly doubled, reaching an impressive length of about 3 meters, nearly matching the dimensions of the largest lizards known today. His scales have taken on a deeper hue, adorned with mottled patterns that render him reminiscent of a creature clad in forest camouflage. Simultaneously, the scales covering his body have grown thicker and broader, resembling a suit of armor that bestows upon him an indescribable sense of security. His head has elongated and become more robust, capable of crushing the hard bones of his prey. His limbs have grown stronger and more powerful, facilitating better pursuit and control over his quarry. His teeth, sharp and arrow-like, can tear large chunks of flesh from his victims. All these attributes signify that he has evolved from a scavenger to a true predator, possessing the essential physical characteristics of one. The emblem he bears indicates enhancements in venom glands and cardiopulmonary functions, which Tang Zhao has keenly noted. Opening his mouth, Tang Zhao scrutinizes the 2 rows of serrated teeth neatly arranged within. A pair of incisors at the front is noticeably longer and sharper than the others, lacking serrations, resembling the fangs of a venomous snake. Upon further examination, it is confirmed that venom can indeed be secreted from these fangs, though its corrosiveness remains to be assessed. Recently consumed scorpions and poisonous toads have contributed to this evolution, as Tang Zhao retains the scorpion's venomous stinger, which has now directly facilitated the development of his own venom. Sparking intriguing thoughts, having a pair of venomous fangs is certainly advantageous, and judging by the consistent performance of the green emblem, the quality of this venom is unlikely to be inferior, greatly aiding in hunting and combat. However, it is the enhancement of his cardiopulmonary functions that excites him even more. In simpler terms, his endurance would significantly improve, making him less prone to fatigue. He would be able to engage in prolonged battles with opponents and maintain high-speed pursuits for extended periods, a comprehensive enhancement indeed. As a cold-blooded creature, he does not lag behind other animals in explosive power, yet his endurance has been abysmal. While he can determine the fate of prey in 1 or 2 minutes of combat, he struggles to keep pace in a chase. The surprise attack he suffered last night was due to a similar shortcoming. His body temperature was too low, and his movements were far less agile than during the day. While he may not grasp the intricate biological principles at play, it is evident that a robust cardiopulmonary system would help compensate for his endurance deficits. Overall, he is quite satisfied with the results of this evolution. However, he feels that the prospect of further evolution in the near future is bleak. The evolution requirements of 2 tons of low-grade meat and 15 inferior blood cores seem distant and unattainable for him at present. Weighing just over 100 kilograms, he would need to consume his weight multiplied by 10 in flesh, not to mention the quest for blood cores. Continuing down this path is impractical. He may need to seek out hundreds of tons of flesh to meet future evolution demands, and relying solely on his hunting skills could take years. The issue of ecological destruction aside, the wilderness is not a modernized farm. With each evolution, he risks exhausting the entire forest without satisfying his needs. It is imperative he finds allies or subordinates. Otherwise, depending solely on his hunting prowess will render him unable to fulfill the ever-increasing demands for prey. With a clear goal in mind, Tang Zhao, motivated by the notion that even the smallest mosquito is sustenance, decides to return to the battlefield he previously occupied. Though he has not yet reached the point of consuming his own discarded tail, the corpse of the toad he left behind would make an excellent lunch. However, without locating the body, he has encountered more unsettling discoveries. The density of spider webs in the surrounding forest has increased, and he can faintly discern the movements of colossal spiders within them. In high spirits following his evolution, Tang Zhao has not lost his sense of judgment. He is confident that he could hold his ground against the spider matriarch in open combat, but should he venture into her territory, he would be at her mercy. As the swarm of webs encroaches day by day, Tang Zhao faces a choice: to stay or to leave. Both options present significant advantages and disadvantages. The internal insects are easier to hunt, yet danger looms ever closer. The periphery remains relatively stable, but the creatures possessing blood cores are formidable foes. Wild boars and deer can only be approached through traps and ambushes, relying on luck. Caught in this dilemma, Tang Zhao ultimately decides to remain, believing he can confront most threats. At nearly 3 meters in length, his size is considerable, and the common giant insects pose little risk to him. Chapter 8. The Benefits of Wisdom. Tang Zhao approached the location where the corpse of the field toad had once lain, hoping to uncover clues regarding its mysterious disappearance. However, the footprints he found were peculiar, resembling 2 elongated appendages akin to toes, reminiscent of spider tracks. The impressions were deep, indicating that the creature was of considerable weight. Yet Tang Zhao found it difficult to envision what a bipedal spider might look like. He deemed it prudent to provisionally label this entity as a Spider-Man or spider monster, recognizing the significant threat it posed, as well as its likely high intelligence. Having previously hunted several spiders, Tang Zhao speculated that some organism might be nurturing them. The emergence of this spider-like creature seemed to align with that notion, possibly serving as the caretaker of those spiders. The forest surrounding him was rife with malevolent entities, and Tang Zhao was not inclined to view the spider monster as anything but an adversary. Having consumed a considerable number of the giant insects in the vicinity, he deemed it pointless to remain stationary. Sunbathing briefly to warm his body, he set off, burdened by a package wrapped in a skin he had fashioned. Migration necessitated traversing a woodland fraught with numerous spider webs, a venture laden with risk, yet unavoidable. This marked Tang Zhao's first thorough examination of the woodland's inner workings. Several trees were ensnared by webs, their purpose unknown, while webs rarely extended to the ground. Nonetheless, exceptions did exist. He carefully scrutinized the ground beside him, specifically a web trap concealed beneath foliage. A hollow was cloaked in webbing, camouflaged by plants, and one could easily stumble into it if careless. Falling into such a trap would render one ensnared in the web, immobile, and subsequently at the mercy of a lurking predator. Imagining this scenario sent a shiver down his spine. Mindful of his footing, Tang Zhao remained vigilant, prepared to advance. He observed traces of insects around him, yet he refrained from hunting in such an environment. His size did not fit within the dietary preferences of most insects. He cautiously skirted the area, maintaining an uneasy truce with the local fauna. As he progressed, his tongue detected a peculiar scent, distinct from that of ordinary insects. Yet he had never encountered it on any other creature. It was highly probable that the spider monster was lurking nearby. If not, it could well be a similar predator. He noted the absence of gentler herbivores like beetles or millipedes, Only fierce carnivorous insects populated this strange ecosystem. The pervasive webs and rugged terrain made it exceedingly difficult for him to outpace a giant spider. Furthermore, should he be ambushed during a retreat, the consequences would be catastrophic. Though he possessed venom glands, he lacked any significant resistance to toxins. Several thoughts flickered through his mind as he halted, turning to gaze at the treetops of the forest behind him, opening his mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and bracing himself on all fours to appear larger and more formidable. Tang Zhao displayed an intimidating posture. His intent was not to frighten the creature, but to convey a warning. He had detected its presence. The fact that neither party had yet acted suggested that the adversary was cautious or that their strengths were closely matched. Having lost the element of surprise, the enemy would need to reconsider its next move. From the traps laid out and the nurturing of spiders, it was clear that the opponent possessed intelligence. This was neither wholly advantageous nor entirely detrimental for Tang Zhao. The more intelligent the creature, the more it would hesitate, weighing its options before striking. He had other prey to pursue, and there was no compulsion to engage with Tang Zhao, a prepared adversary. Maintaining his menacing stance for several minutes, Tang Zhao remained alert to the slightest rustle in his surroundings, his muscles coiled tightly, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. Fortunately, the entity ultimately chose to retreat, the peculiar scent in the air gradually dissipating, allowing Tang Zhao to relax his taut nerves. He quickened his pace, aware that the adversary might call for reinforcements. He soon discovered a glade, graced by a gentle stream, alleviating concerns about water sources. Instead of immediately hunting, Tang Zhao began to dig a burrow. This precaution was necessary, for hunting carried the risk of injury. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, a refuge would be essential. Additionally, he remained wary of the spider monster, which could still launch a surprise attack. A secure hideaway was of paramount importance. After expending considerable effort to excavate a suitable den, Tang Zhao commenced a new round of hunting. Initially, he encountered a mantis, an insect renowned for its hunting prowess. However, its scythe-like forelimbs could not contend with Tang Zhao's overwhelming size. Ignoring the mantis's attempts at control, he swiftly pinned it to the ground and bit into its head, consuming it whole. With no luxury of choosiness, he feasted indiscriminately, taking what he could. Once he had severed the mantis's forelimbs, rendering it harmless, Tang Zhao began to search, successfully locating a blood core within the mantis's abdomen. Digesting food would slow his movements, so he hastily took a few bites before dragging the mantis's carcass into his burrow for storage. After a brief rest, he emerged once more to hunt, this time spotting an insect that posed a significant threat. However, it was not in the manner he had anticipated. Concealed within the underbrush lay a colossal centipede, motionless, cradling a pearlescent orb. Chapter 9. The bait. The centipede boasted a deep crimson exoskeleton, adorned with numerous pairs of sharp, elongated legs. But the most striking feature was its exaggerated pincers, which appeared to possess formidable piercing strength. Initially, Tang Zhao mistook its grasp for some form of sustenance. But upon closer inspection, he discerned that it clutched a large ball comprised of numerous juvenile centipedes. These young creatures were still in their larval stage, their exoskeletons not yet fully developed, and their bodies radiated a milky white hue, lacking the capacity to survive in the wild. It is customary for a mother centipede to vigilantly guard her offspring until they attain a level of self-sufficiency. The incubation of the eggs requires over a month, and the nurturing of the larval centipedes is equally protracted. As Tang Zhao approached, the centipede raised its body in a defensive posture, its lower half still tightly entwined around the small centipedes, clearly unwilling to release its grip. Had this centipede been in prime condition when encountering Tang Zhao, a fierce battle would likely have ensued. However, the present circumstances were not so dire. The centipede was bound to protect its young, immobilized by its own offspring. And after an extensive period of incubation and care, it had grown considerably weakened, rendering it no match for Tang Zhao. In fact, it is not uncommon in the natural world for mother centipedes to perish, their bodies serving as sustenance for their young. In this instance, Tang Zhao had stumbled upon a centipede in a lamentable state. Yet, this fortunate encounter bore a psychological burden for him. Had he still been human, he would have quietly withdrawn upon witnessing a centipede in the midst of nurturing its eggs. However, as a lizard, a predator in desperate need of sustenance, he found himself torn between instinct and empathy. After a brief internal struggle, Tang Zhao ultimately advanced, his claws poised to strike. The hunting process unfolded seamlessly. He leaped upon the centipede, swiftly seizing its pincers and forcing its head to the ground before using his talons to rend its thick armor. Once he had removed the exoskeleton from its neck, he proceeded with his customary method of attack, decapitating it, removing the pincers, and consuming the blood core. Casting a glance at the writhing mass of juvenile centipedes beneath him, he sighed internally before commencing his meal. Setting aside the imminent arrival of the third princess's summoners and the potential risks of leaving the young unattended, who, without protection, would surely perish, he recognized that rather than indulging in sentimentalities, it was paramount to fully exploit the available resources. He had pilfered bird eggs and insect larvae before. In his view, utilizing every morsel of his prey was a form of respect and appreciation for life. Having consumed the centipedes, Tang Zhao laboriously dragged the massive centipede's body into his lair. By the time he arrived, it was already midday. After 2 hunting excursions, dusk was approaching. Like other large reptiles, he had no intention of hunting at night, as the low temperatures would hinder his movement. After securing the entrance of his den, he began to feast, a time-consuming endeavor as the combined mass of his kills required considerable time to consume. Even with his superior digestive capabilities compared to ordinary lizards, he could not eat at will. He was no waste disposal unit. Once satiated, Tang Zhao seized the opportunity to rest. Upon awakening the next day, he indulged in another hearty meal before dragging his somewhat heavy form to a nearby stream to bask in the sun. The time spent digesting his food also served to warm his body, thus maximizing efficiency. After absorbing the sun's rays, he prepared for another hunt. He managed to locate a carnivorous cricket, albeit a small one, and fortuitously, it lacked any significant venom, allowing Tang Zhao to dispatch it with relative ease. Upon failing to find suitable insects for capture, he resorted to laying traps, patiently waiting for his next prey. The remnants of the cricket made for an excellent bait. So he placed the insect's carcass in a clearing and began to lie in wait. While he could have sought sustenance elsewhere, abandoning his stockpile of insect flesh was not an option. He could not transport over 100 kilograms of meat, and thus, he remained in the area a while longer. His current strategy suited a more nomadic lifestyle, consuming all available resources and promptly migrating to seek out new food and supplies was far more efficient than idly waiting. Active predation yielded greater opportunities for capture. Utilizing the bait, he successfully ensnared a carnivorous beetle, but before he could extract its blood core, an unexpected visitor made its appearance. Chapter 10. Negotiation. Gazing at the shimmering dust floating in the air, Tang Zhao shielded his prey beneath him, his scales bristling with tension. There is a certain truth in the belief that the most terrifying aspect is the unknown. Faced with these magical entities, his anxiety was far greater than that of confronting an enraged elephant. The latter merely felt apprehensive, while the former posed an entirely different threat. Whether they are human or ghost, I must confront them. I hope my assumptions are correct, and they harbor no ill will towards me. Just as Tang Zhao wrestled with his thoughts, he caught the sound of intense arguments emanating from the dust. The tones were peculiar, distinctly different from the language spoken by the wolves earlier, yet he could still comprehend them. Has your head been addled by the creature? Seeking aid from beasts. Haven't you done that before? Quails and doves once carried me, urging plants to sprout anew. The only change is the conversation partners, from birds to reptiles. These are not grain-eating birds, but bloodthirsty carnivorous lizards, hardly safer than the creature. What methods can our brave warriors employ? Rely on your short bow and long sword? Or dash through the creature's web, traversing the woods riddled with beastly transformations, only to reach the village and seek assistance from farmers? The opposing voice was silent, likely due to a lack of confidence. But how do we communicate with it? The wood tribe language and the common tongue are beyond its understanding. Your mind detection spell, like my heart's vision, requires physical contact to activate, which is immensely difficult. I possess the ability to converse with animals. That will suffice. Struggling to get a dove to fetch an acorn, yet you expect beasts to help us slay the creature? Spare me. You are wasting time. The creature is drawing near. If we are cornered here, escape will be nearly impossible. Silence. You brutish fool. Allow me to think without your interruptions. Perhaps your mind has been dulled by poetry and sweet words. Why not discuss love and peace with the creature? Listening intently, Tang Zhao began to comprehend the situation and immediately recognized an opportunity. He smoothed his bristling scales, pushed aside the carcass of a carnivorous beetle, and tore away its most succulent parts, placing them on the grass before him. Simultaneously, he lay down, rolling over to expose his soft, unguarded belly. signaling his lack of malice. Reptiles often struggle to express emotions. Only those who have genuinely understood them can decipher some of their body language. However, displaying one's belly is one of the most universally comprehensible gestures in the natural world, and he believed that these forest-dwelling beings would surely understand. It was evident they were observing his every move. Upon witnessing this action, the creatures concealed within the dust froze for a few moments. Is it attempting to befriend us? It seems so. Understanding the wood tribe language is certainly abnormal. It is peculiar for a lizard to comprehend speech. If the lizard below can understand, could it roll over and lie down? Tang Zhao complied, prompting further astonishment from the observers. Goblins often reach agreements with creatures like the seat wolf, which can understand and even speak goblin tongue. It is said they possess their own dialect as well. We are not goblins, and I hope he differs from them. I would rather not be devoured for failing to satisfy its hunger. Could you rise and spin around again? Tang Zhao felt a twinge of impatience, but acquiesced. Another voice interjected, then could you roll on the ground 3 times? With a flick of his tail akin to a whip, he sent a piece of insect shell soaring into the air. He refused to perform for amusement. While communication is essential, he would not allow himself to be treated like a mere performer. It seems to be angry. Don't add to the chaos. You hedonistic fool. The debate among the dust-dwelling entities did not cease. A few minutes later, 2 fantastical beings emerged from the haze, approximately 30 centimeters tall. They resembled humanoid figures with pointed ears and wings, akin to the fairies from fables. One was a stunning female with vibrant butterfly wings, clad in a gown cut from leaves and adorned with a floral crown, wielding a short staff made from a branch. The other was a somewhat weathered male, possessing 2 pairs of dragonfly-like wings, garbed in simple armor fashioned from leather and acorn shells, equipped with a stone-long sword and short bow. It was unclear if they belonged to the same species, yet their palpable enmity was evident as they glared at each other defiantly. Ultimately, the female gained the upper hand, approaching Tang Zhao within a few meters. Listen, I realize this may be difficult to grasp. If you can understand me, simply open your mouth, and I shall know. Her speech was deliberate, carefully constructed to ensure clarity, as she feared Tang Zhao might not comprehend. Tang Zhao, unable to communicate more efficiently, opened his mouth in agreement. I shall now employ a spell known as animal communication. Once cast, you will be able to converse with me. Is that acceptable? Tang Zhao nodded, inclining his head in acknowledgement. The fairy smiled, and a glimmer of light flashed from her staff. You should now be able to converse with me. Would you care to try? I am attempting, but brevity is key. I detect a scent, one associated with the creature you mentioned. His tone diverged entirely from his previous self, raspy and stilted, yet it was a voice that could convey meaning effectively. The fairy's smile faltered. Astonished that Tang Zhao spoke with such clarity, devoid of the struggles typical of beasts. Are you certain? Absolutely. There is no reason for me to lie here. Your demise would benefit me not. Understood. May I first converse with them? We must devise a strategy. Certainly. But let me stipulate that if you wish for me to confront the creature, I require your utmost cooperation, and the spoils of that creature will be mine to distribute. The fairy nodded earnestly, indicating her comprehension, and immediately flew towards the glowing dust. Tang Zhao's swift agreement stemmed from the fact that the creature, the spider creature, was pursuing these fairies. It was a rare opportunity, having ventured from the woods. Losing its advantageous position, this was the best chance he could hope for in the near term. Moments later, the 2 fairies returned to Tang Zhao's side. We accept all your terms. 3 pixie spellcasters and 11 small fairy warriors will cooperate fully, but we must employ the heart's vision and mind detection spells on you. Can you accept this? Their readiness to agree stemmed from the existence of these 2 spells. One, as the name suggests, can read the thoughts within another's mind, while the other assesses emotional states and moral dispositions, in essence, a form of mind reading. Their agreement meant that discussions could proceed smoothly. Refusal would only result in their departure, causing no delays. Not an issue. Come closer and use it on me. I will not resist, but it would be prudent for your companions to be prepared with weapons, as adversaries may emerge at any moment. Tang Zhao understood their apprehensions and did not mind expending some effort to assuage them. Should he sense any treachery during the casting of the spell, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He lacked a thorough understanding of magic and could not place absolute trust in these fairies. They might have ulterior motives. Yet he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to vanquish the creature. Not only would he gain several hundred pounds of meat, and a blood core. But slaying the 8th creature would also embolden him to delve deeper into the woods for hunting, without the constant fear of ambush. The forest teemed with massive insects, and he could amass the blood cores in just 3 or 4 days. Even if the fairies attempted to manipulate the situation through magic, he believed that during his next evolution, the deep green mark would aid him in dispelling any negative effects. Collaborating with these fairies entails certain risks. However, it is an unavoidable necessity, as he will rely on these wise beings for many future endeavors. There is no issue on my end. I apologize for having to proceed in this manner, yet it is the only course available to us. My curiosity is piqued on numerous matters. But let us first address the concerns regarding the it monster. How might I confront it? The fairies can be somewhat verbose, yet their words remain comprehensible. The it monster they describe is a humanoid spider creature residing deep within the woods, adept at hurting spiders. All the information aligns perfectly with what Tang Zhao has learned, confirming that he has not misidentified his adversary. This creature is of considerable size, possesses a notable intelligence, and bears venomous fangs capable of spraying silk to ensnare its prey. It is a composed predator with keen senses. The absence of magical abilities is a fortunate circumstance for Tang Zhao, as he is well versed in hand-to-hand combat. These beings are dark and malevolent, with a particular penchant for preying on fairy kind. The pixies, with butterfly wings, and sprites, with dragonfly wings, are among the few survivors. As their kin have suffered significant losses, Tang Zhao had previously encountered numerous trees ensnared in webs within the forest, which were, in fact, remnants of the monster's predation on fairies. The webs served to prevent the winged fairies from escaping. After establishing the fundamental details of his foe, Tang Zhao commenced an analysis of his companions. Frankly speaking, the combat capabilities of these fairies are exceedingly poor. The sprites have limited proficiency in magic, and their physiques are not particularly robust. With bodies measuring merely 30 to 40 centimeters, they lack significant muscle mass, and thus do not possess the formidable strength that commands attention. They wield stone swords, which offer little penetration, and coupled with their rather unimpressive short bows, they are unlikely to inflict any harm upon the it monster. Chapter 11. The siege coordination. The pixies adorned with butterfly wings possess a modicum of magical prowess. However, they are incapable of conjuring fireballs or wielding a blade with the prowess of a certain gray-robed sorcerer. According to a pixie named Cynthia, they are merely first-tier magical beings, limited to casting a few first-tier spells. What does this entail? Having just transcended the realm of cantrips, their first-tier spells lack any offensive capabilities, as all attack spells are classified as zero-tier. The zero-tier spell Thorns, which summons a whip of vines to lash at foes, and the zero-tier spell Venom Splash, which releases a cloud of weakly toxic mist, both fall within the sphere of zero-tier cantrips, indicating their lack of cataclysmic destructive power. Perhaps these spells could be wielded by those formidable enough to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, yet the pixies' magical abilities are quite ordinary. In other words, relying on others may prove less fruitful than relying on oneself. Yet, there is a silver lining. At the very least, these pixie spellcasters possess healing magic, capable of mending injuries below the level of disability, thus serving as a form of support. The untamed wilderness offers neither hospitals nor antibiotics, leaving one to depend solely on their own constitution in times of trouble. Currently, Tang Zhao finds himself on the side of strength, and with the pixies at odds with the fairies, no formal leader has emerged, allowing him to assume leadership without hesitation. The pixies, lovers of peace and averse to war and violence, lack understanding in such matters. Thus, under his guidance, they engage in tactical discussions with the relatively martial fairies, during which he also contributes a significant amount of his venom, applying it to the fairies' arrows and swords. Ordinarily, venomous creatures are quite protective of their venom, as its production consumes considerable energy. However, Tang Zhao is unconcerned. He consumes a minimum of 2 meat-based meals a day, despite being a cold-blooded creature, eating even more than warm-blooded beings, thus not lacking in nutrition. After assigning tasks, he burrows into a tunnel that has been considerably widened to accommodate the storage of prey carcasses. The itch creature possesses a rather dull sense of smell, and the fairies assist in erasing his traces. Once he receives the signal, he will emerge from the tunnel to coordinate a surprise attack alongside the fairies. While nibbling on insect flesh to pass the time, Tang Zhao, lacking a watch, is oblivious to how long he has waited. However, he eventually hears the sounds of battle and roars from above. Draw your bows, aim for the eyes and silk glands, and avoid the spider webs. Be prepared to scatter at a moment's notice. The fighting prowess is secondary. What matters is the fervent involvement of the fairies, who appear quite earnest in their combat. The sounds of their battle cries and the incantations of the pixies echo around him, drawing ever closer until they nearly reach above his head. A long whip doesn't lash out at any creature, but instead strikes the water's surface, sending up a spray. Upon receiving the signal, Tang Zhao swiftly emerges from the soft earth and immediately searches for his target. In the open expanse, a 2-meter-tall purple-black spider creature stands out conspicuously. True to the fairy's descriptions, the itch is indeed a humanoid spider. Its forelimbs clutch a small web, spread open like a pouch, intended to ensnare fairies, who cannot fly for long or high. Once caught in this web, they become a delectable meal for the itch. Additionally, it can shoot silk, ensnaring airborne fairies and causing them to plummet helplessly. As he bursts from the burrow, the itch attempts to shoot silk at any fairy that dares to breathe, albeit with limited success due to issues of accuracy and target size. However, prolonging this standoff is not a viable strategy. The fairies will inevitably become careless. Tang Zhao momentarily sets aside thoughts of biological classification and focuses on confronting the enemy. The distance between them is a mere 3 to 4 meters. A single step would suffice to close the gap, yet neither dares to act rashly, for even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. A bite from Tang Zhao would spell certain doom, while any strike on the itch could lead to its demise as well. In truth, the itch has begun to contemplate retreat. It possesses considerable intelligence. Much like most beings, it does not wish to engage in a life-or-death contest with Tang Zhao. Yet it dares not turn its back to flee. Exposing its rear is a grave error, should it be ambushed from behind by a 3-meter-long lizard. Its chances of survival would dwindle to nothing. It fixates on Tang Zhao while gradually retreating towards the forest, preparing to fight another day. 5 fairy warriors draw their bows, targeting the itch's eyes, while 6 others flutter their wings, drawing swords to stab at the gaps in its carapace. The remaining spellcaster bestows a beneficial spell upon the charging Tang Zhao, a spell known as Fairy Fire, enveloping the object in a brilliant blue light. Typically employed for treasure hunting or illumination, Tang Zhao surmises this application is equally fitting. As the itch is a nocturnal creature, it harbors a degree of light aversion. Even if unafraid, the sight of such brilliant illumination would instinctively compel it to close its eyes. The coordinated 3-pronged assault is executed with remarkable synergy. Distracted and perturbed by the fairy's sudden attacks, the itch loses its footing as the pixies strike, causing it to stumble and nearly fall, its balance severely compromised. Then, with Tang Zhao, illuminated in vibrant light, charging at high speed, he collides with the creature, toppling it. Tang Zhao then extends his neck, preparing to bite the itch's neck, aiming to seize control of its venomous fangs, the only lethal weapon it possesses. Control over those fangs would decisively determine the outcome of this encounter. Chapter 12. The importance of gender differences. Although the Idaman had temporarily lost its sight, its sense of touch remained intact. It extended its forelimbs across its body, twisting the silk into a resilient cord that ensnared Tang Zhao's neck, tightening swiftly and preventing him from biting into the creature's form. The Idaman preferred to suffocate its medium to large prey with its silk, as this method was generally more effective than poisoning. Now, it aimed to employ this technique against Tang Zhao. However, Tang Zhao was no ordinary human. He could remain submerged for an impressive 15 minutes. This meant that if the Idaman wished to suffocate him, it would need to maintain its grip for at least that long, ample time for Tang Zhao to deliver lethal bites multiple times over. A single intact forelimb was insufficient to restrain him. Utilizing gravity, he forcefully broke through the Idaman's forelimb that obstructed him and clamped down on its stout neck, firmly immobilizing its venomous fangs. Of course, the spider's trachea opened on the side of its abdomen, preventing him from asphyxiating it in the same manner. Nonetheless, controlling its fangs was sufficient. Seize the moment. Strike at its weakness. Uncover its exoskeleton. The furious call of the fairy leader echoed once more, this time summoning all 14 fairies to the ground to assist. The pixie and 3 other fairies struggled valiantly to pin down the Idaman's intact forelimb, facilitating Tang Zhao's claws to rake freely at the creature. The remaining fairies joined forces with Tang Zhao to shatter the Idaman's abdominal armor, launching a fierce assault on its cavity. The organs within the Idaman's abdomen were intricate, resembling those of humans more than spiders, yet these advanced organs were, to some extent, also fragile. After all, the Idaman's vitality was not as exaggerated as that of a spider. It could hold its breath for 5 to 6 minutes. But that did not imply it could do so indefinitely. Just like a shark suffocated by a fishing net, creatures without hands found it nearly impossible to untangle anything ensnared around their necks. If they were human, they might have left Tang Zhao to fend for himself. But the fairy folk were kind-hearted beings and could not abandon a comrade in need. 4 or 5 fairies worked tirelessly, and they eventually managed to free Tang Zhao from the silken bonds around his neck. They were fortunate, suffering no casualties. After a brief respite to regain their composure, Tang Zhao approached Pixie Cynthia, thumping his tail against the ground to signal her to employ animal communication on his behalf. As previously agreed, I shall allocate the spoils. What do you require? Please hold on. I will consult with Lyric. The pixie did not require anything from the Idaman's carcass. But the fairies might have differing needs. Thus she sought the fairy leader Lyric. We need the Idaman's exoskeleton for armor, but not excessively, just enough to equip the fairy patrol. Additionally, the Idaman's venom glands would be useful, as we have exhausted our previous stock of toxins. The request was reasonable, given the fairy's significant contributions, and Tang Zhao readily agreed. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to rescue their kin ensnared in webs. Lingering too long would yield no benefits. We shall reconvene to discuss future matters. I possess intelligence from the humans that you will find invaluable. Presently, Tang Zhao could only converse with the spell-casting Cynthia, who would relay his intentions. He needed to find a way to lead these fairies away. The summoners of the third princess would soon flood into the forest, and at that point, escape would become impossible for the fairies. Simultaneously, he genuinely required guides and assistance for his escape. The fairies, while not particularly formidable in combat, possessed small sizes and skills such as invisibility, making them convenient to take along. Most importantly, they were his only potential collaborators, and they appeared to harbor no malice towards him, seeming quite benevolent. Regarding our kin, trust me, I am even more anxious than you are, but the time is not yet ripe. We have merely vanquished one Idaman. There remains at least one more. I hope it has not yet nested and laid eggs, for otherwise, we may face far greater challenges. Tang Zhao felt his head throb at the implications. Are you suggesting that at least one more Idaman still lives? Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, the remaining Idaman is female. They have inherited certain size characteristics from spiders. Please, just tell me how large that female Idaman is. It is double the size of the one you have slain, and it possesses a more ferocious temperament, understandably, as it is in the protective phase for its eggs. That is truly unwelcome news. Do you have a plan for this? No, to be frank, I do not anticipate that we can eliminate the female Idaman through combined efforts. We should focus on stealthily rescuing our kin from various locations. As she is unlikely to stray far from her lair, infiltrating at opportune moments is still viable. In that case, I suggest you act immediately. The reason being? The warriors have just endured a grueling battle and are physically and mentally exhausted. Attempting to rescue others in the woods under such conditions would yield poor results and could lead to total annihilation. Because we have eliminated the male Idaman in time, the female Idaman will inevitably notice the anomaly and become wary, which would be detrimental to us. Speed is of the essence. Lyric stared at him in shock. Are you suggesting we confront the female Idaman as well? With her vigilance, she will not attack indiscriminately, which would favor us. An Idaman standing nearly 4 meters tall, doubling in size does not merely imply quadrupling its weight. Its mass would increase by 4 to 5 times, making it akin to squeezing a small gecko. However, silk is highly flammable, and the forest is replete with it, which is quite advantageous. The Idaman is not fireproof. Once surrounded by flames, its size would only influence how well cooked it becomes. Ordinarily, fairies would never permit Tang Zhao to set fire to the forest. But given the extraordinary circumstances, perhaps he could persuade them to relocate en masse. Furthermore, if they did not take such measures, the entire forest was now teeming with giant insects, no longer a sanctuary for the fairies. These enormous insects posed a significant threat, and it was uncertain when they might emerge to wreak havoc elsewhere. Chapter 13. Negotiation time. Fortunately, the fairies were not a stubborn race. Tang Zhao dismissed the latter part of his fiery musings and emphasized the need for swift action to rescue their kin. This sentiment garnered considerable agreement among the fairies. For many of those besieged were their friends and family, and to claim indifference in such dire circumstances would be disingenuous. Exhausted after a fierce battle with the monster, the fairies were weary despite having avoided any fatal injuries. Tang Zhao urged them to cling to the gaps between his scales. allowing him to transport them deeper into the thicket while inquiring about the condition of the trapped fairies. In a stroke of good fortune, most of the imprisoned fairies were located within their settlements, making them easier to locate. However, the venture remained perilous. Should the female monster become enraged and pursue Tang Zhao, escape would prove difficult. The forest was thick with webs, resembling a labyrinth. While the monster could traverse these webs with alarming speed, placing Tang Zhao at a distinct disadvantage in terms of velocity. As for combat prowess, he was in the monster's domain, and facing a creature several times his weight, he harbored little confidence in achieving victory. Thus, the key was to proceed with utmost caution. The slightest hint of danger would compel him to flee. Fortunately, due to his size, he encountered little trouble from oversized insects, and, guided by the fairies, they successfully located several large trees ensnared in webs. However, the outcome was disheartening. The number of survivors was scant, barely 1 in 10, and the situation was dire. Most of the fairy dwellings had been violently uprooted by the monster, leaving a scene of devastation, with dark red bloodstains and shattered weapons strewn about. After locating a dozen great trees, all of which were fairy settlements, they ultimately found only a couple dozen surviving fairies. This revelation cast a heavy pall over the group, with even the more emotional pixies dabbing at their tears. Do not despair, some fairies may have escaped earlier. The situation is not as grim as it appears. Your surviving kin may be more numerous, Tang Zhao reassured them. Yet, he added, hesitation serves no purpose now. Stay vigilant and watch your surroundings. If that monster finds us, we will all perish. Despite his words, some fairies appeared troubled, struggling to maintain their focus. However, Tang Zhao noted that their reactions were somewhat better than he had anticipated. He had expected them to blame him for not arriving sooner and saving more of their kin. This was not the time for idle chatter. After this brief interlude, Tang Zhao and his companions swiftly searched the area, striving to rescue more fairies. Another decision lay before them. They had already searched the outskirts of the monster's lair, and venturing further would bring them closer to the monster's den, potentially drawing its attention. However, within that area remained several trees ensnared in webs, and the possibility of finding more survivors lingered. The dilemma was whether to attempt a rescue despite the odds against survival. Undoubtedly, the chances were slim, yet the fairies were reluctant to forego the opportunity, even if it was but a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, the decision rested with Tang Zhao, for only he possessed the strength to slay the monster. Now burdened with a multitude of fairies upon his back, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Coupled with the fact that the woods were hardly a conducive environment for discussion, Tang Zhao chose to retreat temporarily, transporting the fairies to a safer location to unload them. Upon reaching a relatively secure clearing, they finally had the opportunity for a proper council. All the fairies gathered around Tang Zhao, preparing to deliberate on their next course of action. I understand your desire to investigate further, and I am willing to accompany you. But you must agree to one condition. After rescuing your kin, we shall set this forest ablaze. His proposition ignited a fervent debate among the fairies. They yearned to save their brethren, yet the thought of incinerating their cherished home was anathema to them. Lyric spoke up. While fire can indeed vanquish the monster and all other colossal insects, the forest has not aligned itself with those malevolent creatures. To destroy it would render us homeless. A price far too steep. Fire is also a part of nature. A forest consumed by flames will eventually give rise to new trees from the ashes. It is not a permanent obliteration. We fairies are a race born of the forest. Asking us to torch our home is akin to urging humans to harm their own progenitors. It is an unbearable proposition. I understand your sentiments. Yet I bear ill tidings to share. Tang Zhao disclosed the news he had gleaned from the hunter's mouth. The third princess of the Orlan Kingdom was hosting a competition to seek rare creatures, with the verdant crown forest being a prime target. You fairies may maintain amicable relations with some humans, yet the majority are driven solely by self-interest. Consider whether they might capture you to curry favor with that princess. Ultimately, it is imperative to contemplate relocation. I am already scouting for alternatives. His words sparked a commotion among the fairies, who began to deliberate the veracity of his claims while weighing the proposition he had presented. The severely weakened fairies could ill afford any further losses, and if the lizard's words bore truth, they would indeed need to contemplate moving. Cynthia, visibly distressed, interjected. This is no jest. Is what you say truly accurate? I heard it directly from the hunters. If they know, it indicates that the news is widespread. While you may take a day or two to verify the truth of this information, those humans will not wait. Lyric frowned. I want to believe your words are genuine. But you have also stated that those humans will eventually come. Why not allow them to deal with the it monster? With their numbers and strength, they should manage just fine. First and foremost, we must eradicate the threat entirely. Neither you fairies nor I trust humans. Why place your hopes in them? If they were reliable, such tragedies would not occur. You have already mentioned that the it monster infiltrated the verdant crown forest from outside. Lastly, the monster has slain dozens, if not hundreds, of your kin. Do you harbor no desire for vengeance? Do you not wish to avenge your fallen brethren? His words resonated, prompting contemplation among many fairies as they weighed their options. Following a heated discussion, Cynthia approached Tang Zhao once more. We have considered your words and would like to negotiate further. We propose to rescue our kin first. Soon the rains will come, and we can then proceed with the plan to set the forest ablaze, minimizing the impact of the fire. Tang Zhao understood their reasoning, deliberated briefly, and ultimately consented. He was not a pyromaniac. His sole aim was to eliminate the threat, allowing him to hunt in peace. The rescued fairies were mostly in poor condition, so he allowed them to take refuge in his cave while he led a handful of still capable fairies towards the vicinity of the it monster's lair. Chapter 14. True North. Shortly thereafter, near the lair of the it creature, Tang Zhao swung his tail with great force, sending a ferocious giant spider flying. His gaze was alert, scanning the surroundings. As he approached the lair, the unmistakable scent of the it creature filled the air, likely a means of marking territory. The pervasive odor made it difficult for him to use his sense of smell for warning, compelling him to rely solely on his keen eyesight. I can handle these spiders. You need not intervene. Keep your eyes wide open and observe. If anything seems amiss, retreat swiftly, he instructed the fairies hovering above, relayed through the lips of the pixie spellcaster. Their ability to fly provided a vantage point, ensuring a measure of security. Currently, only Cynthia remained on Tang Zhao's back, tasked with casting the animal communication spell to serve as his translator, while the others hovered in the air, vigilant for any signs of danger. On the ground, 6 or 7 giant spiders, prey of the it creature, were present. Given his considerable size advantage, Tang Zhao found it effortless to confront them. His robust tail, powerful and armored with hard scales, rendered the spider's venomous fangs ineffective. Each swing of his tail sent a spider crashing to the ground, its body crumpling as if struck by a truck, with bodily fluids oozing from shattered exoskeletons. After dispatching 3 spiders, the remaining ones began to retreat in unison. Unlike the earlier cautious approach of the it creature, these spiders turned and fled in sheer panic, scattering in all directions. As creatures bred for captivity, Tang Zhao surmised that the it creature had selectively bred them to flee rather than fight when faced with a formidable foe. Although some spiders would inevitably be lost, the overall population would endure, minimizing the it creature's losses. With a sudden burst of speed, Tang Zhao charged forward, crushing one of the fleeing spiders under his weight. 2 more scurried away, and he managed to pursue and eliminate one before the last clambered up a tree, preparing to escape via its web. With precision, he leaped forward and dispatched the final spider. My apologies for taking action, but I couldn't let that spider escape, he expressed. Though it was Cynthia who had cast the spell, having been instructed to handle the situation herself, she felt a twinge of anxiety for intervening. The animal communication spell was time-sensitive, and Tang Zhao merely shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. He then began to clear the battlefield, seizing the opportunity to consume the fallen spiders. His desire for control was minimal. If Cynthia had not acted, the spiders would have fled, potentially revealing their location prematurely, which would have been detrimental to him. Thus, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her. To avoid hindering his combat capabilities, he only sampled a few bites before they commenced their investigation of the web entangling the trees, primarily relying on his teeth. Tang Zhao found the silk to be exceptionally resilient and difficult to tear, though not impervious to cutting. With his serrated fangs, he was well equipped to slice through the strands. The texture was somewhat akin to undercooked sinew, tough and prone to getting stuck, but he managed to sever it nonetheless. As they scoured the area, most fairy settlements yielded no survivors, aligning with their expectations, but there were exceptions. Closer to the it creature's lair, they successfully discovered a few survivors. From a distance, the fairy settlement appeared orderly, seemingly untouched by the it creature, with its inhabitants suffering little loss. However, Tang Zhao felt no relief. It was clearly a trap, designed to ensnare the unsuspecting fairies. It was possible that a strand of silk linked directly to the it creature's lair, and upon sensing disturbance, it could emerge to devour the rescuers. With the urgency of the situation, Tang Zhao could not afford to flee. He signaled to Cynthia to employ the animal communication spell by striking the ground with his tail. But it hasn't started to rain yet, Cynthia remarked, glancing at the darkening clouds overhead. It's evident that rain is imminent. As you know, the female creature has laid eggs, and it remains uncertain whether they have hatched. If they do, and we fail to act swiftly, they will pour out of the forest, and we cannot bear the consequences, Tang Zhao warned. Cynthia shuddered at the thought of dozens of young creatures rampaging forth, her previously pale face growing even more ashen. I'm not asking you to persuade them. It is imperative, or the situation will become exceedingly dire. All right, I will ensure they comply. The pixie, while inherently peaceful and opposed to violence and war, recognized the necessity of the situation and was not as obstinate as the mountain-dwelling dwarves. Remember to spread out and ignite the fires. Only act upon seeing the signal. Eliminate the threat without leaving any traces. You have 10 minutes, after which I will proceed to rescue them. I will inform Lyric. Do not worry. Having cast spells repeatedly, Cynthia's magical energy was waning, and she seized this opportunity to withdraw. Naturally gifted with the ability to become invisible, she faced no threat from the common giant insects, allowing Tang Zhao to trust her to go alone, thus saving precious time. Remaining hidden, Tang Zhao waited approximately 10 minutes, during which the fairies inside and outside the web engaged in dialogue, strategizing their forthcoming actions. When the time came, Tang Zhao raised his forelimb, signaling the commencement of their plan. The fairies within eagerly approached him, and once he successfully severed the web, they poured out through the opening. Due to their hunger from lack of food, the fairies were physically weakened, and Tang Zhao urged them to cling to his back. Before the group was fully assembled, a small fairy stationed atop the canopy let out a furious cry. Numerous young creatures. Those beasts are approaching. Due north. In the dense forest, Tang Zhao struggled to discern directions, but the direction of the fallen leaves from the treetops undoubtedly indicated north. Chapter 15. The newborn creatures lack the refined hunting skills of their parents, rendering them incapable of traversing the treetops with stealth. However, this also bears its advantages. They are more reckless and aggressive. While they may not easily kill a person, the likelihood of inflicting harm is significantly heightened. As a venomous species, a successful bite from them could almost be tantamount to a death sentence in battle. Tang Zhao now faced a formidable horde of such monsters, and to be frank, the pressure was immense. He could roughly reconstruct the sequence of events. It was likely that a female yite monster had detected vibrations in the spider web and subsequently directed her offspring to the source for feeding. The number was overwhelming, appearing to be 2 to 3 dozen, each standing about 60 to 70 centimeters tall, with fully developed limbs and fangs, making it a cinch for them to hunt several agile creatures. Even should they encounter formidable adversaries, they could manage with minimal casualties, a natural instance of survival of the fittest. Upon witnessing the sheer number of yite monsters, Tang Zhao had no intention of confronting them and signaled the fairies to flee immediately. Simultaneously, he instructed the pixie spellcasters to relay a message, prompting the other fairies to mobilize swiftly. The fairy fire technique marked the small fairies' quivers, igniting the arrows within with a brilliant glow. The small fairies seized their short bows and shot into the sky. The luminescence of the blue light was particularly striking at dusk. With their attention fixed on each other's signals, Tang Zhao focused intently on making his escape. The yite monsters moved swiftly along the spider web and in a straightforward race. Tang Zhao might not prevail. However, he was accompanied by several pixie spellcasters who could cast a few first-level enhancement spells, proving immensely beneficial. The first-level spells, Jump and Long Stride, significantly augmented his jumping distance and running speed, respectively. With these spells assisting him, Tang Zhao managed to create a safe distance from the horde of yite monsters. In the distance, arrows emitting blue light shot skyward, indicating that the others had received the signal and commenced preparations. Not far off, continuing to run like this risked him straying beyond the spiderweb forest perimeter, which would disrupt their plan. So he intentionally circled around the woods, leveraging his speed to elude the yite monsters, maintaining a careful distance while feigning exhaustion. Tang Zhao ensured he did not shake off the yite monsters too far, enticing them to pursue him relentlessly. Yet, despite the acceleration afforded by the spells, the prolonged running began to take its toll. He felt a searing sensation in his lungs, and his breath carried a metallic tang, leading him to believe that he could not sustain this pace much longer. His natural stamina was rather lacking, but fortunately, he had earlier enhanced his pulmonary capacity, Otherwise, he might have fled the forest prematurely, jeopardizing their plan. After enduring a grueling run, he finally spotted flames and smoke rising from all directions, bringing a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that the environmentally conscious fairies might ignite the flames themselves, but it appeared that their vengeful spirit had prevailed. As the surrounding area was engulfed in flames, rendering flightless creatures trapped, Tang Zhao began to prepare for a hasty retreat. With a low, guttural cry, the pixies perched on his back immediately understood, their wings fluttering and releasing a cloud of dust. Once detached from the pixies, the dust began to emit light. While the pixies' physical form and flight capabilities were weaker than those of the small fairies, they compensated with their fairy dust. A small amount of fairy dust could bestow the gift of flight and assist in spell casting, disorienting enemies' senses, but only the pixies could fully harness its potential. Tang Zhao, weighing over 100 kilograms, slightly heavier than an average adult, found it not difficult to take to the air with the aid of the fairy dust. Ignoring the enraged shrieks of the Yite monsters below, he soared toward the location of his cave. The fairies themselves lacked strong flight abilities, and utilizing fairy dust was no different. Thus, Tang Zhao found himself flying neither high nor fast, confined to an awkward position. This awkwardness stemmed from their altitude. Hovering directly above the inferno, surrounded by ample heat and thick smoke, akin to a lamb skewer being grilled, Tang Zhao, with his robust scales and ability to hold his breath, was unfazed. However, the pixies were not faring as well. Their small size rendered them more susceptible to the heat, and lacking the ability to hold their breath, they faced the risk of suffocation amidst the dense fog. In just a minute or two, some of the fairies were on the brink of losing consciousness in the thick haze. Fortunately, the fire's reach was not extensive, and the pixies swiftly guided Tang Zhao and the others out, preventing any more dire consequences. Once on solid ground, having settled the shaken fairies, Tang Zhao remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the burning forest. This open space was the largest nearby, with a water source present. Should the Yite monsters charge recklessly out of the flames, they might head this way. Chapter 16. The escape. Perhaps it was sheer luck, or perhaps the flames were simply too vigorous. But the situation that Tang Zhao had feared did not come to pass. The highly flammable spider silk ignited, and the fire concentrated near the lair of the Yite monsters. Although it spread, the extent was not particularly severe. As night fully descended, the rain began to pour. Being in a foreign world, the meteorological theories from his past life might not necessarily apply, yet he had been here for over a month without witnessing such torrential rain. Previously, he had not observed any particularly dense cumulonimbus clouds. This rainfall felt distinctly unnatural. With such a downpour, the flames were effectively controlled and began to gradually extinguish. At this point, Tang Zhao was no longer concerned about the Yite monsters. After several minutes had elapsed, as long as they had not escaped the fire, he could enjoy roasted meat the following day. Out of curiosity, he inquired with Cynthia about the heavy rain and received a rather fantastical response. There exists a faint magical essence within the raindrops, and considering various signs, I believe a human mage has cast a spell. The precise method of this precipitation is difficult to ascertain, as numerous techniques could yield a similar effect. What caliber of spellcaster would be capable of such artificial rainfall? At a minimum, one would require 5th-tier magic. To successfully execute such a spell demands exceedingly precise control, perhaps indicating that the caster is of the 6th rank. Cynthia mentioned that the female Yite monsters are generally of 2nd-tier caliber, while the males are significantly weaker, more akin to a strong 1st-tier creature, which he himself also approximated. Given the circumstances, it seems they have come to suppress the flames, yet exhibit no concern for the state of the forest itself, which is rather peculiar. The forest teemed with large insects. From Tang Zhao's understanding, this was decidedly not a good omen. Their arrival to extinguish the fire suggested a vested interest in the woods, creating a contradiction with their apparent indifference. He shared his perplexities with Cynthia, who initially appeared taken aback before revealing a bittersweet smile. Indeed, you are astute, yet having grown up in the forest, it is challenging to grasp the thoughts of humans outside. In truth, I find it difficult to understand as well. Lyric has a greater understanding of these intricacies. We will discuss future matters tonight, and he can elucidate the situation to you then. Tang Zhao, not lacking in patience, nodded slightly, and then retreated to his cave to rest. Whether having endured a fierce battle or having narrowly escaped disaster, everyone was exhausted. The path ahead remained uncertain, and the group required time to collect their thoughts and alleviate their fatigue. Approximately half an hour later, The meeting commenced as scheduled. The number of participants was unprecedented. Aside from Tang Zhao, there were over 100 fairies present, nearly all the surviving fairies from the forest. Tang Zhao willingly assumed the role of the speaker. Encircled by a multitude of fairies, while Lyric stood behind him, responsible for explaining the current situation to everyone. Firstly, considering the devastation within the forest and the presence of perilous beastmen gangs outside, along with the impending influx of numerous human summoners, we believe this area has become unsuitable for habitation. There was little discussion. This had been a pre-arranged agreement between Tang Zhao and the 14 fairies, and the others had already been informed. Having escaped the venomous fangs of the Yite monsters, each individual harbored a deep yearning for life, unwilling to remain and await death. Next, I shall introduce you to the surrounding environment. Here is a map, albeit over a century old. Yet it is reasonable to assume that the surrounding area has not undergone significant changes. Otherwise, even we, the forest dwellers, would have sensed it. He turned to a pixie, signaling for them to begin. With a flutter of wings, the fairy dust fell like scales, glowing and moving under their master's control, forming a luminous map. After clearing his throat twice, Lyric began to elucidate the situation to the assembly. The circumstances were far from favorable, for the location of the Tsangwan forest was exceedingly poor. Previously, he was aware that the Tsangwan forest lay near the capital of the Orlan kingdom, but he did not realize how close it truly was. The two locations were merely a few dozen miles apart. One could say it was merely a journey of an hour or two by horse-drawn carriage. The forest was not particularly vast and was continuously shrinking, as many humans resided in the Orlan royal city, necessitating the felling of trees for fuel. Now, Tang Zhao comprehended why human spellcasters were summoned to extinguish the flames. Given the proximity, it was likely that they could see the rising black smoke and flames, which might be misconstrued by the populace as an emergency, causing unnecessary misunderstandings and panic. Even if such an incident did not occur, the forest at the gates of the royal city being incinerated would not be regarded as an omen of doom by the commoners and nobles alike. They would still require the forest for timber, and transporting wood from afar incurred substantial costs. However, Tang Zhao remained perplexed. For although this forest was undoubtedly beneficial to the nearby humans, it was now overrun with venomous creatures and bandits. He could not fathom what the officials of this nation were preoccupied with. In summary, now that he understood his geographical position, Tang Zhao was resolutely determined not to linger here. Too far from paradise, too close to the royal city, and with the forest's limited expanse providing no place to conceal oneself, if humans grew displeased with him and dispatched a few 5th or 6th tier experts, he would have no chance of escape. Lacking knowledge of the geography of this world, he lay low, quietly listening to the fairies debate their migration options. Some suggested crossing the vast northern desert hills to reach the realm of the Fae, Dirtim. Others proposed heading southward through the Orlan kingdom in search of the elven homeland. Yet others recommended traversing the sprawling Everwatch mountain range that spanned the continent to settle in the lush rainforests of the western lands. In essence, while the atmosphere brimmed with brainstorming, few of the proposals seemed reliable. After silently contemplating the map for a while, Tang Zhao thumped his tail against the ground. Observing this, Cynthia promptly approached to cast the animal communication spell, also serving as a translator. Let us be realistic. If we were 100 valiant human warriors clad in armor, we could venture anywhere in this vast world. However, we are essentially a group of the elderly, the weak, and the ill, with no support in the human realm. Straying too far would simply be courting death. Tang Zhao raised his forepaw, gesturing continuously upon the map. Chapter 17. The inspection at last. His claws came to a halt on the eastern side of the Eternal Gaze mountain range, where vast forests bordered the kingdom of Orlan. This is the most suitable place for us. Far-off locations are not to be considered. Exiting the Tsangwan forest, one could head west, a journey not overly distant. There were 3 similar locales, but driven by a touch of personal desire, Tang Zhao chose the only forest situated in the western part of the Orlan kingdom. To the north, numerous orc tribes inhabited the desert, frequently clashing with the human kingdoms. Due to the formidable mountains and marshes that obstructed the west, and the relative scarcity of resources, they often opted to descend southward through the flatter terrain of the east, plundering the boundless farmlands and estates, advancing towards the Orlan capital. The fertile plains of the east represent the most bountiful land on the continent. Hence, to fortify their defenses, the Orlan kingdom constructed numerous fortifications and barracks north of the capital, channeling the military resources of the entire kingdom towards this area. Consequently, the relatively tranquil west housed fewer human troops, diminishing the likelihood of encountering formidable adversaries. While the fairies may not be concerned about this, for Tang Zhao, it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. With the interests laid bare, he awaited the fairies' decision. To speak candidly, he required the fairies' assistance for the migration. After all, a 3-meter-long, non-communicative lizard would find little welcome in human society. Conversely, the fairies, with their appealing appearance and ability to converse, along with their skills in invisibility and telepathy, both exceptionally useful in unfamiliar environments, would simplify matters considerably. Heeding Tang Zhao's advice, they resolved to journey westward first, settling at the foot of the Eternal Gaze mountain range, and once the time was ripe, some fairies would set out again to inhabit the realm of the elves. The latter bore no ill will towards the fairies, and the forest provided greater security. Aside from the distance, it was indeed a prudent choice. Certainly more practical than traversing the vast desert. Having deliberated on the most pressing matters, the fairies began to allocate tasks for the following day. Eager to depart at the earliest opportunity, Tang Zhao generously offered to share some of his rations with the fairies, but they politely declined, evidently disinterested in consuming hard fare such as beetles and centipedes. That night, a patrol of small fairies kept watch, and no unusual occurrences were reported. The scouts confirmed that no traces of giant insects were found in the charred forest, prompting the group to disperse and search. Most creatures had been reduced to indistinguishable remains, making it difficult for the fairies to salvage anything of value, and even Tang Zhao found little desire to consume such detritus. His cave boasted a substantial stock of meat. However, his daily consumption was limited, and he was not in a dire state of hunger. Their primary objective in the search was the blood core, along with a few other personal considerations. As Tang Zhao gazed upon the massive corpse of the female, Yite beast before him, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that creature we encountered. Survival would have been a challenge. The fairies discovered the position of its corpse within a hastily excavated cave. The cave was not particularly shallow. The Yite beast must have started digging upon realizing the fire's approach, which was indeed a rational choice in light of its inability to fly. However, unless it could dig down to a depth of 8 or 9 meters in one breath, such efforts would ultimately prove futile. While heat could not slay it, the black smoke and lack of oxygen would. Employing fire as a tactic was somewhat opportunistic. Yet Tang Zhao felt he had no alternative. Other strategies bore higher risks. Allowing the fairies to continue their tasks, Tang Zhao climbed up onto the beast's abdomen and began searching for the blood core. The abdominal cavity was sizable, but having previously extracted the male Yite beast's blood core, he remembered its approximate location and soon retrieved it, swallowing it down. This blood core was larger than the average size and contained slightly fewer impurities, appearing more crystalline. Thus, Tang Zhao took a moment to appreciate the deep green insignia's indication. What he consumed was still a low-grade blood core, increasing his count by just 1. Akin to those obtained from wild boars or deer. It seemed the Yite beast's level was insufficient. Perhaps a blood core from a more formidable creature would yield different results. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon the corpses of the small Yite beasts. Though difficult to identify from their outward appearance, within the entire forest, only they would gather in such an oddly dense cluster. Their numbers were hard to ascertain, but a rough estimate suggested around a dozen corpses were present, indicating that all Yite beasts in this forest had perished. Including previous findings, he now possessed 23 blood cores, meeting the requirements for his next evolution. Tang Zhao's ability to digest was robust, and his level of activity and appetite far surpassed that of his kin. Even so, the speed at which creatures could be digested and their appetite had limits. He considered himself quite the glutton, consuming 200 kilograms of meat over 3 to 5 days, constantly stuffing his mouth whenever he had the chance. In contrast, his relatives, similarly weighted crocodiles, typically consumed only 15 to 20 kilograms of meat per meal, sustaining themselves effortlessly for half a month, with some surviving extremes of 6 months to a year. In conclusion, he understood that patience was paramount. Time was essential. Yet, ironically, he found himself in short supply of it. Having completed their scavenging, Tang Zhao, carrying Xingxia and accompanied by 3 precise fairy archers, arrived at the edge of the former spiderweb forest. This side had been nearly consumed by flames, while the other side still retained its picturesque charm. However, Tang Zhao was acutely aware that, strictly speaking, the latter was fraught with even greater danger. The fairies had previously warned him of a lurking band of beastmen on the forest's periphery. Nevertheless, it was certain that most beastmen were sinister, malevolent entities, steeped in bloodshed and a penchant for slaughter, an assembly of extreme lunatics. Chapter 18. The migration begins. Tang Zhao bore no responsibility for moral scrutiny and held little interest in the duties of a vigilante. His purpose in this venture was to assess the risks involved. While the Itagai constructed nests within the depths of the forest, the beastmen and their accompanying wolf packs refrained from venturing too deeply, wary of the labyrinthine webs that filled the underbrush. Their primary focus lay on the humans entering the woods, whereas the Itagai were fixated on the fairies, thus maintaining a fragile peace. Now that all the Itagai had perished, the beastmen might develop an interest in the forest's innermost recesses. The strength of the beastmen, augmented by the wolves, posed a significant threat. Even the female Itagai would find herself at a disadvantage outside her web. The periphery of the Tsangwan forest was rife with werewolves, creatures that harbored considerable animosity towards the fairies and were likely to hunt them for sport. With their keen senses and swift movements, these beings were adept at utilizing various human traps and tools, rendering them a formidable threat. Thus, Tang Zhao recognized the necessity of understanding the situation before the migration commenced. As he stepped onto the land he had once fled, Tang Zhao frequently extended his forked tongue to capture the scent of the wolves in the air. Their movements were agile, yet their scent was far heavier than that of insects, easily detectable from a distance. The scent of Tang Zhao and his companions was masked by fairy magic, preventing it from dissipating too far and granting them an advantage over the wolves. It was likely that the human spellcaster from the previous night posed no threat to the beastmen. Yet it did not imply that the beastmen would not remain vigilant and hidden. As the saying goes, he who has done no wrong need not fear the knocking of ghosts at the door. Such circumstances were bound to arise in places inhabited by humans. They had every reason to believe that the fire from last night was indeed conjured by a human spellcaster, aimed at eradicating the giant insects and Itagai from the forest, and perhaps even to eliminate them as well. After all, for a high-level spellcaster, uttering a few incantations was no arduous task. Expending some magical energy bore no loss, and a single spell could reduce them to ashes. Uncertain of how long the fairies would remain hidden, Tang Zhao surmised it could not be for long. The fairies, alongside him, could seize this opportunity to swiftly traverse the outer layers of the forest. The surviving fairies were mostly clever and quick-witted, having escaped the venomous fangs of the Itagai. Upon learning of the circumstances surrounding the forest's periphery, they immediately resolved to take advantage of the situation and withdraw. The fairies commenced their preparations, meticulously accounting for the items they would carry on their journey, and soon they would set forth. Yet, Tang Zhao could not help but harbor some concerns. Our preparations are woefully inadequate. It is akin to embarking on a spontaneous journey. I, for one, can go without sustenance for half a month, but are you certain your provisions will suffice? It is early autumn, and there are hardly any fruits to forage. Upon hearing Tang Zhao's apprehensions, Cynthia chuckled lightly. This is not a concern. Everything we require can be found within the forest. We can travel light. And as for your worries regarding food, there are spells to address that. With a flutter of her wings, she plucked a sprig of mistletoe from the underbrush and began to chant an incantation. Miraculously, vibrant red berries sprouted from the previously barren branch. Cynthia harvested precisely 10 berries, each rich in nutrients, sufficient for a fairy to sustain themselves for a day. Thus, fret not, we can manage our food supply. Nature is indeed wondrous. As long as it is manageable, I shall attend to my own belongings. Perhaps he had underestimated the magical nature of this world. Without pack horses to bear their burdens, and while also tasked with the duty of protection, Tang Zhao found himself unable to carry much. Reluctantly, he discarded the majority of the remaining meat stored in the cave, taking only a 5-kilogram emergency ration. Furthermore, the items he had obtained from the hunters were of little value, and Tang Zhao had no inclination to keep them. The dagger left behind by the hunters had aided him in his pursuits, and in that regard, he owed them a debt of gratitude. However, if time were of the essence and he could not afford to seek them out, there was little to be done. He would remember this debt, and the incoming band of summoned warriors into the forest might serve as retribution for those who had suffered. The voice of Lyric called from nearby, summoning everyone to gather and prepare for departure. Tang Zhao, along with a small patrol of fairies, forged ahead, while several others trailed behind to observe their surroundings. The pixie spellcasters followed closely behind, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Though the fairies were magical creatures with some degree of combat capability, they were generally not formidable and required protection. A mere few dozen miles to the east of the Zhongwan forest lay the royal capital, where the demand for timber and beast flesh was high. Hunters and lumberjacks congregated outside the forest, forming a small town. The beastmen typically roamed the eastern part of the forest, drawn by the greater presence of humans and the abundance of prey. They chose not to migrate directly westward through the forest. Instead, they intended to approach the small town to the east in search of human assistance. Armed with only a century-old map, lacking in precision, they could not rely solely on it to reach the distant Yangwang mountain range. They needed to find a human who could guide them. A scent reminiscent of blood, yet distinct, carried an inexplicable allure, beckoning Tang Zhao to investigate further. Additionally, there was the unmistakable odor of humans mingling with wolves, suggesting they were not far off. The scent of blood felt unnatural to him, leading him to believe it was a trap set by human hunters to lure small predators like foxes. However, they likely did not anticipate that it would attract a pack of wolves. Though the beastmen concealed their presence, the wild wolves under their command could not remain hidden. Their target would become too conspicuous. It was undeniable that the wolves, accustomed to human flesh, posed a significant threat. Perhaps the beastmen had made a hasty retreat, failing to issue commands, as the wolves that typically dwelled deeper in the forest began to approach the human town. This was why no traces of the wolf pack were found in the forest's depths. They had ventured further outward. Chapter 19. The encounter of the team. Weighing the pros and cons, Tang Zhao ultimately decided to lend a hand. The gravity of human life is self-evident, and it would be prudent to first converse with the hunter to ascertain the situation. After all, the wild wolves no longer posed a significant threat to him. With a bit of effort, he could easily resolve the matter. Additionally, the wolf pelts could be sold for a decent sum, which could then be exchanged for a carriage. It was a win-win situation. Having made his decision, he instructed the less combat-capable fairies to conceal themselves among the treetops, while he, accompanied by a few capable fairies, approached the area where the scent of blood lingered. Not long after, in the vicinity of their location, a heavily armored warrior wielded a sharp longsword, engaging a wolf that stood at half his height. With a swift strike, the creature was cleaved in two, as if it were butter. Effortlessly dodging the pounces of two more wolves, the warrior horizontally brandished his sword, utilizing a flick of his wrist to send one of the attacking wolves tumbling several meters away, howling in agony as it fell. This display of prowess effectively intimidated the remaining wolves, causing them to scatter and circle around the armored warrior, searching for an opening to strike. The warrior appeared unperturbed. He turned his head and expressed his discontent towards the onlookers. Teamwork, my friends. Even if they are mere beasts, could you refrain from simply spectating? Especially you, Tina. You look nearly asleep. Can you not show some respect for our adversaries? If I were to be bitten to death by these creatures, you would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. He chuckled inwardly, reassured of his own survival. All the fine wines I stored at the Chimera Tavern will be mine, and you can decide how to divide the rest. The others exchanged gleeful smirks, teasing the warrior as they stood merely a few meters away from him, while the wolf pack seemed oblivious to their presence, as if they were invisible. Oh, come on. Guinevere, lend a hand. I often struggle to control my strength, and accidents can happen. The one called Guinevere, donned in light leather armor with flowing golden hair and a beauty reminiscent of classical paintings, simply smiled and shook her head, indicating that the armored warrior should handle it himself. Seeing this, the armored warrior sighed, loosening his grip and discarding his longsword. The wolves, sensing an opportunity, launched their assault from multiple directions, pouncing upon the warrior. Ignoring their sharp fangs, he balled his fist and struck one wolf squarely on the head, rendering it unconscious. Shifting his fists into claws, he seized the necks of two wolves, lifting them off the ground. Great mage, come over here and cast something at random. I can't hold these creatures forever. The one named Tina, cloaked and with her face obscured, nodded faintly before unleashing two streams of light from her hands, which dove into the wolves, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. The armored warrior exhaled in relief, casting a resentful glance at his companions, who appeared utterly unfazed by the ordeal. You are clad in top-tier dwarven craftsmanship, while there are no runes etched upon your armor. It is not something mere beasts can breach. Even if those beastmen surrounded you and struck with their blades, they would shatter upon contact. I have faith in the craftsmanship of the Kingdom of the Mountains. By Tempest, do not treat your lively and spirited friend as a training dummy. That would leave me with psychological scars. The group clearly engaged in light-hearted banter, their spirits untainted. "All right, everyone," Tina spoke, her voice melodious and clear. "We have received a commission to eliminate the beastmen in this forest. While it may seem overly simplistic to us, they are indeed villains who have harmed numerous lives. Caution is never unwarranted, and I would prefer not to attend your funerals just yet. Tina, when will you learn to refrain from such morbid remarks?" The armored warrior muttered in jest, though he restrained his quips, choosing not to engage in further bickering. Guinevere stepped forward, inspecting the two fallen wolves, while the others observed in silence. At that moment, her ears twitched slightly, and she lifted her gaze to the nearby thicket. "Come forth. I noticed you lurking when Francois was dealing with the wolves. Staying put indicates you have something to discuss with us." As her words echoed, a massive lizard's head emerged from the underbrush after a brief pause. This could be somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. "Thankfully, I brought the fairies along." Tang Zhao felt a sense of relief in his decision. A fearsome beast was one thing. A fierce creature that heeded the fairies was an entirely different matter. Before him stood 5 fully armed humanoids, for humans, and one who appeared to be a half-elf. 3 of the males were clad in heavy plate armor, while a human female, presumably the spellcaster, and the half-elf appeared to be a scout. They resembled a party of adventurers steeped in fantastical elements, though Tang Zhao did not perceive them in that light. Their ornate armor was striking. While he lacked the expertise of dwarven craftsmanship, he could discern its considerable value. Cynthia had mentioned that most adventurers who relied on commissions for their livelihood were not affluent enough to afford such expensive equipment. From their earlier conversation, Tang Zhao deduced that these individuals were likely young scions seeking a taste of adventure. It was not entirely unfavorable. Naive yet righteous youth were often more agreeable than seasoned, jaded adventurers. Crucially, they were likely well off, and Tang Zhao was in dire need of funds for his ventures in human society. Carrying Cynthia and a few fairy warriors on his back, Tang Zhao tempered his movements, keenly observing Cynthia's actions. Uncertain of these humans' intentions, he refrained from revealing his exceptional intellect, knowing it could invite complications. Thus, he opted to allow Cynthia to take the lead. With an elf present, he assumed they would not be unduly disrespectful towards the pixie. "Greetings, I am Pixie Cynthia Grim Sylvanus, of the Emerald Crown Forest. It is a pleasure to see you have dealt with the wolves." The language spoken was not the pixie's customary wood tongue, but rather the common tongue of humans, ensuring seamless communication. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the half-elf named Guinevere stepped forward, approaching Tang Zhao and Cynthia, bowing slightly. "I am equally pleased to see you pixies unharmed. The fire was quite fierce last night, visible even from the city walls. I am Guinevere Alberga Michaela, and these are my adventuring companions." The woman was a half-elf rather than a full elf. It was said that elves could easily discern the human traits in half-elves, just as humans could identify the elven traits in them. For Tang Zhao, this distinction was challenging. He tended to perceive any beautifully featured, point-eared humanoid as an elf. The pixie and the half-elf shared common ground, devoid of hostility, conversing amiably as the situation began to clarify. Cynthia was prudent enough not to mention matters related to the migration of her kin, and apart from that, all pertinent information was conveyed. Judging by Guinevere's demeanor, she seemed forthcoming, revealing everything without reservation. The information aligned closely with Tang Zhao's suspicions. The 3 armored warriors were indeed Francois, Henry, and Louis, all young nobles from the military elite of the royal capital, and their ranks were notably high. The sorceress named Tina appears to be the daughter of a wealthy merchant from the royal capital, and together with Guinevere, a half-elf. It is a mystery how the 5 of them ended up together. After all, this is not a political exchange meeting, and Guinevere did not elaborate much on this aspect. The focus was on their purpose for being here. In brief, there have been multiple incidents of murder and disappearances in this area, causing widespread fear among the populace. The constable ultimately concluded that the perpetrator was a beastman, hence a bounty was issued related to this matter. A group of overly curious and energetic young individuals accepted this assignment, which posed little challenge for them, and they intended to use this opportunity to venture outside the city. Naturally, they were also intrigued by the recent fire incident, planning to investigate it as a twofold endeavor. Thus, our intention is to track the whereabouts of the beastman through the trails of wild wolves, ultimately ridding the community of this menace. The plan is hardly foolproof, however. Given their strength, which could easily overpower a beastman, it is deemed acceptable. Cynthia appeared quite anxious, frequently glancing at Tang Zhao. "Well, regarding matters related to the beast man. We should know the location of its lair and are willing to assist you in finding them. However, conversely, we have a matter that indeed requires your help. Guinevere raised an eyebrow. It seems you are indeed in a dire situation. Otherwise, you would not seek assistance from outsiders like us. If there is any way we can assist, just let us know. Personally, I am more than willing to help you. So am I. The other three hastily nodded in agreement, though Tina remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Requesting to borrow a sufficiently large carriage may pose a challenge for an ordinary household. Yet for these young gentlemen, it is but a trivial matter. Peak, being both kind-hearted and somewhat shy, refrained from making any further requests, and simply borrowing the carriage sent her into a state of joyous excitement. Tang Zhao took on the responsibility of leading them to the beastman's lair. Having seen it once before, the cave was well suited for concealment, with the entrance heavily obscured by foliage and stocked with sufficient provisions for an extended period. In summary, it was the most probable location. If they could not locate it, they would be at a loss. Relying solely on his sense of smell could lead them there gradually. But such an approach would be exceedingly time-consuming. It is better to expedite the process, for time is of the essence, and delays cannot be afforded. Chapter 20. The sandwich. With Tang Zhao's acute sense of smell and familiarity with the terrain, Cynthia finally seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. First, may I confirm something? Can they comprehend what I am saying to you? Cynthia spoke in the language of the Wood tribe, a tongue only a handful of human scholars and mages could understand, and even fewer elves were fluent in it, making their communication somewhat encrypted. Very well. Let us address the matter at hand. Your actions have been commendable. The issue of transportation has been resolved. It is indeed wise to avoid excessive entanglement with those humans. Cynthia sighed with relief. She had never conversed with humans before, and it was a relief to know she had not erred. Be more confident. If I did not trust your abilities, I would not have brought you along. You possess adaptability that surpasses many fairies. It was Cynthia who had initially advocated for dialogue with Tang Zhao when they first encountered the fairies. He had not forgotten her efforts. Always keeping in mind that while there were many capable translators for the animal communication technique, finding one with a nimble mind was a rare feat, she smiled knowingly. Thank you for your kind words. I shall endeavor to be more self-assured. Cynthia's expression turned serious. Do you sense something? Nothing unusual. Everything appears normal, Tang Zhao replied. However, I suspect the number of wolves does not add up. There were only 5 or 6 seen earlier, which suggests a larger pack is nearby. It is prudent to exercise caution. Tang Zhao understood the gravity of the situation. Every decision he made could affect the lives of hundreds of fairies. From a beast's perspective, complacency could lead to demise, and Tang Zhao was not yet ready to meet his end. Cynthia shared his understanding and promptly instructed the 2 small fairies behind her to relay the message. Days passed with little change in their surroundings. Following his memory along the stream, Tang Zhao detected scents in the air and soon located the encampment of the hunters. The ground was soaked with blood, washed away by the heavy rain, and the remnants of the hunters' corpses had largely vanished, either swept away by the rain or consumed by wolves. To his surprise, the 3 young noblemen appeared enraged yet showed no signs of revulsion. Even the 2 ladies were composed. The stench of decay was far from pleasant, and one might expect a less seasoned individual to retch at the scent. Tang Zhao's biases against them dissipated. At least these individuals were not sheltered flowers who whimsically sought to experience the hardships of the world. They possess commendable strength and mental fortitude. Their military lineage must not be composed of mere figureheads. I wonder how the other factions within the kingdom are faring. In Tang Zhao's eyes, these noble youths served as a benchmark for the aristocracy of the royal capital. If they were to languish in ignorance, the future of the Orlan kingdom would be bleak, a significant flaw of hereditary privilege. As he contemplated the situation in the Orlan kingdom, Tang Zhao discreetly turned his head and continued to guide them. The group moved with purpose, ascending against the current of the stream until they arrived at a clearing. Tang Zhao recognized this place from when he had slipped out of the cave. It had once been a campsite, now conspicuously absent, likely dismantled by the beastmen, as artificial structures were too conspicuous in the forest. After a brief pause, Tang Zhao's tail thumped against the ground, prompting Cynthia to alert everyone to remain vigilant. A confrontation was imminent. Cynthia glanced at Guinevere and quietly inquired, "So, can we trust this lizard, our ally among the fairies?" Guinevere nodded decisively and prepared to chant an incantation. However, as soon as the spell left her lips, a silver streak shot past her and entered Tang Zhao's body. Guinevere blinked in surprise and turned to the side to look at Tina. Is there a problem? The three-ring protection should suffice. Tina shook her head. That may not be the case. Guinevere swiftly drew her exquisite longbow crafted from purple wood, nervously scanning the area. Having known Tina longer, she trusted her instincts. Tina never spoke without reason. Tang Zhao, some distance away, could not hear their exchange, but he could see them casting spells directed at him, coupled with Guinevere's evident anxiety, which served as a warning. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, Tang Zhao led the group toward the cave. The foliage concealed it well, making it difficult to detect. The three warriors were commendable. They did not insist on Tang Zhao entering the cave, but instead directed him to wait outside, much to his relief. With blades drawn and small, handy shields in hand, the trio ventured inside. Although he did not follow, Tang Zhao remained tense, fixating on the dark entrance. Just as he concentrated, an unusual sound erupted from the woods behind them. Caution! Enemy attack! Hardly had the warning been uttered when a volley of arrows shot toward them. The primary targets were evidently Tina and Guinevere, with only 3 arrows aimed at Tang Zhao. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Tang Zhao managed to shield his head and neck, but 3 arrows struck him squarely in the back. Letting out a pained roar, he quickly suppressed his panic and began to assess the surroundings. The arrows halted mere inches from the 2 girls, their situation far more favorable than his own. Yet, this reprieve was fleeting. Angry shouts from the armored warriors inside the cave indicated they were engaged with an adversary. Outside, 8 towering beings clad in chainmail brandished short spears as they advanced on them. These creatures stood over 2 meters tall, their skin a mottled brown-gray, with thick fur covering their bodies. Their heads were disproportionately large, with jutting jaws and exposed teeth, presenting a fiercely menacing visage. Having seen fantastical depictions before, Tang Zhao recognized them as orcs, not werewolves. Behind them stood 5 ranged attackers, either archers or spellcasters, preparing for another volley. With the front and rear under siege and the vulnerable spellcasters being targeted, Tang Zhao felt the situation deteriorate to a critical level. Chapter 21. Well-equipped Guinevere reacted swiftly, drawing her bow and arrow while shouting, displaying the precision reminiscent of a legendary elven archer. The arrow was released, piercing through the gap in the helmet of a roaring orc warrior, causing him to collapse instantly. However, Guinevere was not using a short bow suited for rapid firing, but rather a longbow, which boasted superior range and power. Even the most skilled archer could only shoot at a limited frequency. She managed to fell 2 orc warriors before the rest closed in, prompting Guinevere to reluctantly stow her longbow and draw a slender, sharp rapier from her waist. In the face of such robust foes, a warhammer capable of crushing skulls would have been a far more advantageous weapon. The rapier was more ceremonial in nature and of limited utility on the battlefield. Fortunately, Tina was well prepared. She continued to chant incantations, waving her hand to conjure a barrage of sharp ice shards that erupted from her fingertips, accompanied by a flurry of ice crystal debris that obscured the orc warrior's vision. Momentarily blinded, the orcs were forced to turn sideways, using their bodies to shield against the onslaught of ice projectiles. Nevertheless, the orcs at the rear did not cease their ranged assault. Arrows, mixed with blazing fireballs, hurtled towards the 2 women. From Tang Zhao's vantage point behind them, he observed that neither Guinevere nor Tina dodged. The woman named Tina was enveloped in a silver glow, seemingly channeling energy into a protective shield before them. The arrows penetrated the icy mist but halted just before reaching them, while the fireballs were significantly diminished by the frost, with the remnants dissipating upon encountering the shield's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Tina and Guinevere began to retreat, dragging the half-elf with them. As they withdrew, Tina continued to launch ice shards into the fog. Noticing the situation, Tang Zhao rose and hastened to their front. He recognized that regardless of the half-elf's and warrior's capabilities, having a spellcaster like Tina was sufficient to handle a small squad of orcs. Maintaining the shield required considerable magical power, and Tina's composure in the face of numerous attacks indicated that she still possessed ample magical reserves. On several occasions, she had cast spells without incantations. Aside from a few sorcerers who relied on their bloodlines for magic, such abilities were characteristic of mid to high-tier spellcasters, likely at least 4th tier. This implied that she could engage in Cynthia's animal communication, suggesting that their previous conversation had likely been overheard. Given this context, Tang Zhao felt compelled to make a good impression and avoid appearing foolish, aware that human mistrust could lead to grudges. A wall of fire surged up between Tang Zhao and the orcs, obstructing the exchange of projectiles. He remained vigilant, refusing to lower his guard. This tension did not last long. Within half a minute, Tina dispelled the firewall. The clearing, once teeming with orcs, now bore only 3 corpses, 2 pierced by arrows and 1 impaled by ice shards. Thick smoke rose from the forest behind the bodies, its acrid scent choking the air and obscuring visibility. It seemed the orc squad was aware of their disadvantage and chose to withdraw rather than engage further. Shortly thereafter, 3 armored warriors charged out from the cave, swords raised, evidently intent on confronting the orcs outside. They appeared to be in decent condition, merely slightly winded without any severe injuries. "You 3, come here for treatment." The arrows used by the orcs were poisoned, and I suspect their blades and spears are as well. The 3 men, without hesitation, approached for treatment. A gentle white light emanated from Tina's hands, dividing into 3 beams that infused the warriors. He was also struck by an arrow. "Might I trouble you for his treatment as well?" Tina shook her head. "There's no need. I've already cast a detoxification spell on him. The poison from those arrows only inflicted physical harm, while the others owed no debt to Tang Zhao." He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It was clear that Tina had the power to employ protective spells, yet she chose to bypass that step to administer detoxification instead. Being struck by arrows was still quite painful. Francois spoke gravely. "Something is amiss. This transcends mere lawlessness among beastmen. What are orc troops doing here?" "These are not impoverished marauders, but soldiers clad in uniform armor." They began inspecting the corpses. A heated debate erupted among them, for the equipment worn by the deceased orcs was highly unusual. The armor was not the standard half-leather gear commonly used by orc armies, but rather exquisitely crafted full-plate mail, perfectly fitted and in such quantity that it could not have been seized. It must have been forged specifically for these orcs. Moreover, the short spears wielded by the orcs were no ordinary weapons. They were made from gray steel produced in dwarven city-states, though not forged by dwarven hands. Gray steel was a rarity among orcs. Dwarves harbored an intense hatred for orcs, and even the most depraved dwarf would seldom conduct trade with one. The uniformity of the equipment suggested that these were not spoils of war unless the orcs had raided an entire dwarven fortress, a scenario that was exceedingly rare given the few dwarven city-states near Orlan. Upon recovering the orc arrows, they discovered that the arrowheads were crafted from anti-magic metal. This metal was exclusively produced in the human-free city of Talia, capable of significantly diminishing the power of third-tier magic and worth nearly as much as gold by weight. Talia lay to the south of Orlan, while the orcs resided to the north, leaving little opportunity for interaction. It was evident to anyone with sense that a hidden hand was aiding this band of orcs. Otherwise, they could not have acquired such resources. A single coincidence could be dismissed, but the emergence of an entire squad of orcs near the royal capital, along with so many peculiarities, indicated a deeper conspiracy. If one squad of orcs existed, it was entirely plausible that more could follow. Should they infiltrate the royal capital and wreak havoc, the consequences would be dire. The matter concerning beastmen was indeed significant, but it was akin to a bandit issue. The orc situation represented an invasion-level threat, if mishandled. It could endanger the entire populace of the nation. Cynthia inquired curiously, "The 3 of them have left. Are you not going to follow?" "They can handle it. I am the daughter of an elven diplomat, and such scenarios are beyond my purview. As for Tina, she is the daughter of a merchant and holds little sway in this regard." Guinevere smiled, clapping her hands. "Besides, did we not promise to assist you with your carriage? Please forgive their hasty oversight. We will ensure this matter is resolved." Tang Zhao cast a meaningful glance at Tina, but she ignored him. A merchant's daughter in her teens, capable of 4th-tier power, such a claim would hardly be believed. However, it was clear she wished to remain inconspicuous, and Tang Zhao chose not to press further. Chapter 22. A blend of deception and fear from the insights gleaned from Cynthia and her companions. A general understanding of the human world's capabilities emerged. Typically, an individual of the 2nd tier, accompanied by some military accolades, could attain the title of knight. Although this designation came with a salary but no land, it nonetheless conferred a semblance of noble military status, granting certain privileges. Those with land among the minor military nobility usually boasted a 3rd-tier standing, a level also occupied by the elite adventurers. Individuals of 4th tier or above were seldom encountered. In the current human realm, such individuals were few and far between. While it was indeed plausible for someone under 20 to reach the 4th tier, It seemed highly unlikely that more than 2 or 3 could be found across all of Orlan. The person before Tang Zhao raised his suspicions. As for the werewolves and the remaining wild wolves, their whereabouts were shrouded in mystery, and the group suspected the involvement of the orcs. It was likely that they had been completely obliterated. Some vials had been recovered from the orcs, and upon examination by Guinevere, it was determined that they contained a comprehensive array of substances, ranging from healing salves to highly corrosive liquids, many of which had already been depleted. Although werewolves were formidable against hunters and traveling merchants, they were no match for a cadre of well-trained elite orc soldiers. What shall we do now? Shall we pursue those orcs? Cynthia inquired, her concern for her kin palpable, fearing they might soon encounter those orcs on a treacherous path. As a half-elf, her senses were acutely heightened, yet she had failed to detect the presence of the orcs around them just moments before. Tang Zhao, too, found his keen sense of smell thwarted, unable to detect any peculiar odors. This could indicate either that a more powerful spellcaster was aiding them from the shadows, or that these orcs had undergone rigorous specialized training, allowing them to conceal themselves adeptly within the forest. Neither scenario boded well, and Guinevere saw no reason to take unnecessary risks. She assisted Tang Zhao in removing the arrowhead lodged within his body and applied a simple healing spell to tend to his wound, after which the group set forth. Tina had remained mostly silent, yet Tang Zhao acquiesced to the notion that she had grasped the essence of the dialogue shared between him and Cynthia. Sangwan Town, as its name suggests, sat at the edge of the Sangwan forest, a settlement formed by the convergence of hunters and lumberjacks, typically rough-hewn individuals. It was thus unsurprising that they had not bestowed upon their town a name of poetic elegance. The town was modest in scale, home to several hundred to 1,000 inhabitants, and the current state of affairs within it was somewhat chaotic. Before departing, Frano and his companions had informed the local constable of the situation, hurriedly making their way to the royal capital to report the matter, leaving the constable in a state of unease. If they could not handle the werewolves, confronting entire battalions of elite orc soldiers seemed an even more daunting task. The town's alarm bells were rung, yet the constable, wary of complicating matters further, refrained from divulging the full extent of the situation. Instead, he summoned the townsfolk to gather in the square. Despite this, the residents could not help but harbor suspicions. For now, however, things remained manageable. As no orc soldiers had yet emerged from the thicket, the constable recognized Tina and Guinevere, aware of their exceptional statuses, and thus reluctantly permitted Tang Zhao to accompany them into the town. As for Cynthia, she chose to render herself invisible, taking refuge upon Tang Zhao's back, remaining undetectable to ordinary humans. The constable stayed close behind the pair, and Tang Zhao complied, remaining quiet and composed. Most of the townsfolk, accustomed to the wilderness, possessed some understanding of animal body language, thus their reactions were muted, limited to murmurs amongst themselves. This marked Tang Zhao's inaugural encounter with a human settlement, and he found himself intrigued by his surroundings. The town bore similarities to the medieval villages he had envisioned, characterized by low structures of wood and stone, somewhat untidy yet tolerable. The majority of the residents donned garments woven from burlap, suggesting a modest economic situation. The constable led the group to the central square, typically a marketplace for trading leather and timber, which was now filled with a significant portion of the town's populace, all fixated on the constable, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Tina seized the moment to interject. "Allow me to handle this, otherwise you may find yourself in a predicament." The constable visibly exhaled in relief. "I am most grateful to you." With that, he stepped aside to allow Tina to ascend the makeshift platform before them. This was not a pivotal military stronghold or commercial hub, and such moments of crisis were rare, leaving him at a loss in the face of the unexpected. As Tina ascended the hastily constructed platform, a blue luminescence enveloped her, instilling an unspoken sense of pressure in the hearts of those gathered. The weight of this pressure was not overwhelming, yet it served to calm the crowd, compelling them to focus intently on Tina herself. Cynthia's voice, lowered to a whisper, reached Tang Zhao's ears. "This is unusual. The range of mental manipulation and concentration techniques cannot extend this far. I cannot ascertain which spell she is employing. Could it be a unique incantation passed down through her family? This sensation resembles the oppressive aura of a high-ranking predator. Upon closer examination, rather than the crowd being soothed, it seems they have been intimidated into silence." Tina's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity, and with the square nearly silent, her words reached every ear present. "Listen to me, everyone. There is no need for alarm. The purpose of gathering you here is merely to prevent anyone from entering the forest and to prepare for any eventualities. She began to outline the current situation in as understated a manner as possible. Her speech was conventionally structured, clearly articulating the facts. And perhaps due to the efficacy of the blue light, the crowd did not erupt in panic but rather absorbed the reality with relative calm. Rest assured, until the Griffin Knights arrive, I shall remain by your side. Even should they burst forth from the forest, I possess the confidence to subdue them. Your safety shall not be compromised. With a blend of reassurance and intimidation, Tina managed to pacify the townsfolk, encouraging them to remain in the central square as they awaited further news. Chapter 23. Beneath the bounty, perhaps it was due to the privileges exercised by Fran Ois and his companions. Or perhaps the kingdom of Orlan placed great importance on the matters concerning the orcs. In any case, their response was swift. Before long, a squadron of 12 griffin riders descended from the sky, landing on the outskirts of the small town. Tang Zhao and his party hurried towards their landing site, followed by a throng of onlookers, for curiosity is an innate trait of living beings. Griffins are magical creatures well suited for riding, possessing a relatively gentle demeanor. They bear the front half of an eagle and the hindquarters of a horse, walking on 4 legs with a pair of wings sprouting from their backs. Standing over 2 meters tall, slightly larger than the heavy draft horses of Tang Zhao's previous life. The Duchy of Orlan, having cultivated and trained these creatures over several generations, boasts a formidable force of griffin riders, which has played a decisive role in numerous wars. This squad of griffin riders belongs to the royal guard of the capital, their mounts and riders adorned in resplendent silver armor. The knights wield long pole arms, while their steeds are equipped with a row of throwing spears on their right flanks, clearly indicating their elite status and substantial cost. The lead knight met with the 2 individuals, his tone stern yet devoid of malice. After gleaning the details through conversation, he expressed his gratitude, mounted his griffin, and took to the skies, with the remaining riders following suit. They split into several teams mid-flight, scattering to patrol the edges of the forest. Though they were indeed elite, their numbers were insufficient, and their equipment ill-suited for ground searches within the forest, limiting their ability to engage in close combat. As the vanguard, their task was to cordon off the entire forest and prevent the orcs from escaping. Although it seemed preposterous for 12 individuals to monitor a forest perimeter stretching for dozens of kilometers, griffins possess genuine eagle-like vision, granting them exceptional reconnaissance capabilities from the sky, thus rendering this task feasible. Tang Zhao watched the knights depart before striking the ground twice with his tail. Upon receiving the signal, Cynthia immediately cast the animal communication spell, and they engaged in dialogue. It is nearly time. You should attempt to converse with that elf and see if you can procure a means of transport to bring them out. If it doesn't succeed, it is of no consequence. Wait for us at the town entrance and leave this place of chaos. The situation is growing increasingly tumultuous. With insufficient strength and limited resources, a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. I understand. Be cautious as you enter. The orcs may be lurking nearby. Fear not. I grew up in this forest. They will not be able to catch me if I choose to flee. Nevertheless, Tang Zhao harbored his own doubts, for their earlier display indicated specialized training for forest combat. Yet it was necessary to utter a reassuring lie. After exchanging a few words, Tang Zhao dashed into the woods, weaving through the crowd. The little fairies successfully conveyed the message, concealing themselves among the treetops, activating their invisibility. Unless specifically sought after, they would be exceedingly difficult to detect. The advantage of traveling light was evident. Each carried a small backpack woven from leaves, with no additional burdens, allowing for easy evasion and flight. Fortuitously, they did not encounter any retreating orc forces, only hearing distant noises without daring to investigate. If Tang Zhao did not return within an hour, they would have no choice but to dispatch someone to search for him. After 2 minutes of summarizing the events, the waiting fairies voiced no objections and unanimously agreed to set forth. As before, the patrol of little fairies took to the skies, with Tang Zhao following closely behind. However, this time, he was accompanied by many fatigued fairies. Maintaining invisibility required considerable energy, and after sustaining it for so long, many were on the brink of exhaustion, barely holding on. The journey was uneventful, and shortly after exiting the forest, they spotted Cynthia waiting for them, accompanied by Guinevere and Tina. It seemed that matters had reached a favorable conclusion, at least indicating progress. Cynthia jubilantly flew before the gathering of fairies. The issue of the carriage has been resolved. That human and half-elf should be trustworthy. I have used a mind detection spell on them, and there are no concerns." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhao felt a twinge of exasperation. While Cynthia's intellect could not be deemed foolish, fairy thought processes often tend towards naivety, failing to conceive of malice in others. Indeed, mind detection spells possess their merits. Yet a first-tier magical creature could have a fourth-tier spellcaster as a baseline. Hence the truth obtained may not be guaranteed. Thus, he could only persuade himself to relax a little and extend a modicum of trust towards others, at least for the time being. Acquiescing to the plans laid out by these two women, with minimal pleasantries exchanged, likely because they preferred not to expose the fairies to the soldiers too much, Guinevere spoke first, from what Cynthia has relayed. "We regret that we could not detect this situation sooner, but it is too late for such reflections now. You are heading to the western regions of Orlan, and Tina can assist you in this matter. Allow her to discuss the details with you." Tina stepped forward and offered a slight bow to the fairies. "I am Tina Alpha. My family has some business interests. Our trade headquarters is located in the western city of Lufford, and I can arrange for you to travel there by merchant cart. You will be provided with a reliable guide, and you need not worry about costs. Your aid in locating the Beastmen's stronghold is already considered prepayment." Lyric spoke directly. "Thank you for extending your assistance to the fairies in this perilous time. May I inquire when the carriage you mentioned will arrive?" "Soon," Tina replied. "I have just sent word via carrier pigeon to those within the capital, and it should arrive today." The fairies collectively exhaled in relief, and even Tang Zhao felt a slight easing of his anxiety. I am unsure of her true intentions, but thus far, her demeanor has been amicable. Theoretically, he could refuse the assistance being offered, yet such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again. With uncertainty ahead, a lack of transportation, and the likelihood of human checkpoints along the way, these were all considerable obstacles. Furthermore, considering the apparent complexity of the woman before him, it was prudent not to decline her offer. He stepped forward a few paces, gently nudging Lyric's back with his nose, urging him to accept the proposal. Once the arrangements were finalized, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Tina led most of the fairies to the main road at the back of the town, where they would await the arrival of the carriage. She discerned that the fairies were struggling to maintain their invisibility and kindly cast a group invisibility spell, rendering all within its radius invisible. Tang Zhao felt a twinge of discomfort, recalling the incident with the detoxification spell. Now, only Guinevere and a limited number of fairies remained by his side. He summoned Cynthia, stepping away to allow her to cast the animal communication spell, and entrusted her with two tasks, asking her to discuss them with Guinevere. Nodding repeatedly, Cynthia fluttered her wings and approached Guinevere. "Miss Michaela, may I ask you one more question? As you are the daughter of an elven diplomat, do you maintain regular correspondence with the Elven Kingdom?" "Of course we do," Guinevere replied. "My father frequently uses magic to communicate with the elves within our realm, and they also send delegations and trading parties to the Kingdom of Orlan at regular intervals. May I ask if it would be possible for some of our fairies to accompany them on their next visit? We still have some disputes regarding the final migration destination, as many fairies wish to go to the Elven Kingdom, yet the distance is simply too great, leaving us at an impasse." "That would not be an issue," Guinevere exclaimed. "The woodland elves have always welcomed fairies, and they would be more than happy to coexist with you. However, you will have to wait a little longer. The delegation usually departs in early spring and typically arrives by late spring. It is currently early August, so it will be next year before they arrive. Nevertheless, I will certainly find a way to inform you when the time comes." Cynthia expressed her gratitude once more. In her current state of destitution, her pale expressions of thanks were the best she could offer. Only Cynthia is privy to Guinevere's family background. She lacks the knowledge of various aspects of human society and does not comprehend the concept of a diplomat. Yet Tang Zhao is acutely aware. Asking for assistance to send the fairies to the realm of the elves serves both his own interests and those of the fairies. The endeavor of exploring new territories in the Everwatch Mountains is undeniably challenging, and to speak frankly, Tang Zhao is uncertain of their capabilities. Should they truly find themselves struggling, he might as well accompany the fairies to the realm of the elves. It is said that elves have little appetite for meat, and while the dietary adjustments may pose some challenges, survival is assured, providing him with a safety net. Furthermore, it is evident that during the forthcoming period of settlement, both the fairies and he will face considerable hardships. It is not inconceivable that some fairies might voice their desire to part ways and seek the elven realm independently. The elven envoy takes a month to reach the kingdom of Orlan, underscoring the distance involved. For a fairy to venture there alone would be tantamount to courting death. With the notion provided by Guinevere, Tang Zhao is confident he can persuade the fairies to remain, at least until the spring of the following year, diligently working on the settlement in the Everwatch Mountains. For the fairies, their lives are likely secured, and for Tang Zhao, he gains additional assistance, which he perceives as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Over the span of more than 6 months, should they manage to establish a new home in the Everwatch Mountains, it is reasonable to believe that the fairies would no longer entertain thoughts of departure. If they were to feel discontented, leaving would not be an issue, as one cannot expect sweetness from a forcibly harvested fruit. Without the matter concerning Guinevere, it is likely that the fairies would have departed before winter. Now, they may linger a few additional months in the Everwatch Mountains. From this perspective, Tang Zhao undoubtedly reaps significant benefits. Having deliberated on the affairs of the fairies, it is now time to address Tang Zhao's own matters. Herein lies another aspect. The laws of Orlan regard the incursion of orcs into the kingdom as a failure of military oversight. Typically, the families of victims are compensated with a silver lion, and if the victim had taken up arms in resistance, the reward escalates to 5 silver lions. Undeniably, orcs are inherently stronger than humans, and their savage and brutal nature easily incites fear among humanity. Having engaged in prolonged conflicts with orcs, relying solely on the military aristocracy is insufficient. Hence, it is imperative to conscript soldiers from the civilian populace to bolster the ranks. If soldiers falter in the face of orcs, it would be prudent to refrain from battle altogether. Therefore, to mitigate the fears harbored by the populace regarding orcs, the royal family of Orlan has employed every conceivable strategy. Chapter 24. Successful retreat. 5 silver lions are sufficient for an ordinary family in the royal capital to subsist for 3 months in remote villages. This sum can sustain them even longer. To the common folk, this is no trifling amount. In the short term, it appears the Orlan royal family must expend a considerable sum, yet in the long run, it is a lucrative investment for the crown. While there may be occasional miscalculations during the disbursement of funds, the affluent royal family remains unperturbed, ensuring every payment is made without fail. The occurrence of beastmen plundering the interior is quite rare, as the military and fortifications effectively thwart most incursions. Each silver lion bears the emblem of the king's majestic lion crest, and every pension is disbursed in the king's name. The royal family and the military take the misappropriation of pensions very seriously, meting out severe punishments upon discovery. Upon confirming this matter, Cynthia felt a sense of relief. Then, I have one final request. You must be quite familiar with the remains found in the forest. These were discovered there. Could you assist me? Those hunters were slain by beastmen, correct? The beastmen are indeed a grave threat to Orlan, while the beastified humans are akin to bothersome mosquitoes, irritating yet not deserving of significant attention unless they commit some heinous act. The deaths of these hunters at the hands of beastified humans do not warrant accountability from the kingdom's military or the local constables, as that territory has never been under human jurisdiction. Perhaps the families of the 3 hunters might receive some aid, but it pales in comparison to official support. And being killed by beastmen is an entirely different matter. The events that transpired in the forest are known to Tang Zhao and the fairies to a considerable extent, while those soldiers are blissfully ignorant. Even if they were privy to the details, they would likely relish using the incident to promote the royal family's benevolence, as it poses no harm to them. The truth lies solely in the mouths of Guinevere and her companions. This minor issue will not be scrutinized deeply. Yet it holds great significance for the families of those hunters. As the daughter of a diplomat, Guinevere understands the complexities of the human world and comprehends Cynthia's intentions. Although it involves a falsehood, it ultimately benefits all parties involved. Cynthia is not one of those rigid, conservative, self-proclaimed superior old elven nobles. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Leave it to us. They will be remembered as heroes who took up arms to defend their homeland. At that moment, Tang Zhao listened intently. These hunters did indeed have the courage to resist, yet their lack of strength was their downfall. Now, the assailants would merely change from beastified humans to beastmen. This could be seen as repaying the favor of those hunters who had borrowed a blade, and Tang Zhao felt a sense of relief. His spirits lifted as he departed with Cynthia to meet the remaining fairies. By now, the vanguard of the infantry regiment had arrived. A contingent of 40 to 50 soldiers mounted on tall steeds, led by 2 individuals wielding the flags of the king and the royal guard. Although they were part of the infantry regiment, a few cavalry scouts were also present, albeit in limited numbers. These scouts, unlike the charge cavalry tasked with breaching enemy lines, prioritized agility and speed, their steeds clad in light silver cloaks, while the soldiers donned half armor, wielding long swords and light bows. One of the griffin riders spotted them, descended from the sky, and relayed the intelligence gleaned from Guinevere. Dismounting, the entire unit entered the forest to commence their search for the beastman's whereabouts. The subsequent events bore no relevance to Tang Zhao. He observed the human military discreetly, remaining silent as he awaited the arrival of the carriage. The merchant convoy was swift in its response, arriving before the human infantry. For cargo wagons, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 100 fairies along with Tang Zhao, were present. Each wagon was manned by a driver and two seemingly simple-minded guides, while the cargo area was filled with empty crates to obscure their true purpose. Demonstrating thoughtful planning, the fairies expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Tina and Guinevere, their expressions and gestures indicating their genuine appreciation. The wagons traversed the provincial roads of the Orlan Kingdom, bustling with activity and safety, stopping once in central Venusia and again in western Lufford to change vehicles and expedite their journey. Thus, they would likely arrive in 3 to 4 days. Should any needs arise, they were instructed to communicate with the guides, as most trivial matters could be resolved without much hassle. In the distance, the flags of the royal guard became visible. Tina spoke rapidly, imparting final instructions. You must move quickly now. The commander of the royal guard is the second prince, who shares a close relationship with the third princess. The third princess has a keen interest in fairies and other rare creatures. Attracting her attention may not pose a direct threat to your lives, but it could certainly lead to complications. The fairies were swift in their movements, one by one entering different wagons, while Tang Zhao leapt into the lead wagon's compartment. The fairies thoughtfully drew the curtains, concealing the open rear of the wagon from prying eyes. After exchanging a few parting words, the wagon set off towards the Everwatch Mountains. A griffin rider accompanied them for a while, perhaps suspecting that beastmen might be hiding within the carriage. However, after several flares illuminated the forest, he wisely turned his attention elsewhere. Tina had emphasized that the guides were trustworthy, so Cynthia mustered her courage, daring to engage in conversation with the unfamiliar humans. Chapter 25. Repayment. The guide did not inquire about the fairies or the forest, but rather confirmed the destination of their journey with Cynthia and the other fairies, patiently explaining the precautions to take along the way. In essence, they were advised to maintain a low profile and follow instructions, with nothing particularly noteworthy for Tang Zhao to concern himself with. He was, however, intrigued by the provincial roads they traversed, for these seemingly unremarkable, spacious paths had endured the ravages of time for millennia. These roads were constructed during the era of the ancient Ostia Empire, boasting a history of over 2,000 years. Ostia was a magnificent realm of humanity in antiquity, one of the most powerful nations ever to grace the continent, its dominion stretching from the southwestern reaches to the eastern lands. Legends speak of that era's humanity wielding unimaginable magic, capable of cleaving mountains, raising cities from the earth, and harnessing the boundless seas for their own use. Tales that Tang Zhao found reminiscent of myth. While he sensed an element of exaggeration within these accounts, one thing was certain: the Ostia Empire indeed bequeathed a wealth of invaluable legacies to posterity, such as the extensive road network that connected half the continent. Though a millennium had passed and most roads lay in complete ruin, remnants remained, allowing future generations to build upon their foundations. The provincial road of the Orlan Duchy was one such example, restored and rebuilt upon the remnants of the ancient Ostia Empire's Emilius Avenue, now serving as the economic lifeblood of the entire Orlan Kingdom. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen encounters with bandits. The caravan advanced steadily during the day and rested in secluded spots at night. During these intervals, Tang Zhao busied himself exploring the surroundings in search of food. With the fairy's assistance, he managed to yield some success each night, sometimes deer, sometimes wild boar, ensuring he had sustenance for the days ahead. The remaining fairies were notably more subdued, focused on their crafts. Rather than survival equipment for the wilderness, they were creating exquisite fairy artifacts, primarily from wood. Undoubtedly, this endeavor placed them in the debt of Tina, which made the more reserved fairies feel somewhat embarrassed. After consulting Tang Zhao, they opted to repay their travel expenses through this means. The fairies' homes and garments were ingeniously designed, harmonizing with nature while showcasing their unique artistry. Based on Tang Zhao's over 20 years of experience as a human, the handicrafts they produced held considerable value in human society. This was evident even back in Songwan town. Devoid of fantastical elements, humanity in this world seemed to exist in a medieval state, where clever trinkets commanded a fair market. Presenting their semi-finished products to the guide jock for appraisal yielded results in line with expectations, while they could not be equated to gold. There would undoubtedly be wealthy individuals willing to purchase them due to their intricacy and rarity. Tina had previously mentioned that guiding them to the Beastman would suffice as payment, a notion Tang Zhao understood to be merely a gesture of goodwill. The bounty provided by the constable was negligible, effectively rendering this journey a gift from Tina. Tang Zhao was not fond of incurring debts, nor were the fairies. Thus, repaying in this manner felt appropriate, especially since they had little else to occupy their time in the carriage. Any surplus funds could be utilized to procure materials for building a new home. The journey proved fulfilling, and on the second day, they reached the central hub city of Venusia. They did not enter the city. Instead, a guide ventured inside and soon returned with 4 additional carriages. They switched to these carriages to continue their journey. On the third day, they arrived safely at the only place in the west that could truly be called a city, Elffood. Elffood is situated upstream along the Dua River, the mother river that traverses Orlan, relying on river transport and mining as its foundation. The flow of goods throughout much of the western region depended heavily on the city. Tina's family had astutely chosen Elffood as the headquarters for their trading association, leveraging the river's transportation in conjunction with the provincial roads to distribute Elffood's goods to every corner of the nation, and even exporting them overseas through the eastern river ports. Initially, the guide jock intended to enter the city directly to summon carriages, but Tang Zhao instructed Lyric to prevent this. Ultimately, Lyric drove a carriage into the city, carrying Tang Zhao, several influential fairies, and the crafts they had created over the past few days. The majority consisted of fairy-sized sculptures and tools, along with a few human-sized trinkets, such as hair ornaments and tableware. He expressed his apologies. Having informed the merchants of the association about their goods, he found them genuinely interested. Yet due to the items being wooden and the uncertain market demand, they were reluctant to pay a high price. He could only strive to secure a fair price for them, but he believed that if they sought to sell again in the future, the price would undoubtedly improve. Without prior notice and in a rush to sell, the merchants' willingness to extend favors largely stemmed from their respect for Tina. Given that Tina was the sole daughter of the association's matriarch, it was evident to whom the position would eventually be passed. They were not foolish and sought to curry favor with her in advance. Listening to the melodious sound of coins clinking in the bag, Tang Zhao was, of course, in high spirits. He nudged Lyric with his nose, prompting him to take flight and retrieve the heavy pouch of coins from Jacques. Thank you for your assistance. I will need you to procure some supplies within the city and load them onto the carriage to be delivered near the Yongwang Mountains, Tang Zhao instructed. Of course, but this may take some time. It is already nearing evening, and if we set out afterward, it may be rather late. That's all right. We can rest outside Elffood tonight to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's endeavors. After 3 days of labor, the fairies were indeed weary. With nightfall approaching and uncertainty surrounding the forest conditions, Tang Zhao resolved not to spend the night in a potentially perilous area. Once they had moved away, the fairies began to tally the number of silver lions. Exactly 50 silver lions, an undisputed fortune in the eyes of common folk. While they had earned a considerable amount, Tang Zhao did not perceive it as a windfall, viewing it instead as a standard transaction. Countless fairies had toiled day and night to craft those artifacts, incurring significant labor costs. Fairies were not ordinary beings, nor mere beasts. They were genuine magical entities. Though they were of only first-tier level, their nature remained unchanged. Employing hundreds of magical beings for 3 days, each of whom was a skilled carpenter, made it unrealistic to expect a bargain on such wages. Chapter 26. The Black Bear. As darkness descended, Jacques delivered the laden cart to them. It contained supplies that Tang Zhao deemed essential: ropes, kerosene, charcoal, fabric, and various iron tools. After resting for the night in the cart, they set off at dawn towards the Everwatch Mountains. This mountain range, located in the heart of the continent, begins in the vast, snowy expanses of the northern reaches and stretches intermittently to the hot southern territory of the Esquili Empire. However, Tang Zhao and his companions did not behold any breathtaking, towering peaks. Instead, they were surrounded by an endless expanse of verdant forest. On both the eastern and western flanks of the Everwatch Mountains lie vast, undeveloped primordial forests. The forest they found themselves in was known to humans as the White Copper Forest, while the fairies referred to it as Insula. The name was merely a designation, and Tang Zhao paid it no mind. The cart could not venture deep into the woods. The fairies and the giant lizards understood this well. The guides unloaded the cart's compartment and stuffed all the supplies inside, bidding farewell to the fairies before departing. The fairies were left with only 10 silver coins, the remainder having been given to the humans for travel and procurement costs, leaving Tang Zhao and them with no debts between them. Of course, he felt he owed Tina a favor for her timely assistance, but he was currently unable to repay it. He would address it when the opportunity arose. What mattered now was establishing a home in Insula. Unlike his previous objective in the Tsangwan Forest, which was merely survival, he now needed to create a relatively decent sanctuary for the fairies. For them, it was about securing a haven from monstrous threats to live peacefully in the forest. While for Tang Zhao, it was crucial for the continuous production of food to sustain his evolution. The main group will wait outside the forest. The human guide mentioned that the forest perimeter is relatively safe, but as a precaution, I will venture in with the scouts to find a suitable campsite and will bring you all along once we do. Insula was at least several dozen times larger than the Tsangwan Forest, and within its depths, there could still lurk some lethal dangers. The fairies, having already suffered a significant setback, readily accepted the suggestion, remaining in place while a few combatants proceeded with him. Everyone was exceedingly familiar with the forest environment. The trees in Insula were generally taller and more robust than those in the Tsangwan Forest, with fewer shrubs on the forest floor, providing a clearer line of sight and fewer obstacles, thus being more conducive to the movement of larger creatures. Tang Zhao could detect numerous familiar animal scents in the air, but there were also many unfamiliar species. The trees bore distinct claw marks, and the ground was littered with the droppings of carnivorous animals, serving as warnings set by the territory's rightful owner. The fairies' ancestral knowledge of nature proved invaluable at this moment. Lyric and the other fairies examined the traces and ultimately concluded that the ruler of this forest was a mature black bear. In truth, it was a relatively manageable adversary. Without the support of the fairies, Tang Zhao felt confident he could hold his own against it. Generally speaking, black bears are considerably smaller than brown bears, with less robust skulls and bones, making them slightly more endearing opponents. If faced with a Kodiak bear, weighing nearly a ton, he would undoubtedly flee. However, a black bear weighing around 200 kilograms was a foe he could contend with. The territory belonged to the bear, and if he could defeat it, this land would become his in the eyes of other beasts, providing the fairies with a temporary foothold. A single black bear was not a dragon. The territory was not extensive, but having it was better than lacking it. Securing a few more patches of land would suffice. Are you all prepared? We require this territory to rest, so a confrontation may become necessary. The young fairies did not hesitate, scattering to search for the black bear, while the 3 pixies, led by Cynthia, deliberated for a while before initiating their actions. The fairies, embodiments of nature, understood that survival of the fittest is a natural truth. Thus, they did not object to reasonable hunting, as they would partake in it themselves. However, having faced off against the ethecreature and giant insects before, this was not the time for hesitation. The pixies who could not discern between light and dark had already fallen prey to the ethecreature. Following closely behind, Tang Zhao emitted a low growl, hastening towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a towering black bear, its fur as dark as night, with a white crescent-shaped mark upon its chest, now raising its massive paw in a threatening gesture. This was a warning for Tang Zhao to retreat. The resources of the forest were not scarce, and the bear had no need to engage in a bloody battle with another predator. Driving him away would suffice. The black bear could not afford to retreat either. Despite Tang Zhao's considerable length of nearly 3 meters, much of that was attributed to his tail, and his actual weight barely exceeded 100 kilograms. In the natural world, size was a decisive factor, and the bear dwarfed him, weighing twice as much. It was unlikely to yield its territory without a fight. With negotiations proving futile, the black bear dropped to all fours and charged at Tang Zhao. The invisible fairy archers, poised with their bows, replaced their arrowheads with iron tips and coated them with Tang Zhao's venom, launching them towards the vulnerable snout of the bear. The creature let out a pained grunt, instinctively covering its mouth and nose with its front limbs in an attempt to mitigate the assault with its thick flesh. Chapter 27. Hygiene. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Zhao began a rapid sprint, swiftly approaching the location of the black bear. The agile pixie, attuned to his movements, cast a jumping spell upon him, enabling him to leap higher and farther. Once again, he unleashed the fire of the abyss, directing a brilliant beam of light from a cypress tree behind him, which instinctively prompted the black bear to raise its front paw to shield its eyes from the blinding glare. Seizing this moment, Tang Zhao dashed in front of the bear, leaping onto its back, where he embedded his claws into its flesh for stability, simultaneously lowering his head to bite firmly onto the bear's thick neck. The girth of the neck nearly thwarted his attempt. The bear let out a pained growl, instinctively attempting to turn and bite Tang Zhao. Yet its short neck rendered it incapable of doing so. It then tried to claw at him, but to no avail. Ultimately, the bear stood upright and forcefully collapsed backward in an effort to crush him with its superior weight. However, regardless of how the bear pressed, slammed, or rolled, Tang Zhao resolutely clung on, and as the oxygen within him dwindled, the bear's movements grew increasingly feeble. Eventually, its struggles ceased, its breath grew faint, until it finally succumbed to lifelessness. Tang Zhao, still not releasing his grip, only loosened his hold when the fairies gathered around, attempting to assist in pushing the bear's carcass off him. With great effort, he managed to rise, feeling exceedingly unwell. Several of his bones were likely fractured, and many of his sharp teeth had shattered during the bear's struggles. Even for a creature as resilient as a reptile, recovery in the short term seemed implausible. Cynthia appeared nearly on the verge of tears. "Are you all right? Do I look fine? Fortunately, I should survive. The pixies can stay behind to tend to my wounds while the little fairies notify the others to come. We shall temporarily reside in this forest, as its depth offers protection from human intrusion and wild beasts alike." After hastily delegating tasks, Tang Zhao lay wearily on the ground, awaiting the fairies' healing. Though he was not in peril of death, the pain rendered him immobile. The disparity in size between natural beings cannot be overlooked. Tang Zhao had engaged in close combat with an opponent of immense stature and emerged victorious, which was quite an impressive outcome. The fairies, understanding the urgency, swiftly set to work. The smaller fairies vanished from Tang Zhao's sight, while the pixies began to frantically administer healing. They summoned a gentle white light from their hands, directing it towards Tang Zhao's wounds, slowly initiating the healing process. While the minor healing spells proved effective for superficial wounds, they held little efficacy for fractures and internal injuries. Nevertheless, Tang Zhao directed them to continue treating his injuries until their magical energy began to wane, at which point the fairy contingent finally arrived on the scene. The pixies lined up to heal him, while the remaining fairies busily commenced the construction of their encampment. A considerable amount of supplies were crammed within the cart, though it contained no food, and wild beasts would not dare to steal from it. The valuable items had already been taken by the fairies, allowing the cart to remain undisturbed for a time. Utilizing their limited resources, the fairies erected several tents among the tree branches. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it was preferable to enduring the elements. This time, Tang Zhao received unprecedented care. The fairies recognized the magnitude of his efforts and catered to him in every possible way. They proactively covered his dwelling with canvas and assisted in processing the black bear's meat. However, Cynthia still appeared rattled. "Next time, could you allow me to attempt communication first? What if the creature is capable of conversing?" "Clearly, the likelihood is exceedingly low. The black bear can climb trees, and not to mention, your dwelling would be jeopardized. It would not tolerate my presence. The struggle for territory is inherently brutal and primal. Tigers will even slay their kin to secure hunting grounds." Tang Zhao harbored no illusions about the possibility of sharing territory with such a creature. "Very well. But could we not seek out a less formidable opponent? Finding such a foe is easier said than done. That black bear was already quite manageable. At the very least, it was a straightforward beast, devoid of any peculiar abilities. We can deliberate further. We are not in a rush to find a new territory. Your injuries mean you will be incapacitated for at least half a month. While your initial point holds merit, you are mistaken regarding the latter. After consuming the black bear and a sufficient number of wild boars and deer, he would be poised for another evolution." They remained within the former territory of the black bear, with only a handful of agile little fairies venturing out to survey the surrounding area. The task, though described in grand terms, merely involved the fairies wandering about and sketching their observations with childlike doodles. They lacked formal training in related fields, and for now, Tang Zhao was content with their rudimentary maps. Though severely injured, hindering his ability to combat other predators, he was still capable of performing tasks such as digging, Using his claws to burrow into the earth, he excavated a cellar to store food, designating it as one of his potential evolution sites. The iron arrowheads purchased from the human world could penetrate the hides of numerous animals, and they were coated with his venom. A solitary arrow might struggle to fell a foe, but when laced with poison, the outcome was markedly different. They did not capture excessively. Most of the meat was allotted for Tang Zhao, with only a small portion reserved for their own sustenance. They would capture one, consume it, and only then would they venture forth to hunt again. Out of a desire to maintain hygiene, he refrained from marking his territory with urine and feces like ordinary beasts. Instead, he carved marks into tree trunks and scattered his lizard scales around the perimeter of his domain. In this manner, he issued a warning. While lacking the pungency of urine and feces, it was nonetheless unmistakable. Chapter 28. Cunning Creatures Over the Past 5 or 6 days. Tang Zhao's recovery from his injuries has been remarkably encouraging. His robust digestive capabilities allow him to absorb energy from his food more efficiently than most beings, facilitating a swift healing process. Coupled with the relentless healing magic administered by Peak, while the fractures in his bones have yet to mend, various internal injuries have nearly healed. Fortunately, no other predators have challenged Tang Zhao's claim to his territory during this time, rendering these days relatively peaceful. After all, this is merely the outer layer of the forest, and competition for this land remains mild. On the day the fairies relocated to the forest, they were overwhelmed by the weight of their belongings in the cart. They could only transport essential supplies before darkness fell, prompting Lyric to halt further efforts for safety's sake. The following day, when the fairies returned to inspect their cart, many items had mysteriously vanished, with no discernible footprints on the ground. It was evident that the culprits were either capable of flight or seasoned thieves. Moreover, several traps set by the fairies using ropes and bells had been dismantled, with the components taken away. The fairies were understandably indignant, as those items were the fruits of their labor over 3 arduous days and nights. In this remote wilderness, such seemingly worthless possessions would hardly attract the attention of humans, leading the fairies to suspect their neighbors. Employing stealth and clever tactics, they quickly identified the culprits, a group of dog-headed beings residing in the forest. These weak, intelligent creatures pilfered from Tang Zhao and his companions to meet their own needs. Despite their name, these dog-headed beings possess reptilian tails and heads, covered in a patchwork of colorful scales, classifying them as ectothermic creatures. Perhaps lizardfolk would be a more fitting title. Yet since a race already bears that name, the Coastal Sorcerer Society of the ancient Ostia Empire has been tasked with bestowing them a more appropriate designation. The explorers who first discovered this race may have rendered their likenesses in a manner akin to childlike doodles, leading the Coastal Sorcerer Society to misidentify them as non-reptilian creatures, ultimately resulting in an ill-suited name that has persisted through the ages. However, most individuals are indifferent to whether they are referred to as dog folk, crocodile folk, or dragofolk, given their diminutive stature and unappealing nature, rendering them largely overlooked by the majority of sentient beings. Tang Zhao, devoid of any racial prejudice, actually harbors a modicum of fondness for scaled reptiles. However, the fact that these dog-headed beings pilfered his supplies irked him. While it did not incite him to recklessly seek revenge, he felt the need for some form of retribution. In truth, rather than storming the lair of the dog-headed beings, Tang Zhao conceived a more pragmatic approach. These creatures, being weak and typically cowardly, often yield to more powerful scaled beings, predominantly dragons, as they believe themselves to be imbued with true dragon blood, and indeed, dragons are formidable entities. Nevertheless, if the object of their subservience were to be a giant lizard, it would not be entirely out of the question, provided that it possessed sufficient strength. The ensuing developments hinge on 2 factors: the extent of Tang Zhao's power post-evolution and whether the dog-headed beings meet his standards. The external world knows little about the ecology and society of the dog-headed beings. Thus, any rumors surrounding them hold no credibility for Tang Zhao, who believes that seeing is believing. Undoubtedly, Tang Zhao is in dire need of labor, yet he does not wish to be encumbered by a host of troublesome subordinates. Stimulated by various factors, he has developed an unprecedented fervor for consumption, akin to many herbivores that devote the majority of their day to eating. He consumes dozens of kilograms of meat daily, surpassing even the weight of larger herbivores, and the nutritional value of meat far exceeds that of grass. This routine persisted for nearly half a month, and upon finally swallowing the last piece of beast flesh, he achieved the requisite 2-ton standard, enabling him to undergo his next evolution. The search for a suitable location for evolution commenced, with the process expected to last 36 hours, yielding 3 random enhancements. The time dilation remains at 6 times, suggesting it has stabilized, while random strengthening has improved to 3 items. The fairies, oblivious to his true intentions, merely observed Tang Zhao's fervent consumption, worrying he might overindulge and induce harm upon himself. By reptilian standards, it is time for him to shed his skin. Eagerly, Tang Zhao ventured into the pre-dug burrow, preparing for his 4th evolution. He brought along a few arrows fashioned from anti-magic metal, remnants from his previous encounters with humans, who had not claimed them. After acquiring venom glands from his earlier evolution through his scorpion-like stinger, he now seeks to determine what effects the anti-magic metal might confer, questioning whether his venom glands were merely a fortuitous anomaly. As he entered the familiar desert landscape, he noted a marked improvement. The number of withered shrubs had increased, and a few dead trees stood alongside the most crucial detail, the emergence of green plants. A few unassuming cacti, deep green and adorned with sharp spines, thrived amidst the yellow-brown sands, rendering that splash of green exceptionally precious. Tang Zhao's spirits lifted at the sight, and he exerted himself to excavate the sands in search of the decorative plates he required. After unearthing a full dozen, he randomly selected 3, as he could discern no distinguishing features among them. Chapter 29. The prey selection completed. Are you certain? Confirm. Selected. Claw color change anti-magic. The space was ample, so he did not feel particularly cramped as he crawled out through the already significantly expanded entrance. Tang Zhao's cave was situated at the very heart of the fairy settlement. As soon as he poked his head out, he could see numerous fairies bustling about in the vicinity. However, unlike his own delight upon seeing the fairies, their expressions were filled with shock and bewilderment. It seems this transformation is quite substantial. Without making any sudden movements to startle the fairies, Tang Zhao slowly extended his left claw, intending to inscribe a few words on the ground. Having spent such a lengthy time in the forest, the fairies had taught him to write in the human universal language during his idle moments, providing him with a means of communication. He glanced at his claws, which had become much sharper and sturdier than before, appearing rather formidable. He estimated their effectiveness would rival that of the claws of many mammals. With a limited vocabulary, Tang Zhao inscribed words like friend and safety on the ground, practical terms he had specifically learned from the fairies and deemed essential to master early on. The fairies were not foolish. Upon seeing Tang Zhao emerge from the cave, they could surmise it was indeed him. But the dramatic changes in his appearance left them in disbelief. Cynthia, who was nearby, reacted the quickest, rushing over. Is that you? What has happened to you? As she spoke, she cast an animal communication spell towards Tang Zhao. I told you I would undergo molting. The differences in my appearance are to be expected. Molting? Cynthia found it hard to believe. This was entirely different from her previous impressions. It's somewhat akin to molting. My kind of lizard is rather unique, so my growth trajectory differs from that of other species. Understanding that Tang Zhao was feigning ignorance, Cynthia did not press further. If there are any significant matters, tell me now. If not, allow me to stretch a bit. My injuries are nearly healed, and I need time to readjust after being inactive for so long. Cynthia shook her head, indicating there were no urgent matters to report. Things had been relatively normal over the past few days. With this confirmation, Tang Zhao, filled with impatience, dashed towards a nearby pond. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with the results of his recent evolution. His length had surged from just over 3 meters to over 5 meters, indicating his weight now easily surpassed half a ton, at least 600 or 700 kilograms. Comparable to a large-sized bay crocodile from his past life. His head had grown proportionately larger, his teeth thicker and broader, and the muscles around his jaws had visibly increased, causing his cheeks to bulge slightly. Much like a crocodile, his highly reinforced, sharp teeth could likely rend apart medium-sized prey, such as roe deer, with ease. He raised one of his forelimbs, scrutinizing his claws closely. Their structure resembled that of an eagle's talons, curving inward and downward with a considerable arc, looking akin to a beautifully crafted dagger. With an additional pair of splendid weapons, they undoubtedly possessed the ability to tear through the flesh of most prey, even to eviscerate them outright. However, the most significant change was in Tang Zhao's scales. The color of his scales had deepened to a dark green, exuding a sense of authority and gravitas. Yet, with the information at hand being insufficient, he could only ascertain that carrying certain items would prove advantageous. The emblem indicated he had gained the ability of anti-magic, which he tested briefly, Discovering this power manifested through his scales. Much like the effect of anti-magic metals, his scales could now severely weaken spells. If there were one thing in this world that left him uncertain and wary, it was undoubtedly magic. While he could easily be devoured by a Tyrannosaurus Rex without a clue as to how it happened, a spell ominously named Killer Wind or Death Finger could potentially take him down, leaving him oblivious to the manner of his demise. However, such circumstances bore both advantages and disadvantages. Harmful spells could not harm him, but his anti-magic scales equally obstructed numerous beneficial spells. His vulnerability lay in the few distinct crimson scales atop his head, as only those lacked the formidable anti-magic capability. Consequently, enhancement spells could also affect him through that very means. Previously, Cynthia had cast her spell while touching those deep red scales on his forehead, fortuitously allowing the animal communication spell to function normally. Otherwise, it would have failed. Additionally, he had acquired the ability to change color, akin to a chameleon, enabling him to alter his coloration. His color-changing ability was not a mysterious magical power, but rather a scientific phenomenon similar to that of a chameleon. He could indeed shift colors, but could not achieve invisibility like the fairies. He could only gradually begin to alter the colors of his body to blend better with his surroundings. The hues of his scales were not particularly diverse, and he could not finely manipulate each individual scale. Instead, he could control the scales of a specific area or change the color of his entire body. Achieving intricate control proved somewhat challenging. He felt content and did not yearn for perfection. The ability to change color was already a tremendous advantage. Having just acquired a robust new body, Tang Zhao was not one to remain idle. He promptly decided to take a few young fairies hunting. The target of their hunt was not the usual game such as wild boars or deer, but rather a massive python that had claimed territory nearby. Chapter 30. Hypoxia, Combined. Tang Zhao had no intention of establishing a long-term settlement in such a shallow part of the forest. However, until he found a more suitable location, he would remain in the vicinity. The territory of the black bear was sufficient for the fairies to inhabit, yet it inevitably felt overcrowded, and for Tang Zhao, it was utterly inadequate for both hunting and movement. If mere survival were his only concern, he could reduce his feeding frequency to once every fortnight. But he required a high-intensity feeding rate to supply the energy needed for his evolution. The next evolution demanded 20 tons of flesh and blood, along with 50 blood cores. In other words, if he wished to avoid depleting a region to ecological collapse, he needed a sufficiently expansive territory for hunting. The number of animals within the black bear's territory had evidently diminished. He could no longer hunt there, necessitating an expansion of his domain. After discussions with the fairies, the most suitable territory appeared to be that of the giant python. There were no formidable magical creatures in the vicinity, and he could consider himself one of the top predators in the outer layer of the forest, thus possessing a degree of choice in both prey and territory. The python's domain centered around a sizable pond, where it typically concealed itself. The fairies scattered to scout but did not detect any signs of the creature. It was likely hidden within the depths of the pond, and it would be impractical to send the fairies into the water to search. Therefore, Tang Zhao instructed them to return to their positions while he took matters into his own hands. Previously, during his time in the Songguan forest, he had concealed himself in a similar pond and had nearly been bitten to death by a field eel while asleep. Since that night, he had refrained from swimming. Developing a psychological barrier and choosing this python served as a means to confront his fear. The water flowed sluggishly, with ample aquatic plants and algae floating about, rendering visibility poor. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhao would never venture into such risky depths, but the fairies had already gathered relevant intelligence. The giant python was indeed substantial, measuring at least 7 meters in length, comparable to the longest snakes known on Earth. However, given the anatomical structure of snakes, weighing 200 kilograms would be commendable, while 300 kilograms would be excessively corpulent. In terms of size and physical attributes, Tang Zhao held an undeniable advantage. He swam through the water, eyes scanning his surroundings while maintaining heightened vigilance for the appearance of the python. As anticipated, nothing unexpectedly coiled around him, aside from a few small fish and shrimp. The water was eerily quiet. The python, familiar with its environment, held the advantage, and in such a setting, no predator would refuse an appetizing prey if encountered. However, the much heavier monitor lizard fell beyond the python's hunting capabilities. Even if it could subdue the lizard, it would be unable to consume it. Thus, it was only natural for the python to retreat, perhaps lurking at the bottom of the pond or already slipping away along the stream. The latter scenario is unlikely, as the fairies are monitoring the situation from above. Thus, it is probable that it remains concealed at the pond's bottom. After surfacing for air, Tang Zhao began to dive once more, pressing himself against the muddy bottom, his claws sweeping through the sediment like a comb, conducting a thorough search for traces of his quarry. Once he had the means to rear animals, he would not mind allowing wild carnivores to hunt within his territory. But at present, it was premature, as he himself was not adequately nourished. The hundreds of kilograms of flesh on the python were also valuable sustenance. Having scoured half the pond, the python could no longer contain itself and launched a surprise attack on Tang Zhao. In the dim depths of the water, a long, slender form approached swiftly, coiling around Tang Zhao's body and wrapping around his abdomen several times. The python had chosen its position cleverly. Tang Zhao found it difficult to bite back, and clawing at it proved laborious. Being a non-aquatic creature, Tang Zhao was inevitably hindered underwater, moving with considerable awkwardness and unable to roll or crush his opponent with his weight. Nonetheless, Tang Zhao possessed alternative methods to eliminate his adversary and remained unperturbed, instead continuing to descend, embedding his limbs into the mud below. Meanwhile, the python tightened its grip, its muscular body straining to constrict Tang Zhao underwater. However, it had entirely miscalculated its approach. Tang Zhao bore nearly armor-like scales, beneath which lay substantial muscle and robust bones, impervious to the constricting efforts of a snake weighing merely a fraction of his own mass. Unless faced with a gargantuan python exceeding a ton, he dismissed the threat entirely, which was also the reason for his confidence in venturing into the water. His sturdy physique rendered him nearly impervious to harm. Tang Zhao demonstrated remarkable patience while hunting, remaining still as they remained locked in a stalemate. After 7 or 8 minutes, the python began to falter, its constricting force noticeably waning. It had yet to release Tang Zhao to ascend for air, but he was confident it was nearing that point, unless it wished to suffocate. Prior to this encounter, he had tested his limits and knew he could swim underwater for half an hour. While he could not compete with crocodiles, adeptly specialized for prolonged underwater ambushes, his performance was still commendable. Remaining motionless, he could endure for 40 to 50 minutes without issue. Now, it was the python that found itself in an awkward predicament. It could not dive as adeptly as Tang Zhao, and should it release its grip to surface for air, Tang Zhao could unleash his claws and teeth upon it. The constriction posed no real threat to Tang Zhao, and the python's long, needle-like teeth could hardly inflict significant harm. After several minutes of patient waiting, the python ultimately chose to release Tang Zhao, swimming upward in an attempt to flee. Tang Zhao lacked a paddle-like tail or webbed claws, making his swimming speed relatively slow, even inferior to that of the python. However, this was where the disadvantages of its elongated body became evident. Tang Zhao opened his jaws and seized the python's body as it had yet to completely distance itself from him, then extracted his limbs from the mud, forcibly dragging the creature toward the shore. Upon reaching land, Tang Zhao's mobility surged, while the python's agility diminished significantly. He released his grip, swiftly closing in on the python's head, raising his left claw to firmly pin it down. With his right claw, he drove his sharp talons downward, piercing the very center of the python's skull. A crisp crack resonated, and the python's struggles gradually subsided. To ensure its demise, Tang Zhao clamped his jaws around the python's head until he heard the sound of bones fracturing once more before finally releasing it. At this point, the snake's head had been reduced to a grotesque state, resembling something that had been crushed by a truck and subsequently hammered repeatedly. Accompanied by several teams of fairies, Tang Zhao prepared to seek an audience with the dog-headed men. From a biological standpoint, creatures that are nocturnal tend to be relatively weak. They rely on the cover of darkness to protect themselves, thus steering clear of danger. The strange beings inhabiting the dark, subterranean regions could be set aside for the moment, as this observation held true in the world Tang Zhao had encountered thus far, and the dog-headed men were a prime example of this tendency. Tang Zhao's primary objective was reconnaissance rather than revenge, so he rendered the fairies invisible to avoid detection by the dog-headed men. Their lair was not far from his location, but he encountered some intriguing discoveries near the entrance. For instance, there were warning traps crafted from ropes and bells, evidently made from the materials pilfered from Tang Zhao's encampment. As he approached the cave entrance, a piercing alarm reverberated from within, clearly alerting the dog-headed men to Tang Zhao's approach. Using my own belongings to warn me of my arrival is indeed amusing. Naturally, Tang Zhao had no reason to take offense. After a moment of contemplation, He began to excavate. The dog-headed creatures are diminutive in stature, unlike dwarves who tend to magnify their favored possessions. Their burrows are scarcely half the height of a man, compelling Tang Zhao to resort to excavation should he wish to enter. The dwellings of these beings are situated atop a small mound, deeply entrenched, requiring Tang Zhao to exercise patience as he painstakingly digs downward. Their elongated claws serve not only as an asset in combat, but also prove useful in other contexts. The deeper he delves, the more spacious the dog-headed den becomes. The air is saturated with the distinct scent of these creatures, yet no humanoid reptilian figure is visible. Furthermore, he uncovers numerous traps within the burrow. Some consist of a rope that, when severed or touched, releases a multitude of venomous caterpillars from the surrounding walls. Others include spike traps and rockfall traps. Lacking formidable physical prowess, the dog-headed beings rely on such mechanisms to deter intruders. However, these obstacles are merely an inconvenience for Tang Zhao, easily disregarded by those of greater strength. The craftsmanship displayed in the traps brings him satisfaction, for the complexity of their design reflects intelligence and dexterity. Upon reflection, I acknowledge the previous modifications made yesterday, and I wish to express that should any esteemed readers identify inaccuracies, I am open to correction and improvement. Chapter 32. Breaking in the burrows excavated by the kobolds. Though somewhat cramped, were indeed deserving of praise for their cleanliness compared to the haphazard digs of wild rabbits. The tunnels were meticulously crafted, their walls coated with a certain type of mud that likely served a degree of waterproofing. Under the constraints of their circumstances, they were commendable, given proper tools and materials. They could undoubtedly achieve even better results. However, in the current situation, a slightly filthy and damaged burrow was not a concern for Tang Zhao, as it alleviated some of his subtle guilt. After all, by all accounts, he was effectively raiding their home. The kobolds, the rightful owners of this burrow, were likely huddled in the depths, trembling in fear, while Tang Zhao resembled a monstrous pursuer, gradually digging deeper and drawing them into the abyss of death. Faced with this terrifying creature, the kobolds were utterly powerless. Their once promising traps now appeared as mere toys. The sharpened wooden spikes, akin to short daggers, barely caused him any discomfort, and the poisonous bristles of the caterpillars could not penetrate his scaled armor, while the stones hurled from their crude traps were utterly ineffective. Stay composed. This is not a horror film. I am merely pursuing what is rightfully owed to me, Tang Zhao thought, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. Each swipe of his claws unearthed considerable amounts of earth. After several minutes, he drew closer to the bottom of the burrow, extending his forked tongue into the opening. He could detect a richer scent. He was now near his quarry. After another fervent bout of digging, he finally heard the sounds of the kobolds in motion. He is coming in. Prepare the slings. Secure the eggs. Protect the eggs. Fight. Fight. May Kurtamak bless us. The chaotic cries, muddled in their pronunciation, were understandable to Tang Zhao thanks to his innate abilities. Not bad. They're just a bit flustered. The situation is far from spiraling out of control. Their organizational skills are commendable. Though they exhibit a degree of timidity, they possess the courage to arm themselves in a critical moment. In high-pressure environments, the behaviors of intelligent beings become more emotional, their usual disguises fading away, presenting an excellent opportunity for observation. The nature and capabilities of the kobold tribe, as well as who among them would be best suited for leadership, became evident. This was the primary reason he chose not to employ diplomacy before engaging. As he dug deeper, Tang Zhao encountered a somewhat rudimentary wooden door, reinforced with iron chains and ropes. He attempted to nudge it open with the tip of his nose, but was met with resistance. The kobolds must have blocked it with something. Nevertheless, being merely a wooden door embedded in the earth without significant fortification, it was not particularly challenging for Tang Zhao to force it open. Silence pervaded beyond the door, broken only by the harsh sound of his claws scraping against the wood. Soon, the scraping morphed into a dull thud as his heavy head, akin to a battering ram, struck the low wooden barrier. After half a minute, with a resounding crash, the door gave way. Before Tang Zhao could thoroughly assess the interior, he was met with a cacophony of heart-wrenching roars. Subsequently, a group of scaled bipeds armed with wooden spears surged through the damaged door, aiming directly for Tang Zhao's eyes and vital points. In addition, a barrage of stones was hurled from within, raining down upon him. Notably, among the stones were several fireballs the size of apples. However, due to Tang Zhao's anti-magic scaled armor, the fireballs failed to create any significant impact. Thus, the kobold's desperate gambit culminated in total failure. Swiftly regaining control of the situation, Tang Zhao's tail thrashed against the ground. Cynthia promptly followed the passage he had excavated. Confronting the gathering kobolds, lay down your weapons and, in the name of the fairies, swear you will not suffer any undue harm. To Tang Zhao's astonishment, the kobolds, who had initially appeared resolute in their resistance, hesitated not a moment upon hearing a call for surrender, uniformly discarding their weapons. It was understandable. From their perspective, they had reached a point of no return, a crucial juncture between life and death. While some races might choose self-destruction, most would make a final stand. Now realizing their lives were spared, the kobolds' cowardly nature prevailed, leading them to collectively choose surrender. The shift in circumstances was rather abrupt. Tang Zhao took a few seconds to adjust his demeanor before speaking. Cynthia performed her translation duties admirably, not only conveying the words with clarity, but also mimicking Tang Zhao's tone with remarkable accuracy. At this moment, a kobold with light red scales, taller than his compatriots, stepped forward. We are uncertain what exactly the two esteemed ones desire. Our situation is quite complex. His voice was aged, his movements betraying his frailty. Tang Zhao surmised that this individual had inherited the reptilian trait of lifelong growth, resulting in larger sizes as they aged. Of course, there were exceptions among the gifted. Some reptiles born stronger than their siblings, growing faster and achieving greater potential. It seems this individual is a spokesperson, indicating that these kobolds, like many tribes, uphold the tradition of respecting their elders. In an era devoid of books or other means of information dissemination, the primary method of knowledge transmission was through generations. While Tang Zhao contemplated this, Cynthia continued her negotiations with the kobolds. Outside the forest, there is a cart from which you have pilfered various supplies. Moreover, near the pond at the forest's edge, you have dismantled our warning traps. We hope you can provide a reasonable explanation to the fairies. Tang Zhao leaned closer to the elder kobold, exhaling warm breath from his nostrils, causing the elder to shiver involuntarily. Yes, we remember now. We shall return it to you at once. Our sincerest apologies. Without needing the elder's prompting, many kobolds instinctively began to rummage through their belongings. In this moment, the elder kobold awkwardly explained the situation to Cynthia. Chapter 33, the test. According to his account, they believed that the items within the cart were merely discarded by humans. Otherwise, they would not have dared to take them. He claimed that goblins were relatively less inclined to steal, as pilfering would provoke the ire of the rightful owners, potentially escalating into a relentless pursuit of the entire goblin tribe. While there is some truth to this assertion, Tang Zhao found its credibility lacking. The explanation regarding the cart was indeed plausible, yet the notion of vigilance traps seemed excessive. However, he refrained from engaging in a dispute with his interlocutor and instead curiously surveyed his surroundings. The cavern's depths revealed a spacious area, allowing Tang Zhao to lower his body and crawl with ease. Devoid of sunlight and lacking a continuously burning campfire due to oxygen supply issues, the underground environment was rather dim. Nevertheless, the goblins had ingeniously cultivated numerous luminescent mushrooms at various spots. And with both Tang Zhao and the goblins possessing some degree of night vision, their movements were not significantly hindered. The hall was adorned with several extinguished campfire pits, indicating the goblins' preference for cooked food. Surrounding the main chamber were several segregated areas, likely designated for storage and rest. The environment was quite pleasant. Although the scent of goblins was undeniably strong, Tang Zhao detected no odor of waste. The hall had been meticulously cleaned. To be fair, while it appeared to be several millennia behind human settlements, in terms of cleanliness and hygiene, it might very well surpass that of human towns. With dozens of goblins crammed into such a confined space, maintaining cleanliness was no small feat, and it was evidently the result of their diligent efforts. Cynthia, please inquire with this goblin elder about how to handle our friend who was consumed, Tang Zhao requested. Of course not, but you may consider it a challenge, a test. A trial, Cynthia replied, nodding in understanding, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. The pixie was quite fond of mischief, and this task fell well within her expertise. Had they been ordinary passers-by, she might have felt some hesitation or guilt. However, the goblins, who had pilfered the precious work of the fairies, were not deserving of such considerations. The goblins' lair was not extensive, and soon they had gathered the stolen items, casting eager, ingratiating glances at Cynthia. In the minds of the goblins, it was undeniable that this pixie was in charge, for despite their fierce appearance and formidable strength, they were somewhat lacking in intellect. Yet, Before they could revel in their apparent success, Cynthia began to interrogate them with considerable indignation regarding their missing companion. She adamantly insisted that one of her comrades had vanished in the nearby forest, dismissing any explanations offered by the goblins. "You have wronged us gravely. In the past month, we have captured 11 wild rabbits, 31 wild birds, 3 wild boars, and a fawn. Beyond that, we have not taken anything that could run." The goblin elder felt unjustly accused. If they had committed such acts, it would be a different story, but the goblins had never engaged in such behavior. Unless driven by extreme hunger, they would never resort to consuming sentient beings. The flesh of speaking creatures was scarce and unpalatable, and consuming it would jeopardize the entire goblin tribe. "We absolutely would not do such a thing. If you do not believe us and demand a life for your friend, then you might as well eat me. Consider it a life for a life." The elder's desperation became palpable. At that moment, Tang Zhao took action. Amidst the goblin's bewildered gazes, he raised his right claw and began to inscribe words upon the wall beside him. "Shall we strike a deal?" Chapter 34. Inventory. The process was somewhat exhilarating. Yet in the end, Tang Zhao offered a rather generous deal to the opposing party. As compensation for their thievery, the goblins would assist Tang Zhao in laboring alongside the fairies for a month, after which they would have the autonomy to choose their own fate. During this time, Tang Zhao would ensure the safety of the goblin clan, and as long as they fulfilled their duties, the fairies would provide ample sustenance. They would not have to endure hunger or live in fear, and with the myriad benefits promised by Tang Zhao, which were akin to those offered to intelligent beings, it was undeniably appealing to a group of goblins dwelling within the forest. Ultimately, however, they had little choice in the matter. The goblin sorcerer, whom they held in high regard, wielded fireball spells that posed a genuine threat to novice adventurers and ordinary beasts. Yet, alas, Tang Zhao possessed magical resistance, and the average goblin posed no greater threat to him than a wild boar. From the perspective of natural law, the victor indeed holds dominion over the vanquished. Under Tang Zhao's direction, the goblins began to gather their belongings in preparation for relocation. The inventory in their cave was scant, and thus it was not long before Tang Zhao remained quietly in place, awaiting their completion. "I still fail to comprehend. Before our arrival, you mentioned the possibility of incorporating the goblins into our settlement, and you debated this matter at length with us, ultimately persuading those little fairies. But is it truly worthwhile? I maintain my original stance. Taming the beasts of the forest and harnessing their power seems far more reliable. The fairies differ from my perspective. I do not seek warriors for patrolling the woods and guarding the mountains, but rather diligent and steadfast craftsmen. From this angle, the goblins indeed meet my criteria." Tang Zhao did not deny that gray wolves, giant bears, and majestic eagles were undeniably more reliable in combat and displayed a commendable loyalty to their masters. However, they were merely beasts, not sentient races, and complex tasks such as construction and manufacturing could not be entrusted to them. At this moment, the only available choice among intelligent races was the goblins. Furthermore, Tang Zhao harbored subtle ulterior motives. He needed to procure meat, and the available prey was limited. The aforementioned beasts were not easily managed, each more voracious than the last. Hence it was prudent to minimize competition. At the very least, goblins, like humans, were omnivorous and could survive on the fruits conjured by the fairies' divine berry magic, making them relatively easy to sustain. No goblins attempted to flee. They silently followed behind Tang Zhao, advancing at a measured pace. This was due in part to their own timidity and the fear they harbored for this enormous lizard, but also because of the multitude of fairy dust floating in the air, which served as a constant reminder that they were under surveillance and could not escape too far. Tang Zhao did not allow the goblins to reside alongside the fairies. Instead, he directed them to settle near the pond, where there was sufficient space for lodging. This was merely a temporary measure, as the location was not particularly suitable for establishing a stronghold. Once he found a more appropriate site, he would naturally relocate them. Tang Zhao remained close to the goblins, listening as they counted their supplies and numbers. There were over 50 adult goblins, 3 of whom were goblin sorcerers, in addition to more than 20 goblin eggs undergoing incubation. In truth, goblins were not particularly short-lived. Normal individuals could reach a maximum lifespan of 120 years, not far removed from humans. Moreover, goblins were considered adults at the age of 6 and could lay multiple eggs at once, showcasing a commendable reproductive capacity. However, the majority of goblins did not survive past the age of 10, often due to harsh living conditions or violent conflicts. which elicited a sense of lamentation. Tang Zhao's forked tongue extended from his mouth, sweeping up and down to capture the scent of the goblin sorcerers before him. I perceive no discernible difference. The scent does not reveal anything, unlike the essence of draconic blood. In the self-perception of the goblins, they undoubtedly regarded themselves as draconic beings, especially those with sorcerous talents in the winged goblins, who were believed to be favored by the goblin god Tortimac and the evil dragon god Tiamat. Yet, reality often proved to be more brutal, aside from a few elders who could indeed speak draconic. Tang Zhao saw no indication that they bore any resemblance to true dragons. The ordinary reptiles and dragons were fundamentally distinct entities. Nevertheless, he certainly believed that many dragons would be inclined to employ goblins as their underlings, given that the characteristics of this race were well suited for such roles. The goblin sorcerers before him, aside from being visibly older than their kin, bore no remarkable traits. They were sorcerers, relying on the power inherent in their bloodline to cast spells, unlike the mages who delved into the mysteries of the magical web. They were somewhat stronger than the fairies of the present, all possessing a second-tier level, yet only one among them was capable of unleashing a few second-tier spells. This phenomenon became increasingly pronounced at higher levels. In the kingdom of Orlan, there were a handful of seventh-tier humans, yet the number of seventh-tier spells was limited, and generally, such knowledge was not shared. Many seventh-tier spellcasters could only cast sixth-tier spells until their demise. Moreover, to be precise, what they had previously unleashed was not a fireball, but rather an alteration of a zero-tier trick, the flame arrow, for the fireball was a quintessential third-tier spell. Many aspiring young mages dreamt of mastering the fireball spell during their apprenticeship, yet this was quite a challenge in Orlan. While their spellcasting level was indeed second-tier, this world was not solely dictated by levels. A second-tier goblin with magical abilities could not hope to contend with a creature classified as a second-tier monster. And even a first-tier beast, such as the male yetis, posed a considerable challenge. The disparity in physicality was an undeniable reality. Unless one reached an extraordinary level of mastery, it would be exceedingly difficult to bridge that gap. How much do you know about the matters concerning Insula, or rather, the White Copper Forest? Not much, for we do not dare to venture too deeply into the forest, especially near the mountains. The speaker was the goblin elder, named Toby, the only goblin capable of casting second-tier spells, thus holding a unique position within the goblin community. What lies nearby? A dwarven fortress or a draconic lair? Chapter 35. The mineral deposits. The region known as the White Copper Forest derives its name from its abundant mineral wealth, particularly the plentiful deposits of white copper. Such riches naturally attract the dwarves, the finest miners and blacksmiths in the world, who once established several small fortresses in this area. These fortifications, nestled among the mountains, are connected by tunnels that extend deep into the earth, sometimes even reaching mysterious and shadowy realms. However, these depths are fraught with peril, teeming with formidable monsters and numerous magically adept fey creatures, while deeper within the mountains lurk various goblins. In short, this is certainly not a suitable domain for the kobolds. It is evident from Toby's words that he harbors a significant fear of that region, and he would avoid venturing there unless absolutely necessary. It is unsuitable for solitary kobolds. You mentioned kobolds are adept at burrowing and can discern the general location of mineral veins. Please inform me where the richest deposits lie. Indeed, that would be near the mountains, where the mineral reserves are exceedingly abundant, rightfully earning it the title of the Rich Mountain. Very well. Let me inquire further. If I were to claim a territory nearby and ensure your safety, would your kobolds consider relocating there? That depends entirely on your esteemed wishes. My lords, aside from the matters concerning the mines, Tang Zhao also gleaned a considerable amount of other intelligence from the local kobolds, which was a mixed blessing. The presence of fey creatures in the forest, seemingly thriving, suggests that this place is home to more than just the weaker pixies and sprites. There must also be more powerful fey beings, such as treants and satyrs. Given that the forest of Insula is several times larger than the peak of the Tsangwan forest, it is hardly surprising that it harbors a greater variety and strength of fey creatures. If it were otherwise, Tang Zhao would indeed find it peculiar. He had merely been wandering the outer regions without encountering them until now. Tang Zhao did not worry that these fey would lure away his sprites, as their settlements have always been loose and disorganized, comprising only a handful of individuals who come together solely in times of danger. In contrast, Tang Zhao's settlement boasts over 100 individuals, and the camaraderie forged through shared trials has cultivated a bond far stronger than that of ordinary sprite communities. The peculiarities of the Itter creatures have only served to heighten the sprite's sense of insecurity. Without a stable and secure dwelling, they are unlikely to leave easily. If anyone were to absorb them, it would be the sprites from the Tsangwan forest seeking to incorporate a few of the local sprites with a keen sense of danger. Moreover, there do exist numerous dark and powerful beings in that region, while ordinary beasts may merely cause a nuisance. The most significant threat to Tang Zhao would likely come from the goblins. Goblins are classified into three categories. The most proficient, the earth goblins, possess their own nations and disciplined armies. The common goblins, though numerous, are the weakest in combat, and then there are the towering bear goblins, often employed as mercenaries by the former two. The Everwatch Mountains are likely home only to common goblins, perhaps with a few bear goblins mixed in. Common goblins are a particularly bothersome species, unlike kobolds, as they pose a tangible threat to both humans and sprites, which is why the community is keen to gather more information about them. Compared to kobolds, common goblins are lazier and utterly disorganized, characterized by strong jealousy and a propensity for violence. Even among their own kind, common goblins are seldom entrusted with critical tasks, as it is widely recognized that they are an entirely unreliable race. This was what they conveyed to Tang Zhao, who remained skeptical, as the sprites held a similarly unflattering view of kobolds. It is likely that the goblins operate from the abandoned dwarven fortresses within the Everwatch Mountains, sending scouts to delve deeper into that area for reconnaissance. Safety is paramount. We must ascertain how far those creatures are from our encampment. Our reconnaissance team has never ventured that deep before. Is it not somewhat rash to proceed so recklessly? Ultimately, seeing is believing. After inquiring further, Tang Zhao instructed the kobold mage to lead a small team to report to the sprite, Lyric. If he were to provide the kobolds with basic training, it might enhance their combat capabilities to some degree. The kobolds practice a socialized upbringing, with all their eggs concentrated together, undergoing fundamental education post-hatching. Accompanied by Toby and a select team of elite kobolds, Tang Zhao intended to ascertain the situation by the afternoon to avoid prolonged uncertainties. The deeper the forest, the more resources it harbors. Consequently, the competition intensifies and the rivals grow stronger as one ventures further into Insula. Following the kobolds, Tang Zhao began to detect numerous unfamiliar scents in the air. Some he recognized, belonging to powerful beasts like grizzly bears, yet many others remained unknown. Tang Zhao appeared formidable himself, and without displaying any intent to encroach upon territory, most creatures chose to remain silent as they observed the group passing through their domain. This suited Tang Zhao perfectly. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to clear each area. The forest was larger than he had anticipated, and they did not glimpse the outline of the mountains until nearly evening. Chapter 36. The Struggle, Unity. Have you been here before? Are you aware of the creatures that inhabit this area? From the perspective of wildlife, Tang Zhao is undoubtedly formidable. Yet the realm of Sula harbors more than just wild beasts. At present, he would certainly find himself ill-equipped to confront a hill giant or a horde of ravenous ogres. In such encounters, his only recourse would be to flee. Should he face a more powerful wyvern or a blue-footed dragon snake, escape would be a luxury he could scarcely afford. His fate would hinge solely on the whims of his adversary's appetite that day. Arrogance is an undesirable trait, one which Tang Zhao does not possess. Many events from over a decade ago may no longer be accurate. He recalls a group of petrified chicken snakes, a pack of wargs, and several griffins in the vicinity. Approaching the foothills, he might also encounter owlbears and shark lizards, along with the possibility of ogres and goblin settlements, not to mention the potential presence of multi-headed lizard folk. His knowledge of these dangers is akin to a cherished heirloom, a secret that has allowed his kin to survive to this day. In terms of strength comparison, Tang Zhao believes he can assert his dominance in this area, but venturing deeper would stretch his capabilities. You mentioned that there are settlements of fey beings nearby. Do you remember their location? He only retains a vague recollection, and the accuracy may be significantly off. Toby anxiously glances at Tang Zhao and Cynthia, fearing their ire. No matter, just lead me there. He recalls the scent of the pixies and spriggans. With proximity, he could easily discern their presence. Barring a few exceptional circumstances, fey creatures tend to be wary of outsiders, yet they are generally amicable, especially with a fairy accompanying him. The worst outcome of their meeting would likely be a lack of assistance, with little danger anticipated. As he traverses the dense forest, Tang Zhao encounters the first creature that harbors clear hostility towards him, a massive owl bear, aptly named for its feathered body and the enormous head of an owl. Its physical structure reminiscent of a bear. Its size is colossal, rivaling the largest grizzly bears on Earth, even accounting for the optical illusion created by its fluffy plumage. It is undeniably formidable. Upon seeing this creature obstructing his path, Tang Zhao's instinct is to straighten his posture in an attempt to intimidate it, hoping to dissuade the owl bear from advancing. However, the beast is unperturbed, emitting a high-pitched, piercing cry as it lunges at him. With a sweep of its tail, it sends aside a few ineffectual goblins, leaving Tang Zhao no choice but to muster his strength and charge at the owlbear. The collision of the 200-kilogram behemoths produces a dull thud, starkly different from previous skirmishes. This contest is a raw display of brute strength. Both creatures lean into each other, their forelimbs pushing against one another, while their hind legs remain firmly rooted in the earth. Whoever possesses lesser strength will be toppled. While Tang Zhao's might is somewhat inferior to the solid owlbear, he is no fool to be easily overthrown. He thrusts his neck forward, baring his sharp teeth in an attempt to seize the vulnerable neck of his opponent. Ordinarily, the owlbear would leverage its forelimbs to shove Tang Zhao away. Yet it does not do so. Ignoring the threat of Tang Zhao's gaping maw, it opens its own sharp beak and viciously pecks at Tang Zhao's neck. Fortunately, the thick bone plates shield him from most of the damage, preventing the beak's tip from causing severe injury. Stung by the pain, Tang Zhao is momentarily enraged. He exerts all his strength to shove the owlbear to the left while simultaneously clamping down on its neck, attempting to pull to the right. Given the tough skin and muscle of his target, a swift kill is unlikely. Thus, he aims to snap the creature's neck instead. The owlbear, with its beak rather than fangs, is at a disadvantage in this biting contest, and it is unclear why it insists on exchanging injuries. But it is evident that the losing party will be the owlbear. Dua, stop! A voice calls out from the periphery, but Tang Zhao, fully engaged in combat, lacks the energy to heed the words and continues his struggle against the foe. Moments later, two beams of light shoot towards the two titans locked in battle. One successfully penetrates the owlbear, while Tang Zhao's scaled armor deflects the other. The owlbear, upon having the light enter its body, undergoes significant changes in its reactions, attempting to free itself from Tang Zhao's grip, though it remains unsuccessful. However, within moments, Tang Zhao perceives a sound from behind him. Due to the differing placement and structure of his eyes, his field of vision is considerably broader than that of a human, allowing him to glimpse a sizable creature approaching from the rear. Another one? This could be troublesome. It might be time to consider retreat. With this thought, he dares not delay, loosening his grip to attempt to shove the owlbear away. Unexpectedly, the owlbear, seemingly cooperative despite its pain, pushes back against Tang Zhao, creating a distance of several meters between them. Seizing this moment, Tang Zhao glances at the approaching creature, a large bear with a traditional brown coat, a typical wild animal. What is their relationship? Are they mates or something else? Wild animals can also be perilous. This bear is no smaller than the owlbear. And should they be allies, Tang Zhao would be left to fend for himself. Stay calm, stay calm. I apologize for my friend's initial aggression. But please believe me when I say this is entirely a misunderstanding. Tang Zhao remains vigilant, stepping back a few paces while scanning for Cynthia and the goblins, preparing for a hasty retreat. At that moment, Cynthia flutters her wings and lands beside him, whispering, "The bear bears a fey insignia. I can sense a faint fey presence nearby. It shouldn't be an enemy. Let us hear what it has to say." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhao decides to heed Cynthia's counsel, lowering his head slightly as a gesture of truce. Upon witnessing this, the bear displays a surprisingly human-like smile. To be precise, referring to this creature as a bear is somewhat misleading, for it is a beast folk. Beast folk come in various branches, and bear folk are both rare and powerful, often among the few who are more amicable towards others. Of course, morality cannot be neatly categorized by species. While most bear folk are generally agreeable, there exist bloodthirsty bear folk akin to werewolves. Just as there are amicable werewolves, it's merely a matter of proportion. The bear folk introduces himself as Leo, a resident of Insula, while the owlbear, Dua, is his kin, sharing a name with the mother river of Orlan. Initially, Tang Zhao had overthought the situation, assuming Leo's companion would be a massive owl or similar creature. In reality, Dua is merely a cub that Leo found in the woods. You mean to say you have encountered my kin, and they are residing with you? Cynthia's expression is somewhat nuanced. Although bearfolk are generally friendly and share similar values with Fae beings, few Fae communities genuinely accept a bearfolk among them. Naturally, the same is true for large lizards. She can surmise that every household has its unique challenges. Indeed, I am acquainted with the Fae of this forest, and our relationship is quite amicable. His current form is that of a tall, robust, middle-aged man with a sincere demeanor. To reassure Cynthia, he lifts a delicate pendant hanging from his neck, a quintessential piece of Fae craftsmanship adorned with some Fae magic, an area in which Cynthia could not possibly err. The situation is quite intricate, suffice it to say. I am allied with the Fae to combat the threats within the forest. Today, Dua and I were patrolling when we unexpectedly encountered your friend. Dua's only flaw is his short temper and combative nature. Upon perceiving Tang Zhao as an enemy, he attacked without hesitation. I was not quick to react from a distance, and I sincerely apologize for that. The demeanor of the apology appeared genuinely sincere, although during the altercation, Tang Zhao had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Naturally, he felt quite displeased with the injury inflicted upon himself by that uncouth beast. However, the matter at hand was of utmost importance, and it was not the time for entanglements. Dua, the bearman, offered an apology on behalf of Leo the owlbear, while Cynthia, in place of Tang Zhao, accepted this apology, a rather theatrical unfolding of events. I am intrigued by your mention of the forest threats and the affairs concerning the fairies. Could we perhaps find a moment to discuss this in detail? Tang Zhao and Cynthia had no reason to decline, and as they departed, they were trailed by a cadre of goblins. Initially, Tang Zhao had feared they might remain on the battlefield and hinder progress, but it appeared he had been overly concerned. Once the battle commenced, they vanished almost instantaneously, only re-emerging from the thickets after Cynthia had concluded her conversation. Had he known the extent of their combat capabilities and resolve, Tang Zhao would have found little to be vexed about. He was not in search of warriors who could single-handedly face 10 foes. As long as they worked diligently without sloth, he harbored no ill feelings towards them. In a slightly more open area, numerous fairies flitted about the trees lining the periphery, alongside exquisitely crafted abodes of their kind. Thanks to the introduction by the bearman and the presence of his kin, Cynthia, they successfully met the highest authority of the fairy settlement, a treant named Lilith. Legends speak of powerful Fae beings binding the souls of errant lower fairies to trees, transforming them into treants. The veracity of such tales remains uncertain, yet treants indeed bear a striking resemblance to humans. While one might not claim them to be extraordinarily beautiful, they certainly warrant the title of beauty. Their attire closely resembles that of the fairies, albeit magnified to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, however, Tang Zhao felt no interest in female beings of any kind. Lilith, one of the few treants in Insula, was elated to see fairies from the outside world. She bombarded Cynthia with inquiries, only relenting once she grasped the general circumstances. Insula is vast, and there had originally been several treants stationed here. With such formidable forest spirits guarding the area, the fairies had lived carefree lives. However, in recent months, their days of carefree joy came to an abrupt end. A drake had intruded upon this territory. To safeguard the forest, most of the treants lost their lives, while one or two remained in a precarious state, deep in slumber. Now, the Fae creatures of the forest could only rely on themselves. Chapter 37. The transaction. What is the current condition of the dragon? Could you elaborate? It has sustained severe injuries and fled the scene, leaving its fate uncertain. In nature, injuries that lead to infection typically equate to death. However, many draconic beings possess an uncanny vitality. It may very well be dead, or perhaps not. Generally, in cases where a body is not found, Tang Zhao tends to assume the entity is still alive. Some creatures exhibit a stoic endurance, while others are prone to vengeance. Over 90% of draconic beings fall into the latter category, indicating that this group of fairies has provoked a formidable adversary. It poses a potential threat that could extend to my side, but we shall observe the situation further. Cynthia, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. I hope for your safety. After uttering this sentiment, she subtly glanced at Tang Zhao, seeking a hint of guidance from him. With no prior plan for such an encounter, she was undeniably pleased to meet a fellow kin, but truth be told, she had yet to contemplate the manner in which she should engage with the fairies from Insula. The owlbear is a standard second-tier monster. The beastly form of that shapeshifter bears a striking resemblance to the owlbear. As a druidic spellcaster, its level is likely second-tier as well, given its use of second-tier calming spells rather than third-tier soothing incantations. As for the treant, It hovers between second and third tier capability. Tang Zhao assessed the strength of these individuals to determine how best to position himself in this scenario. Weighing the pros and cons, he lightly tapped his tail against the ground, signaling Cynthia to translate for him. We share similar standings and have no conflicts of interest. So let us engage in an open dialogue to avoid wasting time. Tang Zhao's slit pupils fixated on Lilith as he slowly extended a forepaw. Your gaze often lingers upon me. The bear man must have informed you that his spells are ineffective against me. It should align with your expectations. I possess magical immunity. Now, I ask, what are your demands? Having survived in the forest for quite some time, he had become exceedingly sensitive to the various gazes directed at him. The Treant and the bear man had been observing him, whether intentionally or not, indicating they held certain thoughts. In terms of combat prowess, he was not significantly stronger than the bear man. The sole aspect that warranted their attention was his immunity to magic, a simple deduction. Lilith and Leo were taken aback. The previously silent Tang Zhao was not only wise, but also bore the qualities of a leader. After a few moments of silence to formulate her response, Lilith spoke. How strong is your resistance to third-tier magic? In comparison to anti-magic metals, my resistance would be no less and likely superior. Upon hearing this, the Treant and bear man exchanged glances, both revealing glimmers of delight in their eyes. We have an unspoken request, which we hope you might consider. The matter is straightforward. Recently, numerous formidable creatures have begun encroaching upon the fairies' territory, including a petrifying lizard. The most terrifying trait of this creature lies in its petrification ability, reminiscent of Medusa from Greek mythology, where those who meet its gaze are at risk of turning to stone. Naturally, this ability has its limitations. Creatures with formidable physical attributes or those adept in magic possess some degree of resistance to petrification. The process itself is heavily constrained, triggered solely through direct eye contact. Categorizing it as a third-tier magic, the petrifying lizard poses a significant threat to the fairies. Their initial plan was to evade it, and if avoidance proved impossible, to send forth Leo and others with high resistance to eliminate it. Now that Tang Zhao can largely immunize himself against the lizard's abilities, the situation may become considerably simpler. For a long time, they had resided in this vicinity, utilizing the forest to evade the interference of humans and other sentient beings. If given the choice, they would prefer not to relocate to the forest's outer edges, as they perceive the uncertainties of interacting with humans to be far too great. Thus, I hope you can lend your assistance to restrain the petrifying lizard. Without its petrification ability, it poses little threat. I understand the situation and can offer my help, but I require mutual assistance in return. My kobold subordinates wish to establish a base at the foot of the mountain to mine resources. If you can assist me in this regard, I shall engage in battle with the petrifying lizard. Tang Zhao's bottom line was that the fairies must share their intelligence with him, though he saw no harm in testing the waters with an exaggerated request. Lilith, being the settlement's administrator, pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. The edge of our territory borders the mountains, where a group of creatures hostile to the fairies resides, though they are not particularly difficult to manage. If you assist us in dealing with the petrifying lizard, we will help you with your housing concerns. The matter will depend on the strength of the opposing creature. If it is indeed as you say, that would be ideal, and I accept the agreement. Should it prove otherwise, you would need to provide further assistance, such as intelligence. No problem, I assure you. The withering creature is considerably easier to handle than the petrifying lizard. Lilith aimed to achieve two objectives with one request, seeking Tang Zhao's assistance to eliminate both threats. From a results-oriented perspective, Tang Zhao found this acceptable. Setting aside the issue of housing, settling near these fairies would afford him an ally. The fairies would help fend off a significant portion of threats, and in the face of any major dangers, both parties could confront them together. The only concern remains the young dragon. However, if Tang Zhao wishes to establish a presence deep within the forest, he will undoubtedly attract enemies, particularly with over 100 fairies in his company. Given that the young dragon is already antagonistic toward the local fairies of Insula, it is likely to view Cynthia and Lyric, the foreign fairies, with hostility as well. The young dragon poses a danger, yet it also represents an opportunity. If it is truly alive and seeks vengeance in the future, Tang Zhao might seize this chance to integrate the fairies of Insula into his settlement. In the face of peril, the instinctual response of sentient beings is to band together. He could discern that the Treant lacked the strength of a formidable leader. They were merely unable to be pushed into such a position. Once cooperation deepened, Tang Zhao was confident he could attain a degree of authority, paving the way for future developments. with a population of at least 100 fairy-like beings, alongside treants and bear men. Consolidating this area would provide Tang Zhao with a solid foundation. Once the terms were established, both parties agreed to refrain from nocturnal activities, opting to rest for the night and strategize for the next day's midday feeding time of the petrifying lizard. Chapter 38. The Offensive Under the Cover of Night. Tang Zhao conducted an inspection of the fairy settlement. These fairy dwellings were constructed along the river, with numerous buildings perched atop trees spaced a few meters apart, serving as homes for small groups of fairies. Unlike the goblins, who often huddled together in large numbers, each fairy typically resided in its own constructed abode, leading to a more dispersed community. In addition to the common little fairies and pixies, there was also a family of 5 bear folk, with Leo, the strongest among them, being the patriarch. Of course, Tang Zhao did not consider the owlbear as part of the family, in his view. It belonged more to the category of battle beast rather than kin. He acknowledged the creature's utility in opening doors and moving objects, recognizing its intelligence by animal standards. Yet he also understood that the owlbear was a volatile and aggressive beast, having experienced its temper firsthand, thus deeming it a considerable risk to keep. Furthermore, he took note of the number of treants within the settlement, observing around 5 or 6 of them, which was satisfactory. Not only were they striking in appearance, but they also possessed combat capabilities. Similar to pixies, they could wield a multitude of first-ring spells and had a limited selection of second-ring spells. Treants utilized a unique form of woodland magic, distinct from the conventional tiered spells, being an innate ability exclusive to such beings. This included the ability to communicate with flora and fauna, the art of tree teleportation, and their most renowned skill, enchantment. Much like the sirens of myth, treants could bewitch humanoid creatures, although this ability was less effective in the depths of the forest. After all, the foes they faced often lacked the intelligence to surpass 50 and were devoid of any humanoid aesthetic, rendering them immune to such high-demand enchantments. This was the state of a fairy settlement in Sula, with other fairy communities scattered throughout the forest, albeit with little means of communication among them. The fairies struggled to traverse the rugged terrain, the treants could not move far, and the sluggish pace of the tree folk made contact rare. After guiding the goblins to a suitable resting place, they carried provisions ample enough for Tang Zhao to sustain himself adequately, intended for emergencies. He shared a few pounds of his jerky as sustenance, quickly consuming the remainder before resting. The following morning, Tang Zhao employed his chameleon abilities to darken his complexion, lying in a sunlit clearing by the riverbank to bask. He sunbathed until the fairies were prepared, their blood warmed, readying for action. On the periphery of the fairy territory, a petrified lizard was engaged in its meal. This creature was enormous, stout, and somewhat corpulent, adorned with azure scales and a multitude of long bony spines extending from its head to the tip of its tail. It possessed 4 pairs of limbs, none suited for speed, rendering it an ineffective predator for rapid pursuits. It gnawed on a loose stone sculpture that resembled a robust, lifelike bison, clearly a victim of petrification. Though Tang Zhao found it challenging to climb trees due to his size, the assistance of fairy dust allowed him to hover silently in midair, gradually approaching the petrified lizard. To divert the creature's attention, several treants emerged from the trunks behind him, brandishing their arms to hurl a number of branches. The branches elongated and transformed midair into thorny whips, striking the lizard's soft underbelly, prompting a pained growl as it swiftly turned its head. Seizing this opportunity, Leo, the bearfolk, ambushed from a distance, transforming into his massive bear form, rising to unleash a guttural roar. "Leo, it's coming your way. That giant lizard is moving into position. Be prepared to retreat." The bearfolk covered his eyes with cloth to shield against the lizard's petrifying abilities, activating his invisibility, while the more discreet fairies hovered above, discreetly reporting the situation. The petrified lizard, clumsy and slow, took its time approaching Leo, allowing the pixies to escort Tang Zhao above the lizard's body. Following their plan, they began a gradual descent, but as they neared 3 to 4 meters from the ground, the effect of the fairy dust rapidly diminished. Tang Zhao hastily landed a few meters from the petrified lizard, oblivious to its turning head, as he lunged towards its neck. The size difference between them was minimal, though the lizard was slightly bulkier. However, Tang Zhao's physical structure was far more suited for combat. With longer forelimbs, quicker claws, a heavier skull, sturdier bones, and an abundance of robust muscle, he was in his element. While Tang Zhao relied on his physical prowess, the lizard's primary asset lay in its petrification ability. Stripped of that, Its combat effectiveness was significantly compromised, rendering it no match for Tang Zhao. Chapter 39. The Assault of Justice. A colossal creature, weighing several hundred kilograms, charged at high speed, toppling the unsuspecting petrified lizard from the side. Taking advantage of his arm span, Tang Zhao propped himself up and used his weight to subdue the petrified lizard, then clamped his jaws firmly around its neck. The creature's bulk had its advantages. The petrified lizard was covered in robust scales that offered substantial protection, making it difficult for Tang Zhao's teeth to penetrate this defense. Its neck was short and thick, rendering it challenging to snap with sheer force. The venom should take effect, but it was not lethal at once. For a creature of such size, the venom would take several minutes to have an effect, and death could take hours. However, he did not aim for a swift kill. His sole intention was to maintain a firm grip on the lizard's head, preventing it from looking away. Seizing the opportunity, Leo swiftly approached with the owlbear to assist Tang Zhao in restraining the petrified lizard's movements. The thorny whip, entwined with large green leaves, lashed toward the lizard's toothy maw, wrapping around its head and obscuring its vision completely. The most troublesome factor was the petrifying gaze. Without it, everything else would be manageable. Leo transformed into an upright half-man, half-bear form, and received a spear from a tree spirit. The spearhead was not merely a sharpened wooden tip, but a glimmering black shark tooth, sharp and menacing. The items confiscated from the orcs proved suitable for this occasion, as metallic products were scarce in the forest. With both hands gripping the spear, Leo positioned himself strategically, allowing Tang Zhao to expose the relatively vulnerable neck of the petrified lizard. With a fierce roar, the bearman thrust the spear forward, channeling tremendous force through the sharp weapon, which easily pierced the creature. The lizard's furious shriek quickly transformed into a low, mournful wail. Leo twisted the spear and swiftly withdrew it, while Tang Zhao's powerful jaws repositioned, clenching down with a crisp sound. As anticipated, he could not shatter such thick bones, yet he inflicted irreversible damage nonetheless. The petrified lizard, driven by an unprecedented force, struggled desperately, but its massive form was firmly pinned down by three beasts of equal might. Leo held the toppled lizard in place with one hand while plunging the spear into its abdomen with the other. Like peeling skin, the sharp instrument successfully pierced the scales and slid downward, eviscerating the petrified lizard, whose struggles soon waned. Tang Zhao continued to hold on until Leo confirmed safety, at which point he released his grip. The battle was anything but graceful, devoid of fairness or honor. Yet, this was the essence of nature, fighting with all one had to survive. Cynthia, who had previously controlled the fairy dust, hurried over to him, employing the animal communication spell. Please relay that, according to our agreement, I shall take half of the flesh and scales, while the blood core is mine. The remaining items are theirs. Unlike the head of Medusa, the petrified lizard would lose its petrifying ability upon death. Thus, its most valuable asset was its stomach. Some alchemists or druids could process this secretion, crafting ointments capable of healing those afflicted by petrification. It was not limited to victims of the petrified lizard, as various forms of petrification could also be cured, provided the magic cast upon them was not excessively powerful. This point was crucial, as the least potent magic capable of reversing petrification was a 5th-tier high-level restoration spell. Such powerful casters were rare, and those proficient in high-level restoration even rarer, leaving most to seek the ointments derived from petrified lizards. The demand far exceeded the supply, and such ointments could fetch enticing prices in the human world. However, Tang Zhao and his companions lacked the knowledge to process it, thus offering it as a favor to Leo and his group, confident they would not refuse to share when in need. Once stability returned, his first task was to extract the blood core from the petrified lizard and examine it closely. The petrified lizard was significantly more formidable than the monster, and its blood core was larger, more translucent, and of a lighter hue, resembling a mineral or gemstone at first glance. Both fairies and humans had their respective legends regarding the origins of these blood cores. However, in practice, low-tier blood cores proved largely useless, while higher-tier ones had been researched for various applications by spellcasters. Primarily, they served as fuel for magical items. Yet, despite the energy contained within the blood cores, the current level of human spellcasting technology could not utilize them efficiently. Perhaps the ancient Ostia Empire or the long-lived elves possessed superior methods, but Tang Zhao remained unaware. Upon swallowing the blood core, a warm sensation surged through him, and he checked the quantity consumed. To his delight, he had absorbed not one, but 3 cores. Excellent. This indicates that there are indeed more than just inferior blood cores. And similarly, there should be more than just low-quality meat. He used his claws to slice off a piece of meat weighing approximately 5 kilograms from the petrified lizard's carcass and eagerly devoured it, consuming it with ravenous haste. The display indicated an increase of 17 kilograms in his mass, approximately 3 times the weight of the meat itself, accounting for any error. The more powerful the creature, the greater the energy it contains within, and consequently, the more substantial the benefits I gain from consuming them. The key point is that the efficiency of my feeding can also be significantly enhanced. His greatest concern was the efficiency of consumption. The digestive capacity of animals limited him to a certain amount of food per day, and overeating would lead to issues. This time, he required 20 tons of low-tier flesh for evolution, necessitating months of relentless eating. Moreover, when satiated, digestion occupied a significant portion of his bodily functions, leading to a noticeable reduction in his agility. Encountering enemies in such a state would place him at a distinct disadvantage. This was merely one evolution. Each subsequent transformation would demand exponentially more sustenance, and Tang Zhao could not afford to squander all his time on feeding. He was not a koala in a zoo, solely preoccupied with the trifles of eating and sleeping. Higher nutrition foods signified swifter evolution and shorter feeding times, which were crucial for him. The looming threat of the dragon instilled a sense of urgency. Evolving sooner would enable him to rid himself of the peril. Chapter 40. The Withering Beasts. After ensuring the proper placement of the petrified lizard's remains, Tang Zhao made his way to Lilith's abode. Unlike typical wooden cabins, they resided within a living tree, the very essence of the tree spirit. As long as the tree thrived, they would remain eternally youthful. Any injury to the tree would bring them pain as well. Lilith possessed the ability to converse with animals, and given that Cynthia was heavily burdened with controlling the Fey dust that day, Tang Zhao chose not to trouble her with translation, opting instead for a direct dialogue. Your first request has been addressed. Now, please elaborate on the remaining adversaries and the characteristics of the land I seek. Let us begin with your primary concern. The lands near the mountains abound with prey, featuring lakes and streams for water. The number of threatening creatures in our current location is relatively sparse, making it an overall suitable area. In truth, Tang Zhao was most concerned with factors such as soil quality, accessibility, and potential for development, but he refrained from probing further, knowing the tree spirit might lack such insights. That sounds promising. I shall conduct a field investigation shortly, accompanied by my goblin subordinates. If all is satisfactory, you may proceed to discuss the adversaries. Tang Zhao's straightforwardness prompted Lilith to forego unnecessary words, nodding as she began to describe their foes. A horde of withering beasts, likely straying individuals emerging from deeper within the mountains, had been identified. Thus far, no saplings of the Gansh's tree had been discovered, though the risk could not be entirely dismissed. The term withering beasts referred to a class of plant monsters possessing mobility and a degree of intelligence, essentially animated flora. Unlike treants, legends suggested they originated from a formidable vampire, inheriting their master's dark, sanguine traits. As they moved, the surrounding forest would swiftly decay, native plants rapidly withering away, replaced by toxic thorns and other undesirable flora, transforming the environment into one inhospitable to most creatures, while simultaneously giving birth to new withering beasts. However, their inherent strength was not particularly formidable. The weaker varieties were comparable to goblins, while the stronger ones posed only a slight threat to adult human males. In Tang Zhao's view, the Gansh's tree resembled a sci-fi hive, capable of causing widespread decay, continuously sprouting new withering beasts. A mature Gansh's tree represented a significant threat to any small settlement. Solitary or few withering beasts could be easily dealt with, as a band of human mercenaries could eliminate dozens or even hundreds. Yet, once the Gansh's tree reached maturity, it could spawn a dozen or more withering beasts daily. Much like an ant colony, a single ant poses little danger, but a multitude can easily overwhelm even larger creatures. With a comprehensive understanding of the adversary, Tang Zhao naturally began to discuss strategies with Lilith. Withered branches are exceedingly flammable. Would you object to employing fire as a tactic? I have several goblin sorcerers skilled in fire arrows. Enlisting the Fae for flaming projectiles could be an excellent idea. That would be inadvisable, as it could harm the forest. Can we devise a gentler approach? The tree spirit, being the embodiment of the tree itself, understandably prioritized the safety of the forest above all. The Fae who had previously agreed to fire tactics bore a deep-seated grudge against the itch monsters. The current tree spirit merely recognized the threat posed by the withering beasts, making their circumstances incomparable. After a period of contemplation without resolution, Tang Zhao suggested pausing the dialogue. I must conduct a field assessment to determine the appropriate tactics. Of course, our Fae patrol has been monitoring the situation closely. I will send someone to accompany you shortly. Currently, no gaseous trees have been discovered, and the number of withering beasts was not particularly alarming, so Tang Zhao did not view this as an insurmountable challenge. His primary objective was to evaluate the environment, accompanied by a small contingent of goblins. You mentioned that soil quality could indicate the location of minerals and water sources. Show me what you can. Ahead, over 100 meters, lay a grove of withered trees entwined with vines and thorns, necessitating caution in case the withering beasts decided to mount an attack. Chief, at present, we cannot excavate deep holes. We can only provide a general assessment. Due to the terrain, the underground water level here is not particularly high. However, we can confirm that minerals are indeed present in the vicinity, though we cannot specify the exact quantities. The goblins worked efficiently, providing Tang Zhao with a response within 5 or 6 minutes. Although their manner of address felt somewhat peculiar, Tang Zhao chose not to correct them. Can you establish a residence here and undertake excavation tasks? As long as you can supply us with sturdy tools, we can certainly manage. Our skills in tunneling are unparalleled among any creatures. Toby spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, this was a domain the goblins had honed over countless generations, and it was one of the few areas in which they felt assured. I heeded your words, and should you fulfill them, you shall receive a substantial reward. Upon their initial encounter, a symbolic demonstration of authority was made. Subsequently, Tang Zhao exhibited a more amiable demeanor toward the kobolds. He favored persuasion over coercion, as there existed no animosity or conflict of interest between them. Having received confirmation from the kobolds regarding the suitability of the location for a long-term settlement, the next step involved addressing the blightspawn issue. The forest, corrupted by the blight, was shrouded in darkness and mystery. After careful consideration, Tang Zhao resolved to undertake a calculated risk. Instruct the sprites to enshroud the arrowheads with oil-soaked cloth, and to stand ready to ignite and launch them with precision, targeting the adversaries while avoiding igniting the forest. Furthermore, command the kobold warlocks to prepare to unleash firebolts. The remaining kobolds, lacking bows, shall maintain vigilance and retreat upon the approach of any foe. Indeed, and thus I shall personally assess the situation. Should the blightspawn be few in number, I shall resolve the matter myself. However, should their numbers prove overwhelming, then you shall be called upon to act. The forest teemed with diverse inhabitants, some of whom possessed the ability to purify various forms of corruption. The most renowned of these were the unicorns, celestial beings capable of cleansing vast tracts of woodland. However, Lilith's settlement lacked such esteemed creatures. Aside from the Bearmen family, who practiced druidic magic and could purify limited amounts of corruption, they were largely powerless against its spread. The blightspawn's corruption of the forest was irreversible. Even the eradication of all blightspawn would not alter this reality. In Tang Zhao's view, a radical solution was required, a cleansing fire to eliminate all latent threats. Her previous expression betrayed her inner conflict. As a leader, her reason dictated that fire was the safest and most efficient solution, yet her trained nature recoiled at the prospect. Tang Zhao believed she merely required a justification to assuage her conscience, such as a life-threatening situation or an uncontrollable blightspawn infestation. If the blightspawn were few, Tang Zhao could handle them alone. If they were numerous, the forest would be set ablaze. He anticipated that Lilith would not turn against him, as the deed would be done and Tang Zhao would have acted with justifiable cause, self-preservation. This would be sufficient for the inherently benevolent sprites to reconcile with the situation. The scorched area would revert to a verdant forest within decades, a mere blink of an eye for the trance. Long-lived beings possessed a peculiar sense of detachment in such matters. Of course, he also harbored ulterior motives. He desired the land for himself. As a blighted forest within his territory, teeming with thorns and poisonous plants, was an eyesore. Burning it down would facilitate future development. His settlement and Lilith's would suffer no actual losses. In Tang Zhao's estimation, this was a fortuitous outcome. Otherwise, the sprite's procrastination might lead to dire consequences. After a brief explanation, Cynthia understood Tang Zhao's reasoning. The Yetairs had spread in a similar manner, decimating the sprite population of the Crownwood Forest. The kobolds carrying the supplies unloaded the clay jars, which contained pre-prepared cloth strips and kerosene. Tang Zhao sprites retrieved the strips and, without hesitation, wrapped them around the arrowheads. The guide sprites sent by Lilith observed the scene, and after careful deliberation, remained silent, tacitly approving of Tang Zhao's actions. After waiting for 3 minutes, Tang Zhao strode toward the blighted forest. Standing at the edge, Tang Zhao did not venture directly inside, but instead leaned slightly to the side and forcefully struck a withered tree with his powerful tail. The tree, already desiccated and brittle, snapped with a loud crack under Tang Zhao's force, collapsing to the ground. The commotion is sufficient, and the provocation is clear. Now we shall see the strength of their retaliation. Tang Zhao's sharp claws dug into the soil, and his jaws parted slightly, revealing a row of pristine, razor-sharp teeth in a display of intimidation. Such blatant provocation would be ignored by intelligent creatures and incomprehensible to foolish ones. But it would be highly effective against those in between. Within half a minute, large patches of undergrowth rose from the ground, and branches growing haphazardly in all directions coalesced to form humanoid figures with heads and limbs. Vines entwined around the trees began to grow wildly, extending toward his location. This is formidable. I estimate there must be at least 100 of them. I and the bear men would only achieve a Pyrrhic victory, perhaps even at the cost of some of their lives. A horde of animated plants would be impervious to ordinary weapons, as they lacked conventional organs and thus had no apparent weaknesses. Tang Zhao's and the bearmen's powerful attacks would undoubtedly be effective, but they were too few in number. The blight spawn were too numerous, and a reckless advance would likely result in their being overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Tang Zhao turned and fled, while keeping a close watch on Cynthia and her group's actions. Seeing more humanoid blight spawn emerge from the corrupted forest, Cynthia realized the gravity of the situation. After a few moments of deliberation, she ordered the sprites and kobold spellcasters to begin firing their arrows. There had been no rain in recent days, and the kerosene-soaked flaming arrows ignited the blight spawn upon impact. They burned like natural tinder, devoid of moisture. No, there are too many of them. Toby, your magic has a longer range. Aim firebolts at the forest and ignite it. Tang Zhao had refrained from directly igniting the forest out of consideration for Lilith, but the situation had changed drastically. The blight spawn were too numerous, and killing them individually was a futile effort. The source had to be cut off. Cynthia possessed a degree of adaptability and did not merely follow instructions blindly. This was the main reason Tang Zhao had chosen her as his second-in-command. He needed someone who could command, as battlefield conditions changed rapidly. A mere puppet who repeated orders would be his undoing. Within minutes, the corrupted forest was ablaze. The flames severed the path between the blight spawn in the forest and him, leaving him to deal with the 7 or 8 in front of him. With a single swipe of his tail, Tang Zhao sent one of the blight spawn crashing into the fire. He then braced himself, using his forelimbs to pin down another blight spawn, crushing its body in the process. Several more blight spawn fired sharp, wooden needles at him, but with little effect. Most of the needles were deflected by Tang Zhao's scales, and even those that pierced the gaps were stopped by his subcutaneous fat. Proportionally, it was akin to being pricked by a toothpick. As long as he avoided vital areas like the eyes, mouth, and nose, he was unharmed. He seized one in his jaws, crushing the withered wood to splinters. After swatting away 2 more with his tail, Tang Zhao spared the last blight spawn for research and as a prisoner. As Tang Zhao pondered how to transport his captive, tender green vines wrapped around it. He looked up to see Lilith and several other treants. This is too quick, and her expression is calm and collected. Did she know beforehand that I would do this? No. Did she know the number of blight spawn in advance, leaving me with no other choice? As if reading Tang Zhao's thoughts, Lilith offered a wry smile and nodded gently. Even the most cursory scouting by the sprites could not have missed so many vile creatures. I was mentally prepared for this number, but to be honest, I did not expect so many. She drew closer and gently stroked Tang Zhao's forehead, activating the Speak with Animals spell. Your acting is commendable, but I must ask, what was your purpose in doing this? I was unable to make this decision. Not just me, but even Leo and the others would have struggled with the moral burden. I did not want that, so I kept delaying. If a serious human leader stood before him, Tang Zhao would undoubtedly unleash a scathing critique of their indecisiveness. However, Lilith, being a tree spirit, possessed a nature that Tang Zhao had come to understand through his daily interactions with various magical beings. They were content with the status quo, overly optimistic, cheerful, and rather naive. In essence, none of these traits are befitting of a true leader. Yet, One cannot entirely fault the fairies. If blame must be assigned, it would likely fall upon that dragonkin, for it nearly eradicated all the wise and composed treants. The fairies are acutely aware of their shortcomings and have never sought power for themselves. Lilith's role as a leader is a reluctant necessity. It's quite understandable. But your actions put me in jeopardy as well, which is not ideal for a friend, she continued. Thus, I have brought all the tree spirits along. Leo and Duva are standing by not far away. Should you encounter any danger, we shall come to your aid at once. Tang Zhao gazed into Lilith's indigo eyes for a moment before giving a slight nod, conceding the point. Very well, I am not entirely correct either. Let us leave it at that. Now, let us discuss the crucial matter at hand. In your estimation, is there a presence of the Ganchus tree here? Should there be a few, or even a dozen withered monsters, it would merely be a case of unfortunate luck in crossing paths with wandering beasts. However, if one were to encounter hundreds of withered creatures, that would be an altogether dire misfortune, plunging directly into the lair of the monsters. Until today, there were uncertainties. But following today's events, I can solemnly swear by my lineage that a Ganchus tree undoubtedly exists here. Set the flames and pursue swiftly, with fewer withered monsters nearby. That tree will be easier to handle. I shall not release a tiger back into the mountains. Tang Zhao was confident that the Ganchus tree would not succumb to a mere fire, after all. It possessed intelligence akin to that of humanoid beings and would surely take precautions against flames. There is no need for such complications, as I have already located its hiding place, most likely on a central island in a lake, the only refuge in the vicinity from the encroaching fire. Excellent. Your efficiency is commendable. Let us proceed swiftly and eradicate the threat entirely. Chapter 42. Farming is difficult. The corrupted forest encircles a modest lake, at the center of which lies a small island. Lilith speculates that the most likely hiding place for the Ganchus tree is here. Below, fierce flames continue to rage, with only a couple of pixies accompanying them. The amount of pixie dust is insufficient to support Tang Zhao's flight. Given his considerable weight, which exceeds the norm for pixies, he poses a challenge. Generally, pixies weigh between 10 to 20 kilograms, and a single pixie can manage to lift around 40 to 50 kilograms. From the pixie's perspective, this is ample, yet it is inadequate for Tang Zhao, who weighs several hundred kilograms. A small river connects the lake, and while Tang Zhao can hold his breath and swim upstream, his companions cannot do so for long. They cannot endure the toxic smoke that gathers at the fire's base, which poses a lethal risk. After Tang Zhao ventures alone into the flames, retreat is no longer an option. He decides to wait until the fire subsides before taking further action. During this time, nearly all the pixies from Lilith's settlement are mobilized to monitor the fire's perimeter, ready to react should anything emerge. They are also cutting down trees in the direction the fire might spread, creating a firebreak to prevent the flames from extending into the healthy forest. Tree spirits can manipulate vegetation to a degree, and with the strength of the bearmen and Tang Zhao, coupled with their experience in controlling forest fires, their efforts are efficient. The blaze, which ignites swiftly, also extinguishes just as rapidly. The corrupted forest is filled with dead wood, and by morning, the fire has nearly burned itself out, prompting Tang Zhao to commence his operations. Navigating the still warm ground, he and the bearmen tow Lilith across the lake, followed by a throng of pixies, fully prepared for any eventuality. The island at the lake's center is not expansive, but it harbors a cavern of unknown depth. Without needing to delve deeper, Tang Zhao can see a large withered creature standing at the entrance, significantly larger than its kindred and ensnared in thick vines. This unique withered creature, born of the Ganchus tree, is tasked with guarding and combat, and most importantly, possesses vocal cords that allow it to communicate on behalf of the Ganchus tree. Pixies, shall we negotiate? Its voice is hoarse and fragmented, yet unmistakably in the common tongue. Tang Zhao halts, maintaining a cautious distance, eager to discern its intentions. Lilith speaks first. Given the circumstances, what is there left to discuss? No sooner has she spoken than 4 or 5 similarly robust withered creatures emerge from the cavern. Their intentions clear, either face annihilation or capitulate. Consider carefully, my life is invaluable and so is yours. Lilith hesitates, seemingly weighing her options. Observing her indecision, Tang Zhao refrains from further dialogue, lunging forward to overpower one of the withered creatures, tearing through its body and vine armor with his claws. Dua and Leo respond swiftly, roaring as they charge into the fray. The sudden cacophony shatters the silence as both sides engage in fierce combat. As Tang Zhao suspected, No new withered creatures emerge from the cavern. The foes present are limited in number. While the guards exhibit considerable strength, they are soon overwhelmed, and the remaining withered creatures are swiftly torn apart. The withered creatures, much like Tang Zhao, prefer to act rather than speak when faced with an enemy. He perceives their bluster, a feeble attempt at deception. If there were truly more withered creatures in hiding, the Ganch's tree would have opted for ambush over negotiation. Their very dialogue betrays their weakness. Entering the cavern, Tang Zhao discovers a confined space, no more than several meters deep, where a twisted, deformed tree stands at its core. The tree is diminutive, only 1 or 2 meters tall, with a pitch-black bark resembling a dead tree, its branches growing wildly, devoid of any green foliage. The tree thrashes in a final, futile struggle until, severed in two by the Ganch's tree, it ceases to resist. Tang Zhao refrains from further destruction. Recognizing the rarity of such a being, some human mages would pay handsomely for it. After a few minutes, the dust settles, and Tang Zhao and his companions begin to survey their losses. The only true spoils consist of the Ganch's tree's remains. Everything else is merely a pile of dead wood and decayed vines, of no use to the forest-dwelling pixies. Within the tree, they discover a blood core, which appears somewhat more luminous than that of a petrified lizard. Yet Tang Zhao estimates there is no significant tier difference, still equivalent to 3 ordinary blood cores in terms of value. After contemplation, Tang Zhao decides against consuming the blood core for now, opting instead to reserve it. While inferior blood cores are readily available from common animals, future evolutionary requirements may necessitate higher-tier cores, so it is wise to prepare for any eventuality. The remains of the Ganch's tree are divided equally between the bearmen and Tang Zhao, as the pixies voluntarily relinquish their share, having no use for such materials. Ordinary withered creatures lack blood cores, and despite his physiological discomfort, Tang Zhao samples part of the withered creature's body, confirming his carnivorous nature. Such behavior does not count against the insignia. Once the mundane matters are settled, Tang Zhao approaches Lilith to inquire about a matter of utmost importance. According to our prior agreement, this land shall be mine to use, with the lake as the boundary. Is that acceptable? That poses no issue. Should you require more space in the future, we can negotiate. In truth, the pixies are not overly concerned with territorial claims, as long as their neighbors are secure. They are more than willing to share. However, their presence in the forest tends to attract unwanted attention, leading to various troubles. After a pleasant discussion, Tang Zhao basks in the sun for a moment before preparing to depart. He intends to relocate the settlement here to establish a long-term base of operations. Bearman Leo eagerly joins him, assisting with sentry duties and repelling wild beasts. With his help, the relocation proceeds smoothly, and within a day and a night, they successfully transfer the settlement and supplies. Although the efficiency of his small team cannot be matched, it is still commendable, considering the pixies and goblins lack stamina, especially while transporting families. Upon completing the move, Tang Zhao prioritizes rest over construction, indulging in a full day of sleep. The relocation had him on high alert, and after several days without reprieve, he is far from an elemental automaton. Exhaustion is inevitable. After resting, he engages the pixies and goblins in discussions regarding construction matters. Previously, he procured metal digging tools from the human realm. The goblins, with modest expectations, find them easy and enjoyable to use, planning to excavate simple dwellings within the forest. Later, they will dig a larger, more orderly residence at the mountain's foot, which will serve as their long-term abode alongside Tang Zhao. Thus, we require a larger population. Goblin settlements are not particularly rare within the forest. With diligence, they can be found. The pressing issues remain food and tools. The forest's capacity is limited, and sustaining hundreds or thousands through foraging and hunting is challenging. When the population was smaller, Tang Zhao could rely on the pixies to utilize divine berry spells. But with only a few pixies available, and the berries proving more akin to compressed rations, it is insufficient for greater needs. They are not mere cannon fodder on a battlefield, and maintaining his subordinates at the brink of starvation is not a sustainable strategy. The situation regarding tools is even more disheartening. They cannot produce them currently and must seek assistance from humans. Even once they discover a mining vein, the process will be arduous. It is somewhat shameful to admit that the goblins possess an extraordinary obsession with mining. The tunnels they excavate leave even the most fastidious dwarfs speechless. However, their physical constitution renders them ill-suited for the art of metallurgy. As ectothermic creatures, goblins exhibit a limited capacity for temperature adaptation, Metallurgy necessitates operation in exceedingly high-temperature environments, in which they perform poorly. Furthermore, a truly reliable combat force is essential within their territory. With just one individual, the challenges of a larger settlement could escalate into calamity. Maintaining the status quo amidst the forest is not particularly arduous, yet advancing further presents significant difficulties. Numerous strategies flood his mind, yet each one proves challenging to translate into actionable plans, leaving his subordinates to navigate their own course. Perhaps a return to the human city is warranted, as it harbors everything he desires. Until the fundamental production issues are resolved, he is disinclined to expand the settlement's size, at most absorbing a few low-demand fairies from Lilith's enclave. He intends to allow the goblins and fairies to experiment while he prepares for further engagement with the human realm to procure essential resources. The beginning is invariably the most challenging. He understands this and aims to endure the arduous initial months. Chapter 43. The transaction. Tang Zhao refrained from hastily venturing into the human realm. Instead, he devoted the subsequent week to stabilizing his domain. Following the loss of the Trent's protection, the fairies' territory was besieged by numerous unfriendly visitors. A predicament that was likely to persist for another month until the surrounding creatures comprehended that the fairies, devoid of trance, were equally formidable. As a newcomer, Tang Zhao aroused curiosity among the local beings, leading to several perilous probing encounters. However, he responded swiftly, confronting his adversaries directly. His formidable appearance evidently dissuaded any serious bloodshed, and thus far, no violent conflict had erupted. Currently, Tang Zhao possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yet safeguarding the entire settlement of over 100 inhabitants was still a considerable challenge. From this perspective, he recognized the necessity for at least 1 or 2 additional evolutions to firmly establish himself within the forest. The requirement of 20 tons of flesh was a daunting prospect that would take an eternity to fulfill. Even if he were to gorge himself daily, he could only consume a few hundred kilograms of flesh, necessitating nearly 200 days to meet the criteria, a timeline he could not afford. The expedient solution lay in hunting more powerful creatures. By human standards, he needed to target at least moderately strong second-tier beings. Lilith was quite supportive of this endeavor, eagerly providing information on suitable prey in the vicinity, though her selections predominantly favored dark and malevolent species, with few neutral creatures included. Tang Zhao had no objections, as he intended to dispatch scouts to assess the surrounding environment regardless. Recently, he had deliberately slowed the pace of hunting and foraging, firstly, to allow the fairy scouts to gather intelligence, and secondly, to focus on the development of his territory. Many tasks were challenging without skilled personnel, yet there remained a plethora of tasks he could undertake. Over the week, the dwellings for both the fairies and the kobolds were completed, maintaining living conditions comparable to those prior to relocation. With autumn approaching, it was too late for sowing, yet the fairies had previously planted several trees, affording them some knowledge of agriculture, ensuring a certain degree of success for the forthcoming planting season, though their innate talents remained paramount. As embodiments of nature, the fairies possessed the ability to rejuvenate flora during spring. Their descriptions of this power were fantastical, but Tang Zhao understood it as a means to facilitate the healthy growth of plants, potentially enhancing yield as well. While the future appeared promising, it bore no immediate utility. Additionally, the fairies conducted an inventory of the local fauna resources, which overall appeared plentiful. Given Tang Zhao's current appetite, there was ample supply for him to indulge without restraint for a month or two. The sole drawback was the limited number of fish in the nearby lake. It remained uncertain whether this was due to forest decay or the oxygen depletion caused by a recent fire. Recovery would likely take a year or two. Furthermore, numerous fairies, although unsuitable for scouting or administrative roles, expressed a desire to contribute. Tang Zhao did not impose upon them, instead allowing them to remain quietly within the settlement, crafting exquisite fairy artifacts in preparation for their eventual journey to the human world. In the forest, aside from trees, little else was abundantly available. While logging entire sections of the forest could yield significant profit, Tang Zhao, being a long-term ally of the fairies, respected their genuine commitment to environmental preservation and could not justify widespread deforestation. The kobolds, on the other hand, were simpler in their endeavors. Their affinity for burrowing led to an incessant week of excavation, yielding commendable results. The mine had already descended several meters, and they confidently asserted the presence of extensive ore deposits nearby. Moreover, progress had been made on the residences Tang Zhao and the kobolds had previously planned. He was now able to squeeze his body into the tunnels, albeit immobile once inside. Yet considering the myriad of distractions over the week, the kobolds had performed admirably. Finally, there was tangible progress in mushroom cultivation. The kobolds, adept in utilizing various plants, found mushrooms to be the most suitable for growth in their dim, subterranean environment. They possessed some experience in cultivating luminescent mushrooms for illumination, alongside edible varieties that were even easier to nurture. While the yield would not rival the extravagant productivity of well-nourished potatoes, having something was certainly better than nothing. The fairies had also produced a considerable number of crafts, which could be exchanged for a substantial sum. In addition, Tang Zhao had gathered various items from the forest, such as intact animal hides from his meals, the carcass of a Gantia's tree, and the remnants of petrified lizard parts. To him, these represented unique culinary byproducts, and he hoped to find interested parties for their exchange. His desired trades encompassed a wide array of tools and crop seeds, with a notable demand for oilcloth, weaponry, and ropes. Additionally, he needed to consider warm clothing, as autumn was already upon them. Though the winter in Orlan would not be excessively harsh, adequate winter garments were essential. Cynthia meticulously pinned a letter, her handwriting neat and her phrasing appropriate, conveying a request for trade addressed to Jacques, the guide who had initially brought them here. Given Tang Zhao's formidable stature and appearance, he could not venture forth to deliver the message himself. However, Cynthia possessed the ability to communicate with animals, allowing her to enlist birds as messengers. She had previously undertaken similar tasks, sending birds to deliver letters without directly seeking out Jacques, whose whereabouts in Lufford remained uncertain. Instead, she instructed the bird to drop the letter at the Merchant Guild. The country had already employed carrier pigeons, so the occasional arrival of a bird delivering a message would merely elicit curiosity rather than shock, ensuring no suspicions arose. Tang Zhao was unperturbed by the possibility of the letter's content being intercepted, as he had taken measures to ensure that those unfamiliar with the true circumstances would likely perceive him and his companions merely as mountain hunters. While it was indeed peculiar for hunters to be literate and utilize carrier pigeons, it was far more plausible than a gathering of fairies, kobolds, and a large lizard engaging in commerce with humans. Caution was paramount in the outside world. Tina was someone Tang Zhao could tentatively trust, as was his subordinate, thanks to Tina's explicit assurances. However, the remaining merchants at the guild were entirely untrustworthy in his eyes, and he maintained a heightened vigilance in their dealings. His current weakness rendered him vulnerable to any malice from the human realm. While there were moments to be bold, he must exercise caution when necessary, for a moment's inattention could lead to grave consequences. Initially, he anticipated a delay in proceedings, yet to his surprise, Jacques arrived promptly after retrieving the letter. Upon their meeting, they exchanged pleasantries before swiftly transitioning to the matter at hand. Jacques expressed, "You mentioned wanting to exchange pelts. That is certainly within our capabilities. We are reputable fur merchants within Orlan, and the finest shops in the capital utilize our pelts for garments." His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Tang Zhao, as the transformation he had undergone over the past month was indeed remarkable. Tang Zhao remained indifferent, calmly entering the forest and retrieving the cart that had once been his. Inside, an array of pelts lay neatly arranged, meticulously organized by the kobolds. Jacques, well-versed in evaluating the prices and quality of furs, examined each piece with practiced skill, quickly articulating a figure that sounded quite favorable. Regarding Tang Zhao's unique culinary byproducts, Jacques merely raised an eyebrow but refrained from further comment, proceeding to quote several additional prices. Thus, while the price I mentioned may not be the highest in all of Orlan, it is certainly reasonable by Lufu's standards. That works perfectly. Let's proceed with that price. Aside from this, do you still require our handcrafted items? Certainly, the last batch sold quite well, as they are unique creations that nobility and affluent merchants particularly favor. After some contemplation, Jacques proposed a similarly favorable deal to Cynthia. "Thank you, but I would prefer not to accept payment this time. I hope you can directly exchange it for goods. I have compiled a detailed list of items here." Cynthia handed Jacques a densely written list, outlining the approximate quantities and specific requirements of each item. "We understand that such demands may be perceived as impolite, so you may take a 25% commission as our token of appreciation." "No problem. Assistance is assistance, and business is business. We shall adhere to the standards of commerce, and I will not shy away from payment." Tang Zhao lightly tapped his tail against the ground, and upon receiving the signal, Cynthia inquired further with Jacques. "However, I still have a question. Why would you take the risk of engaging in trade with fairies? If this information were to spread, it could adversely affect your business, wouldn't it? Tang Zhao has long struggled to comprehend the motivation behind this human's willingness to help. It does not seem to stem from greed, nor does it appear to be a scheme against the fairies. Merely following Tina's instructions to care for the fairies does not quite fit either. Well, if you have the time and opportunity, you might consider asking Miss Tina how she instructed me. I cannot divulge much, but I assure you there is no malicious intent towards you. Chapter 44. Griffins and Horse Griffins. Was there anything that wasn't merely spoken? Tang Zhao still harbored skepticism towards human merchants. However, Jacques had not exhibited any unnatural behavior thus far. There was an unsettling feeling that perhaps the source of his suspicion did not lie with the merchant before him, but rather with that individual named Tina, who had always carried an air of mystery since their first encounter. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Observing Jacques' natural demeanor while speaking, Tang Zhao, drawing on his experience, concluded that he was likely not fabricating his words. He decided to suppress his doubts and refrain from pursuing unfruitful inquiries. After negotiating a rough price, they finalized the delivery schedule and meeting location. Jacques mounted his horse and turned to depart, taking with him goods amounting to approximately 30% of the total order as a deposit. Watching Jacques ride away, Cynthia felt a pang of sentiment. It seemed there were indeed good people among humans. Whether they could be deemed good was debatable, but it was certain they could be of assistance, and that was generally sufficient. Upon returning to his settlement, Tang Zhao remained industrious, patrolling his territory twice before assisting the kobolds in digging. Given his stature, coupled with 2 pairs of long, sharp claws, he was remarkably swift in his labor. After aiding the kobolds in completing their tasks ahead of schedule, Tang Zhao took the time to visit the kobold pups. The kobolds, being oviparous, produced offspring that, at first glance, resembled crocodile hatchlings. His interest was not whimsical, rather, he sought to observe the social structure of the kobolds. Understanding their issues was crucial for implementing effective modifications. Ignorance regarding the lives of his subordinates was unacceptable. Kobolds shared a lifespan akin to that of humans, living for over a century, yet they matured significantly faster. It was commonly accepted that a 6-year-old kobold was considered an adult, with 80% of them not surviving past their second decade. Numerous threats loomed, such as natural predators, food scarcity, and inadequate medical resources, contributing to the stark reality that long-lived kobolds were far fewer in number than humans, both in absolute terms and proportions. The kobolds exhibited a strong sense of tribal identity, placing little emphasis on familial bonds, likely because their primary unit of survival was the tribe rather than the family. Notably, kobolds laid their eggs in communal spawning chambers, without concern for which offspring belonged to whom, fostering a primitive form of socialized upbringing. Education relied heavily on the guidance of elder kobolds, lacking in efficiency but not entirely absent. Overall, the kobolds were relatively commendable, devoid of particularly repugnant traits. Unlike many animals that reproduce without nurturing, Tang Zhao had a favorable impression of them, though the existing conditions were dire, necessitating gradual improvements. 2 nights later, Tang Zhao returned to the forest's edge for the exchange of goods with Jacques. This time, Jacques was not alone, but accompanied by 5 large carts filled with various supplies. After the porters unloaded the goods, they departed, leaving Jacques alone as previously agreed upon, mindful of the Fae's cautious attitude towards humans. Most of what you requested is here. Nothing too peculiar, easily identifiable, Jacques remarked. That suffices, Tang Zhao replied. Their interaction was brief, and within minutes, Jacques departed with a cart laden with furs and crafts. Looking at the scattered goods, Tang Zhao felt a slight headache. While a small amount was manageable, this quantity would take him numerous trips to transport alone. With some foresight, he summoned 2 bearfolk to assist. He did not intend to move all the supplies deep into the forest settlement at once, but rather to store them in the kobold's previous burrow. Among the supplies were many foodstuffs that were not urgently needed, so storing them in the burrow posed no significant issues, as long as the vital items were secured first. After nearly a night of labor, Tang Zhao sealed the burrow, using this method as a temporary storage solution. He and the bearfolk departed with the critical supplies, confident that the Fae and kobolds could manage on their own. The journey was long and arduous, and as long as they maintained their endurance, they would be deemed satisfactory. This hunt was not aimed at deer or wild boar, but at creatures that met the insignia standard and likely possessed second-tier blood cores, akin to the petrified lizards and gaseous trees Tang Zhao had encountered previously. The primary reason for targeting these creatures was the potent energy contained within their flesh and blood, which could expedite Tang Zhao's evolution. A secondary reason was their potential value in the human realm. The selected target was a solitary griffin, as implied by its name. A griffin is a creature with the wings and front half of an eagle, known for its fierce temperament and propensity to attack human livestock. Tang Zhao had previously observed horse griffins among the armies of the Orlan kingdom. These creatures could be considered the more docile relatives of griffins. While they bore a resemblance, their temperaments diverged significantly. Horse griffins, though volatile, displayed less aggressive tendencies towards other animals. In contrast, griffins were more formidable and irritable, possessing a larger physique and greater strength. While they could be domesticated by humanoid beings, it was a challenging endeavor that required nurturing from a young age. The eastern region of the Orlan Principality featured expansive plains, ideal for cultivating cavalry and grazing livestock. Indeed, Orlan's conventional and elite cavalry were commendable, achieving notable successes both domestically and abroad. Approximately 700 to 800 horse griffin knights existed within Orlan, and elite legions typically included a small contingent of horse griffin riders. In comparison, griffin knights were far fewer, generally limited to a select few noble families and high-ranking military officials. Interestingly, griffins were more favored by humans, with many family crests depicting griffins rather than horse griffins. The primary reason for their exclusion as cavalry mounts was their challenging domestication, high training costs, and tendency to bond with a single master. This made them military mounts rather than pets for wealthy merchants and nobles. Being overly loyal was not advantageous. While horse griffins were indeed weaker, their slightly better temperament made them easier to train and more amenable to recognizing multiple masters. A horse griffin could serve in the military for 30 years, and as long as it did not perish in battle, it would typically encounter more than one master. In contrast, griffins, upon the death of their master, found it challenging to accept a new one. Griffins exhibited social habits akin to lions, hunting in packs, with male griffins competing for dominance over females and territory, a rare opportunity. The greatest challenge lay in the griffin's ability to fly. Defeating them required strategies to restrict their wings, or else the situation would become dire. Chapter 45. The Seat Wolf and the Griffin. Tang Zhao waited until nightfall to set out. Although griffins possess keen eyesight akin to that of genuine eagles, they lack the ability to see in the dark, making the reduced visibility advantageous for Tang Zhao. The nearby area had already been thoroughly explored by the pixies, and with their guidance, he effortlessly arrived at the vicinity of the griffin's nest. Typically, griffins build their nests on towering cliffs, where surrounding creatures find it difficult to intrude. But this particular griffin's situation was rather unique. The most suitable habitat for griffins would be at the foot or mid-slope of a mountain, where there are ample cliffs and an expansive view. This griffin, it seemed, had been expelled from its group by a stronger male griffin upon reaching adulthood. With nowhere else to go, it was forced to seek refuge in the forest, which was less than ideal, but it could at least stave off starvation. The griffin's temporary dwelling was a cave by the riverbank, a situation highly favorable for Tang Zhao. Once he cornered the creature inside the cave, his chances of victory would be at least 70%. Even if his assessment proved erroneous and he found himself outmatched, the river at the entrance provided an escape route. Should he falter, he could simply plunge into the water, leaving the griffin powerless to pursue him. With such promising odds and a secure retreat, this is an opportunity worth seizing. Resolute, Tang Zhao swam upstream along the river until he reached the point directly across from the cave, where he then made his way ashore. At that moment, he caught a strong scent of wild beast in the air, a type of odor he had never encountered before, reminiscent of that of the horse-headed griffins, with a near-perfect resemblance. The two scents corroborated each other, leading him to confidently deduce that the inhabitant of the cave was indeed the griffin. Not rushing to make a move, Tang Zhao lightly tapped the ground to signal, summoning the invisible Cynthia to his side, where she performed an animal communication spell for him. If you could exert a bit more effort, perhaps use magic to deepen the griffin's slumber? The cave's floor is rocky, and the sound of my claws would be quite audible. Griffins, relying heavily on their eyesight for hunting and lacking night vision, would certainly be asleep at this hour, making the use of magic a prudent choice. The pixies, after all, held a strong aversion to bloodshed and violence. Your assistance could prove invaluable. With a stroke of luck, we might avoid a bloody scene, and violence could be considerably mitigated. Cynthia merely grumbled in response, but ultimately complied with Tang Zhao's instructions, reciting the incantation. A plume of mist emanated from her hands, drifting straight into the cave and beginning to spread. The sleep spell may not render an alert creature unconscious, but it remarkably enhances the quality of sleep for those already slumbering. The mist lingered for 5 to 6 minutes, and no agitated creature emerged from the cave, indicating that the inhabitants were likely deep in sleep, posing minimal risk. As he stepped into the cave, Tang Zhao's subsequent discovery was unexpected. He finally comprehended why this griffin had abandoned its proud ability to fly to compete with him for territory, instead choosing to dwell in the cave. At this moment, the griffin lay curled up on the cave floor, sound asleep. From Tang Zhao's vantage point, he noticed a horrifyingly narrow wound along the griffin's right wing. He was certain that the entity responsible for this injury was not another griffin, as their talons would not inflict such a wound. Now was not the time for investigative pondering. Suppressing his thoughts, Tang Zhao approached, opening his maw filled with sharp teeth and sinking his bite into the exposed neck of the griffin. The griffin's skeletal structure, adapted for flight, was comparatively more delicate than that of similarly sized terrestrial predators. With a swift motion, Tang Zhao crushed the griffin's neck before it could react, and any vertebrate encountering such a fate would undoubtedly perish. The griffin was no exception. Through this singular attack, Tang Zhao successfully vanquished the formidable beast that was nearly his equal in size. With no inclination to celebrate his victory, he seized the still warm carcass of the griffin in his jaws and dragged it out of the cave. Bathed in moonlight, he could now observe the condition of the griffin's body more clearly. The griffin's right wing bore a conspicuous wound, appearing to have been inflicted by a spear-like weapon, while its left leg sustained an arrow injury, the arrowhead still embedded in the flesh and now festering with infection. Examining the wounds, it seems these events occurred within the past week. There are no human settlements nearby, so it is unlikely that humans were responsible. To the east of the Everwatch Mountains lies the Sula, while the west is dominated by an expansive forest, equally vast as this territory, making human habitation improbable. In other words, the perpetrator must be a creature residing within the Everwatch Mountains or the forest. Upon extracting the arrowhead, which was made of stone and not particularly large, Tang Zhao noted that it was coated in a toxin, not a lethal poison, but rather a substance likely to induce infection, such as fecal matter. The group convened to discuss, ultimately concluding that the arrowhead belonged to the goblins. Previously informed by the dog-headed Toby about the considerable goblin population in the deep mountains, this revelation provided clarity regarding the griffin's injuries. After confirming the griffin's gender, Tang Zhao and his companions received grim news. It was a female griffin. It was plausible that she had not merely been driven away from her kin, but had fled here after her group was attacked by goblins. While a solitary goblin could easily fall prey to a griffin, goblins are sufficiently intelligent humanoids. Even primitive humans armed with spears and traps can hunt mammoths, let alone the stronger varieties of goblins and the unpredictable spellcasters among them. If they were to strategize advantageously, 3 to 5 griffins would indeed be no match for a settlement of over 100 goblins. The pressing question is, how far away are those goblins? This griffin's state indicates she could neither fly far nor move swiftly, suggesting the goblins are not too distant. They are not particular about their environment. The forest would not hinder their advance, posing a potential threat. Tang Zhao's settlement lay perilously close to the mountain's base, making it vulnerable to goblin incursions. Uncertain of the condition of the goblin settlement, he pondered that if it consisted solely of ordinary goblins, he could likely drive them off with his own strength. However, if spellcasters, greater goblins, or bear goblins were present, he would need to exercise extreme caution. Without delving into specifics, the bear goblins possessed strength rivaling that of bears, while the greater goblins were formidable foes comparable to orcs, stronger than humans, yet more disciplined than orcs. Rather than reveling in plunder, they were driven by conquest and control. Furthermore, they harbored an instinctive hatred towards elves and fey creatures, and their mere sight would provoke hostility. Without this underlying animosity, Tang Zhao would never allow a band of outsiders to threaten his territory. Now, the situation was even more dire. From the very beginning, neither side could claim absolute enmity, but malevolence was undeniably present. Taking precautions, it was time to consider defensive measures. With the assistance of the pixies, they secured the griffin's carcass with ropes and pushed it into the river, where Tang Zhao swam alongside it. He sought clues near the griffin's cave, but ultimately decided to venture toward the nearest mountain in hopes of fortune. This decision proved wise, for at the mountain's foot, he picked up a distinctive scent, one of wolves, and another from an unknown creature. Seat wolves and goblin scouts. It seems this goblin settlement is quite substantial. Concealing himself within a thicket of dense bushes, Tang Zhao utilized his chameleon-like abilities to blend into his surroundings. The wolf's sense of smell is quite remarkable. He can distinctly detect the scents of both wolves and goblins, which indicates that the seated wolves can similarly sense his presence. After a considerable wait, voices echoed from a distance. Initially, their words were indistinguishable, but as they drew nearer, the conversation became somewhat clearer. Have you finished searching? Have you finished searching? I am so hungry I could devour an entire wild boar. From the other side came a deep wolf howl. How much longer must we carry these fools? It is utterly ridiculous. I can no longer endure it. Perhaps we should simply consume them. No one would be the wiser, completely oblivious. Exercise some patience, another responded. The compensation promised by the goblins is substantial enough to warrant our continued endurance. When they can no longer provide sustenance, that will be our optimal moment to strike. If you wish, you may seize them for a meal at any time. It is merely not feasible at present. Tang Zhao, after multiple confirmations, finally felt assured that it was indeed the seated wolves that had spoken. It is said that seated wolves possess a considerable degree of intelligence, even having their own language. Today, Tang Zhao has witnessed this firsthand. Chapter 46. The assault. The other dire wolf seemed to merely grumble before falling silent, focusing on the journey ahead. Faint rustling sounds from the underbrush could be heard from a distance, indicating that, if the current trend continued, the two parties would not cross paths. Tang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously contemplating strategies for dealing with the goblins. Silently departing was undoubtedly the safest option. Yet it was likely that the goblins would venture deeper into the forest afterwards. Should they discover the fairies, the situation could become significantly more complicated. Tang Zhao was keen to avoid such an outcome. With the current strength of their settlement, they could hardly withstand any turmoil. Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively trailed behind the two direwolf scouts from a distance. Fortunately, one of the direwolves was quite talkative, chattering incessantly along the way. This served to distract attention and also provided a form of early warning. The moment the chatter ceased would signal a potential crisis. Both the direwolves and the goblins were oblivious to being followed, allowing Tang Zhao to shadow them unnoticed. They arrived at a fan-shaped alluvial plain at the foot of a mountain, where several rudimentary wooden structures dotted the open space. Though Tang Zhao's eyesight was relatively poor, he could still discern a considerable number of goblins in the clearing. The wooden buildings were densely packed, and the green-skinned goblins swarmed like a mass, making it impossible to ascertain their exact number. However, even the most conservative estimates suggested that there were at least 400 to 500 goblins gathered in one place. Typically, a settlement would consist of only 100 or 200 goblins. Yet the sheer number here implied either a unified purpose or the presence of a unique leader within the tribe. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, it was certainly not favorable news for Tang Zhao. However, if given a choice, he would prefer the former. A goblin settlement formed for a specific goal would be inherently fragile. A precise strike against its leader could cause the entire assembly to disband. Conversely, if a powerful and cunning goblin leader existed, the settlement could prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Despite his disdainful remarks regarding goblins and similar beings, Tang Zhao did not fall prey to underestimating them. Utilizing his chameleon-like ability to conceal his presence, he cautiously observed the internal conditions of the goblin settlement. It soon became apparent that the state and equipment of these goblins were somewhat excessive. The guards wielded not stone tools, but iron weapons that glinted ominously in the light. Tang Zhao recognized this material. It resembled the dwarven gray steel he had previously encountered among the orcs. Goblins could hardly forge such durable materials, and the dwarves held a particularly low opinion of goblins. Thus, these weapons must have been acquired from some other source, or perhaps there was a schemer orchestrating events behind the scenes. Additionally, while the settlement appeared chaotic, there was a notable absence of excessive trash and clutter, indicating that some semblance of management persisted rather than a mere disarray. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Zhao continued to approach, this time moving closely along the river, altering his coloration to blend with the surroundings. Given the goblins' limited vision, it would be challenging for them to detect him unless they were exceptionally fortunate. The everlasting mountain range served as the source of the Duo River, the mother river of the Orlan Kingdom. The waters cascading down from the mountains would ultimately converge into the Duo, and the intricate water system provided an advantageous escape route for Tang Zhao. His venture towards the goblins was not merely to observe their daily lives, but rather to facilitate his own actions. Having navigated to the heart of the goblin settlement, Tang Zhao seized the opportunity when a goblin guard bent down to drink from the river. He launched a surprise attack. There was no doubt that the goblins were enemies of his settlement, They posed a threat to his territory and could endanger the fairies. Without any reservations, Tang Zhao could unleash his full potential. Emerging from the water, he clamped his jaws around the goblin's frail body, applying pressure until the bones were crushed. He then tossed the lifeless goblin aside and began rampaging through the horde. The suddenness of the attack caught most of the goblins off guard. The only one nearby with a weapon had already been dispatched in his initial strike. Before the goblins could react, Tang Zhao reveled in his advantage. The ordinary goblins were physically weak, comparable to gnolls, and lacked any form of protective scales. Weighing several hundred kilograms, Tang Zhao's mere collision could severely injure them. A bite or scratch would spell a fatal blow. With the element of surprise on his side, the confrontation unfolded in an entirely unequal manner. In less than 2 minutes, Tang Zhao had cleared all goblins within a 5-meter radius and charged into another group to continue his carnage. The goblins, however, were not fools. They quickly realized the gravity of the situation. 7 or 8 soldiers armed with gleaming silver spears began to approach Tang Zhao, forming a line and raising their spears in an attempt to confront him in formation. While equipment and training could mitigate the differences in physical prowess, these goblins possessed neither, granting Tang Zhao an overwhelming advantage. Lowering his head and angling his body, he charged at the goblins, the feeble spears being deflected upon contact with his formidable scales. He intentionally avoided vulnerable areas, and the massive beast crashed into the goblins, sending 2 flying. With a swift motion, he seized one goblin in his jaws, crushing it effortlessly, while his tail swept aside several obstructive goblins. Observing the ensuing chaos within the settlement, Tang Zhao deemed his operation a resounding success. It was nearly time to withdraw. The goblins were not to be underestimated, and while creating confusion was beneficial, he had no desire to engage with the more formidable bear goblins and earth goblins present within the settlement. Chapter 47 Discussion. The goblins were shouting for reinforcements, and the goblin cavalry, mounted on wolves, was rapidly approaching. Tang Zhao felt fatigued in dealing with them and turned to leap into the water, preparing to swim along the riverbed. Above, he could faintly hear angry roars, accompanied by arrows occasionally splashing into the water. However, the goblins were armed only with light short bows, whose low draw weight rendered them ineffective. Their projectiles lost power within a meter underwater, causing no harm to the heavily armored Tang Zhao. The terrain was steep and the river current swift, obscuring visibility beneath the surface. The goblins, lacking swimming skills, vented their frustration by hurling various projectiles into the water. After 7 or 8 minutes without any response, they eventually ceased their efforts. Flicking his forked tongue, Tang Zhao detected no scent of wolves or goblins in the air, indicating that the surroundings were relatively safe. Although Tang Zhao possessed some resistance to magic, his understanding of such phenomena was limited, and without a proper channel for study, caution was prudent. Employing a tactic akin to that of crocodiles, he lacked the specialized cranial structure necessary to blend seamlessly into the environment like driftwood, yet his ability to change color provided him with adequate concealment. Unless someone scrutinized his position closely, it would be difficult for the average observer to discern any difference. The initial ambush against the goblins was twofold: to assess their organizational speed and to instill a sense of caution among them. As anticipated, their response was swift, entering a state of readiness within seconds, though they did not remain in disarray for long, thanks to the presence of guards. This level of organization was standard, perhaps indicative of a relatively orderly goblin settlement, with little variation. Had he emerged from the water only to be besieged by a horde of goblins, the situation would have been considerably more dire. Some elite goblins wielded weapons that appeared to be crafted from dwarven gray steel. Should these goblins prove overly trained, Tang Zhao would be inclined to believe that they were backed by a more formidable force. Presently, this possibility could not be entirely dismissed, but it seemed relatively low. He pondered the rationale behind fostering goblins. Supporting werewolves or orc-like beings might yield practical benefits, but goblins primarily engaged in raiding small merchant caravans and vulnerable human villages, tasks better suited to more competent forces. If only the larger and bear-like goblins were involved, it would be understandable, but the settlement predominantly consisted of ordinary goblins, whose combat capabilities were questionable. In an ideal scenario, they might struggle to defeat even a gnoll in single combat. He surmised that the more likely explanation was that these goblins had stumbled upon some remnants left by dwarves. Such strongholds existed within the Everwatch Mountains, and it was conceivable that the goblins had discovered valuable resources therein. Regarding the second objective, Tang Zhao aimed to heighten the goblins' awareness. ideally compelling them to abandon their exploration deeper into the forest, even if that were not achievable. He sought to slow their progress and instill a degree of fear regarding the forest, ensuring that they would proceed with caution, thus delaying their efforts. Uncertain of his success, Tang Zhao resolved to seize further opportunities to execute similar maneuvers until the goblins ceased to leave him any openings. Another consideration loomed, concerning evolution. Should he expedite his evolution, or resolve current matters before undergoing the transformation? The time required for his recent evolutions had escalated sixfold. The last took 36 hours, and the next could potentially require 216 hours, equivalent to a full 9 days. 9 days was a considerable duration, and factoring in his feeding time, he would likely need an additional 20 days. During this period, various unforeseen circumstances could arise. Relying solely on the fairies and gnolls might not suffice to address the goblin issue, while his lengthy evolution would render him vulnerable. Conversely, delaying evolution would be laborious. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Zhao opted for a swift resolution, aiming to handle the goblin situation expeditiously. After all, this was merely a goblin settlement. Failing to manage it effectively could lead to subsequent migrations of second, third, or even fourth settlements into the forest. The matter was not overly complicated. Tang Zhao succinctly briefed his companions and then sought out Lilith to summon the trance and bearfolk, along with Toby, the representative of the gnolls. The group convened to deliberate. Thus, I must confirm one thing with you. Have there been any similar goblin migrations in the past, and how were they resolved? The bearfolk, having a lifespan akin to that of humans and having only recently relocated to the forest, were not well versed in such matters. Lilith spoke up. There was indeed such an event, though it occurred 600 or 700 years ago, and the two instances may not be related. The longevity of the trance was enviable. Not all species shared such an extensive lifespan, as most creatures thrived for merely 60 to 70 years. In response, Leo, a bearfolk, remarked, "That is of little consequence. Please share the details for our understanding." "Very well," Lilith nodded. "The cause of that previous incident remains unknown. But countless goblins descended from the mountains into the forest. By the time we discovered their presence, it was too late. They had successfully established themselves within the forest. However, at that time, our settlement was still protected by trance and even a unicorn, which deterred the goblins from confronting us." "And then, how did they depart? Did the goblins possess dwarven weapons at that time?" Lilith denied. "Certainly not. The nearby dwarven settlements had not yet been abandoned. The combat prowess of dwarves far exceeded that of goblins, and barring rare exceptions, goblins could not acquire dwarven equipment. Dwarves possess remarkable endurance, surpassing human heat resistance and possessing the continent's finest metallurgical skills. Consequently, they were predominantly clad in excessively heavy armor, rendering ordinary goblins incapable of making any significant impact against these living tanks. One side had not yet reached the Bronze Age, while the other was at least at the Renaissance level. Such a confrontation was entirely unnecessary. It would have been a complete rout. Tang Zhao continued to pose several inquiries regarding the goblins, receiving similar responses each time, leaving him uncertain of any connection between the past goblin incursion and the current situation. He concluded that the root of the issue lay in the Trent's lack of regard for external creatures, unaware that the matters at hand were far from trivial. Chapter 48. Voting. In summary, the crux of the matter now lies in addressing the issue at hand, the goblins. A solution requires our deliberation. The bearfolk and trance remained silent, nodding in tacit agreement. The current situation was somewhat awkward, for none among them possessed martial expertise. As for the trance, their affinity for art and nature far outweighed any inclination toward warfare. They thrived in singing and painting, and when it came to combat, their individual prowess was minimal, with their leadership skills nearly non-existent. While sending Leo to lead the charge was feasible, the number of participants needed to be limited, as he believed he could effectively command only a dozen individuals. On the other hand, Tang Zhao was an expert in theoretical discussions, having been a seasoned player of various real-time strategy games in his past life. He could articulate diverse tactics and theories eloquently, yet he was devoid of practical experience. Nevertheless, even though the few present struggled to engage in conversation, they unanimously agreed to appoint Tang Zhao as the temporary commander, responsible for organizing and strategizing against the goblins. The assembly comprised 5 individuals: Tang Zhao, the little fairy Lyric, the bearfolk Leo, the treant Lilith, and the dog-headed Toby. The final decision would be made by vote. 1 vote per person. Essentially, It meant that Tang Zhao would dictate the outcome. Toby dared not oppose him, and Larrick held a strong trust in him. Ensuring a minimum outcome of 3-2, I shall endeavor to absorb 1 or 2 more dog-headed settlements. The metal tools remain sufficient, and we still possess a considerable stock of weaponry. The dog-headed folk shall primarily focus on digging, striving to fortify our defenses before those creatures arrive. We can then allocate personnel to establish a patrol team of over 10, Tang Zhao proposed. If necessary, we may reverse the order of operations, prioritizing the goblin situation on a physical level. However, Toby trembled as he glanced at Tang Zhao, voicing his concerns. In his understanding, unless driven to desperation, the dog-headed folk would never resort to armed conflict. They were not adept in battle, and their instinct for survival led them to embrace avoidance as a way of life. Fighting was merely a last resort. Frankly, their lives were the antithesis of Tang Zhao's daily existence. You should harbor more confidence. The goblins are not significantly superior in terms of physique or strength. Opportunities to bask in the sunlight are scarce, and this presents a chance for change, does it not? It is time for you to shift your perspective. A timid existence cannot persist indefinitely, Tang Zhao urged. He comprehended that the dog-headed folk had never produced strong warriors or great leaders, and their cautious nature was ingrained as a survival principle, striving to avoid the attention of more intelligent races. In terms of sustainability, it was evident that the dog-headed settlements fared better than the goblin ones, which often fell prey to their own aggressiveness and cunning, leading to their demise, while the former attracted little notice. After a moment of contemplation, Toby nodded in agreement with Tang Zhao's proposal and volunteered to seek out the dog-headed settlements. As for the fairies, given the current unique circumstances, I suggest we first contract our territorial boundaries, allowing the fairies to operate within the core region. We shall deploy extensive patrols and traps around the periphery, waiting until the goblins retreat before making further plans. The combined number of fairies was approximately 300, with only a handful possessing sufficient combat capabilities, primarily the pixies and a few small goblins, numbering around 30 to 50. While this might seem trivial by human standards, it was considerable from the fairies' perspective. Tang Zhao aimed to minimize interactions between the goblins and the fairies, as contact would be detrimental. He feared the goblins' interest might be piqued, which would not bode well. The Eternal Hope mountain range was vast, and the number of goblins within was uncertain. Whether they had channels for communication among themselves remained ambiguous. The most critical aspect of the operational plan was that Tang Zhao decided against engaging the enemy in a direct confrontation, opting instead for a diverse array of guerrilla tactics and ambushes to deplete their forces. In essence, he intended to leverage the advantages of terrain and home ground, exhausting the goblins until they could no longer sustain themselves. The goblin settlement boasted at least a dozen dire wolves and 5 or 6 bear goblins, making the probability of victory in a frontal assault akin to suicide. Tang Zhao had no desire to partake in such folly. The proposed strategy met with unanimous agreement. Those present possessed basic knowledge and recognized the futility of direct confrontation, thus opting for a more unconventional approach. The specifics of implementation would require further contemplation, as it was a matter to be deliberated over time. The meeting concluded with relative ease, yet the subsequent phase, the arduous task of execution, lay ahead. Tang Zhao and the others began to arrange the necessary details, confident that they would soon witness tangible results. Recently, Tang Zhao's schedule had shifted, patrol activities had notably increased, and he had begun to streamline the hunting process. Whenever meat supplies dwindled, he instructed the little fairies to select the oldest or ailing creatures according to plan, relying on these to sustain their daily energy intake. He no longer indulged excessively. Consuming 20 to 30 kilograms of meat daily sufficed, as digestion and feeding consumed considerable time, and the moment for leisurely indulgence had not yet arrived. Initially, the goblins maintained a period of silence, but soon the fairy patrols detected signs of goblin activity at the borders of their territory. Tang Zhao instructed the little fairies to conceal themselves, refraining from engaging, as he sought to discern the behavioral patterns of the goblins and their dire wolves, aiming to inflict substantial damage in one fell swoop. Since the goblins were intelligent beings, capable of learning and adapting, Tang Zhao anticipated that after a previous ambush, they would likely fortify their defenses, making a repetition of the tactic improbable. The most significant progress was made with the dog-headed folk. Toby had indeed adhered to the plan, venturing into the forest and successfully bringing back 2 additional dog-headed settlements, bringing their total to over 100. For the dog-headed folk, The conditions Tang Zhao provided were already quite favorable. The rationale was simple. Tang Zhao ensured they were well fed, offering an environment and tools conducive to their fondest endeavors, allowing them to mine freely without safety concerns. While this might represent the bare minimum of living standards for humans, such expectations did not apply to the dog-headed folk in the forest. They regarded Tang Zhao's assistance as a divine blessing from their deity, Tortimac, and were exceedingly pleased. Having retained a significant stock of provisions from previous trades with the human realm, which were originally intended to last 3 months, the population increase necessitated a reassessment. Even with the pixies employing divine berry techniques to supplement their needs, the supplies would only last a month and a half. Hence, Tang Zhao would soon require additional provisions from the human world. He excavated 2 more caverns to accommodate the growing population and began to assign tasks to the dog-headed folk. Chapter 49. Cooking without rice. The situation turned out to be considerably better than he initially anticipated. The treants possessed abilities akin to those of fairies, capable of stimulating plant growth, albeit at a significantly higher intensity. The bear folk, being genuine druids, were quite competent in guiding others in agricultural endeavors. Where Tang Zhao lacked expertise, they could provide assistance, thereby ensuring a somewhat reliable harvest for the coming year. Additionally, the training of the kobolds was progressing steadily. Tang Zhao selected 10 physically capable and astute kobolds to serve as dedicated patrol guards for the settlement. They were uniformly equipped with short spears and small round shields. Lacking armor. This was partly due to the inherent toughness of their scaled hide, which was sturdier than some treated leather armor, and partly because they lacked the resources to procure sets of chainmail or plate armor. Furthermore, they were unable to produce leather at present. Transforming ordinary animal pelts into durable leather required at least half a month of processing. The fairies were deft artisans, capable of crafting anything from evening gowns to half armor with ease, yet a skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Tang Zhao had purchased some chemical materials for tanning leather, but he had yet to put them to practical use. For the time being, he deferred the issue of equipment, allowing Lyric to oversee their physical and combat training. Previously responsible for managing the fairy patrol, it would be somewhat challenging for him to train a legion of tens of thousands. Yet a patrol of several dozen posed no issue, and Tang Zhao's expectations for the kobolds were modest. He regarded them as basic labor rather than primary combatants. As long as they could responsibly perform sentry duties, grasp their weapons in an orderly manner upon the enemy's approach, and exhibit some degree of combat capability, that would suffice. A few days later, in the forest surrounding the settlement, a cautious troop of goblins advanced, comprising a dozen members. The lead goblin was clad in rudimentary leather armor and wielded a short spear with a gray steel tip, mounted upon a towering, fierce-looking work. With a flick of his spear, the lead goblin signaled the others to commence their movements. The surrounding goblins dispersed, moving forward to scout the area. However, the lead goblin remained vigilant, choosing not to follow but rather to observe from a distance. Above the forest canopy, small fairies stealthily revealed themselves, drawing their bows. Moments later, the forest echoed with the anguished screams of the goblins. Several goblins bolted from the woods, terrified, seeking refuge behind the lead goblin, brandishing an array of weapons of varying lengths. Each bore multiple arrows embedded in their bodies, lacking barbs. But a few goblins grimaced in pain as they forcibly extracted the shafts. The sharp arrowheads were stained crimson, seemingly smeared with something else. Yet the goblins had no time to ponder such matters. Realizing the presence of true enemies within the forest, the lead goblin, devoid of any fighting spirit, did not need to call for retreat. The warg turned and fled, with the goblins hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Tang Zhao clamped onto the body of a warg, his immense bite force crushing its cavity in an instant. With a pained howl, the warg quickly succumbed to death. He casually tossed aside the carcass and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. This band of goblins numbered 12, excluding the 2 he had deliberately allowed to escape. The rest had been entirely annihilated. With a mixed expression, Cynthia descended from the treetops, placing her hand upon Tang Zhao's scales to cast a spell of animal communication. What is the status of the other teams? Duwa and Lilith's squads had already signaled. Lyric's group should be nearing completion as well. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts. Yet, a hint of concern lingered in Cynthia's voice. Was it truly necessary to employ such distinctive methods? My toxin is likely a form of neurotoxin, highly lethal and fast-acting, with relatively subtle symptoms, making it unsuitable for such tasks. Although Cynthia favored peace, She recognized the necessity of unconventional tactics in their dire circumstances. The enmity between goblins and fairies was profound. Tang Zhao had not coated the arrowheads with his potent venom, but instead used a far more repugnant concoction. The arrows were smeared with processed animal feces, supplemented with ingredients from the bearfolk druids. The goblins' immune systems were not of alien caliber, and it was certain that many would succumb to infection. Tang Zhao's primary objective was not to inflict mortality, but to instill terror and pressure. While his venom would be efficient, it was unlikely to have a lasting impact on the goblins, who numbered at least 300 to 400. Losing a mere dozen or so would hardly be consequential. Thus, he opted for a toxin that would induce a slow death, ensuring that the wounded goblins would languish in agony for days. Injured goblins would severely undermine morale. A wounded soldier is more troublesome than a deceased one, as they consume frontline supplies and medical resources. In such circumstances, some might resort to executing the injured. But Tang Zhao believed the goblins lacked the reflexes for such swift action. The wounded would unlikely receive adequate medical care, yet they would not be immediately executed either. The goblins' encampment was limited in size, and over time, it would become overcrowded with similar casualties, until they could no longer endure. At that point, Tang Zhao's goal would be achieved, compelling them to retreat. He firmly believed that an incapacitated foe would demoralize them far more effectively than a corpse. Goblins were not made of iron. In reality, their discipline and patience were notably lacking, and such conditions would not be sustainable for long before they sought to withdraw. Tang Zhao briefly explained his rationale to Cynthia. Although she harbored reservations regarding his methods, she refrained from voicing further objections. They were the disadvantaged party. And without resorting to unconventional tactics, victory remained elusive, a point Cynthia understood well. This marked Tang Zhao's first organized assault, with 4 teams coordinating simultaneous attacks, catching the goblins off guard while they conducted their search and investigation. The losses on Tang Zhao's side were minimal, with 6 fairies injured or slain, much better than anticipated. He did not intend to launch another offensive immediately, opting instead to monitor the situation. After the attack, the goblins failed to react swiftly. Tang Zhao also refrained from pursuing further. However, that night, a small group of unwelcome visitors, a troop of warg riders, approached the perimeter of the settlement. Numerous sentries were stationed nearby, and the Treants could utilize the flora as their eyes and ears. Thus, this group of warg riders was swiftly detected by the fairies. Uncertain of the warg riders' intentions, Tang Zhao could not allow any threats to linger near the settlement and prepared to take action. In the case of goblins riding wargs, the threat posed by the mounts far exceeded that of their riders. Wargs possessed a physique superior to that of ordinary wolves, but more critically, they exhibited a level of intelligence akin to that of humanoids. Beasts lack wisdom, yet those endowed with intellect become formidable adversaries. Compared to ordinary goblins, their judgment tended to be more rational and composed, thus presenting a greater threat. Chapter 50. A little surprise in the dead of night, a group of goblins gathered together, led by a tall and robust earth goblin. The term earth goblin is an accurate classification of a specific subspecies of goblins, rather than a mere adjective. Among a crowd of goblins averaging less than 1.5 meters in height, the nearly 2-meter-tall earth goblin stood out like a crane among chickens, adorned with exquisite gear that was entirely mismatched with the surrounding environment. His body was encased in sturdy armor, with only a hint of red-brown skin visible around his mouth and nose. He carried a large, iron-shaped shield on his back, a torch in his left hand, and a well-maintained, bright silver long sword in his right. Most sentient beings acknowledged that earth goblins possessed their own civilization, albeit one with an overwhelming desire for conquest. Without much communication, the ordinary goblins retrieved prepared clay pots from beside their riding wolves, scattering and breaking the seals of the pots to pour out a foul-smelling, unidentified liquid. As the process unfolded, the canopy above them lit up with conspicuous glowing fairy dust, indicating that the fairies had taken notice and were beginning to converge. The surrounding goblins began to murmur anxiously, their composure shaken, while their intelligence may not have measured up to human standards. They understood that engaging in battle within an enemy's familiar territory would yield no favorable results. Seeing the commotion, the earth goblin exhaled deeply and spoke, "Continue with your tasks. Allow me to handle the pitiful fairies. Make haste and complete what you are doing." No sooner had he finished speaking than he grasped a red whistle hanging from his neck and blew into it, producing a deep, somewhat jarring hum. The nearby riding wolves immediately understood the signal, moving in an orderly fashion to position themselves behind the earth goblin and his steed, resembling trained warriors. A moment later, 3 massive bears emerged from the distant forest. Observing this, the earth goblin blew another whistle, prompting the wolves to scatter and gradually advance toward the bears, forming a semi-encircling formation as if they were indeed preparing to engage in a fierce battle. The observing goblins felt a wave of relief. With such a formidable earth goblin taking action, even if they could not win, they at least had ample time to flee. They selectively overlooked the crucial point that the riding wolves seemed to heed the earth goblin's commands, while the ordinary goblins, lacking the mobility offered by the wolves, would find it utterly fanciful to escape the forest. The pack of riding wolves halted about 10 meters from the 3 giant bears, and the leading earth goblin retrieved a small, round stone from his pocket. Chanting a few words of incantation, the stone ignited, and with a seemingly casual gesture, he directed the burning stone toward a pool of the unidentified liquid at a goblin's feet. Some quick-witted treants and fairies attempted to intercept it, but it was too late. The flaming stone plunged into the flammable substance, igniting a fierce blaze that rapidly spread along the liquid-esque trail. Witnessing the flames erupt, the earth goblin blew a whistle without hesitation, and the surrounding riding wolves understood the cue, turning to flee without waiting for their companions to join them. The giant bears attempted to pursue, but their lack of speed rendered them unable to match the agility of the wolves, which were adept at tracking deer and hares through the forest. The fire spread rapidly, and extinguishing it at this point was no longer feasible. They prepared to cut out several fire breaks to contain the flames. Meanwhile, near the goblin settlement, Tang Zhao had already arrived ahead of time, lying in wait for any potential adversaries. The settlement was not far from his own, and he could clearly see the black smoke and rising flames in the night. It was evident that the wolves were causing destruction, as a dozen high-mobility units infiltrating enemy territory could hardly be expected to coordinate with friendly forces for a synchronized attack. The dozen riding wolves could accomplish little more than causing disturbances. Arson was a cost-free endeavor, and Tang Zhao had no time to ponder the extent of the damage the fire might inflict. After patiently waiting a while longer, he sensed a stronger scent in the air. The source was wolves, specifically the riding wolves. Tang Zhao quietly lifted his head, focusing on the suddenly bustling goblin settlement. Bring out that item. If we wait another hour or two, they will be exhausted, and then I shall make my move. Cynthia said little, her mood visibly sour. Witnessing the forest she had called home for so long ablaze was hardly a cause for joy among any normal fey creature. She sighed, retrieving a small jar of black powder from her pack. This was a powder made from the bark of the ganchus tree, a substance far darker than goblins, and it was highly toxic. Ingestion could easily prove fatal. Tang Zhao's venom was a protein-based neurotoxin, which the human body could typically tolerate, provided there were no pre-existing conditions like stomach ulcers. The venom would not enter the bloodstream, rendering it safe. In contrast, the effects of ganchus tree powder were more severe. Consumption would lead to grotesque and horrifying symptoms, including systemic decay, extensive internal bleeding, and organ failure. If forced to choose, Tang Zhao would opt for his own venom, as the death caused by neurotoxins tended to be more aesthetically bearable. Observing the goblin settlement from a distance, Tang Zhao finally identified an opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, the riding wolves, having run for an extended period, would naturally experience fatigue. They need not be in a deep slumber, but genuine sleep was essential. Cynthia poured some water into the jar, stirring the powder until it vanished completely, before taking a deep breath. She found it difficult to proceed and required time to mentally prepare herself. Tang Zhao understood this well. The night was still young, and there was no rush. The pixies opposed violence, making it challenging to instigate such widespread carnage, especially through this method. Ultimately, Cynthia adjusted her mindset and successfully cast a fog spell over the liquid in the jar. A swirling black mist materialized in her palm, ready to be directed toward the unsuspecting slumbering goblins, delivering them a small surprise. Chapter 51. The Western Continent. If you deem it necessary, you may cover your eyes with anything at hand. I shall ensure the process remains as silent as possible. Cynthia shook her head, asserting, there is no need. I am not committing any wrongdoing. Allowing them to settle in the forest would only lead to more fairies meeting their demise, just as those creatures of Ite did. I had the opportunity to prevent it then, and I shall not repeat the same mistake. Tang Zhao was accompanied by a pixie, markedly different from its kin. Though they cherished peace and yearned for tranquility, they understood that the enjoyment of peace hinged upon strength. Flicking out his tongue, Tang Zhao allowed the pixie to grasp the scales at the nape of his neck, guiding Cynthia as they approached the goblin's encampment. The pixie could not maintain invisibility while casting spells, and soaring through the air would render them conspicuous. Moreover, Tang Zhao suspected that the goblins had established certain defenses in the water, so they approached overland. The small fairies possessed an innate ability to become invisible, and their flight capability and vigilance were heightened. A squadron of pixies fanned out to scout ahead, guiding Tang Zhao to evade the goblins' sentries and traps. Having reached the vicinity of the encampment without incident, Tang Zhao refrained from risking entry into the settlement, but instead lingered at its periphery. Cynthia employed a fog spell, generating mist centered around the caster, with a maximum casting range of 15 meters. Typically, this spell required a small amount of water as its material component. However, Tang Zhao suggested an alteration. By adding the powdered essence of the ganchus tree, the resulting mist transformed into a noxious black fog. The toxicity was reduced through preliminary testing, yet it remained potentially lethal. Nonetheless, Tang Zhao sought not a venom that would kill instantly, but rather one that would effectively sap morale. Those afflicted would endure excruciating pain. Their appearances ghastly, rendered incapable of combat or survival, requiring care to endure until they recovered. Although the toxicity was mitigated, it did not prevent each victim, whether dead or alive, from grappling with the venom for several days before their body's immunity could overcome it. In cases where specific antidotes were available, the cure for the ganchus tree was notoriously elusive, and even if found, Tang Zhao doubted they could procure hundreds of doses. The sight of the dead was demoralizing, but the half-alive were even more disheartening. Coupled with the various insidious strategies Tang Zhao had devised previously, he believed this group of goblins could not endure for long. As his body blended with the nighttime terrain, Tang Zhao drew closer to the goblin encampment, nearly brushing against a dilapidated tent, signaling to Cynthia that she could proceed. A small orb of mist immediately expanded, enveloping the surrounding area within seconds. Cynthia could manipulate the fog, maintaining a 1-meter radius free of the black mist around her. Whereas Tang Zhao had a more convenient solution. He simply refrained from breathing. The fog spell lasted only 10 minutes, and he could hold his breath for at least 15, posing no significant problem. Furthermore, he did not need to shield his eyes. Akin to many reptiles, he possessed a nictitating membrane, commonly known as a third eyelid, akin to goggles, which protected his eyes from the encroaching mist. As the black fog spread, Tang Zhao began sprinting along the perimeter of the encampment. A night patrol existed here, and as long as the goblins were not blind, they would surely notice the vast expanse of black fog. Thus, he chose to run quickly, ensuring the fog could contact as many goblins as possible. Enemy attack. Intruders are here, cried a goblin from within the black mist as Tang Zhao sprinted over 100 meters, heedless of their shouts, accelerating his pace. With the fog obscuring their vision, they would struggle to locate him for the time being. He simply needed to keep moving forward. The encampment, comprising several hundred goblins, was neither particularly large nor small. Despite Tang Zhao's swift pace, it took him several minutes to complete most of a circuit. Noticing that the goblins were summoning their wolves, Tang Zhao lost interest in continuing and reversed direction, retreating into the forest. Once in the woods, Tang Zhao instructed Cynthia to dissipate the black mist as he sought an opportunity to submerge himself in the water and drift downstream. He had no intention of prolonging a confrontation with the goblins that night. Psychological warfare required time to manifest its effects. A good rest was essential, for he had plans to deal with the goblins come morning. Upon returning to the encampment, Tang Zhao's first course of action was to assess their losses. He had anticipated the goblins would ignite fires. The dog-headed men were always on standby. The bear men possessed immense strength, and the tree spirits could manipulate vegetation. Under the coordination of these three factions, the fire was contained and did not spread excessively. Nevertheless, a considerable area of forest had been consumed, requiring years to restore to its former state. Casualties among their ranks were in the single digits, a tolerable figure. But Tang Zhao knew the goblins would face far graver repercussions. One aspect, however, raised his alarm. The leader was a large goblin, well-equipped, and did not appear to have emerged from the mountains by chance. Unlike a mere wandering large goblin, this one seemed to have come specifically to establish a following. What could their purpose be? Tang Zhao suspected this matter was more intricate than it appeared, potentially entangling greater powers. The Yangwang mountain range bisects the continent's central region. In their vicinity, the eastern continent is primarily dominated by the Orlan Duchy and the Orcs, who have been engaged in a protracted tug-of-war. The Orlan Kingdom adopts a defensive stance, currently gaining the upper hand and steadily advancing northward. Conversely, the western lands are relatively expansive, populated by more factions and conflicts. A greater number of orcs, scattered elven territories, human mage-founded nations, and goblin-dominated realms. The multitude of factions leads to a chaotic situation, with no clear indication of who might ultimately prevail. This equilibrium is likely to persist until some monumental upheaval occurs. Tang Zhao theorized that this large goblin hailed from the goblin nation of Maglobiot in the western continent, a loose tribal state named after the chief deity of the goblins. Composed of multiple clans. A lower level of civilization does not equate to diminished combat prowess. No one would question the fighting capabilities of a goblin horde. While he could conceive numerous explanations, the scant information available rendered any conclusion tentative, allowing for mere speculation. Regardless, in Tang Zhao's eyes, the peril posed by this goblin encampment had escalated significantly. A run-of-the-mill aggressive goblin leader presented one scenario, while a professionally trained large goblin officer as a leader constituted an entirely different threat. Moreover, should a settlement fall under the control of such a unique large goblin, it was conceivable that there could be second, third, or even fourth similar encampments. If that large goblin were pressed too hard, it might summon reinforcements. From this perspective, the situation was even more dire than he had surmised. I hope the effects of the Black Mist are as effective as in the tests. If a swift and decisive victory could crush those goblins, matters might become exponentially more manageable. Eliminating this wave of goblins would lead into winter in just over a month. With lower temperatures and a scarcity of food, it would be exceedingly difficult for the goblins to launch a larger-scale offensive. They would be starving. After winter, Tang Zhao felt confident that he would no longer fear the goblins. He was continually evolving, and the size of his encampment was ever expanding. Chapter 52, Shadow Demon. At the break of dawn, news arrived from the hidden sentinels monitoring the goblins. They were beginning to retreat. Upon receiving this information, Tang Zhao immediately set off to observe the situation. The evacuation of several hundred individuals would take time, and by the time he arrived, the process was still ongoing. Not yet concluded. What transpired? If you witnessed anything, please share. It is of utmost importance to us, Cynthia whispered, conveying Tang Zhao's words to the watchful pixie. According to the initial plan, to ensure safety and concealment, they had not approached the goblin settlement too closely. They had only used invisibility spells periodically to survey the general situation. After the earlier commotion, the goblins had fortified their defenses, making it difficult to gather information. However, a few points were certain. The little pixie, an experienced hunter and skilled patroller, recounted his observations to Tang Zhao in an orderly fashion. The late-night poisoning attack had indeed affected many goblins, but only those on the outskirts. To safeguard his own safety, Tang Zhao did not dare to venture deep into the goblin settlement. A single squad of spear-wielding goblins could easily thwart him. The toxin would take time to take effect, and before that, he would have to face hundreds of goblins attacking him, a risk he was unwilling to take. Consequently, his disruption had little impact on the core of the goblin hierarchy. In most settlements, the leaders resided in the innermost areas, and the goblins were no exception. Their leaders likely suffered minimal losses. The orderly retreat of the goblins indicated that someone was orchestrating their movements, meaning their commander must still be safe and sound. Furthermore, Tang Zhao did not observe any injured goblins being evacuated. By the time the last goblin departed the settlement, the Pixie Sentinel estimated that just over 300 goblins had retreated. Excluding the more than 100 goblins lost to Tang Zhao and his companions over the past few days, the remaining number was still low, giving Tang Zhao an idea of the situation. It was evident that the previously poisoned goblins had most likely been abandoned by their great goblin leader, a predictable choice that represented the fate of over 100 goblins. In the realm of goblinoids, great goblins were considered precious resources, while regular goblins were deemed expendable fodder. From the perspective of goblinoids, such a choice was rational. Eager to approach the goblin settlement, Tang Zhao envisioned the scene within. Whether it was gory or not, it was certain that the goblins had laid traps before their departure. Great goblins, and even the less intelligent bear goblins, were not inclined to leave without retaliation. They would not simply depart without releasing some final frustrations. If the goblins had wreaked havoc on their soon-to-be abandoned camp, Tang Zhao might have felt more at ease. However, their calm exit raised suspicions, suggesting something was amiss, and potentially significant. From the robust bear folk to the frail pixies, No one had yet entered the goblin settlement at Tang Zhao's behest. The hasty exit of several hundred goblins left behind many reusable items, which would save considerable effort, though it might not sound quite right to say so. Most of the goblin possessions were second-hand, possibly once belonging to unfortunate human caravans or careless dwarven fortresses. In any case, as long as it was usable, the source was of little concern. For Tang Zhao and his companions, utilizing these items would make them third-hand, undoubtedly environmentally friendly. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Tang Zhao bore no psychological burden. He had consumed meat of unknown origins before, and in this regard, he leaned towards practicality. Deferring further demands until he had the luxury to do so, surviving day by day, was already a challenge. The timber felled by the goblins was repurposed. Quality wood was transformed into crafting materials for the pixies, lesser quality into building supplies, and the most inferior used as firewood, leaving no waste. The fabrics used by the goblins for tents varied widely, with most having become tattered due to improper use and lack of maintenance. Yet, some were of remarkable quality, still salvageable with cleaning and mending. Leo held a wild boar under each arm, while another tree speared and snared a roe deer with vines. Their condition appeared acceptable. Although they were obviously startled, they had not succumbed to panic. The bear folk were genuine druidic spellcasters, while the tree spirit could wield various druidic spells. Both could employ a spell to befriend beasts, which calmed the animals and enhanced their rapport with the spellcaster, ideal for the current situation. However, similar spells had usage limitations. Befriending powerful creatures yielded minimal results, effective only against smaller beasts like roe deer and wild boars, while facing more aggressive predators like wolves proved challenging. Tang Zhao released the beasts into the settlement to assist in scouting. The three animals darted from various positions, like arrows shot from a bow, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the settlement. The group waited in silence for several seconds, until a series of dull sounds emerged from within, followed by the anguished cries of the wild boar and roe deer. After the cries ceased, an unnaturally eerie silence enveloped the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. That noise suggests some creature acted swiftly. The three animals didn't even have the chance to emit a second cry, Tang Zhao exclaimed, issuing a roar to alert the others, who instinctively adopted defensive postures. Yet, before they could fully prepare, a dark figure emerged from one of the tents, effortlessly passing through the fabric as if it were ethereal. Before them stood a slender being, towering around 3 meters, with pitch-black skin and a grotesque visage. A pair of long, upward-curving horns adorned its head, and 2 sharp tusks protruded from its mouth. It sported a pair of tattered bat-like wings and unnaturally elongated arms, appearing almost inhuman. Be cautious. This is a shadow demon. It can move in an incorporeal state. Among the group, Lilith, the most knowledgeable, quickly identified the creature after a few moments of astonishment. While Tang Zhao did not comprehend the concept of incorporeal movement, he had some understanding of the term demon. In this world, demons were not mere adjectives, but a classification of beings from the abyss, embodiments of chaos and malevolence, the harbingers of destruction manifesting in alien forms, posing a lethal threat to all living beings. Realizing the creature before him was a demon, Tang Zhao immediately assumed an aggressive stance, ready to confront the impending threat. Some creatures could be negotiated with, while others, like demons and goblins, were best avoided. Superfluous discourse was utterly futile. Chapter 53, Apology. The fierce and fearless owlbear, upon perceiving the enemy's unguarded demeanor, emitted a sharp cry and charged forward. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the shadow demon, while simultaneously, its form began to fade, becoming as transparent as a specter, allowing the onlookers to see the ruins behind it through its ethereal body. The owlbear unleashed a powerful strike, yet the anticipated sound of a solid impact was replaced by a mere monotone whoosh of air. Almost immediately, the shadow demon nonchalantly glided through the owlbear, which let out a pained shriek before collapsing helplessly. At that moment, Tang Zhao grasped the essence of phantasmal movement. It was akin to vanishing into thin air, seemingly immune to, or at least significantly reducing, the damage inflicted by physical attacks, while simultaneously retaining the ability to strike back at enemies. This insidious skill would pose a considerable challenge for any team lacking a spellcaster. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Zhao resolved to advance. His scales could substantially diminish magical damage, and among those present, only his attacks could effectively harm the shadow demon. Lilith's earlier tone was one of tension rather than fear, indicating that though they faced a formidable foe, they were not without hope. The shadow demon was likely not of the fourth tier, and Tang Zhao's capabilities were sufficient to contend with it. As a massive lizard charged toward him, the shadow demon smirked coldly, standing steadfast as it once again faded from view, attempting to employ the same tactic against Tang Zhao. However, the shadow demon did not pass through Tang Zhao. Instead, the latter, utilizing his rapid momentum, toppled the demon, leveraging his weight to pin it down. Faced with such an unusual scenario, the shadow demon momentarily faltered, a lapse that could spell doom for any ordinary creature. Yet demons were far from ordinary. Its form once again faded, sinking into the ground beneath it. In less than 2 seconds, it re-emerged several meters away from Tang Zhao, gazing at the lizard with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. In its memory, there had been creatures powerful enough to defeat it, both in the abyss and in the material world, yet it had never encountered a situation quite like this, without the aid of magical protection or formidable weapons. And relying solely on its physical prowess to strike a phantasmal foe was unprecedented in its long existence. Though astonished, the shadow demon maintained its composure, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes as it elongated its arms, showcasing its razor-sharp claws. Phantasmal movement was its signature skill, after which it was named. But this did not imply that without it, the shadow demon would become a harmless lamb. It still posed a lethal threat, as its claws could eviscerate any present. Tang Zhao, seasoned in combat, perceived that without the shadow demon's elusive ability, its threat had significantly diminished. With limited stamina, he resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. As he surged forward, 2 beams of brilliant light erupted behind him, causing the shadow demon to instinctively emit a startled cry, weakening its resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zhao lunged and sank his teeth into the shadow demon's right arm, while simultaneously pinning its left arm down with his left paw, his body pressing firmly against the demon. The shadow demon's lengthy arms, with their deadly claws, instilled a sense of caution in Tang Zhao, making it challenging to inflict real harm. The first step in his assault was to incapacitate the demon's arms. With all his strength, he bore down, and the shadow demon's structure began to contort under the immense pressure. If this continued, Tang Zhao could potentially crush the demon to death. Yet, the shadow demon would not allow this to transpire. Enduring the agony, it forced itself to disregard Tang Zhao's bite, activating its phantasmal movement to plunge into the ground. A chilling sound reverberated as the shadow demon's right arm was forcibly severed by the combined strength of Tang Zhao and itself. This brutal decision to sacrifice a limb allowed the shadow demon to escape, though it seemed that its phantasmal movement had certain limitations, as it did not vanish underground but reappeared a few meters in front of Tang Zhao. Whether due to extraordinary willpower or merely dulled pain perception, the shadow demon appeared unfazed by its severed arm. Meanwhile, several meters behind Tang Zhao, a Tran accompanied by a few pixies was casting spells. The previous light illusion had been their doing. Unperturbed, Tang Zhao focused intently on the shadow demon's solitary arm, preparing for his next offensive. The shadow demon, having suffered a setback, clearly wished to evade further conflict, flapping its damaged wings and leaping skyward in an attempt to vacate the battlefield. The pixies hurled light illusions to bring it down, but a swirling mass of black mist enveloped the shadow demon, rendering the sunlight and spells ineffective, reducing their potency significantly and merely causing the demon to frown slightly, well within its tolerance. As the shadow demon seemed poised to vanish, the little pixies attempted to pursue, only to be halted by Tang Zhao. They could inflict no damage on the shadow demon, as even their magical attempts were rendered futile by the black mist, making their attacks utterly ineffective. Fixating on the retreating figure, an idea began to form in Tang Zhao's mind. Its flight speed is average. Those wings cannot carry it far. The loss of its arm without immediate remedy will surely weaken it. Overall, it is best to eliminate the threat while I can. Tang Zhao extended his forked tongue, savoring the scent of blood and demon essence in the air. The demon's odor was potent, akin to a beacon, making it easy to track. Now, it was time for the hunt. The bearman possessed a keen sense of smell similar to his own, yet they lacked his anti-magic traits. Thus, he would lead the way in pursuit of the shadow demon, while the others trailed behind at a safe distance to mitigate any unforeseen events. To be frank, I used to enjoy reading about exotic beasts, although I had never penned a narrative myself. Over time, my inspiration waned, and I admit this is my shortcoming. Thank you for the reminder. As you said, I acknowledge my mistakes. It is not too late to amend them now. Chapter 54. The flooded cave. It is indeed intriguing that the chosen landing site of the shadow demon coincides precisely with the former rooting ground of the Ganches tree. Located on the central island of the lake, which hosts a cave of modest depth, it appears that the condition of this shadow demon has deteriorated to a significant extent. Otherwise, it would not have halted its advance. However, the location it has selected is rather cunning. The island is diminutive, insufficient for a large contingent to maneuver, and the cave itself is narrow and dimly lit. The surrounding walls afford the demon ample opportunity to traverse freely, allowing it to exploit its advantages to the fullest, while restricting the movements of Tang Zhao and his companions. We cannot afford to prolong this confrontation, Tang Zhao reflected, recalling Lilith's warning that the shadow demon's powers would substantially amplify by nightfall. Even if victory were within reach, the demon could easily escape, leaving persistent dangers in its wake, a situation fraught with complications. It is imperative to eliminate the shadow demon now, yet the terrain heavily favors its retreat underground, emerging from the depths to claim the lives of Tang Zhao and the bear men. While their tough hides are a fact, they are not invulnerable. The confined space invites vulnerabilities that the shadow demon could exploit, rendering evasion or defense futile. Upon entering the cave, all that greeted Tang Zhao was a thick blanket of black mist. Though he possessed night vision, the pervasive fog rendered him nearly impotent, making it arduous to discern anything beyond 2 meters. With the enemy concealed in the shadows, a single misstep could prove fatal. As the only one capable of effectively countering the shadow demon, the current circumstances rendered a direct confrontation exceedingly perilous. After careful consideration, Tang Zhao took the lead in excavating the earth. The elevation of the island was modest, and after some exertion, he could channel the lake's waters into the cave, thus flushing out the lurking demon, while he could resort to smoke as a means of expulsion. The dismal conditions of the abyss suggested that the shadow demon might be immune to toxic mists. Therefore, flooding proved a more prudent strategy, as he was certain the demon required oxygen to breathe, unlike a creature from outer space. He assumed responsibility for the hazardous entrance area, delegating other sections to the bearmen and treants. Within an hour, a rudimentary trench had been excavated. Leo signaled to Tang Zhao, indicating that he could commence his actions at any moment. Although any further preparations seemed futile, his anti-magic scales did not differentiate between friend and foe, providing formidable resistance to both harmful spells and beneficial enchantments, whether from the shadow demon's ethereal movements or the bearman druid's powerful strides. After several deep breaths to steady himself, Tang Zhao flexed his claws as a warm-up. With a powerful thump of his tail against the ground, the bearman comprehended the signal and cleared the final layer of soil, initiating the influx of water. The rushing lake water swiftly filled the trench, cascading into the cave as Tang Zhao remained vigilant at the entrance, poised to confront the emerging shadow demon, patiently monitoring the cave's mouth. After a span of several minutes, the internal shadow demon could no longer withstand the pressure. The black mist began to spill outward, and Tang Zhao discerned a shadow darting towards him with alarming speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. It seemed the shadow demon was not inclined to engage Tang Zhao directly, but sought another opportunity to flee. This time, however, Tang Zhao and his allies were prepared. Several beams of white light shot into the sky before exploding in a dazzling display, illuminating the vicinity entirely. Although the black mist continued to envelop these lights, its advance had noticeably slowed. Meanwhile, in certain areas, the white light clashed with the black mist, even overpowering it and pushing it back. While the rudimentary light dance spell was unlikely to be effective, the fairies had enjoyed ample preparation time, and the combined spells they unleashed could not be easily subdued by a wounded shadow demon. Seizing the moment, Tang Zhao plunged into the black mist, searching for traces of his adversary. Aware that he could not match the demon's speed, he contemplated alternative strategies. Within moments of entering the mist, a sharp claw lunged towards his throat with lethal intent. Having anticipated such an attack, Tang Zhao instinctively attempted to evade it. However, rather than retreating, he thrust his left arm forward. With a forceful strike, the claw embedded itself in his flesh, leaving behind a gruesome gash. Simultaneously, Tang Zhao, in a surge of determination, ensnared the shadow demon's claw within his left limb, rendering it momentarily stuck. He had overestimated the sharpness of the demon's claws while underestimating his own physical resilience. Tang Zhao's tough hide allowed him to withstand greater harm, but the shadow demon was far less durable. This momentary immobilization sealed its fate. With a massive bite, Tang Zhao seized the demon's torso, his jaw muscles exerting tremendous pressure. Following a series of satisfying crunches, the demon's body cavity was completely crushed. Yet it still struggled, fighting back in its final throes. Overcome by pain, Tang Zhao lost some semblance of reason and pinned the shadow demon to the ground, driving his unscathed right claw down upon its head like a steel nail. At that moment, the world fell silent. The black mist gradually receded, and victory finally belonged to them. The following morning, the truth emerged. The origins of the shadow demon were likely tied to a blood ritual performed by the earth goblins, summoned explicitly to torment Tang Zhao and his companions. Within the goblin settlement, more than 100 goblin corpses were discovered, their throats slit and blood drained, alongside a small plaza soaked in blood. It was evident that a blood ritual had taken place here to summon a demon from the abyss, with the only known entity being the shadow demon. In recent days, Tang Zhao and his allies had severely vexed the earth goblins, whose ordinary kin, poisoned and on the brink of death, were regarded as mere nuisances, troublesome yet insignificant. To the earth goblins, the exchange of trouble for relief was undoubtedly a favorable transaction. Regarding the demon's rank, the stronger and more noble the bloodline, the greater its value in summoning powerful entities. However, the goblins were almost the antithesis of such descriptors. Thus, even at the cost of hundreds of goblin lives, the summoned demon was not particularly formidable. Though the shadow demon appeared powerful and challenging to combat, it was, in fact, a relatively weak entity, ranking 5th from the bottom among the many tiers of demons. Chapter 55. Weakness. Demons are undoubtedly formidable beings. Yet they bear little relevance to Tang Zhao's current circumstances. The abyss feels far too distant from him. The damage inflicted by the shadow demon was substantial, striking deep into his very bones. With adequate rest, recovery would require no less than several weeks, during which Tang Zhao's combat prowess would significantly wane. The healing spells from the fairies proved to be of limited efficacy. Even under the best of circumstances, he would require a month to heal adequately. After careful consideration, Tang Zhao opted for merely basic disinfection, eschewing any healing spells. The magical energy from the pixies was better preserved for the divine berry technique, especially as he was not far from his next evolution, which could rejuvenate his physical condition. Sustaining multiple injuries would not pose a significant issue. As long as he remained alive, that was sufficient. His body's immunity was robust, and the likelihood of infection or inflammation was minimal, leaving little cause for concern. Recently, he had made remarkable gains, with the combined weight of the griffin and shadow demon nearly matching his own, over 2 tons of ordinary meat, which could be consumed in a shorter span of time. Additionally, the griffin and shadow demon yielded numerous high-value materials: teeth, fur, claws, and bones. Given that their settlement's tool-making capabilities were still in the Stone Age, Tang Zhao intended to leave all these resources for the goblins when the time came. Before evolving, he needed to address 2 matters: gathering materials and ensuring safety. Previous experiments revealed that items kept close during evolution could significantly influence the outcome. He needed to possess items related to the abilities he desired, as even a slight enhancement could aid in his evolution. Given the constraints, after much deliberation, Tang Zhao ultimately selected the blood core of the shadow demon and the wings of the griffin, hoping to acquire the ability of flight or ethereal movement, both of which held considerable utility. Furthermore, he had to ensure the safety of the settlement during his week-long slumber. Lilith and the Bearfolk could assist to some extent, but meticulous planning was essential. His absence could lead to unforeseen complications. Once he had prepared the patrol routes, crisis response plans, and construction schedules, Tang Zhao felt reassured enough to indulge in a feast of meat. After a prolonged wait, Tang Zhao finally amassed enough meat for the impending evolution. Location sought for evolution. The process will take 9 days, yielding 1 directed enhancement and 2 random enhancements. The number of evolutions remained at 3, yet this time he could direct the focus, the exact effects of which remained uncertain but undoubtedly promising. In high spirits, he informed the fairies and goblins of his impending molting, which would be lengthy and accompanied by a volatile temper. Thus, he required a secluded space for approximately 10 days. The goblins, his distant kin, were somewhat perplexed by his demands, but the fairies, understanding the situation, discreetly advised the goblins to refrain from inquiries. The goblins, perceptive of the unspoken understanding, prepared to clear a space for Tang Zhao. Currently, they had barely begun to cultivate the land, The cave project could be a long-term endeavor. But the wheat crop was time-sensitive, with delays meaning a wait until the following year. Consequently, most goblins were mobilized for land cultivation, while a small contingent remained to continue mining, which did not affect Tang Zhao in the upper caverns. He chose to evolve within the excavated caves, valuing speed. So he promptly commenced the evolution process. Upon entering the cave, he found the scene more vibrant than before. The sandy terrain was gradually transforming into arid land, with occasional patches of withered vegetation and even some wild grasses, suggesting a slow departure from the desert environment. Tang Zhao had come to realize that the stronger he grew, the more life flourished within his internal space. Perhaps one day, he would witness a tropical rainforest emerge. He eagerly anticipated that moment. As for whether this space would give rise to animals again, that remained an open question, requiring further observation. The state of the decorative panels was much the same as before. With little choice, he hastily selected 2 panels and turned his attention to the directed enhancement. While specific abilities could not be pinpointed, a general direction could be specified: external body, internal organs, magical abilities. Tang Zhao faced a plethora of options, some grounded in science, others steeped in fantasy, making his decision quite challenging. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to focus on magical abilities. His understanding of magic was virtually non-existent. Immunity to spells did not equate to comprehension or application. In this world, magic was immensely powerful, with warriors serving as a backbone in the early to mid-stages of development. But as one progressed, it became clear that the era of spellcasters reigned supreme. Magic could flatten mountains, elevate cities into the sky, and conjure massive tropical storms. In Tang Zhao's view, addressing his magical shortcomings was more beneficial than merely amplifying his strengths. Selection complete, gained psychic energy, teeth, and digestive system. When Tang Zhao opened his eyes once more, he beheld not the desolate desert, but the familiar and reassuring underground cavern. Chapter 56. Assessing the harvest. Feeling a bit dazed, Tang Zhao shook his head slightly, then yawned before beginning to observe his surroundings. The cave had considerably shrunk, yet the entrance still allowed him to squeeze through. Stretching out his limbs, Tang Zhao made his way toward the surface. Since his evolution had occurred in the evening, there was no blinding light to contend with, and his eyes quickly adjusted to the ambient environment. As soon as he emerged, he spotted 2 dog-headed creatures squatting at the cave's mouth. Their initial reaction to Tang Zhao was one of shock, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. However, they soon regained their composure, exchanging relieved glances. This reaction indicated that Tang Zhao's transformation was quite significant, and it seemed the dog-headed beings had received considerable information from the fairies, at least aware that his metamorphosis would entail substantial changes. This was fortuitous, as it might prevent unnecessary panic. Simultaneously, Tang Zhao sensed that the dog-headed creatures had diminished in size, but it was not they who had shrunk. Rather, he had grown several sizes larger. Unable to speak, he did not communicate with the 2 creatures, pausing briefly before continuing toward the cave's exit and heading toward a nearby river. The river was remarkably calm, serving as a reflective surface. With his excellent night vision, the darkness did little to hinder his self-examination. The water revealed a robust giant lizard, and compared to before, his limbs appeared more elongated. A slender spine extended from the crown of his head to the tip of his tail, and his scales had transformed into a deep ebony hue, exuding an air of formidable authority. He could discern that this evolution diverged from his previous transformations. Earlier, the focus had been on thickening his scales, enlarging his skull, and enhancing his jaw muscles to bolster his defensive and biting capabilities. Now, the mark was optimizing his physical structure further, enabling him to unleash greater speed and enhanced mobility, thus expanding his hunting range and providing more opportunities for prey. The evolutionary path bestowed upon him by the mark diverged from that of crocodiles. He was not a highly specialized ambush predator tailored for specific environments, but rather an active predator endowed with exceptional mobility and adaptability. Theoretically, a creature possessing such diverse abilities should not exist in nature. Yet both the mark and this world defied conventional logic. Leaning closer to the river's surface, he examined his new teeth. Originally, he had 2 prominent fangs. Now, all his teeth had transformed into fangs. He noted that the venom glands had visibly enlarged, allowing for the injection of considerable toxins when necessary. His previous arrowhead-shaped teeth, adorned with numerous serrations, had been replaced by banana-shaped ones, featuring a few serrated edges at the rear. Both types of teeth had their own merits and drawbacks. making it difficult to classify the transformation as merely an upgrade or a replacement. Previously, his length was around 5 meters. Now, he measured over 8 meters, surpassing the theoretical maximum size of the largest known terrestrial lizard, the Australian megalania, weighing over 2 tons. In the context of Earth, he was a top-tier predator with no natural enemies. Throughout the history of biological evolution, among his lizard relatives, only the carcharocles could rival his current size and strength. Like him, the carcharocles had also evolved from an inconspicuous 1-meter-long cliff lizard into a massive creature over 10 meters in length, equipped with formidable teeth. However, while the carcharocles took millions of years to achieve its impressive transformation, Tang Zhao accomplished his in mere months. His existence was not only a testament to the potential trajectories of biological evolution, but also a striking parody of it. Of course, the knowledge of Earth did not apply in this world. At the very least, the dragons in this realm represented an even sharper critique of biological evolution. Dragons, capable of sustenance from earth and stone, possessed an almost perfect physical structure, a sophisticated knowledge system of draconic language inherited through generations, the ability to grow stronger even in slumber, and a formidable resistance to magic, exuding an aura that instilled fear in all beings. Dragons were inherently unfair creatures, endowed with countless traits that elicited envy from other species, yet they could choose to claim them all. At present, Tang Zhao could not even rival a more potent dragon beast, let alone a true dragon. He was still far from matching even the weakest white dragon. While superficial characteristics could be discerned through simple observation, deeper abilities remained elusive. Taking a moment to admire his formidable appearance, Tang Zhao did not forget his primary purpose and promptly began to test his current abilities. The anticipated capabilities of flight and ethereal movement had yet to manifest, leaving him uncertain of the reasons behind this. However, his digestive ability and spiritual energy were quite commendable. The digestive capacity was relatively straightforward to assess. Within a few hours, Tang Zhao began to grasp its intricacies. His original digestive prowess had been respectable, but now it could be described as a synthesis of the best traits from various sources. Food could be fully digested within approximately half an hour, and even whole bones could be processed, leaving only a minimal powdery residue upon excretion, an impressively thorough digestive system. While it did not rival the fantastical appetites capable of digesting minerals or plastics, it was a robust system nonetheless, undoubtedly superior to that of most organisms. As for his spiritual energy, Tang Zhao required a bit more time to fully comprehend its nuances. In this world, spiritual energy was defined as an innate power stemming from the mind and spirit, possessed by only a select few beings with strong mental faculties. The strength of their spiritual energy was predetermined at birth, and later training merely refined their understanding of its practical application. Spiritual energy could accomplish numerous feats, such as generating barriers to block damage or exerting immense force to crush foes. However, Tang Zhao was most intrigued by the concept of spiritual energy communication. As the name suggests, it allowed thoughts to be transmitted into the minds of others for interaction. Though still unable to speak, he could engage in direct communication with surrounding creatures through this method. Carrying a translation device was sufficient for now, but it was not a long-term solution. While the tree spirits and pixies were not adept in spiritual energy, they possessed some relevant knowledge and, with time, could undoubtedly teach Tang Zhao. Regarding his evolution, that was the extent of his findings. Observing his surroundings, he noted that Cynthia, Lyric, and others had been quietly waiting nearby for quite some time. Tang Zhao did not linger any longer and hurried to address matters concerning the settlement. Overall, they had adhered to the advice Tang Zhao had previously offered, exercising patience until his evolution was complete before formulating further plans. Among the fairies and dog-headed beings, there were only a few injuries, with no fatalities reported. With Tang Zhao's evolution now complete, there was no need for excessive deliberation. They could proceed to the next phase of gradual expansion within their territory and settlement. Previously, it had been somewhat challenging for Tang Zhao to occupy a territory deep within the forest, but that was no longer the case. He was now more than capable, as few creatures in the forest could match his strength, and hardly any would dare provoke him. Chapter 57. To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Numerous creatures covet the territory, and it is imperative for Tang Zhao to demonstrate his strength as a deterrent. The animals inhabiting the surrounding forest are quite pragmatic. They comprehend that as long as he exhibits sufficient power, they will not question his dominion until he shows signs of weakness. In this realm, strength reigns supreme, for nature bestows the right to possess one's territory upon the mightiest. This matter holds great significance, and Tang Zhao refrained from lengthy discussions with Cynthia and the others. He departed from his territory and commenced his hunt in the vicinity. He encountered formidable foes: the burrowing beetle with its hard, chitinous exoskeleton and jagged edges, the fearsome scorpion lion, a creature with the visage of a man, the body of a lion, a scorpion's tail and dragon wings, and even a grotesque and violent ogre. Additionally, he dispatched several petrified chicken snakes that had been clustered together, now merely remnants within his belly. Following his evolution, his prowess had greatly intensified, allowing him to assert an overwhelming advantage over the surrounding creatures, vanquishing them with minimal effort. His combat capabilities now fell within the realm of fantastical beings, and the creatures he faced were considerably smaller in size, which naturally conferred an overwhelming advantage in the wilderness. Furthermore, he was not significantly inferior to any typical creature of comparable size. After presenting his spoils to the restless goblins, Tang Zhao instructed them to secure the prey in his snow storage area for future sustenance. His requirements for the next evolution were considerably more demanding: 80 tons of low-grade flesh, 20 tons of medium-grade flesh, 500 inferior blood cores, and 40 low-grade blood cores. It remains uncertain whether this reflects a balance imposed by the insignia on his digestive abilities or merely the increasing energy demands associated with later stages of evolution. Though Tang Zhao tends to favor the latter hypothesis. At 5 meters tall, he weighed nearly a ton. Now, exceeding 8 meters, he must weigh at least 2 tons. In terms of mass and weight, the energy required for later stages escalates, not to mention the elusive essence of spiritual energy, thus necessitating a larger intake of sustenance. Tang Zhao was unsure how long it would be until his next evolution, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that a span of 6 months to a year was inevitable. Moving forward, he would focus on 2 main aspects: the procurement of high-quality prey and the development and expansion of his territory. He required a sufficiently vast domain to sustain his food supply. A considerable expanse of the surrounding territory should be vacated. I have already marked numerous scales in that vicinity, which I trust remain secure. These areas will serve as future construction sites, available for development when necessary. While conversing with Cynthia, Tang Zhao cast a sympathetic glance at the tip of his tail, which had already become somewhat bald from marking his territory. He preferred not to utilize foul substances such as feces or urine for territorial demarcation, hence his reluctant sacrifice. Lyric nodded in agreement and promptly summoned individuals to establish outposts and rudimentary settlements. Subsequently, Tang Zhao began to assess the goblins' work over the past week. They had successfully cultivated a significant area of farmland along the lakeside and on the island, where crops had already been sown. With minimal cultivation, the fields appeared quite promising. The iron farming tools and seeds had been procured from the human world, while the plows and various implements were painstakingly crafted by the fairies. Surprisingly, they did not lack livestock. Bearfolk possessed remarkable strength, and the pixies were adept at communicating with animals, persuading some benign and docile creatures to assist in plowing. The combination of these 2 elements yielded excellent results. Of course, the goblins remained the primary contributors, though their farming skills left much to be desired. Their diligence and reliability were commendable. They endeavored to execute Tang Zhao's commands to the best of their abilities and were receptive to suggestions from other races. They served as a solid foundational race for the settlement. Aside from their lackluster combat prowess, they bore no significant weaknesses. However, their deficient combat capability posed a considerable challenge. Currently, Tang Zhao's reliable fighting strength was limited to himself, and even with the bearfolk and tree spirits, it proved insufficient. The energy of living beings is finite. He could not continuously manage every task single-handedly without eventually succumbing to exhaustion. Thus, he instructed Lyric to train a contingent of goblin patrols with adequate combat capabilities while simultaneously seeking suitable new members for the settlement, but this endeavor proved challenging, as finding races that met the criteria was exceedingly difficult. Tang Zhao contemplated an alternative approach, since he currently lacked the conditions for a conventional military route. Perhaps he could explore the avenue of beast taming. The fauna of Insula is abundant, with numerous species amenable to domestication. The petrified lizards and griffins he had previously slain could serve as formidable allies once trained, a feat that had indeed been accomplished in the human realm. The goblins possessed ample patience and an understanding of nature, while the fairies were well versed in the ways of beasts. Together, they should be capable of taming most ordinary creatures. However, Taming must commence from a young age, especially with ferocious war beasts. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to disaster. Even if the goblins had the opportunity to begin training from youth, it would require several years of dedication. This path appeared promising, yet it remained a distant prospect. After considerable reflection, Tang Zhao resolved to rest for a day or two before embarking on explorations in other parts of the forest. At least a decade prior, other fairy settlements had existed within Insula, home not only to fairies but also to satyrs and centaurs, with one settlement even housing unicorns. It would be prudent to consider alliances or the absorption of some of these groups, as Tang Zhao held little interest in ogres and other brutish creatures, preferring beings with combat capabilities that adhered to commands rather than unstable elements that could pose risks. After several days of diligent exploration and study, Tang Zhao finally grasped the fundamental principles of using spiritual energy. Although his innate talent for spiritual energy was not particularly remarkable, the tree spirits unanimously noted his unnaturally rapid learning pace. Typically, it would take a normal individual 1 or 2 months to master the basics of spiritual energy. He did not consider himself a prodigy. It was likely that the insignia aided him, as his previous experiences with magic had been far from favorable, and his aptitude had remained consistent. As a novice user of spiritual energy, he could accomplish little, yet he had attained the ability to sense spiritual energy, which meant he could communicate directly with others without relying on translation in the future. Chapter 58. The living ancestor Tang Zhao's psychic abilities were insufficient to exert a direct influence on reality. However, mastering the fundamentals of psychic application could significantly enhance his combat prowess. For instance, a simple psychic shock could directly affect the minds of hostile creatures, rendering them momentarily dazed or at least causing a fleeting pause. While the efficacy of such an ability diminished against more formidable foes, it remained a notably useful skill. Against weaker adversaries, Tang Zhao could dispatch them swiftly, while against stronger ones, even a brief moment of distraction could provide him with a crucial advantage. Victory often stemmed from the accumulation of small, incremental benefits, and Tang Zhao was not averse to holding a few more cards in his hand. With matters concerning psychic abilities effectively settled, Tang Zhao needed to make further arrangements regarding the settlement before his departure. Yet, the dragon beast that had grievously injured the trance remained elusive, necessitating caution on his part. He did not expect the fairies and goblins to vanquish such a powerful dragon beast outright, but it was prudent to prepare contingencies to mitigate potential losses from a surprise attack. Currently, the goblins had excavated a network of caves that could accommodate the majority of the settlement's inhabitants, offering a degree of strategic value should the sentinels detect an overwhelming enemy. The plan was to evade if possible or flee if not. Tang Zhao refrained from allowing them to engage any formidable foes, as preserving their combatants and labor force was paramount. Assigning roles appropriately was crucial. Any unwarranted interference on his part would only complicate matters. After ensuring that all affairs related to the settlement were meticulously organized, Tang Zhao set forth once more, accompanied by a select few fairies. While he possessed the means to act independently, the settlement undoubtedly required manpower. Yet, given the necessity of liaising with the fairy settlement, having a few fairies by his side would undoubtedly simplify the complexities of the task. Most fey beings were inherently straightforward, and having kin nearby would alleviate much of their wariness. At the very least, it would prevent any misunderstanding from transforming into animosity. Meanwhile, in another part of the White Bronze Forest, a group of dwarves was establishing camp. Apart from merchant caravans, dwarves rarely ventured far from their fortified towns. Even when dispatched on military missions, only fully armed soldiers would appear, while civilians remained absent from the battlefield. The presence of civilians typically indicated one of two scenarios: either a pioneering expedition to establish a new stronghold or a group fleeing from danger. In this era of dwarven decline, the latter scenario was far more prevalent, and indeed, a heated debate was unfolding within the central tent of the camp. A makeshift conference table was formed from crates covered with fabric, around which stood several long-bearded dwarves clad in ornate armor, representing the power center of this dwarven contingent. Dwarves lived in clans, and within their worldview, elders held an extraordinary status. The length of one's beard signified social standing, bearing the weight of honor and martial accomplishments. It could be said that the longer the beard, the greater the prestige and authority of the dwarf. Among them, one dwarf sported a notably longer, wider beard, and though his armor was not the most splendid, he commanded considerable respect from his peers. The special runic battle axe he wielded indicated that he was a living ancestor, a title bestowed upon those dwarves who were sufficiently aged, wise, and distinguished in battle, typically serving as advisors to the kings and assisting in governance. However, the current situation was far from ordinary. King Oled Greybeard and his nephew Hader Greybeard had perished in the conflict against the Orcish Scourge, effectively severing the main bloodline of the Greybeard royal family. Given the present chaos, the election of a new king was to be postponed, and it was essential for the factions to convene and discuss their future course of action. Burn Silverhelm looked around at the remaining leaders of the Greybeard kingdom, feeling a sense of trepidation. Among them were a master blacksmith, an accountant from the Dwarven Guild, and a scribe from the Book of Great Hatred, alongside himself. The living ancestor of the Greybeard kingdom. The last bastion of mountain dwarves north of Lake Ryan had fallen, with some dwarves managing to escape. Unfortunately, they had not coalesced but had scattered in different directions. The company led by Burn was one such group. They were meant to rendezvous with the forces of King Greybeard, but fate had not favored them, and the king had been unable to break free. Thus, this contingent had to retreat, relying on a level of endurance unimaginable to other races. They had marched relentlessly, evading the enemy until they reached the safety of the White Bronze Forest, where they could finally afford to pause. It was not due to a lack of supplies, but rather Burn understood that if they did not take the time to reorganize, the entire group risked disintegrating. As a living ancestor, he was respected and trusted by the surviving dwarves, and there was no doubt he had assumed command. Yet, tensions lingered among the dwarves. In the wake of such a profound upheaval, it was entirely natural for differing perspectives on the future to arise among the dwarves. Burn sensed that everyone was struggling to suppress their confusion and anxiety, but it was only a matter of time before those emotions would boil over. Before any true crisis could manifest, they needed to clarify the path forward. Their numbers were few, and those among them who could truly be considered dwarven warriors were even fewer, as most had perished in the previous battles. Now, they required weapons to arm the dwarves and, secondly, to determine their next destination. Chapter 59. Hatred. To the north of the Ever Mountains, numerous dwarven fortresses once stood, now either sealed and abandoned or occupied by foes. North of the city of 1,000 Peaks, we scarcely receive any support from the dwarven clans. However, the remnants they left behind remain invaluable resources. By dwarven standards, their armament is dismal. Only a handful of dwarven warriors are equipped with proper gear, while the majority who manage to escape possess merely rudimentary armor and weapons. Each dwarven household typically harbors one or more sets of cherished ancestral armor. Yet the sudden onslaught of orcs and goblins left many without the opportunity to arm themselves, forcing them to hastily grab makeshift weapons. The dwarven population is exceedingly sparse, with a low birth rate and an alarming gender ratio of 4 males to 1 female. Coupled with a lengthy maturation period, every adult dwarf is a precious asset, too valuable to be squandered, and their combat prowess deserves the finest armament. I understand your hearts are tumultuous, yet now is not the time for confusion. In the kingdom where thousands of dwarves reside, the number of those who successfully broke through that day is certainly in the thousands. Even if you are engulfed in sorrow and guilt, such feelings must be set aside until the situation stabilizes. Our immediate task is to secure the situation, regroup our forces, seek support from other dwarven clans, and ultimately exact vengeance upon those Orcish scum. Born struck the table vigorously with his warhammer, prompting a secretary adorned with a leather cap to understand the cue, turning to retrieve a lavishly bound tome from a chest. The Book of Grievances of the Greybeard Kingdom is here. This hatred shall be passed down through generations. We, the witnesses present, shall not pursue other goals until this hatred has been extinguished. Hatred is an integral element of dwarven society. Their reverence for oaths and grievances far surpasses that of other races, meticulously recording various forms of enmity. A dedicated scribe adheres to established legal precedents, assigning a reasonable value to each grievance, with costs ranging from compensatory damages to blood for blood. The grudge of a fallen nation shall never be forgotten. Goblins and orcs must pay for their transgressions in kind. Around the circle, the eyes of the dwarves fixated intently on the tome in Born's hands, their eyes reddening with fury as they simultaneously drew short daggers from their waists, marking the Book of Grievances with their own blood. Born, an experienced warrior and blacksmith, may not be a masterful orator or politician, yet in the face of the current disarray, he chose the simplest method to provide a clear, actionable objective, redirecting the collective focus and consolidating their power. The dwarves present, seasoned warriors, required little elaboration. A mere mention sufficed for them to comprehend. Surveying the gathered dwarves, Born nodded slightly. We shall establish camp here. The Greyhawk Fortress lies nearby. After a brief respite, we shall prepare for our next course of action. In the vast expanse of Insula, Tang Zhao found it no easy task to locate other fairy settlements. The Treants recalled a general location and provided him with a rudimentary map, crafted with far superior artistry than that of the lesser fairies, concise and vividly comprehensible. However, possessing a map is one matter. Reaching the destinations it indicates is quite another. They must traverse dozens of kilometers through forests teeming with formidable adversaries, such as the giants and griffins Tang Zhao encountered along the way, and even a voracious landshark lizard. While Tang Zhao could contend with these creatures, it was not without risk. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from provoking these perilous beings. His primary objective was to seek out the fairy settlements, not to hunt, as he wished to avoid entangling himself with excessively dangerous foes that could jeopardize his mission. Fortune favored the diligent. After several days, Tang Zhao finally discovered a second group of magical beings within Insula. They were a small band of nomadic horsemen engaged in hunting, reminiscent of the mythic tales of yore. With the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of horses, they donned simple garments and wielded stone spears and rudimentary javelins. Upon spotting Tang Zhao, the atmosphere between the two parties was palpably tense. Any rational sentient being would feel apprehensive at the sight of an 8-meter-long lizard before them. Fortunately, Tang Zhao had prepared in advance, bringing along Cynthia and several other fairies. Though the relationship between horsemen and fairies was rather tenuous, they were still akin as magical beings, and mutual harm was unlikely. Upon hearing Cynthia introduce herself in the language of the wood folk, Tang Zhao ceased to harbor anger towards the horsemen, instead commencing a simple exchange with them through his psychic abilities. Chapter 60. Sacred purity. The matters that needed to be addressed had already been eloquently articulated by the speaker. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely seek collaboration. The recent state of this forest is far from optimistic. Creatures emerging from the mountains are stirring restlessly, and only by uniting the residents of our forest can we ensure greater safety. Tang Zhao positioned himself alongside the centaurs, yet they remained skeptical. As reclusive nomads, they found it challenging to trust others easily. Fortunately, they were not entirely uncommunicative. After gathering together for a brief discussion, they arrived at a consensus. Upon careful consideration, your suggestion holds some merit. However, the fairy settlements are their own concern, and as nomads wandering throughout the land, we have limited influence over their internal affairs. The course of action will depend on the circumstances. Of course, I appreciate your willingness to engage. The outcome of our endeavors will ultimately be determined by the actual situation at hand. The centaurs moved with remarkable agility, swiftly traversing the dense forest. Tang Zhao, too, kept pace, his limbs elongated through evolution, allowing him to maneuver gracefully through the trees, albeit only just managing to trail behind them. Should they don appropriate weapons and armor, they would become a formidable force on the battlefield. There are tales of knights merging with centaurs, yet the centaur itself is a complete entity. In terms of horsemanship, they surpass the vast majority of knights in the world. They possess remarkable mobility, yet mastering them proves to be a challenge. As nomadic peoples migrating across the continent, they are not easily swayed by external influences and seldom linger in one place for too long. If the opportunity arises, we may engage further, but for now, our priority remains the affairs of the fairies. Their expedition progressed swiftly, and within an hour, they arrived at the fairies' dwelling. It was as Tang Zhao had anticipated, a glade encircled by trees, with a waterfall at its center. Within the cascading waters, a figure was barely discernible, a majestic, snow-white steed, most notably crowned with a singular long horn, signifying its identity as a unicorn. The notion that unicorns only recognize pure maidens may be an exaggeration, yet legends often contain grains of truth. Their horns indeed harbor immense magical energy, and they are known to be fiercely protective of virtue. Similar to wolves, unicorns may appear equine, yet their intelligence rivals that of humans, and in terms of integrity and kindness, they surpass it. The surrounding forest bore an unusual scent, suggesting that the unicorn had established its own network of surveillance. Upon the unexpected arrival of Tang Zhao and the centaurs, the unicorn exhibited no surprise, instead displaying a calm demeanor and graceful poise. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take it from here, a neutral, serene male voice resonated in the minds of those present. This unicorn possessed psychic or similar magical abilities, enabling direct communication with other sentient beings. The centaurs held this unicorn in high regard, offering a respectful nod before stepping back. In this situation, a native human might have felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, having grown up under the tales of the unicorn's sanctity. However, Tang Zhao felt no such trepidation. His appreciation for legendary beings was limited to basic admiration and the respect they warranted. To him, a unicorn was merely a powerful magical entity, just and benevolent, nothing more. He had ascended from the depths of the food chain to its apex, harboring no fear towards any creature. Greetings, I am currently residing in Insula, a lizard. You may call me Carlos, or simply Lizard, as you prefer. I'm the only talking lizard in this forest. Tang Zhao casually fabricated a name that sounded plausible, serving as a recent alias, as he had never had a formal title. The unicorn appeared somewhat surprised, as Tang Zhao's displayed courtesy starkly contrasted with his appearance. I am Lauren Morningstar, the sole unicorn within Insula and the leader of this fairy settlement. What brings you to seek my audience? It is rather straightforward. I believe we need to unite to effectively address the current situation. Tang Zhao tilted his neck, retrieving a package from his side, and deftly tore it open with his claws. Inside lay an assortment of goblin finger bones, trophies from his previous battles with the goblins. Presenting them served as a warning to the unicorn. We have already faced an attack from the goblins, and as you can see, their numbers are considerable. I hope to devise a suitable solution before the situation worsens. Tang Zhao spoke with a mix of sincerity and pretense. He indeed required the fairy settlement as assistance, but only if they were genuinely willing to help. Lauren's gaze sharpened. He was acutely aware that the emergence of numerous goblins was no trivial matter and had already formed some of his own hypotheses. Chapter 61. Mission assigned: the nearby forest has recently been plagued by unease, as it has become home to many creatures that should not exist here, including the goblins. I have continuously discovered traces of dark beings such as ogres, goblins, and giants in the vicinity. These entities have no rightful place in the forest under my guardianship, and their presence is undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune. The forest governed by unicorns is wholly distinct from the territories inhabited by creatures like the Itog. The former is serene and tranquil, while the latter is shrouded in an atmosphere of dread. It is said that they are celestial beings, sent by benevolent deities to descend from the heavens to maintain order and peace within the forests. Within their dominion, no form of darkness is permitted to thrive. Then, let us pose a more practical inquiry. What do you believe these signs signify? The unicorn's horn glimmered with light, releasing a cascade of luminous dust that swiftly transformed in the air, forming a three-dimensional and vivid map of the area near the Everwatch Mountains. The precision of this map far surpassed any information previously obtained from humans or ordinary fairies. From a directional perspective, these dark beings are emerging from the western mountains, while the eastern side has also seen an influx of intriguing visitors. The frequency of these dark creatures' appearances is steadily increasing, and their actions are becoming increasingly audacious. If this continues, we shall inevitably be forced into bloody conflict, a conclusion I wish to avoid. Overall, the situation on Tang Zhao's side is quite similar. He has also been visited by bothersome individuals of late. However, Tang Zhao's methods of dealing with threats are far more ruthless than those of the unicorn. He tends to eliminate perilous adversaries outright, which over time diminishes the number of foes in the vicinity. Given the vastness of Insula, they could easily target softer prey rather than engaging in a head-on clash with Tang Zhao, who is not a relative of the dragons and lacks the propensity for hoarding treasure. Eliminating him would yield little benefit. Speaking of this matter, I have some intelligence I wish to share with you. I originally migrated from the Tsongwan forest near the royal capital of the Orain Kingdom, where a rather unusual event has recently occurred. Tang Zhao paused for a few seconds and recounted the incidents involving the orcs to the unicorn. Equipped with specialized dwarven gray steel weaponry, these orcs have mysteriously appeared in the forests near the royal capital. They have undergone rigorous combat training, and the human kingdom's reaction has been significant. All signs indicate that these orcs are no ordinary beings. The unicorn's expression, initially calm, gradually morphed into one of grave concern. The Western Goblin Kingdom has extended its tendrils into the Everwatch Mountains, and there are unsettling movements among the eastern orcs as well. The frequency of dark creatures' appearances has risen once more. After correlating these events, Lorraine began to discern a potential answer. It appears that the Western goblins and orcs are conspiring together. The dwarves would never sell their finely forged gray steel weapons to the orcs, nor would they frequently craft armaments of that type to prevent the orcs from acquiring and utilizing them. The orcs utterly lack the level of forging technology required. They must have received these weapons from external sources. Few races possess the capability to mass-produce superior armor. And in light of the recent abnormal military maneuvers by the goblins and orcs, Lorraine was nearly convinced that the Eastern orcs were in close cooperation with one or more goblin clans. As for their intentions, neither Lorraine nor Tang Zhao could speculate. Perhaps it was an endeavor against the Arrain kingdom, or an assault on the western elven forests, or merely an expansion of their influence within the Everwatch Mountains. Ultimately, it remained an enigma. Regardless, this is not a favorable sign. For over a century, their forces have not dared to encroach upon Insula, and now, for the first time in 100 years, the situation has shifted. I am deeply unsettled by this negative change. I share your sentiments. Their existence has profoundly impacted my life, which is why I find myself here, discussing concrete strategies with you. Tang Zhao expressed his needs, seeking nothing more than labor and combat strength. The unicorn, as the guardian of the forest, had no obligation to protect the fairies at every turn, and thus, there was no fundamental conflict between Tang Zhao and the unicorn. After a few moments of contemplation, the unicorn nodded in agreement. I comprehend the nature of your desires, and I am open to collaboration. As long as you can manage the fairies effectively, relocating them would be entirely reasonable. Assist me with one task, and I assure you shall receive what you seek. Recently, a dwarven settlement has emerged near Lorraine's encampment, and Tang Zhao's mission is to pay a literal visit to the dwarves to ascertain their intentions. The unicorn represents justice and benevolence, while the mountain-dwelling dwarves are antithetical to its essence. However, the unicorn would not provoke the dwarves directly, but would seek assistance in addressing this matter to avoid any potential escalation detrimental to both parties. In the unicorn's eyes, Tang Zhao was ideally suited for this task, strong, astute, and possessing convenient psychic abilities for communication. There was no one more fitting for the role. Chapter 62. Curiosity unicorns undoubtedly rank among the more formidable magical creatures, yet their temperaments render them averse to engaging in excessively aggressive actions. They exhibit a notable disinterest and lack of motivation when faced with matters beyond the forests they govern. Lauren's intent is twofold. First, to ensure that the dwarves pose no direct threat to his territory. Second, to ascertain that these dwarves do not encounter insurmountable troubles. Lauren's proposal piqued Tang Zhao's interest, and with Lauren's assurance of an opportunity, there was no reason for him to decline. Accompanied by several pixies and centaurs, Tang Zhao prepared to embark on an expedition to investigate the dwarves' temporary encampment. However, prior to this, he took some time to explore the forest ruled by the unicorn, eager to discern how it differed from an ordinary woodland. The forest inhabited by the unicorn, ecologically speaking, bore little distinction from a typical forest. It was home to various predatory creatures, all part of the normal food chain, devoid of the so-called dark beings. Beyond the usual fauna, the unicorn's realm was also populated by a plethora of fey beings, ranging from the common pixies and sprites to the loquacious, spirited satyrs. The scale of the territory and the diversity of species far surpassed those of Lilith's encampment, as this unicorn named Lauren was the sole entity within the realm of Sura. Centaurs could compensate for any lack of mobility, while satyrs possessed extensive knowledge of human poetry, music, and culture. Pixies or sprites served as commendable members of the settlement. As Tang Zhao explored, he contemplated the potential roles these inhabitants could play in his endeavors, though the forest was, in essence, quite similar to others. Even with the unicorn's substantial territory, he departed after a couple of hours. He resolved to attend to matters concerning the dwarves, for swiftness in military affairs was paramount. Procrastination would yield no benefits. In the span of half a day, Tang Zhao detected an unusual scent at the periphery of Lauren's domain. This scent, unfamiliar and pungent, indicated a collective presence of creatures, likely of considerable size. Numerous tracks and wheel ruts along the nearby path suggested that a large group had recently traversed this area, and these beings exhibited a rare degree of intelligence. Upon discovering the tracks, Tang Zhao approached to examine them closely. The narrow spacing indicated that the owners were of less than ideal height, while the depth of the impressions suggested significant weight, possibly due to heavy armor. Piecing together this information, Tang Zhao was convinced he had encountered dwarves, who were now perilously close to their objective. After careful consideration, the scales on Tang Zhao's body began to shift hue, transforming from a deep green to a profound black, bestowing him with an air of authority and intimidation. He aimed to leave a memorable impression, understanding that initial appearance bore significance. Concurrently, he sought to stabilize his coloration, allowing his form and tint to become his most striking calling card, ideally enabling surrounding intelligent beings to recognize him at a glance. As he prepared to establish his own dominion, it was evident that early acquisition of notoriety would be advantageous. His ability to change color conferred a distinct advantage, allowing him to render his hue conspicuous when necessary. The dwarves had not contemplated concealing their encampment. They had cleared a patch of forest for their settlement. Despite their impressive craftsmanship and orderly construction, it was no wonder that the unicorn harbored disdain for these dwarves. Aside from the act of deforestation, they clearly lacked restraint in their hunting practices, resulting in a significant decline in local wildlife, which would take at least a decade to recuperate. While their actions might seem commonplace to other intelligent beings, to the unicorn, they represented a disruption of the forest's balance, a challenge to his authority. Unlike the unicorn, the dwarves bore no connection to Tang Zhao. Their temperaments were considerably more volatile, embodying a martial spirit as a warlike race. Upon encountering a massive lizard exceeding 8 meters in length at the entrance of their camp, the dwarves were unlikely to entertain notions of amicable discourse. Instead, they would likely ready the ballistae stationed at the camp's entrance, aiming them at Tang Zhao. Thus, engaging with them required caution. Tang Zhao resolved to observe their actions meticulously before making any decisions. Curiosity epitomizes the essence of intelligent beings, yet excessive curiosity can usher in peril. While Tang Zhao felt a genuine intrigue regarding the unknown dwarves, he recognized that he was not yet powerful enough to act recklessly, necessitating self-restraint. Chapter 63. Runes. Tang Zhao exhibited remarkable patience when necessary, clandestinely observing the dwarf settlement for 3 to 4 days to ascertain its general condition. He refrained from delving into the specific whereabouts of the dwarves, focusing instead on the settlement's overall demeanor. The dwarves' armor rate was astonishingly high. Every dwarf in sight donned heavy armor, as though fine steel and the time for forging were of no consequence. Even the less affluent among them adorned themselves with exquisite chainmail that would envy many human soldiers, the iron rings closely arranged and the armor gleaming brilliantly. The soldiers, even more impressively, were clad in heavier plate armor, the craftsmanship evident in their decorations indicating that these armors were not mere consumables produced from inferior steel, but rather akin to works of art, far more ornate and refined than the battle gear of many high-ranking human nobles, embellished with intricate reliefs of dwarf clans. Set with large precious gemstones, and adorned with symbols of their ancestral gods etched across broad surfaces, their armor gleamed with abundant gold plating. The craftsmanship of this era, both imagined and unimaginable by humans, was vividly present among them. It could be said that the dwarves lacked little in terms of the resources they could excavate from the mountains, though this lack was not without its limitations. Their resources were not infinite. Rather, the dwarven population was so sparse and precious that it was imperative to equip each dwarf warrior to the teeth. While they could live for centuries, their low birth rate was a stark reality. The ratio of dwarf men to women typically exceeded 4:1, meaning that most dwarf males would remain bachelors throughout their lives, leaving little in the way of bloodline descendants. Although the settlement before him was indeed small in absolute terms, it could hardly be considered diminutive by dwarven standards. At the very least, several hundred dwarves resided within, and one must recognize that a small dwarf stronghold typically comprises a similar number. This observation suggested that the origins of these dwarves were undoubtedly intriguing. Such a large collective migration likely indicated they had encountered some formidable predicament. Continuing his observations near the dwarf settlement, Tang Zhao finally discerned some peculiarities. This morning, the air around him thickened with the scent of dwarves, and the comings and goings of the settlement had significantly diminished. He even discovered traps designed for large creatures in the vicinity. Any reasonably intelligent being could surmise what had transpired. His presence had been detected, and the dwarves had grown wary, possibly laying traps specifically aimed at capturing him. In truth, Tang Zhao was not particularly surprised. His appearance was indeed likely to evoke caution among other races, and it was understandable that they would devise traps to eliminate him. Nonetheless, while he comprehended their reasoning, the situation left him somewhat irked, as he harbored no genuine malice towards the dwarves. Simultaneously, the footsteps of goblins and other creatures drew nearer. According to Lauren, they were essentially pursuing the dwarf settlement, with the number of accompanying beings increasing daily. The dwarves are followed by a multitude of goblins, a promising opportunity. At the very least, we share a common enemy. Establishing contact under these circumstances seems prudent, but I must first locate the foe. Tang Zhao possessed a basic understanding of psionic abilities, which indeed allowed him to engage in telepathic communication with certain beings. However, communicating with the dwarves proved challenging due to their innate magical resistance. Weak psionics and magic were ineffective against them. Very few dwarves were capable of casting spells, as their magical aptitude was notably poor. Only a select few chosen by their ancestral gods could wield even a modicum of magic. As compensation, they naturally exhibited a degree of resistance to most forms of magic. While not as formidable as Tang Zhao's anti-magic scales, their resistance was commendable. They also employed a technique known as runes, which allowed them to encapsulate magical energy within symbols, subsequently inscribing these runes onto their weapons and armor for direct physical use. This path diverged from traditional magic and psionics. In terms of potential, magic may indeed surpass runes. Yet the latter's advantage lay in its ability to be preserved long-term and utilized without prerequisites, rendering it a compelling avenue for development. Unable to communicate directly with the dwarves through psionics, Tang Zhao opted against allowing the fairies to engage in slow negotiations. Instead, he planned to assert his stance and intentions through a more direct approach. When Tang Zhao returned to the vicinity of the dwarf settlement, he made no attempt to conceal his presence, shouldering a large pack as he strode confidently to the settlement's entrance. The nearby dwarves reacted with alarm, rushing to the gate to swiftly prepare the crossbows stationed there. They retrieved their heavy crossbows, aiming them squarely at Tang Zhao, ready to unleash bolts should the need arise. Chapter 64. Encounter. Tang Zhao's defensive capabilities were commendable, yet they fell well within the realm of ordinary biological limits. Mechanisms like crossbows could easily pierce the city walls, and one need not elaborate on the vulnerability of flesh. However, given the current circumstances, there was no necessity for a life-and-death struggle. Tang Zhao need not confront the crossbows head-on. He turned slightly, grasped the fabric sack behind him, and deftly tossed it into the air with a powerful motion of his neck. The sack traced a graceful arc as it sailed through the air. But in order to avoid provoking the dwarves and to remain outside the firing range of the crossbows, he ensured that it landed at a considerable distance from the dwarven stronghold's walls. Despite his considerable strength, it was impractical for him to hurl such a heavy object several dozen meters and clear a 3-meter-high barricade in one go. The sack landed with some difficulty before the wooden gate, failing to surpass the wall, yet this was sufficient. Upon seeing the object placed, Tang Zhao turned and swiftly vanished into the embrace of the forest. He understood the dwarves' current mindset. They were merely judging him by appearances, instinctively perceiving him as a dangerous beast lacking intelligence. Thus, they would inevitably resort to methods appropriate for dealing with wild animals. This reaction was entirely natural. Aside from druids and certain scholars, most humanoid beings would share similar sentiments, a comprehension that Tang Zhao, having once been human, could readily grasp. What lay ahead for Tang Zhao was the challenge of altering the dwarves' perceptions, or at the very least, influencing them to reconsider their views. This task was daunting, yet it was an essential step for fostering meaningful dialogue with any humanoid race. Rather than allowing both parties to engage in a dance of suspicion and mistrust, it would be far more beneficial to initiate an open and honest conversation from the outset. Tang Zhao could accept the existence of formidable foes, but he could not tolerate the presence of ticking time bombs lurking in close proximity. The forest was fraught with peril, a truth well understood by Byrne. Silverhelm was acutely aware that both the enigmatic dragons and the ubiquitous wolves posed threats to the dwarves' lives, not to mention the goblins and orcs that pursued them. The entire group moved with utmost caution within the woods, having constructed a fortified settlement, where at least 2 teams of dwarven rangers patrolled continuously. Any expedition outside required the accompaniment of no fewer than 5 dwarven warriors. Yet the current situation had even this seasoned warrior, a veteran of countless battles, feeling uncertain. Dwarven rangers were exceptional. Those who had survived the previous brutal breakout were the elite among elites, capable of discerning the presence of an oversized lizard lurking nearby. Given Tang Zhao's evident combat prowess, the dwarves, having sustained significant injuries, were reluctant to stir up trouble again, preferring instead to coexist peacefully with this reptilian creature, provided it did not initiate an attack. Normal beasts possess a sense of restraint. They seldom provoke adversaries that are significantly stronger unless absolutely necessary. For injury in the natural world often equates to death, a risk best avoided. However, this particular lizard exhibited an unusual demeanor, continuously roaming near the dwarven settlement. Initially, Byrne suspected it was merely seeking an opportunity to ambush the dwarves, prompting him to reinforce the settlement's defenses and lay out complex traps as a precautionary measure. To his surprise, the enormous lizard eluded all traps, and despite its proximity to the dwarven stronghold, Byrne could detect no trace of predatory intent in its gaze. Instead, he occasionally glimpsed a glimmer of curiosity, an emotion distinctly humanoid. The more curious a creature, the more intelligent it tends to be. The fact that this being could experience such emotions towards the dwarves and yet restrain itself from approaching suggested its cognitive abilities were likely far more advanced than many had presumed. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in what had transpired moments ago. Byrne gazed at the bulging sack filled with goblin ears, lost in contemplation. Initially, he thought the giant lizard could no longer contain its impulses and was merely investigating, but it turned out to be delivering a gift. The sack contained dozens of goblin right ears, along with a stone tablet inscribed with several neatly carved characters in the common tongue. I represent the forest denizens of Insula, seeking to engage with the dwarves. I believe our core interests align. The time is set for sunset this evening, and the venue is outside the dwarven settlement. I hope you will attend. The situation became abundantly clear. The lizard was unlike anything they had imagined. It possessed its own thoughts and wisdom, akin to a being of comparable intellect. As Byrne uttered these words, discussions erupted around him, speculating on the true nature of the lizard. Some posited it was a high dragon beast inheriting the wisdom of dragons, while others theorized it was a variant of the storm giant's blue-footed dragon snake. And some even suggested it was a chimera created by alchemists. Including Byrne himself, none could definitively categorize the creature, as it bore no resemblance to any beings stored in their memories. Yet, it was indisputable that this entity's strength was formidable, evident from its size and physical structure. Chapter 65. The significance of the living ancestor. The words spoken by the lizard claiming to be Carlos were met with a measure of belief from the assembled dwarves. These pragmatic beings relied heavily on their own eyes and hands. The lizard had presented them with gifts of dozens of goblins, a gesture of goodwill that was particularly welcome to the dwarves, who had recently suffered devastation at the hands of the great goblins and orcs. The offerings were undoubtedly sincere tokens of alliance. Inscribed on the slate was a lengthy passage in Elvish, accompanied by remnants of elven dust. For the ancient name of Sula was one only utilized by those creatures who had long been isolated from the world. All signs indicated that the elves were indeed allied with the lizard, and there was no need for deceit. The truth would become evident in due course. The dwarves found themselves in a precarious situation. They faced a shortage of supplies, limited numbers, an unfamiliar environment, and pursuing enemies. They were also escorting a large contingent of civilians. Were it not for the dwarves' formidable endurance and their strong kinship, the group might have collapsed halfway through their retreat. Their continued survival was a testament to their racial resilience. They were in urgent need of assistance and allies, and at this critical juncture, the olive branch extended by the forest dwellers was an offer they could not afford to refuse. No dwarf wished to turn away from the prospect of contact. The primary concern now lay not in whether to engage, but rather in what to do upon engagement and how it might alter their circumstances. The dwarf leaders convened, anxiously deliberating strategies and plans for an extended period. At last, the somewhat impatient Born rapped his warhammer on the table twice, signaling his intention to announce his final decision. The purpose of these negotiations is clear, and our demands are reasonable. As for the specifics, I shall personally attend to them. Your role is to remain silent and await my return. Should any unforeseen misfortune befall me, my nephew shall assume my responsibilities. Like many of his kin, Born had no progeny. The prevalence of single dwarves necessitated the support of extensive clan families. Men without descendants often trained their nephews, ensuring that their lineage continued. Born, revered as a living ancestor, was of considerable age, and his nephew was no inexperienced novice. He was a seasoned warrior in the prime of life, capable of holding his own in battle, though his prowess in other areas remained uncertain. The remaining dwarves expressed some dissatisfaction, not due to Born's choice of successor, but rather because of his inclination to lead from the front. Should he encounter any misfortune, the entire group would be on the brink of disbandment. The living ancestors commanded respect from all dwarves, including the king, and Born's considerable prestige was a crucial pillar sustaining the group's morale. The dwarves had already endured too many setbacks and could ill afford more. Born, seasoned and perceptive, noted the expressions of concern among his companions and gently shook his head. It was undeniable that dwarves were not known for their temper, and the elves exhibited a temperament strikingly antithetical to theirs. Conflicts were inevitable should any of them engage with the elves, an outcome they all wished to avoid. Moreover, aside from himself, it appeared that none among them possessed the authority to make decisions. Thus, it was prudent for him to take matters into his own hands. The remaining dwarves exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement, acutely aware of their circumstances and unable to present a counterargument. That evening, as dusk fell, the anticipated meeting with the dwarves indeed took place, just as Tang Zhao had predicted. He stood a careful distance of 30 to 50 meters from the dwarf encampment, a position both intimate and secure, within the range of their crossbows yet difficult to target. Demonstrating trust was one aspect, but ensuring his own safety was paramount. He sought to balance both. In the forest behind him, Tang Zhao had concealed several groups of elves, serving as representatives of the woodland inhabitants and scouts to monitor their surroundings, ensuring no dwarf rangers approached to encircle him. He had witnessed the dwarves' prowess firsthand. Their short legs allowed them to navigate the dense underbrush with remarkable agility, clad in armor yet moving with surprising lightness, exemplifying the peak of ranger skill. However, the expected scenario did not unfold as anticipated. Only one bearded dwarf approached, armed with a single knife, while the others remained at a distance, observing. Tang Zhao silently regarded these dwarves with newfound respect. They were, at the very least, not lacking in courage and integrity. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. What do you possess, and what can I offer you in return? Chapter 66. Barter Burn was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. He was indeed considerably more composed than the impetuous youth of his kin. Yet his demeanor still adhered to the characteristic forthrightness of dwarves, occasionally revealing a rather petty side. Dwarves preferred to engage with those who were direct, and Tang Zhao, who fought for survival in the forest, appreciated candor as well. Their exchanges were devoid of any subtle discontent stemming from personality differences. Our current situation is not very favorable. The supplies we can offer are rather limited. We can provision some dwarven weaponry and a card of graybeard steel, but beyond that, we cannot muster much more. However, I do have a plan that requires the assistance of the woodland inhabitants. Once accomplished, we shall all benefit considerably. Tang Zhao stared wide-eyed at the fully armed dwarf for a moment before subtly nodding, signaling to Cynthia to continue translating for him. We can discuss the plan later. Our relationship has not yet reached the stage for in-depth collaboration. For now, let us merely engage in a transaction. State your needs, and I shall present an offer, or vice versa. The task handed to Tang Zhao by the unicorn Lorian was to resolve the troubles brought forth by the dwarves. Lorian had not stipulated any specific methods, indicating that as long as he did not resort to excessively harsh measures, the outcome would not be scrutinized. While Lorian held a disdain for these dwarves, Tang Zhao was eager to support them. With their formidable combat prowess and exceptional skills in forging and runes, they seemed to be ideal allies, barring their irritable temperaments and occasional selfishness towards outsiders. Given the opportunity, Tang Zhao would not mind pursuing a deeper collaboration with them. Very well. It is only natural to expect a refusal of the invitation. I require a rough map of this forest, along with some reasonable supplies, and if possible, a few common tools. Burn nodded in agreement. Those are very reasonable requests, and we can accommodate them. However, I would like to inquire further about the purpose of the dwarven craftsmen you seek. We dwarves possess certain superstitions, and clarifying everything beforehand will help avoid unnecessary complications, benefiting both parties. It is quite simple, for the maintenance of weapons and the smelting of metal. In human terms, this area is referred to as the White Copper Forest, which boasts rich mineral deposits. I trust you dwarves can appreciate this as well. Tang Zhao had nothing to hide and candidly shared his situation. Fairies were unable to perform heavy labor, and goblins were naturally ill-suited to endure extreme heat, while even bearfolk and treants lacked the requisite technical expertise. Without a professional's assistance, their metallurgical progress would be significantly hindered. Given that the continent's top specialists were right before him, Tang Zhao had no reason to remain silent. After scrutinizing Tang Zhao for a moment, Burn nodded in acceptance. Agreed. Let us proceed to discuss the specifics of the supplies, after which I can begin preparations. Clearly, the dwarves were quite anxious, and Tang Zhao understood their urgency, cooperating readily. Within half an hour, they had resolved all necessary discussions. Once the critical matters were settled, Burn became more amiable and conversational. Through their exchanges, Tang Zhao finally grasped the broader context of their predicament. In essence, they hailed from the Greybeard Kingdom, a dwarven stronghold north of Insula, which had recently fallen to a joint assault by earth elementals and orcs. They were among the fortunate few to escape. Understanding their plight, Tang Zhao felt less urgency. Lorien was a reasonable individual. The dwarves were burdened with the deep-seated grievances of their fallen kingdom, and he would not press them too hard. Perhaps he might even lend support to their cause. Tang Zhao and Byrne both had their own matters to attend to, and after a brief half-hour of conversation, they parted ways to address their respective responsibilities. Tang Zhao did not trouble Lorien regarding supplies, opting to handle it himself. Fortunately, the number of dwarves was not excessive. He could manage to gather sufficient provisions for a few hundred individuals, though future transactions with humans would likely be necessary to replenish supplies. As the scale of future trade expanded, it would inevitably attract attention. Before that occurred, Tang Zhao needed to prepare, ensuring at least a basic level of self-sufficiency and self-defense capabilities. Otherwise, even without malicious intentions from humans, a mere reduction in supply could lead to his downfall. Without sufficient strength, one becomes vulnerable to exploitation. This principle applies to nature as well as interactions with intelligent beings. Tang Zhao firmly believed that only through formidable power could one ensure security. Everything else was ultimately ephemeral. Chapter 67. Planning Byrne had no intention of deceiving Tang Zhao and the others. The dwarf craftsman he dispatched was a highly esteemed artisan renowned throughout the kingdom of Greybeard. Given time, he might well become another living ancestor. This venerable dwarf, aged several centuries, was acutely aware of the importance of his task. Upon arriving at the settlement, he wasted no time with pleasantries and directly requested to inspect the construction status of the entire settlement to commence his work. Witnessing the dedication of the consultant he had summoned, Tang Zhao made no attempt to impede his progress, allowing Elder Toby, the dog-headed man, to accompany the elder dwarf on a tour of the settlement. The settlement, comprising merely a few hundred inhabitants, was navigated swiftly by the dwarf, who completed his inspection of the camp in no time. The most critical aspect was, of course, the mine. The dog-headed men's mining skills were indeed as reputed, and the meticulously carved tunnels they had produced left even the most fastidious dwarf craftsmen with little to criticize, aside from some minor nitpicking. It was evident that this seasoned dwarf was somewhat taken aback, as he had never anticipated that these seemingly feeble creatures could possess such dexterity. Finding a mine that met the standards acceptable to dwarves was a rarity. Indeed, the majority of human mines would fall short, often prompting him to emerge from them in frustration. As for the specifics of the mine, Tang Zhao himself was not entirely informed. He lacked knowledge in this domain and, given his current size, could not fit into the tunnels. In any case, the dog-headed men had already unearthed some shallow deposits and presented samples of copper ore to the dwarf craftsman. The outcome was as expected. The quality of the ore was commendable, and with a little refining, it could yield numerous products. According to their agreement, the dwarf craftsman would impart the techniques of forging and smelting metals to them. Such exchanges often involved a degree of secrecy. But possessing fundamental knowledge was sufficient for Tang Zhao, who was primarily interested in crafting agricultural tools rather than heavy armor or sharp weaponry. To be candid, Tang Zhao did not aim to transform the settlement into a renowned metallurgical center across the continent in the short term. Producing basic tools would suffice. Even without the credibility or expertise to mint currency, both dwarves and humans, not to mention orcs, would certainly welcome trade involving copper ore, ensuring a profitable venture. If the scale of ore extraction were to be expanded, a larger population would be necessary. Relying solely on the fairies of the unicorn settlement was insufficient. He needed to recruit additional dog-headed men from the forest. Moreover, the resources intended for the dwarves were currently inadequate, necessitating further trade with humans. Otherwise, food prices would surge with the onset of winter. The reproductive rate of dog-headed men was considerable, reaching maturity in merely 6 years, yet in the present situation, such a timeline was impractical. Tang Zhao could not afford to wait 6 years. Even 6 days felt excessive. Thus, he had to seek out dog-headed men from external sources. Most nearby dog-headed settlements had already been assimilated, and to expand the settlement further, he would need to venture farther afield in search of them. Despite the vastness of the forest, it had its limits, and the population of dog-headed men was finite. Tang Zhao recognized the necessity of long-term planning, focusing on the breeding and education of dog-headed men. They possessed their own clan-based upbringing customs, which did not require much intervention from Tang Zhao, however. He mandated that all dog-headed men attend basic education classes. The teachers would be elder dog-headed men, bear druids, tree spirits, and others, imparting not overly complex subjects, common language, general knowledge, and practical skills related to craftsmanship. Literature and the arts were further down the line. For now, Tang Zhao aimed to teach only that which was immediately useful. There was a fundamental difference between laborers who had received basic education and those who remained illiterate, and this would prove beneficial for the dog-headed men. Although they expressed some discontent regarding these new obligations, even some elders were reluctant. Tang Zhao remained confident that they would eventually grasp the rationale behind his decisions. While the planning sounded promising, the pressing issue of lacking martial strength remained unresolved. The settlement now boasted a population of over 1,000. Yet only a handful of bear men and tree spirits were capable of combat. Tang Zhao's own fighting prowess was sufficient for the time being. Yet he found himself spread thin. Lacking a more suitable combat race, he had no choice but to enlist the dog-headed men for the task. The dog-headed sorcerers possessed magical abilities and were reasonably effective in battle. Thus, he organized them into small teams of 3, leading a patrol of dog-headed men to safeguard the settlement. After assessing their training status, Tang Zhao found it difficult to render a judgment. Nonetheless, they should manage adequately against wild beasts. He did not linger on the dog-headed men for long, shifting his focus instead to matters concerning logistics and supplies. Chapter 68. Within the mountains, the management of supplies was primarily handled by the fairies, who possessed little desire for external goods, and whose cultural sophistication far surpassed that of the goblins. Tang Zhao assisted them in loading the goods onto carts, eager to transport them swiftly, as the dwarves were in urgent need. Moreover, he had pressing matters to discuss with them. Considering the situation with humanity, is it necessary to act in the name of the dwarves? Just as Tang Zhao pondered how to mitigate risks, a dazzling light erupted in the distant sky, followed by the urgent sound of bells ringing around the perimeter of the settlement. Tang Zhao's gaze sharpened, and he shook off the various goods he carried, swiftly exiting the storage room while communicating telepathically with the goblins and fairies nearby. Consolidate defenses. Patrol teams and settlement guards assemble at the incident site, while the rest retreat into the mines. Remain patient for 1 or 2 days unless further instructed. At such a moment, the patrol teams on the settlement's outskirts proved their worth. Their arrows, imbued with fairy fire spells, emitted flames of different colors, each representing distinctly different situations. The current azure flames signified an enemy attack, indicating that while the enemy was numerous, they did not possess overwhelming strength. Without wasting time waiting for other teams to prepare, Tang Zhao dashed out of the storage room at the fastest pace he could muster. The signal source lay just beyond the camp's perimeter, and he reached it in mere minutes. Upon arrival, he found lines of goblins arrayed against scattered groups of gremlins, the situation appearing to remain under control. In fact, the patrol teams had maintained a firm grip on the situation. They would likely secure victory without his assistance. Both the goblins and gremlins appeared to be few in number, perhaps no more than 30 or 50 on either side. Yet Tang Zhao was unwilling to see the goblins suffer significant casualties. A skirmish would bolster their confidence, and now it was his turn to tidy up the mess. He lingered at the battlefield's edge, finding a suitable position to circle around to the gremlins' rear, before charging forth from the underbrush. There was no need for lackeys. His weight and physique served as the best weapons. Like a bulldozer, Tang Zhao barreled forward, sending the obstructing gremlins flying. Most tossed 3 to 4 meters away, collapsing to the ground in dire straits, while the few lightly injured wailed incessantly, rendered incapable of fighting in the short term. Caught between enemies and overwhelmed by the pressure of a colossal being, the gremlins descended into chaos. After knocking down several gremlins, even the bravest among them could not suppress their fear, and the remaining gremlins began to flee in disarray. His role resembled that of ancient war elephants. While his lethality was secondary, his capacity to demoralize was paramount. There is no need to leave any alive. Eliminate them all. Tang Zhao's thoughts transmitted through his psychic energy to all present, and the goblins, bearing little psychological burden regarding such matters, nodded in agreement. Moreover, he held no sympathy or mercy for the intruders. This was indeed a struggle for survival. Some goblins pursued the remnants, but Tang Zhao had no interest in expending energy and time on such a chase. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. Considering various reports, it appears the orcs and gremlins are plotting something, likely unrelated to this forest, but possibly connected to humanity. The dwarven fortress has been breached. indicating their combat prowess and strategic capabilities are formidable. The appearance of gremlins in the vicinity at this time, in significant numbers. Tang Zhao extended his tongue, carefully capturing the lingering scents in the air. Apart from his own kind, he could only detect the odor of gremlins. Those gremlins earlier displayed no organization or discipline. Such behavior is not characteristic of the Earth gremlins. It wastes manpower and achieves neither attrition nor reconnaissance. The singular scent of gremlins suggests that even if the Earth gremlins masked their aroma for stealth, there should at least be a few bear gremlins among them as the main attackers. Tang Zhao sensed something amiss, retracting his claws and following the scent of one fleeing gremlin. In terms of speed, he could not outpace many creatures of similar size. Yet his larger frame and long legs aided him in swiftly navigating the forest, allowing him to quickly catch up with the fleeing goblin. He did not rush to confront the foe, but maintained a leisurely distance of several dozen meters behind the gremlin, whose sensory capabilities would be unable to detect Tang Zhao in his camouflaged state. Tang Zhao extended his tongue, sniffing the air, noting the presence of numerous gremlin scents, all generally moving in one direction, away from the forest and deeper into the Eternal Peak Mountains. Though he had never ventured into the heart of the Eternal Peak Mountains, he was aware that the situation there was far more chaotic than within the forest, posing many threats to him. However, Tang Zhao was not inclined to be a coward. Avoidance and retreat would not resolve issues. Understanding the enemy was essential to overcoming them. To remain ignorant would perpetuate uncertainty regarding everything around him. The next few days would see supplementary updates. Chapter 69. Although they had ventured into the mountains, the environment differed significantly from what Tang Zhao had envisioned. The surface still boasted abundant vegetation, albeit at a higher elevation compared to the forests below, where the flora grew taller and more erect, while the underbrush became increasingly sparse, gradually transitioning into coniferous forests. The endurance and logistical capabilities of the goblins were rather lacking. They wouldn't venture too deep into the mountains, meaning Tang Zhao would be deprived of witnessing the grandeur of highland landscapes unless he ascended to the mountain summit. The environment here presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. On the one hand, it facilitated his movement through the forest, allowing him to unleash greater speed. On the other hand, it rendered him conspicuous and difficult to conceal. Even with his ability to change colors, his size remained too pronounced amidst the foliage. And without the cover of ground vegetation, any creature with normal eyesight could easily spot him. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, as he was not in his element, increasing the likelihood of ambush, and it was prudent to mitigate risks. To avoid detection, Tang Zhao deliberately increased the distance between himself and the goblins, relying on his keen sense of smell to follow them from afar. He observed that the goblins' footprints gradually converged, indicating that after scattering, they had regrouped and were now heading towards a fixed target. Much like the essential tracking required during a hunt, Tang Zhao exhibited remarkable patience, trailing the goblin troop for several hours. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived at a mountain valley. However, Tang Zhao hesitated, for he detected a peculiar scent in the vicinity. This place was unmistakably claimed by another. He caught a strong whiff of beastly odor, an unmistakable warning. As he inhaled the surrounding air, a subtle wave of unease washed over him, a sensation that could only be described as fear. Why would the timid goblins venture into such a place? Why is there such a considerable distance between their dwelling and the point of discovery? Why have they traveled such a great distance to trouble us? Previously, Tang Zhao had numerous questions swirling in his mind, but in light of this fear, the answers seemed to crystallize. The most likely culprit was undoubtedly the dragon beast that the fairies had previously driven away. After recuperating, it had returned to harass them once more. What he truly feared was not some formidable beast, but rather the very essence of blood that coursed through the creature's veins, invoking a visceral dread within him. The most probable source of such a reaction was a dragon, capable of subduing most animals merely through its bloodline. Even someone of Tang Zhao's caliber would feel a significant impact. Humans often refer to this complex suppression of bloodlines as dragon might, a term that aptly captures the phenomenon. Undoubtedly, the dragon beast's might was not as potent as that of a true dragon. However, it could still impose various negative effects on Tang Zhao. Dragons are among the most powerful beings in a fantastical worldview, and even a hybrid dragon beast, possessing but a trace of true dragon blood, wields enviable abilities. What is more lamentable is the dragon's exaggerated reproductive prowess. Although it is challenging to produce purebred dragons, they can interbreed with most creatures. as if the concept of reproductive isolation were completely foreign to them. An enviable lineage, yet unfortunately, Tang Zhao had no connection to dragons or similar beings. Previously, he had paid little heed to matters concerning dragon beasts, remaining unaware of the specific abilities of that creature. It might possess exceptionally acute sensory organs. Or perhaps it was a creature with diminished senses. After much contemplation, Tang Zhao resolved to refrain from taking risks and to assess the situation further. Venturing blindly into enemy territory without knowledge of the opponent's appearance, particularly when aware that the adversary was formidable, would be recklessly unwise. After surveying the valley and committing its approximate location to memory, he quietly retreated. The dragon beast had evidently inherited the dragon's vengeful nature, and its return would surely not be a peaceful one. Following a brief explanation of the situation, both the dog-headed people and the fairies fell into an eerie silence. The dog-headed beings were understandably apprehensive due to the mention of the dragon, while the fairies fully comprehended the nature of the creature. It seems that this time, his approach has shown significant improvement, as he refrained from recklessly advancing out of fear and instead dispatched scattered goblins for reconnaissance. However, that day will not be far off, especially since we no longer have those tree guardians to rely on. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. The Treant Lilith interjected, expressing skepticism about the dragon beast's recovery. Given that less than a month had passed, it was questionable whether it had fully healed, and its failure to confront them directly served as evidence of that. The bearfolk held a different perspective. Regardless of the circumstances, it was wise to remain cautious. Let us assume it is in perfect condition. Underestimating it would be unwise. That is indeed true. We should now consider countermeasures. Having never encountered that dragon beast before, how do I measure up against it? To speak plainly, its size is significantly greater, and naturally, it possesses greater strength. In a direct confrontation, it is likely that you would find yourself at a disadvantage. At this moment, the dwarven artisan, who had been listening intently, spoke up. I realize it may not be appropriate for an outsider to interject at this moment, but when it comes to dealing with large creatures, we dwarves possess considerable experience and insights. May I share a few thoughts? Chapter 70. Weapons and supplies. Dwarves stand at a mere height of approximately 1.3 meters. Yet their inner fortitude is anything but diminutive. The majestic fortresses they have constructed over generations are spacious enough to accommodate even the largest ancient dragons comfortably. A ceiling height of 3 meters is more than sufficient for them, yet they still endeavor to erect grand halls reaching 30 meters in height. This expansive inner world is reflected in all aspects of dwarven life. They craft statues of their ancestral deities towering hundreds of meters high, employ engineering tools beyond human imagination, and wield war hammers and gigantic axes that even the mightiest of men would struggle to lift. However, merely utilizing larger and heavier weaponry does not grant them the audacity to claim expertise in combating colossal creatures. This is primarily due to their environment, much like Earth. The likelihood of encountering formidable beasts increases the further one ventures from humanoid settlements. The lofty, rugged mountains where the dwarves reside are undeniably remote, often serving as encampments for creatures ranging from goblins to dragons, including many formidable adversaries. Given the dwarves' notably low birth rate, their survival in such a hostile environment undoubtedly stems from unique qualities. In matters concerning draconic beasts, this centuries-old dwarf possesses considerable authority. Few among you can wield a rune-etched battle axe, and your martial skills are not particularly impressive, rendering the probability of a coordinated assault rather slim. Thus, I suggest an alternative approach. The dwarven craftsmen began to introduce various engineering devices of their kin, from simple spike traps to crossbows and trebuchets, subsequently boasting of their numerous accomplishments. While it is plausible to believe that a crossbow could eliminate a goblin leader from 100 meters away, the claim that a trebuchet could slay a white dragon in one fell swoop seems rather exaggerated. Of course, boasting is a well-known trait among dwarves. Yet such claims must have a historical basis, and their engineering devices can indeed be regarded as the finest in the entire continent. Furthermore, as the only somewhat professional architect in the settlement, the dwarven craftsmen proposed to draft a more rational architectural plan, as their current construction strategy was entirely haphazard. I cannot guarantee that your settlement will be fortified to the level of a dwarven stronghold, but enhancing its defensibility is certainly feasible. Moreover, your patrol strategies are woefully inadequate. The combat prowess and fighting spirit of those goblins are surprisingly commendable, yet their equipment and scheduling are inferior even to that of humans. I will make some adjustments in this regard, and you will observe the emergence of a capable patrol unit and auxiliary combat team, allowing threats to be identified much earlier. This is how Tang Zhao perceives the goblins. Now that the dwarves are willing to assist, he sees no reason to decline. However, addressing the issue of draconic beasts cannot solely be accomplished through superior engineering. After finalizing the arrangements with the dwarven craftsmen, they continued to discuss subsequent matters. The process was rather tedious, and there were even a couple of minor disputes. Fortunately, Tang Zhao successfully quelled any discordant voices in the end. The bearmen intensified their efforts to assist the dwarven craftsmen in forging weapons, while the treants utilized hardened vines and a modest amount of wood and stone to construct temporary walls. The fairies attempted to awaken several slumbering treants, and the goblins worked as auxiliary laborers, undertaking various tasks. The division of labor was relatively sensible. Theoretically, if they worked diligently, they could witness results by today, as they were not engaged in erecting semi-permanent structures, which would not take long. Tang Zhao chose not to involve himself in these tasks, but instead quickened his pace, accompanied by two bearmen carrying a portion of supplies, heading toward the dwarves. Not only were they equally anxious, but the dragon beast had not yet launched an assault for certain reasons. If he delayed further, the settlement might indeed be ambushed just as he departed, leaving them virtually defenseless. Delivering supplies also carried ulterior motives. The dwarves might be able to spare some additional weapons, and perhaps the unicorn would also be willing to extend a helping hand. In the forest, no roads had been established, rendering normal carts virtually immobile in such terrain. Tang Zhao and his companions, burdened with exceedingly heavy supplies, took nearly 2 days to reach their destination. Although Tang Zhao was not particularly adept at reading emotions, he could certainly sense that the atmosphere within the dwarven encampment had grown considerably tenser than before. The wooden walls bore traces of dark red blood, and fully armed crossbowmen and shield-bearers patrolled the ramparts, while numerous crossbows had been mounted on the towers behind the walls. All signs indicated that this location had recently endured a rather bloody conflict. The dwarves appeared to be coping well. There was a palpable air of grim determination, yet no overt expressions of sorrow among the dwarven soldiers. The supplies were swiftly unloaded within the encampment, and the surrounding dwarves began to methodically transport the cargo. What few items a handful of individuals could carry were emptied within mere minutes. This time, Tang Zhao was not accompanied by the pixie. However, the bearmen, being druids, were similarly capable of employing the animal communication spell. Yet, the imposing presence of the bearmen, in comparison to the charming pixie, could evoke a sense of intimidation when communicating with strangers, which was why Tang Zhao had preferred to have the pixie serve as the translator. Now that he had established preliminary cooperation and understanding with the dwarves, it mattered little who conducted the dialogue. Having a valiant warrior act as the translator might even delight them, considering their deeply martial culture. Chapter 71. A group has been created. Those who wish to join may feel free to do so. There are no specific requirements. Group number 295421454. Chapter 72. The actions of the ancients. I fully comprehend your requests. However, as you can see, our current circumstances make it exceedingly challenging to allocate a substantial number of personnel to assist you. Nevertheless, we shall muster our resolve and manage to spare some resources. It is unlikely that you will be able to transport heavy engineering equipment, but we can offer some weaponry as a token of our friendship. Admittedly, our situation limits us, and we cannot provide any extraordinary weapons. The armaments we possess are merely crafted from gray steel and black steel. Tang Zhao has never been a picky eater. He can consume rotting flesh, fresh meat, and even insect delicacies. His disposition remains unchanged. He cares little for the quality, as long as it is suitable for use. Moreover, any weapon that can be wielded by dwarves, even if it is barely functional, is considered superior craftsmanship by other races, given the disparity in metallurgical expertise. The goblins, who are still entrenched in tribalism, would regard the dwarven forged weapons with admiration, as they are accustomed to the rudimentary bronze tools of their era. At this juncture, Tang Zhao is in dire need of any assistance. Thus he graciously accepted the dwarven weapons after expressing his heartfelt gratitude. The dwarves are in no better position. Each experienced craftsman or engineer is an invaluable asset, making it exceedingly difficult for them to spare personnel for support. Tang Zhao empathizes with their plight and does not impose undue demands. He inquired about the situation in the dwarven settlement, which aligned with his expectations. They are continually besieged by the persistent harassment of goblins. Both he and Byrne understand that such deliberate provocations often precede a full-scale assault. prompting the dwarves to maintain a vigilant stance. They are enhancing the defenses of their encampment while simultaneously seeking viable escape routes, preparing for both contingencies. According to Byrne, there exists an ancient dwarven stronghold in the vicinity, well-preserved and devoid of large goblin hordes, only a few wandering goblin tribes. The granite walls of the fortification can withstand most siege weaponry, and the stronghold typically possesses but one primary entrance, limiting the battlefield's width and preventing the goblins from leveraging their numerical superiority. The dwarves, in turn, can fully exploit their endurance and the superior quality of their equipment. However, given the current circumstances, achieving this remains a formidable challenge. Byrne is contemplating strategies, though the outcome is uncertain. From the dwarves, word has reached that the territory of the unicorns has also faced incessant disturbances, yet, overall, they have not suffered significant losses. They too require various resources. But Tang Zhao is currently unable to spare any, deferring such matters until the dragon beasts are dealt with. He carefully packed the gifts of equipment from the dwarves, but did not rush to depart. Instead, he chose to leave them and the bear people within the dwarven settlement. He must pay a visit to the unicorn Lauren. Even if he cannot provide substantial assistance regarding the dragon beasts, acquiring intelligence is imperative. After wandering through the forest, he finally arrived at the domain of the unicorn. This time, he encountered Lauren without difficulty. The unicorn appeared to be in decent spirits, though marred by several conspicuous wounds that, while largely healed, still bore a menacing aspect. "It seems you have endured a fierce battle," Tang Zhao remarked. "Indeed. The recent influx of dark creatures into the forest has been alarming. Most goblins are easily dealt with through simple magic, yet there are formidable foes among them," Lauren replied, his wounds shimmering faintly, a testament to the efficacy of healing magic, distinctly different from the minor spells, as this was genuine second-tier magic, truly effective for healing. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. It looks worse than it is. In a day or two, I shall be as good as new. That is not the issue. The concern is whether this occurrence is frequent. This cannot continue indefinitely." Tang Zhao perceived that Lauren's plight was akin to his own. Both lacked a solid core of strength, with only the upper echelons laboring tirelessly, sustainable in the short term but untenable in the long run. "Truth be told, I am merely a few hundred years old, with knowledge not vastly superior to yours. Such incidents, similar to these, occur every few years, more or less. The root of the problem likely lies with the earth goblins and orcs, yet our capabilities do not extend that far. We must first address the immediate threats at hand." Lauren concurred. "Indeed, once I am fully recovered, we shall take action." Lauren shared a few words with Tang Zhao. Possessing an intimate understanding of the forest and an abundance of intelligence compared to the dwarves, the goblins' targets were not solely the dwarves. They also threatened numerous other creatures within the forest. It has come to his attention that several settlements have been compelled to evacuate. The earth goblins and orcs seem to harbor some ulterior motives, not directed solely at the dwarves, but rather. Both Lauren and Tang Zhao suspect they have devised plans against the kingdom of Orlan. Lauren observed the goblins felling trees, not for construction or fuel as was customary, but to carve a long path extending eastward. "I have reason to suspect they are engaging in activities akin to the ancient Ostians, clearing trees to create a thoroughfare linking the eastern and western sides of the Everwatch Mountains." Chapter 73. The distinguished veteran Lorlan is not a leader of any grand kingdom, and he harbors no interest in excessive strategies. His focus lies solely in managing the affairs within his immediate domain. However, his perspective is far from narrow, as he possesses a unique understanding of many matters. As for Tang Zhao, there is no need to elaborate, being a modern individual well-versed in history. He comprehends the significance of road infrastructure more profoundly than Lorlan, the unicorn. To put it simply, the successful establishment of roads would drastically shorten the distance between two locations, greatly benefiting both the orcs and the earth gnomes. The two factions on the eastern and western sides of the continent would be able to support one another, posing a considerable threat to all nearby human, elf, and dwarf factions. Of course, these matters bear little relevance to the forest natives. Their primary concern revolves around the gnomes tasked with constructing the roads. Uncertain of the gnomes' determination, both Tang Zhao and Lorlan recognized their limited capabilities. Unable to contend with even a couple of nations, let alone a few formidable clans. "Should we seek assistance from those humans?" Tang Zhao inquired tentatively. "The simplest solution at present would be to enlist the help of the humans, who undoubtedly possess sufficient strength to address such issues." Tang Zhao could make an effort to establish contact with them, having glimpsed the military might of the human kingdom from the capital of the Orlan kingdom. He perceived it as nothing less than the pinnacle of the cold weapon era. The fact that they could effortlessly dispatch hundreds of cavalry and thousands of infantry to hunt down a small orc team indicated that they were operating in a state of relative ease. He did not aspire for much. If the humans could spare a few hundred soldiers to assist, the current dilemma could be resolved. As for subsequent issues, they could be addressed later, hoping that the gnomes would not stubbornly resist in the meantime. Indeed, I do not oppose this notion. The present circumstances cannot be resolved solely by my own strength. I can only endeavor to delay progress as much as possible. For now, we still have time. But time is fleeting. In fact, I am already prepared to reach out to the elves in the west, although their situation is not particularly favorable either, as the earth gnomes are mounting a fierce offensive, creating immense pressure. The human kingdoms in the west exhibit ambiguous attitudes, likely waiting for the elves to weaken before taking action to diminish the gnome strength, while simultaneously eliminating the potential threat posed by the elves, an age-old tactic of humanity. Then we can only strive for the best. I also have matters to resolve regarding the dragon beast and cannot spare the effort to assist. I possess some resources for trade with the humans, and I will inform them of this situation when the opportunity arises, doing what I can. The current circumstances appear rather bleak. However, it is not an absolute deadlock. Tang Zhao believes he can still struggle for a while longer. If fate proves to be insurmountable, he has potential avenues of retreat, either to accompany the dwarves southward to the dwarf kingdom for refuge or to flee eastward to the elven kingdom. Both options offer safety, yet they would undoubtedly limit Tang Zhao's development and freedom, so he is determined not to abandon his pursuits. In that case, my current circumstances may not be of much assistance. I have no use for these items, so I shall entrust them to you. The endeavor against the darkness is indeed worthy of investment. The unicorn turned its head, gesturing to a simple wooden chest behind it. Immediately, several small fairies understood and extracted a suit of armor and a steel sword from within. I was fortunate to serve as an envoy of the deities, forming an alliance with a holy knight to combat the forces of darkness. This is a portion of the belongings left by my former companion, and I hope they may be of some use to you. The dwarves undoubtedly possess workshops for forging. These are all yours to modify as you see fit. It is best to make the most of them. I kept them as a tribute to the past, yet safeguarding the present is of greater importance. At that moment, the unicorn's telepathic communication conveyed a sense of pride and nostalgia. Thank you. I will make the best use of them and ensure nothing goes to waste. Once I deal with the dragon beast, I shall turn my attention to the gnomes, regardless of the quality of the equipment. The unicorn's actions were significant enough to warrant Tang Zhao's attention. Presenting the unicorn's collection of gear to Burn, the living ancestor, Tang Zhao received a satisfactory evaluation after Burn's meticulous examination. The original owner was likely a holy knight who worshipped the sun god, as evidenced by the scars and overall style, suggesting he belonged to a human order from 200 or 300 years ago and had slain numerous formidable foes, including highland giants among other races. The unicorn's words proved true, although the notion of fighting alongside a robust holy knight differed somewhat from Tang Zhao's expectations. The steel material was commendable, though it could not compare to mithril, the finest material across the continent. It was certainly superior to black steel and gray steel. Judging by the quality of the material and the forging techniques, it did not resemble human craftsmanship. Rather, it bore the hallmarks of elven artistry. At this moment, Tang Zhao had little energy left for curiosity regarding the creators of this armor and weaponry. His primary concern was whether these materials could serve his purposes. Can your forge rework these weapons? I wish to craft some equipment for myself. Of course, that is not an issue. However, given your size, the steel from these items may not suffice for your needs. The remaining steel we have is of ordinary quality and lacks the capacity for significant use. Thus, while we can forge equipment for you, there will be constraints on the size, nothing too large, lest we run out of materials. Tang Zhao understood this predicament. He had already formulated his ideas on what to create during his journey, and upon briefly conveying his thoughts, Burn instructed the dwarven craftsman to begin crafting the equipment. The craftsman and the forge were hastily assembled, as Burn recognized the importance of Tang Zhao's success for their own fortunes, even willing to slow their own preparations to assist him. In the end, Tang Zhao was quite satisfied with the results. The dwarves outfitted his forelimbs with sharp-spiked maces on each of his 10 claws, enhancing his armor-piercing capabilities to penetrate even thicker armor. This was not merely for better hunting. It was specifically aimed at the dragon beast. As a reptilian creature, the dragon beast, like Tang Zhao, possessed a formidable armored hide, rendering ordinary sharp implements ineffective against it. Moreover, he added a layer of armor plating to the back of his neck to guard against biting attacks. Although the dragon beast was indeed larger than him, it was not excessively so. It could not open its jaws wide enough to directly seize Tang Zhao's abdomen. To attack him, the dragon beast would most likely attempt to grasp his slender neck, suffocating him or even breaking it. To prevent such a scenario, Tang Zhao deliberately crafted this armor to protect against the beast's sharp teeth and fangs. Chapter 74. The trebuchet. The dwarf's forging skills are well known. As Tang Zhao moved slightly, the armor on his back did not hinder his mobility in the slightest. The limited stock of steel was nearly exhausted after crafting claw covers and a neck guard. In addition, he managed to acquire a few crossbow bolts from the dwarven settlement, which were made by the same craftsman who forged his weapons, ensuring compatibility for immediate use. After expressing his gratitude to the dwarven artisans, Tang Zhao swiftly led his bare men, laden with supplies, away from the settlement, as they had pressing matters to attend to. Upon returning to his own encampment, only a day or two had passed, and the situation remained largely unchanged. The goblins had launched several harassment attacks against the settlement, but these were easily repelled by the combined forces of the dog-headed men and fairies. While the dog-headed men suffered minor casualties, their losses were significantly lower than those of the goblins, thanks to the support from the tree spirits. The dragon beast had yet to make an appearance. Tang Zhao had circled the camp several times without catching a whiff of its scent, indicating that it was likely not nearby, and for the moment, they were safe. The centerpiece of their endeavors was the engineering machinery designed by the dwarves, a trebuchet standing over a man's height. Its structure was not overly complex, consisting of the main body, a support frame, and torque mechanisms on either side, embodying a typical design of a torsion trebuchet. In terms of size, it was moderate, falling between light and medium categories. Yet it was more than sufficient for Tang Zhao's purposes. He intended to use the trebuchet to strike living targets rather than to breach fortifications. He was confident that this size could penetrate the defenses of the dragon beast. Constructed primarily of oak, the ropes were sourced from the human realm, while the bowstring was fashioned from the sinews of his prey, processed with minimal effort by the fairies, rendering it serviceable. Previously, Tang Zhao had prepared these sinews for crafting longbow strings, and it now seemed that he had made the most of the resources at his disposal, as they were all intended for combat, regardless of their form. The trebuchet bore no embellishments. It lacked the dwarves' ornate metal carvings or the patterns favored by the fairies. It stood as a simple war machine, yet none would question its lethality. Its precision was remarkable, capable of piercing through heavily armored foes from 100 meters away, boasting sufficient power for its intended use. Tang Zhao did not seek fantastical levels of lethality. He merely required it to match the historical trebuchets, maintaining its effectiveness within a 300-meter range, which would suffice to confront the dragon beast. There are no issues. It exceeds my expectations. Now, we shall install this apparatus atop the tower behind the walls. Let us manufacture as many as we can with the remaining time. Having more will only benefit us. The dwarven artisans displayed a rare generosity, directly imparting the trebuchet's manufacturing techniques to the dog-headed men. This meant that even after the crisis had passed, they would still be able to produce such machines, albeit with a slight reduction in power. Naturally, these trebuchets were relics from millennia ago, utilized by the ancient Ostians, and thus did not represent cutting-edge technology among the dwarves, who were willing to part with the knowledge without much reluctance. Having settled this matter, Tang Zhao continued to oversee the overall defense of the settlement. From the patrol configurations to the scheduling, the dwarven artisans provided arrangements that significantly enhanced efficiency, freeing up substantial manpower. Moreover, the dog-headed men had recently brought in reinforcements from the forest, which collectively increased their labor force. Tang Zhao instructed the small fairies to train another batch of individuals for unforeseen circumstances. The dwarven artisans had also crafted a rough design blueprint, but currently, they lacked the resources to manage these tasks, postponing their attention until the goblin and dragon beast issues were resolved. Without metallurgical equipment, the dwarven artisans had little to do. They suggested assisting in training the dog-headed men, but Tang Zhao declined. The dwarven tactics were ill-suited for the forest, being more appropriate for subterranean tunnels, and their superior physical capabilities would render them at a loss when faced with the comparatively weaker dog-headed men. Now that we have nearly managed all the mundane tasks, it is time for us to make a change. Remaining on the defensive is not a viable strategy. It is essential to take the initiative. Let us prepare to assess our manpower. We are ready to retaliate. Defensive measures were less advantageous than offensive ones. Becoming entrenched in a standoff with the goblins would drain too many resources and time, a luxury Tang Zhao could not afford. A successful offensive could yield dozens of goblin heads, or, at the very least, allow for the targeted elimination of the dragon beast with the trebuchet, provided they maintained caution and devised a sound tactical plan. The dwarven artisan, now a semi-military advisor, wholeheartedly endorsed Tang Zhao's strategy, and other races voiced no objections to the proposal. A few dissenting opinions did not overshadow the majority, and the proposal was swiftly approved after a brief vote. Of course, preliminary preparations were necessary. Cynthia had informed Tang Zhao upon his arrival that the tree's spirits had begun to awaken, urging him to find time to meet with them for a brief exchange, at least to gather some first-hand intelligence regarding the dragon beast. Chapter 75. Taking the initiative. Tang Zhao had originally envisioned the Treant as a towering, robust figure, aged yet exuding a sense of strength. To his surprise, he encountered a diminutive sapling, one that stood barely taller than a person. Upon their meeting, a humanoid visage emerged upon the trunk of the tree, revealing not the features of an elder but rather the youthful, delicate face of a boy, likely no older than a mere decade. According to the Treant Lilith, the original appearance of the Treant had indeed aligned with Tang Zhao's expectations. However, severe injuries sustained during a battle with a dragon beast had necessitated this altered form for recovery. He was fortunate enough to have a span of 10 to 20 years to potentially return to his former self. Originally, this settlement boasted 6 Treants, yet only 3 remained. The other 2 remained in a dormant state, leaving their full recovery shrouded in uncertainty. The Treant's voice mirrored his youthful appearance, speaking in the familiar tongue of the woodfolk, which Tang Zhao could comprehend despite its nuances. Preferring directness, Tang Zhao nodded and employed his spiritual energy to pose a query. The creature he described was a quadrupedal terrestrial beast, devoid of heavy armor yet remarkably agile, equipped with elongated claws and 2 prominent sets of fangs, adorned with a vibrant, colorful crown atop its head, and a tail tipped with a sharp stinger. As the Treant's description unfolded, a formidable monster gradually took shape in Tang Zhao's mind, rivaling his own prowess. It bore a similar nature, albeit less comprehensive, yet could undoubtedly be deemed a fearsome predator. Thank you. It possesses no magical abilities but is incredibly swift in close combat and exhibits a degree of trepidation towards bright light, correct? Indeed, apart from that, we have not discerned any other weaknesses, as our encounter was rather hasty. Tang Zhao maintained a degree of skepticism regarding the latter point. A truly exceptional hunter could deduce the form and vulnerabilities of their prey through observation. Yet, while the Treant was a forest creature, it had seldom engaged in the life and death struggles among beasts, thus lacking the requisite observational acumen. Nevertheless, this information sufficed for Tang Zhao. The unknown was what truly instilled trepidation within him. Now that he had insight into the dragon beast's nature, matters would become significantly more manageable, as he possessed ample strategies to confront his adversary. After parting from the Treant, Tang Zhao commissioned Xinxia to compose a letter addressed to a previous business associate, a human named Jacques, who resided in the western hub city of Luford within the kingdom of Orlan. This merchant was somewhat enigmatic. The letter was succinct, primarily serving 2 purposes. First, to inform Jacques that the orcs and earth elementals were conspiring, likely targeting the kingdom of Orlan itself. Second, to provide a shopping list, appended with the trade items from Tang Zhao's side. The latter was of utmost importance, as food prices would inevitably surge with the onset of winter, and both he and the dwarves required fresh supplies. Hence, it was prudent to procure provisions during the bountiful autumn. Regarding the first matter, Tang Zhao harbored little hope. The western region of the kingdom of Orlan had remained largely untouched by conflict, rendering their military preparedness and responsiveness limited. They might not be inclined to assist. However, attempting something was preferable to inaction. Moreover, Jacques and his associates were merchants, possessing wealth and traversing the lands, which implied some degree of martial capability. It was conceivable that their trading company might have private soldiers or mercenaries at their disposal who could offer assistance. Of course, Tang Zhao did not place undue reliance on humans. Ultimately, he understood that his own strength was paramount, with others serving merely as an embellishment to his efforts. The pikemen were capable of easily training avian creatures, and thus utilizing birds to carry messages beneath their wings was entirely feasible. This was precisely how Tang Zhao and his allies operated, leaving one to wonder if they were among the first beings on this continent to train carrier pigeons. In terms of combat prowess, his current forces could rival that of certain barons, as the sight of over 100 orderly troops marching together was indeed striking. Particularly, Tang Zhao had outfitted them with vine armor, their uniforms harmoniously arranged, enhancing their visual impact. The vine armor was a product of the Treant's diligent labor, undergoing simple magical enhancement, offering decent defensive capabilities. While it could not compare to iron armor, it surpassed leather in terms of protection. The rationale behind not utilizing iron armor was twofold. It was prohibitively expensive and excessively lavish, and the physical capabilities of the goblins did not permit such burdens. Currently, they lacked the ability to smelt metal. Their armor relied entirely on imports. In a society reminiscent of the medieval era, armor was undoubtedly a luxury. And even in this slightly fantastical world, that remained unchanged. Goblins could not endure the arduous long marches while encumbered by armor weighing dozens of pounds, or else they would tire long before reaching their destination. Thus, providing them with iron armor was entirely impractical. Chapter 76. Erroneous target. The vine armor crafted by the tree spirits was not a bespoke high-quality item. The tree spirits merely shaped it to fit the form of a dog-headed creature, ensuring it was somewhat suitable for wear. The enchantments on the vines were ephemeral, losing their potency after about a week, rendering them fragile and prone to breakage. However, the protective capabilities were commendable, capable of withstanding the slashing of common weapons, proving to be significantly superior to their scale armor. As for weaponry, the majority of dog-headed creatures wielded short spears measuring around 2 meters in length, complemented by a sling. Their equipment was simple yet practical. As the saying goes, a longer weapon is stronger. In warfare, the utility of a spear far surpasses that of a sword. An attack range of 3 meters is considerably more advantageous than one of 1.5 meters, especially on a congested battlefield where elaborate techniques are rendered ineffective. Moreover, swords and daggers are rather extravagant weapons. A spear requires metal solely for its tip, while a youthfully crafted spear can be fashioned from sharpened bamboo, resulting in minimal production costs and excellent efficacy. In contrast, swords and daggers necessitate several pounds of iron, an exorbitant expense for a tribe already struggling with bronze metallurgy. Even the human armies in this world rarely equip their soldiers with swords and daggers, reserving them for officers and nobles. The choice of a 2-meter short spear was primarily due to the forest terrain, where longer weapons are cumbersome, and also due to the physical attributes of the dog-headed creatures, for whom this length was ideal. The spear shafts were crafted from fine timber sourced from the forest, while the spearheads were of inferior quality, procured from humans as commonplace goods, which sufficed for dealing with goblins. Lastly, there was Tang Zhao's pride, the sling. He discovered that this weapon was perfectly suited for the dog-headed race. Its simplicity allowed for proficiency to be achieved within a few days of practice, and it was easy to manufacture with readily available ammunition, making it a weapon with both low operational and learning costs. In contrast, a superior longbow necessitated rare purple silkwood and required months of labor to produce, alongside extensive training for skilled archers, consuming vast human and material resources. The sling's primary drawback was its relatively low power and poor armor-piercing capability. Yet, for the task at hand, dealing with goblins, it was perfectly adequate. With their gear organized, the group set forth, comprising over 100 dog-headed creatures, accompanied by fairies, bearfolk, tree spirits, and other races, forming a formidable assembly, a team that was undoubtedly the most competent and rationally assembled to date. Tang Zhao recalled the path into the mountains, leading the way as they ventured smoothly onward. The objective of this operation was to diminish the strength of the dragon beast's goblin minions as much as possible. Thus, Tang Zhao and his companions altered their tactical approach, incorporating creatures with keen senses capable of accurately detecting the scents of various beings around them. The goblins in this vicinity lacked wolf mounts, limiting their mobility, and with the agility of Tang Zhao and the bearfolk, they could easily pursue the enemy. As the saying goes, infiltration typically involves one of two strategies, either remaining undetected or eliminating all who are aware. Given the size of Tang Zhao's contingent, they had no choice but to adopt the latter approach. Following the trail to the valley previously encountered, Tang Zhao prepared to initiate the next phase of their operation. In the sky, birds trained by fairies patrolled, while the bearfolk cleared the path ahead. Tang Zhao lingered at the rear, awaiting the right moment to strike. At present, Only Tang Zhao and the crossbow could effectively harm the dragon beast, which likely had never encountered such artillery, thus requiring minimal concealment efforts. However, he was aware that any animal with functioning eyesight would perceive him as a formidable threat. The tree spirit had candidly acknowledged that while he might not be able to best the dragon beast in a direct confrontation, he was certainly formidable enough to hold his own, standing on a roughly equal plane. In this scenario, the dragon beast might choose to retreat for various reasons rather than engage, or it might seek to confront Tang Zhao directly. Either option did not bode well. Having thoroughly eliminated the sentries set by the goblins, the dog-headed contingent approached the vicinity of the goblin camp without obstruction. It was only then that they awoke to the realization that they were ready to retaliate, but by that time, it was far too late. Caught off guard, the goblins were unable to mount an effective defensive line, and any goblin attempting to do so would be met with fist-sized stones striking their heads, delivering yet another blow to their morale and effectively undermining their overall strength. With several bearfolk leading the charge, the dog-headed creatures successfully breached the goblins' flimsy defenses, signaling the onset of a one-sided battle. Goblins could be categorized into various tiers. Those who had undergone rudimentary training under the larger goblins, though still mere cannon fodder, possessed some semblance of organization and discipline. In contrast, the goblins before them were utterly devoid of any combat capability. Within mere minutes, they had effectively cleared the perimeter of the settlement, ready to penetrate the interior. However, upon entering, they encountered a scene that diverged sharply from their expectations. Within the settlement indeed lay a dragon beast, but it was not the agile creature Tang Zhao had envisioned. Contrary to the tree spirit's description, this beast was robust, adorned with sturdy, thick bone plates, short, powerful limbs with enormous claws, and a long, heavy snout bearing 3 pairs of prominent fangs, all enveloped in strikingly vivid crimson scales. What had previously been reported as a solitary dragon beast with green scales was evidently not the same creature standing before them now. Chapter 77. Defense. Before contemplating the whereabouts of that green dragon beast, it was imperative to address the immediate issue at hand, the emergence of this formidable creature from an unknown origin. Tang Zhao observed the towering, muscular reptilian predator before him with a sense of trepidation and helplessness. Despite having made numerous preparations targeted at the clearly defined green dragon beast, he had neglected to formulate any contingency plans for unforeseen encounters. With the situation suddenly altered, it was only natural for him to feel a pang of anxiety. Encountering unexpected events invariably stirs a sense of alarm within one. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters, and currently, confronting this enigmatic dragon beast was paramount. While other concerns could be deferred, the creature's thick, formidable scales were even more robust than the heaviest parts of Tang Zhao's own body. He harbored doubts about whether his sling, akin to a mere toothpick, could inflict any significant damage upon it. Prepare the crossbow. Once the opportunity arises, fire directly, but aim for vital points, as the creature may become wary after the initial strike. After issuing these instructions, Tang Zhao ordered the nearby goblins to retreat, leaving only a few skilled in the use of slings to remain vigilant. Tang Zhao advanced cautiously to the forefront of the formation, scrutinizing the unfamiliar dragon beast with a discerning gaze. In terms of sheer combat prowess, it was evidently superior to him, its size dwarfing his own, approximately 10 meters in length, with a robust physique that lacked the superficiality of mere length. Even from a distance of 20 meters, he could feel an intangible sense of pressure emanating from it. Tang Zhao had done his homework and recognized that this ominous feeling stemmed from the creature's 2 straight horns growing backward from its head, signifying its lineage as a dragon-blooded being, inherently inheriting a fraction of the might of true dragons. Though still relatively insignificant compared to actual dragons, it nonetheless posed a considerable threat to Tang Zhao, akin to a large lizard. Many dragons possessed an inexplicable vitality that Tang Zhao found difficult to comprehend. The continent was rife with dragon hybrids, from goblins to orcs, humans to elves, and various beasts to other mixed dragon creatures. To this day, he remained puzzled as to the source of such vigor. As Tang Zhao approached, the dragon beast became alert, swiveling its head towards him while its scales began to subtly shift, a clear warning sign among reptiles. It was evident that, in its eyes, Tang Zhao and his companions were intruders, and conflicts arising from territorial defense among creatures are often the most fierce. Under the control of the trance, 3 blinding flashes erupted from behind Tang Zhao, catching the tension-ridden dragon beast off guard, causing it to squint slightly. The prepared crossbow team seized the moment, launching a bolt weighing nearly 20 kilograms aimed at the dragon beast's relatively softer underbelly. The crossbow was a weapon characterized by a vast disparity in upper and lower limits. The goblins had only received basic training and had no intentions of attempting the highly complex maneuver of aiming for the eyes, instead focusing on striking softer areas. Tang Zhao harbored doubts that a lightweight crossbow could pin down such a robust dragon beast, yet he believed that with appropriate usage, it could inflict some degree of damage. However, the reality proved even more disheartening than he had anticipated. The bolt struck the dragon beast's relatively softer flank, but lacked the expected penetrating force, merely embedding itself an inch deep before being halted by a thick layer of fat and the dense muscle beneath. This was a standard dwarven crossbow bolt that, during testing, could penetrate 4 to 5 layers of vine armor, yet here it was thwarted by mere flesh. Whether it was the fantastical nature of this world or the extraordinary attributes of dragon-blooded creatures, Tang Zhao was utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. This is troublesome. Conventional sharp weapons are ineffective against this beast. Though there is a glimmer of hope, the dragon beast's sluggish reaction to the combined assault of the treants and goblins indicated that it had likely not engaged in combat with humanoid beings before, which presented a fleeting opportunity. Nonetheless, one must remember that sentient creatures possess a degree of learning ability, and this dragon beast, capable of commanding goblins, undoubtedly possessed a fair measure of intelligence. With the situation dire, overthinking would yield no benefit. As the red dragon beast charged towards him, Tang Zhao resolutely surged forward to meet it head-on. The collision of their massive forms produced a resonant, penetrating sound, and though Tang Zhao was slightly outmatched in size, his spirit remained undiminished, refusing to yield even a step. Both combatants, with similar anatomical structures, instinctively opted to strike at one another with their claws. Here, Tang Zhao had the advantage, his claws larger and sharper, well suited for combat, while the red dragon beasts were relatively short and stout, more adept for grounding than inflicting harm. Moreover, he bore claw covers crafted from mysterious dwarven steel, which enabled him to pierce through the flesh between the dragon beast's scales, inflicting a modicum of damage upon his opponent. Chapter 78. Ant Colony. The dragon beast, though reluctant to engage with humanoid creatures, showed no hesitation in confronting animals. In response to a painful strike, it emitted a menacing growl, its cavernous maw filled with arrow-shaped teeth lunging toward Tang Zhao's neck at an awkward angle, making it impossible to block with his limbs. Reluctantly, Tang Zhao retreated a couple of steps, creating distance between himself and the formidable creature. Seizing the moment, the goblin warriors positioned behind Tang Zhao swung their slingshots, launching a barrage of fist-sized stones at the crimson dragon beast. While their accuracy was far from impeccable, the sheer volume of stones, 20 to 30, inevitably struck the beast's vulnerable areas, such as its eyes and snout. Annoyed by the incessant harassment from the goblins in the distance, the dragon beast remained resolute, redirecting its full force toward Tang Zhao. Still reeling from the pain and numbness of their previous encounter, Tang Zhao steeled himself for another charge, preparing to clash head-on with the beast. This approach is unsustainable. My strength pales in comparison to this creature's. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be foolish. Perhaps I should consider a different strategy. It was evident that the dragon beast possessed a robust and muscular physique, showing no signs of fatigue after several clashes. Its power was consistent with its imposing exterior, presenting a significant challenge. Tang Zhao faced two choices: to retreat and bide his time, or to seize the opportunity and attempt to vanquish the dragon beast. Each option bore its own risks, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose the latter. Reality diverged from expectations. The green dragon beast had vanished, perhaps lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to strike. Tang Zhao assumed the green beast still lived, preparing for the worst. Fortunately, he was not alone. The nearby goblins, displaying a distinct lack of discipline, had scattered in panic, allowing the remaining members of their party to engage. The scenario had transformed into a concerted assault. A small band of over 100 warriors and a large lizard converging upon a single dragon beast. This was a primary reason for Tang Zhao's decision to fight. He held no peculiar sense of honor. In the natural world, overwhelming numbers were not shameful. Missing this opportunity would mean that future chances would be scarce. As the two colossal beasts engaged in close combat, the lurking treants harnessed their woodland magic, teleporting from distant trees to position themselves behind the crimson dragon beast. Channeling their magic through their hands, thick vines surged from the earth, swiftly ascending the dragon beast's body, ensnaring its hind legs. Though the dragon beast attempted to evade, Tang Zhao's relentless efforts kept it occupied, preventing it from diverting its attention to thwart the trance. 3 trants each manipulated 2 robust vines, collectively binding the dragon beast's hind legs, severely restricting its mobility. Tang Zhao understood the importance of coordination, following the direction of the bear warrior's charge. He summoned his strength to attempt to topple the dragon beast to the left. 4 large brown bears, each weighing several hundred kilograms, crashed into the dragon beast, producing a resonant thud. The combined efforts of the fairies, the bears, and Tang Zhao culminated in an explosive display of power, toppling the dragon beast and exposing its relatively vulnerable underbelly. Seizing the moment, Tang Zhao pressed down on the dragon beast to prevent it from rising again, while clamping his banana-shaped fangs around its short, sturdy neck, effectively controlling its menacing maw. The dragon beast's scales were oddly hard, even biting a critical weak point. Tang Zhao's teeth could only barely penetrate the armor. Under normal circumstances, such a bite would sever a lesser creature in 2. Nevertheless, in the current scenario, restraining the beast's movements was sufficient. The vines, under the trent's control, continued to grow wildly, gradually enveloping the dragon beast and binding it firmly to the ground. Gather around. Aim for the mouth, nose, eyes, anywhere your weapons can reach. Strike now. Tang Zhao called out to the goblins who had been observing from a distance, urging them to join the fray. He did not require them to perform any heroic deeds. He simply needed them to inflict damage and exhaust the beast's strength. Undoubtedly, goblins were inherently timid. However, witnessing Tang Zhao's apparent command over the situation and having undergone over a month of rigorous training, they had mustered a semblance of courage and a sense of obedience. After a half-minute of internal struggle, several selected goblin leaders took the initiative, tentatively grasping their short spears and charging forward. Though their actions seemed comical, they were commendable. Facing such a formidable creature without faltering was a testament to their bravery. With one taking the lead, the remaining goblins gradually joined the assault. While a handful lingered in the safety of nearby bushes, their absence was not detrimental to the collective effort. Thrusting, striking, and jabbing, they raised their weapons, employing every tactic possible to inflict any form of harm on the colossal beast. Although lacking the specialized mandibles capable of causing severe injury, they relied on wear and tear. It was merely a matter of time. The ant swarm might not be able to slay an adult creature, yet they could indeed grind down a small-scaled serpent to exhaustion. Chapter 79. Encirclement. The dragon beast was assailed by pain from every part of its body, yet it refrained from emitting any form of low growl. Instead, it panted heavily and silently exerted its strength in an attempt to free itself from the entangling vines. However, such efforts proved ultimately futile. Initially, it had managed to create a few cracks in the vines with its immense strength, but as the tree spirits desperately controlled the vine's growth and expansion, the tendrils multiplied and tightened around it, ultimately pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Though the tree spirits were exhausted to the point of struggling to stand, they had indeed accomplished their task of subduing this exceedingly dangerous dragon beast. Freed from the struggle, Tang Zhao raised his claw and viciously aimed for the vulnerable spot of the red dragon beast. Fortunately, even the most resilient body possesses relatively weaker areas. Although the dragon beast's scales were formidable, it was not akin to an armored turtle entirely encased in shell, allowing Tang Zhao to identify a point of attack. The specially designed claw covers proved somewhat effective, enabling him to puncture the dragon beast's flesh. Seizing the opportunity, he released his grip and applied his full weight onto his right claw. With the force of his massive weight, akin to a piercing spear, he drove through the dragon beast's scales, penetrating deep into the thick layer of fat and through a portion of solid muscle, directly injuring its abdomen. Having never encountered any dragon beast before, he was uncertain of their organ distribution and thus defaulted to the assumption that they were, like most reptiles, anatomically conventional. This time, luck favored Tang Zhao. He did not err in his assumption, as the anatomical structure of the dragon beast was not drastically different from that of common creatures. His sharp claws successfully pierced the dragon beast's flesh, eliciting an enraged roar from it. At this juncture, the dragon beast found itself in an exceedingly vexing predicament. Soon, it could no longer muster even a roar, as vines sprouted from the earth, wrapping around its jaws, forcing its mandibles shut and rendering it incapable of opening its mouth. Many reptiles possess highly developed biting muscles, with crocodiles being among the strongest in terms of bite force. However, great bite force does not correspond to the strength to open one's mouth. Just as tape or sturdy fabric can bind the jaws of a 5-meter crocodile, the dragon beast found itself in a similar plight, its most formidable weapon rendered ineffective. Tang Zhao's claw continued to press down until it was entirely submerged within the dragon beast's body. Nevertheless, the dragon beast exhibited remarkable vitality. Such a penetrating wound was insufficient to prove fatal in the short term. With his left claw pinning the dragon beast's body, he opened his mouth to its fullest extent and seized the creature by the neck. Unlike his previous hasty attack, this time he employed the most effective posture, unleashing his full strength with sharp teeth and powerful biting muscles. The sound of scales clashing with bone echoed as several of Tang Zhao's own teeth shattered upon impact. Yet, he paid no heed to this normal wear and tear of the hunt, focusing solely on inflicting as much damage as possible upon the dragon beast. At this point, the tide of battle had evidently turned. The dragon beast was incapable of retaliating, while Tang Zhao and a multitude of dog-headed beings relentlessly drained its strength and life. The demise of this perilous dragon beast was merely a matter of time. However, with no desire to succumb quietly, the dragon beast continued its desperate struggle in various forms for an extended duration. Due to the lack of weapons capable of delivering a decisive blow, this encirclement became a torment for both parties. It was not until nearly an hour later that the battle reached its conclusion. The dragon beast, having endured unimaginable torment, finally drew its last breath, its eyes remaining wide open in death. After a few moments of silence, the dog-headed beings standing atop the dragon beast collectively sighed in relief before gradually collapsing to rest. The brief skirmishes had tested their courage and explosiveness, but the prolonged struggle relied predominantly on endurance and willpower. All present were utterly fatigued. As the adrenaline faded, they were left with profound exhaustion. Their victory over the dragon beast was attributed largely to luck and numerical superiority, as its thick hide had been ground down through sheer attrition. After lying still for several minutes, akin to a sudden death, Tang Zhao managed to prop himself up and began to survey his surroundings. The green dragon beast was nowhere to be found, a fact he recalled well. Though it had not intervened during the battle, he could not discount the possibility that it lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike once he had concluded his encounter with the red dragon beast. He remained vigilant, conserving his strength for a potential surprise attack. The most critical spoils lay in the form of the tragically slain dragon beast, whose entire body was adorned with precious scales and bones that could be fashioned into durable armor and weaponry. Its sinews could be utilized to craft short bows and engineering devices, while its flesh was essential for Tang Zhao's evolution. After exerting such effort to vanquish his opponent, he was determined not to waste a single morsel and planned to transport the entire dragon beast away. Half of the dog-headed beings continued to scour the battlefield, tallying their gains, while the other half prepared to construct a makeshift cart. After more than half an hour of organizing and counting, the spoils of this battle were largely accounted for. The yield was not substantial, with the dragon beast being the only noteworthy prize. Chapter 80. Settlement of achievements in the goblin settlement. There was little of value to Tang Zhao, aside from a few weapons and equipment pilfered from other humanoid species, and the ears of the fallen goblins. Interestingly, the true worth of goblins only becomes apparent upon their demise. Their ears can be exchanged for a modest sum with human lords or earn favor among unicorns and dwarves, with myriad other benefits that could be enumerated at length. In summary, for him at this moment, only the deceased goblins held any merit. In addition to these anticipated finds, there was an unexpected delight when the dog-headed folk stumbled upon a discovery at a spacious and shaded cave entrance. Most dragon beasts inherited the hoarding tendencies of their draconic progenitors, and this skeleton was likely one of their prized possessions. The bones of such formidable creatures possess inherent value, reflecting the prowess of the hunter and making for highly sought-after trophies. A mere glance at the pair of horns sprouting from its skull revealed that this was indeed the skeleton of a dragon beast. The unremarkable horns, coupled with the dorsal sail extending from its head to the tip of its tail, unmistakably marked it as a green dragon. Such reptiles with these characteristics are likely to have some peculiar blood relation to green dragons. With its elongated limbs, absence of subcutaneous bone, 2 sets of fangs, claws suitable for hunting, a vacant spot for a crown, and a tail adorned with spikes. Drawing upon his extensive experience in hunting, Tang Zhao could virtually reconstruct the visage of this dragon beast in his mind, resembling the description provided by the trance. It was certain that this was the very green dragon beast that had previously inflicted considerable losses upon the trance settlement. A wave of relief washed over Tang Zhao. It seemed the red dragon beast had inadvertently eliminated a significant potential threat, alleviating his concerns about this creature in the future. In truth, the demise of this red dragon beast was rather pathetic, having been overwhelmed and beaten to death. Had the goblins managed to delay its defeat a tad longer, or had it not been so complacent, it might have avoided such an unfortunate end. The bones of the dragon beast held some utility. The dog-headed folk selectively extracted the most robust and durable fragments to take with them. Furthermore, the cave housed numerous genuine treasures, specifically the shimmering metallic artifacts favored by most dragon vein creatures. Purebred dragons are notoriously discerning connoisseurs and collectors, taking great care in maintaining the optimal condition of their troves through various magical means. In contrast, dragon beasts possess neither the intellect nor magical aptitude to handle their collections with such finesse. Their treasures were haphazardly mingled, sullied, and emanated a potent odor, clearly bearing the marks of time. The origins of these treasures were varied, and Tang Zhao was able to discern remnants from dwarfs, elves, humans, and even earth goblins, with dwarven artifacts comprising the largest portion. This was not to suggest that dwarves were easy prey. Previous conversations with dwarves indicated that numerous abandoned outposts and strongholds existed in the vicinity, likely the source of these items. A promising thought crossed his mind. He could seek out these ruins in the future. Perhaps they would yield valuable discoveries. Even if nothing remained, these ruins could serve as excellent strongholds, potentially transformed into a long-term settlement for the dog-headed folk. Many ideas flitted through his mind, but their realization required a stable foundation. And now was not the time to ponder such matters. After packaging the spoils and loading them onto carts, Tang Zhao scattered several fragments of his own scales around the valley to mark his territory. This valley boasted a favorable environment, with its treacherous terrain and spacious interiors. He was keen to claim it as a future stronghold. There was no need to flaunt his might to the surrounding creatures. Tang Zhao's logic was simple. That valley was the most prosperous locale in the mountains, and the dragon beast that occupied it was undoubtedly the strongest creature nearby. If he could vanquish the dragon beast, he could eliminate any other potential threats. Bearing the bulk of the red dragon beast's corpse, he was accompanied by the remaining fairies and treants tasked with vigilance, while the dog-headed folk and bear folk busied themselves with the transportation of the spoils. Prior arrangements had seen fairies dispatch carrier pigeons to spread the word, and thus several squads of dog-headed folk stood ready. As soon as the cargo was unloaded, they took over, beginning the task of transporting and storing the goods. Tang Zhao felt no inclination to intervene further. He quietly ascended to his side, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun. What of the losses? They had successfully hunted a considerable beast. Such an achievement would be worthy of acclaim even in the Greybeard Kingdom. Observing the massive dragon beast carcass behind Tang Zhao, the dwarven artisan was taken aback. Based on his experience, he had anticipated some success, but he had not expected them to eliminate the dragon beast outright. At the opportune moment, Cynthia flew to the scales atop Tang Zhao's head, serving as his translator. 233 goblins and 1 dragon beast, at the cost of 7 fairies, 1 treant, and 17 dog-headed folk, not counting the lightly wounded. The casualty ratio looked quite favorable, yet Tang Zhao still bore a hint of dissatisfaction. From a broader perspective, this battle had claimed 1/10 of the settlement's combat strength, and the time and resources required to cultivate these individuals were substantial. On a personal level, many among them were familiar to Tang Zhao, and their loss of life stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Nevertheless, he was not one to indulge in indecision or excessive sentimentality. He would not shift the weight of responsibility solely onto himself, nor would he overly chastise himself for it. He had done all that he could, and casualties on the battlefield were an inevitable reality. Chapter 81. Mobilization of personnel. I empathize profoundly with the anguish of losing comrades and recognize that raising requests during such times may seem impolite. However, there are matters I feel compelled to address. Of course, you may speak freely. I am already aware of your intentions, so let us delve directly into the matter at hand, minimizing unnecessary formalities. Dwarves are known for their forthright nature, and Tang Zhao relishes engaging with such straightforward beings, sparing himself the labor of deciphering the underlying meanings behind each action. Then I shall be candid. the crisis in your settlement has likely been alleviated. However, concurrently, our own situation is dire. Though we are managing to hold on for now, our limited manpower is utterly consumed, leaving us with no capacity to undertake other endeavors. More adversaries lurk in the shadows, and this precarious state cannot persist. We are in urgent need of assistance. Seeking help from others is often viewed as a less than noble act within dwarf culture. Nonetheless, no other options remain. Among the surrounding forces, only Tang Zhao and his allies are genuinely in a position to extend aid. Rest assured, reinforcements in resources and combat strength will arrive shortly. We shall not forget any friend who has offered us assistance. The dwarves will receive their rightful recompense, regardless of the dwarves' motivations for aiding Tang Zhao and his companions. Their support is undoubtedly invaluable. Tang Zhao is a person of gratitude, never hesitating to extend his help to friends. Moreover, fostering a good rapport with the dwarves is beneficial, as there remain areas where their assistance is essential. The two factions find themselves in a symbiotic relationship. Should the dwarves falter under pressure and migrate south, the subsequent consequences would befall the other settlements within the forest, including that of Tang Zhao and his allies. After considerable effort in establishing a preliminary stronghold in Yinsula, Tang Zhao is reluctant to retreat in disgrace at this juncture, seeking refuge among the elves or other fae. The dwarf craftsman, relieved by the affirmative response, acknowledges that while the assistance of this large lizard and his subordinates may not effectuate a decisive change, it nonetheless constitutes a powerful ally. Grant me a day or two. Winter approaches, and I must barter with the humans for supplies to endure the season, which will also include several items from your kin. I trust they shall prove useful. The dwarf craftsman operates in a manner that brings comfort to Tang Zhao. Only when the safety of the settlement is assured can Tang Zhao devote himself fully to aiding the dwarves. The craftsman, a rather taciturn individual, offered little more than a silent expression of gratitude before hastily departing to resume the organization of the settlement's defenses and construction efforts. At this juncture, matters seem resolved. If humanity remains indifferent, it is their own predicament. The worst outcome would simply compel them to confront their own issues. The tree spirit Lilith speaks with evident hostility towards humanity, as the forest has long suffered from their deforestation and destruction. While their animosity does not reach the depths of a blood feud, neither does it reflect a spirit of neighborly harmony. We cannot place all our hopes upon them. We must continue our preparations. Whether humanity chooses to act is their own affair. The sentiments among the others mirror this attitude, with little affection or trust for humanity. Tang Zhao himself harbors deep-seated wariness towards humanity as a whole, thus he refrains from elaborating further as he presides over the meeting. The primary focus remains on issues pertinent to the dwarves. Assistance is undoubtedly forthcoming, with no dissent regarding the support for the dwarves. However, the specifics of how to extend that aid require further contemplation. After prolonged discussions and calculations, a general plan is finally established. The Goblin Patrol is to allocate half of its 100 members to assist the dwarves in combat. Additionally, 300 robust goblins will be dispatched as laborers, while 40 small fae will aid in patrolling. Furthermore, 2 tree spirits, 15 pixies, and all the goblin sorcerers, whom the dwarves sorely lack, will also be included. The finest weaponry and several crossbows will be transported, ensuring that all useful combat resources are maximized. This arrangement represents the utmost capacity Tang Zhao can mobilize. Any further assistance might jeopardize the security of the settlement. Currently, the settlement has begun to take shape. With a core membership of over 1,000 goblins and nearly 300 fae, transcending the notion of a mere village and evolving into a medium to large-sized rural community. Chapter 82. Not a bit wasted, even though the largest goblin settlement nearby had been obliterated by Tang Zhao and his companions, the surrounding forest remained rife with danger. As numerous perilous creatures lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any easily obtainable target. Due to certain considerations, the merchant Jacques had refrained from bringing any guards during previous transactions, and Tang Zhao discerned that his identity was likely more complex than it appeared, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. However, whether or not this posed a problem was a separate matter, despite Jacques never having mentioned it before. He undeniably held the lifeline of the entire settlement of over 1,000 souls in his hands. Should supplies from the human world be severed, the settlement would face tremendous challenges, if not outright collapse. Thus, Jacques' attitude and support were of paramount importance to Tang Zhao, who wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could jeopardize their supply chain. This time, a kobold sorcerer led the expedition solo, with several kobold squads dispatched to eliminate the scattered goblins in the vicinity of the forest, preparing to welcome the arrival of the human trade caravan. Just a few days prior, they would have lacked the courage to confront their enemies alone. At the very least, an outsider was needed to lead them. However, the current situation differed markedly from before. The prior raid on the kobold settlement had imbued them with sufficient courage, as they personally vanquished a powerful and ferocious dragon beast and subsequently defeated a larger number of goblins in direct confrontation. This greatly bolstered their confidence. The establishment of a formidable army requires such a process. Only victorious troops possess the self-assurance needed for success, particularly for a species like the kobolds, which inherently lacked confidence. Cultivating their self-reliance was crucial. Tang Zhao had always believed that the kobold race harbored immense potential. Their physical attributes were commendable, and their temperaments were generally agreeable. Most importantly, their remarkable reproductive capabilities set them apart, marking them as one of the fastest-growing intelligent races. Population and labor force are fundamental, a truth that remains unchanged from the past to the present. Granting the kobolds an opportunity for development, Tang Zhao was convinced he would reap unexpected rewards. Tang Zhao quietly remained in the cave, consuming the entirety of the dragon beast's carcass over the course of 2 days, striving to extract as much meat as possible. The red dragon beast measured a staggering 12 meters in length and weighed conservatively between 5 to 6 tons. Upon tasting it, Tang Zhao discerned its flesh was of the 3rd tier, equivalent to 9 times the value of inferior flesh and 3 times that of medium-grade flesh. Undoubtedly, it constituted an exceedingly precious resource. With it, the goal of 20 tons of medium-grade flesh required for evolution could be fulfilled at least halfway, or even 2/3, leaving only a modest portion to be achieved with additional effort. To preserve the weight of the flesh as much as possible, Tang Zhao refrained from processing the valuable meat in any significant way, merely storing it in a cool, dry underground cavern, where the treants employed magic to maintain its freshness. The meat could remain fresh for 4 to 5 days before succumbing to the risk of decay, but for Tang Zhao, this was hardly a concern. Reptiles generally possess a robust appetite, and he was no exception. His stomach acid was even stronger than that of most scavengers, enabling him to digest bones with ease. Consuming carrion was a trivial matter, provided he could overcome any psychological barriers. Fortunately, he harbored no such reservations. Finally, the appointed time arrived, and Jacques appeared with the entire caravan's supplies. The scale of the transported goods had grown larger with each passing occasion, now resembling a substantial long-term trade venture that would not seem out of place even in the royal capital. Given this situation, as long as the merchants were not blind and foolish, they would undoubtedly take note. However, considering that Jacques conducted business with fairies and other woodland inhabitants, who held a respectable reputation in the human world, unlike goblins or orcs, there was little vigorous opposition. At most, a few astute individuals sought to join in and partake of the profits. Merchants are generally open-minded, as long as the profits are satisfactory. There would likely be those willing to engage in transactions even with abyssal demons or denizens of the Nine Hells. Fairy dust floated in the air, prompting the human caravan to glance upward, inevitably fostering a sense of intrigue toward the woodland denizens. Just as they relaxed and observed their surroundings, a colossal reptilian creature, entirely black, emerged from the forest. Its immense size and menacing appearance signaled without doubt that it was a predator, capable of striking at any moment. Shortly thereafter, a tall man, indistinguishable in appearance from a human, stepped out from the woods and approached them. The promised provisions are ready. If there are no issues, let us commence the trade. Chapter 83. Arrival. Undoubtedly, the beings closest to humanity within the settlement of Tang Zhao are the bearmen, who, in their humanoid form, are indistinguishable from humans. In fact, most mages and druids regard beastmen as essentially afflicted individuals, cursed with a malady known as beastification. The presence of familiar kin among the settlement provides some reassurance to the humans present, prompting them to heed the bearmen's guidance in transporting goods for trade. The items brought by the humans primarily consist of food and some winter supplies, alongside a few iron tools, notably devoid of weapons, as the procurement of large quantities of arms is fraught with complications. Fortunately, the dwarves possess the ability to smelt and reforge materials, alleviating concerns. On their side, Tang Zhao primarily engages in trade using pelts, goblin spoils, fairy crafts, and various edible goods sourced from the mountains. intentionally avoiding the ore excavated by the kobolds. He understands the adage that possessing treasure can invite misfortune. Thus, until he has amassed sufficient strength to confront potential threats, he prefers to keep such resources concealed. The human merchants, lacking insight into these nuances, meticulously inventory the goods and, upon ensuring their accuracy, proceed to load the items from the forest onto carts, marking the completion of the crucial task. However, Jacques, the leader, harbors lingering questions and approaches Lilith, the treant who serves as their nominal leader. You previously mentioned matters concerning the goblins. Are all those claims veritable? Having already established a strategy for such inquiries, Lilith remains composed and leisurely retrieves a cloth bag, casting it onto the ground to reveal an abundance of goblin ears within. The specifics have been articulated quite clearly. Whether you choose to believe it is a matter for you humans to assess. The evidence I can provide consists of these. Lately, our settlement has been besieged by goblin raids, resulting in multiple conflicts. These are the ears of the goblins we have slain. The sheer quantity should elucidate the intensity of the encounters. Jacques, his expression grave, takes the bag filled with ears and weighs it lightly. Quickly discerning that they have indeed dispatched a significant number of goblins, conservatively estimated at 300 to 400. The slaughter of such a number suggests that many more goblins lurk nearby, potentially numbering in the thousands, or even more. This is merely the plight faced by Tang Zhao, a settlement on the forest's periphery. If their assertions hold true, the goblin population deeper within the woods could be exponentially greater. It appears my trust in your accounts was well placed. The situation here is indeed quite dire. It may surpass the capabilities of the border patrol, necessitating the mobilization of troops from Lufford or even the royal capital. Regardless, this predicament is troublesome. I hope for a swift resolution. One need not state it so plainly. Should those goblins succeed in establishing a foothold within the White Copper Forest, we merchants, along with the entire human kingdom, would suffer the consequences. I owe you my gratitude. No sooner had the human merchants departed than a multitude of kobolds emerged from the woods, systematically beginning to transport goods. Tang Zhao, leading a contingent of several hundred individuals, embarked on their slowest journey to date, laden with the most substantial cargo they had ever carried. Circumstances necessitated this slowness. The forest terrain was unsuitable for carts, and their race possessed few capable of bearing heavy loads. Thus, they relied solely on manual labor. After several arduous days of travel, they reached their destination, encountering goblins on numerous occasions along the way. Fortunately, these were scattered small factions that did not dare confront a force of hundreds head-on. Nevertheless, for the sake of their safety, Tang Zhao endeavored to eliminate or at least weaken the goblin presence, both to diminish the enemy's fighting capability and to prevent news of their movements from attracting further goblin assaults. The goblins they faced were mere cannon fodder, and it would not be long before they would encounter properly trained goblin warriors, marking a true test of their mettle. Upon nearing the encampment, they were spotted by dwarves. Two groups of 40 to 50 dwarves swiftly approached, providing them with escort, thereby ensuring their safety. The atmosphere within the dwarven camp was palpably tense. Nearly all dwarves bore weapons at their sides, adorned in varying armors. Tang Zhao discerned a faint scent of blood in the air, some from injured dwarves, but more evidently from goblins and other creatures. Disregarding the kobolds unloading cargo, Tang Zhao proceeded directly to the heart of the camp, arriving at the tent of Baron Byrne. I have endeavored to bring all that you requested. Additionally, considering your manpower shortages, I have brought some personnel to assist. Please make good use of them. Thank you immensely for your assistance. We dwarves shall not forget your generosity. However, pleasantries must be set aside, for we are in dire need of your support. Byrne began to elucidate the current situation to Tang Zhao, hoping to alleviate their urgent predicament. Chapter 84. Searching for the target amidst the mountain forests. Tang Zhao pondered the conversation he had earlier with Byrne. The task assigned to the large lizard was crucial, to seek out the abandoned dwarven strongholds in the mountains, assess the risks within each dilapidated fortress, and then seize one that remained relatively intact. The fortifications of the dwarven strongholds were to be anticipated with hope, while the resources contained within were of immense importance to the current dwarven populace. News of the fall of the Greybeard Kingdom had already spread. Their reputation among the dwarven realms was generally favorable. The dwarves, being an exceedingly united race, would muster whatever forces they could, even in times of hardship, to rescue the refugees of Greybeard and support its remnants. Dwarves could either confront the goblins and orcs directly or retreat to fortify their positions while awaiting aid. They possessed escape routes from the past, allowing for a direct exodus from the forest if necessary. The reason Tang Zhao was entrusted with such a significant task was simple. His keen sense of smell enabled him to detect subtle scents in the air, a remarkable advantage in their search. Thus, he now led a small team of several dozen individuals in pursuit of traces of dwarven strongholds. The main members of the team were dwarven residents of the mountains, supplemented by a few elven scouts and 2 rare kobold spellcasters. Generally, dwarves were known for their fiery tempers and stubbornness, and under normal circumstances, they would not heed the orders of a stranger. However, given the exceptional nature of their current situation and the demonstration of Tang Zhao's prowess, they were more amenable. The display of goblin ears and dragon bones served a purpose. The dwarven society valued martial prowess and honored strength and valor. While this token was not enough to earn their utmost respect, it at least made them acknowledge the capabilities of the large lizard, ensuring compliance with his commands. The kobolds brought along by Tang Zhao were responsible for part of the camp's defense and daily maintenance tasks. While they could not don heavy armor and engage in melee like the dwarves, they were capable of operating crossbows and reloading bolts. The dwarves also provided a batch of crossbow bolts, which were modified to create short spears for the kobolds' use. The steel used by the dwarves was of a superior quality to that of ordinary human steel, thus enhancing the quality of the spearheads, an upgrade of their equipment. He deliberately scattered a group of goblins, causing them to flee in disarray, and then, utilizing his exceptional olfactory senses, he tracked one of the goblins to their encampment. The stronghold was located at an entrance to a gorge, where a heavy iron gate lay in ruins, and many of the massive stone blocks that formed the walls had been lost, leaving the entire structure severely damaged. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a former dwarven outpost. After observing from a distance without raising alarm, Tang Zhao silently noted the location of this stronghold before leading his team away to continue the search for other sites. Approximately 100 goblins emerged from the forest, armed with a hodgepodge of thrown weapons, sporadically launching their projectiles into the camp. The goblins were not particularly strong and dared not approach too closely to the dwarven encampment, so their thrown weapons barely reached the camp. The dwarves on guard, clad in heavy armor and wielding large ornate shields, found the goblins' meager projectiles utterly ineffective. None even left a mark on their armor, let alone inflicted any real harm. Most kobolds remained at the rear, while a few at the front were shielded, their scales and hides affording them some measure of protection. After several rounds of scattered shots, only a couple of unfortunate souls sustained minor injuries. Before the goblins could take further action, the dwarven crossbowmen, well prepared, stood and retaliated. At the command of the wall's officer, dozens of crossbowmen released their bolts, targeting the goblins below. The dwarves did not organize a pursuit, wary of potential ambushes and lacking the rapid mobility for such a maneuver. Instead, they opened the gates to allow the kobolds to clear the battlefield. No one could ascertain the number of goblins lurking beyond, whether they were merely hundreds, thousands, or even more, with a myriad of unknown larger goblins and orcs potentially waiting in the wings. This uncertainty was the source of the dwarves' anxiety. While they were not intimidated by direct confrontations or skirmishes, being drawn into a war of attrition would be exceedingly disadvantageous due to their limited population. Chapter 85. Centaur. In recent days, I have thoroughly surveyed the surrounding environment. Indeed, there exist abandoned dwarf fortresses, yet they are infested with goblins. It is evident that our current manpower is insufficient, thus we can only select one among them. This decision I shall leave to you dwarves. As I am not acquainted with your fortifications and defense strategies, I am merely here to lend my strength. Tang Zhao harbored his own calculations, yet he refrained from voicing them at this juncture. It would be prudent to deliberate after the dwarves have made their decision. Throughout his exploration of the ruins, the frequency of goblin assaults had escalated, indicating the proximity of their main forces. The dwarves could not afford to delay. If a decision was not reached soon, they risked being encircled, leaving no opportunity for escape, only the grim fate of being trapped. As anticipated, after a brief and intense discussion with Tang Zhao, Burn summoned a group of venerable dwarven elders. They gathered around an ancient sheepskin map, gesticulating vigorously and conversing rapidly about various matters. Their dialogue, deliberately conducted in the common tongue, was clearly intended to accommodate Tang Zhao. The dwarves were forthright, openly discussing their plans, as he would inevitably learn of them in due course. Tang Zhao welcomed this transparency. The fewer individuals aware of his linguistic prowess, the better. Such an extraordinary ability could attract unwanted attention from the mages of this world, who possess an insatiable curiosity for the arcane. He had no desire to become a test subject. Following a succinct yet fervent debate, the dwarves arrived at a preliminary consensus regarding their target. The map in their possession was not a military one, and thus lacked comprehensive details. However, it was certain that Holland was the most fortified, boasting the greatest underground arsenal. Additionally, the terrain in that area was relatively narrow, making it difficult for large forces to maneuver, which would facilitate defense. Overall, it was undoubtedly the most suitable option for their current circumstances. The discussion was fraught with difficulty and naturally featured disagreements. Yet the majority of dwarves supported the choice of the dwarven fortress named Holland. According to dwarven records, this was the last abandoned fortress near Sula, with a history stretching back over a millennium. From Tang Zhao's perspective, such a time frame was astronomical, yet dwarves are a long-lived race, typically enduring 3 to 4 centuries. Some revered ancestors can live 6 to 7 centuries, with even longer-lived examples existing in dwarven history. With the objective confirmed, the next step was meticulous planning. Tang Zhao primarily listened, as he lacked the expertise to contribute meaningfully to military discussions. Such an approach would render him an amateur directing professionals. Thus, he awaited the assignment of tasks with quiet anticipation. Ultimately, he was tasked with overseeing the defense of the camp, preparing to cover the dwarves as they migrated into the fortress. While this seemed a daunting undertaking, it was indeed so, yet there were no lighter responsibilities available for him. He could either guard the camp or venture to the ruins of the dwarven fortress to engage in urban warfare against goblins. Comparatively, the former was more suited to his capabilities. Most of the dwarves remained at the camp, and correspondingly, the majority of their forces would be concentrated there. Attempting to reclaim the abandoned dwarven fortress would prove to be a far more perilous endeavor. The forest inhabited by Lauren had undergone a dramatic transformation. The periphery was now teeming with patrolling centaurs, alongside a few treants and tree spirits, all poised for battle, exuding an aura of readiness for conflict. The unicorn had previously informed these beings, and upon seeing Tang Zhao, they displayed surprise yet refrained from attacking him, tacitly permitting his swift passage through the woods. At his former position beneath the waterfall, Tang Zhao discovered the unicorn Lauren, adorned in heavy, ornate armor of platinum and white hues, intricately etched with complex magical runes. Clearly not of mass production. I am delighted to see that you are prepared for war, but could you first enlighten me about the current situation? I have matters to discuss with you as well. Certainly. From my early experiences, I have learned that the more urgent the situation, the more critical it is to ensure the flow of information. Lauren rose, the clanking of his heavy armor resonating as he approached Tang Zhao. Pixie dust swirled from a ceramic jar at his side, gradually forming into a map. Shortly thereafter, Lauren found himself somewhat overwhelmed and resolved to summon other denizens of the forest to aid him in combat against the goblins. The unicorn, possessing significant esteem among the forest inhabitants, found it relatively easy to rally support for the protection of their realm. Remarkably, he also called upon numerous centaurs to bolster their ranks. Strictly speaking, centaurs were not denizens of the forest, but rather a nomadic people whose presence spanned the continent. Occasionally, a few centaurs would choose to detach from their tribes and integrate into a settled community, yet such occurrences were rare. The current assembly suggested that an entire centaur tribe had been summoned. It remained unclear how Lauren accomplished this, but it was likely tied to his previous illustrious deeds. Chapter 86. The dubious moniker Lorraine was far from a primitive being lost in the woods. On the contrary, he had traversed the world alongside his partners, encountering a myriad of people and events. In terms of military acumen and vision, he surpassed the majority of human officers by several degrees. From the perspective of this seasoned veteran, the current situation was undoubtedly precarious. Goblins and orcs poured forth in relentless waves, and given their current state of isolation, being engulfed by the vast tide of goblins was merely a matter of time. He had sought assistance from other factions, but the responses were disheartening. The elves in the west were preoccupied with their own affairs, while the human kingdoms were either embroiled in internal strife or adopting a stance of detached observation, showing little inclination to dispatch troops. The eastern kingdom of Orlan and the southern dwarf lords offered a glimmer of hope, yet such aid would require time. Winter is fast approaching. My plan is to leverage the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare against those dark creatures, while simultaneously dispatching centaur tribes to raid goblin supplies, thereby slowing their advance. If we can stall for another 2 weeks, the cold will reach a level that hampers their movements. Delay it for a month, and they will have to consider retreating, Lorraine calculated. The 4 months of winter would afford him ample opportunity to orchestrate various strategies. Tang Zhao briefed Lorraine on the current plight of the dwarves, prompting him to ponder deeply before reaching a decision. If the dwarves can guarantee their assistance in repelling the goblins thereafter, I shall extend my hand at an opportune moment. Rest assured, they will not forsake any opportunity to strike at the goblins. Moreover, should the goblins succeed this time, it would pose a grave threat to other dwarf lords in the future. They will undoubtedly concur, Tang Zhao replied. Hatred forms the bedrock of dwarf societal culture, intricately linked to concepts of clan identity. The slaying of a dwarf could incite the wrath of an entire clan, potentially escalating into widespread bloodshed between the two races. Goblins and dwarves have been sworn enemies, and with the Greybeard Kingdom suffering a devastating blow, the current attitude of the dwarves towards goblins is one of unbridled animosity. The sentiment of wanting to drink their blood is an understatement. 2 days later, at a mountain pass, a contingent of goblins was on the march. Unlike the ragtag cannon fodder encountered previously by Tang Zhao, this troop was primarily composed of earth goblins rather than mere common goblins. The front and rear were flanked by a group of ordinary goblins clad in uniform leather armor, equipped with spears and small round shields, serving the role of expendable troops, albeit with basic training and weaponry. Following the common goblins were approximately 30 wolf riders, significantly larger and stronger than average, capable of bearing fully armed earth goblin warriors. Behind them trailed a supply convoy consisting of around 200 heavily armored earth goblin soldiers, complemented by some ordinary goblins, and even a dozen bear goblins at the rear. Serving as a breakthrough force, as a supply convoy, this configuration was excessively extravagant, fitting for any high-caliber troop. In the worldview of the earth goblins, the value of supplies far exceeded that of their expendable kin. The loss of logistics would stall their engineering progress, while ordinary goblins could be replenished at any time. Tang Zhao concealed himself in the forest, silently observing the troop while calculating his next move. This route was a necessary passage from the west into the mountains, and its relatively narrow terrain justified its designation as a pass. With a touch of dark humor, he privately dubbed it the Long Sevis Pass, a name that the other forest dwellers, unaware of the implications, soon adopted. The circumstances were decidedly in his favor. The earth goblins exhibited an alarming overconfidence, failing to deploy scouts to probe the environment ahead of their supply convoy. The forest inhabitants were cloaked in magical scent suppressants, rendering them undetectable even to the keen noses of the wolf mounts, and they remained blissfully unaware of the ambush lying in wait. In retrospect, Lorraine had always fought alone, and the dwarves lacked the personnel and capability for ambush and rapid strikes. Their supply convoy was sufficiently equipped, leaving them unperturbed by ordinary harassment. From every conceivable angle, there seemed no necessity for an excessive deployment of forces, yet Tang Zhao had seized the moment, preparing to deliver a startling surprise to the goblins. 5 ballistae and a cadre of goblin sorcerers stood ready for action, poised to unleash their firepower. In localized terms, their strength was not significantly inferior to that of their adversaries, and they had a fair chance of success. Chapter 87, The Pass Concealed Within the Forest. Tang Zhao observed the movement of the supply convoy. As the caravan progressed halfway, he abruptly struck the ground, prompting the centaur commander at his side to sound the horn he carried. The piercing notes resonated, followed by the crisp whirring of crossbow mechanisms and the deep thrum of bolts slicing through the air. With tremendous force, the bolts were unleashed upon the rear of the bear goblins, their ordinary flesh utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The arrows embedded themselves like nails, piercing through the goblins and rendering them incapacitated on the ground, wailing in agony. The sound of the crossbow fire appeared to activate some hidden switch, as a deluge of bolts, interspersed with fireballs and whips of magic, erupted from the depths of the forest, targeting the critical wolf cavalry and bear goblins. In an instant, their ranks suffered grievous casualties. However, the adversaries were seasoned and well-trained. After a brief moment of panic following the sudden assault, the bear goblins raised their massive standard shields and formed a defensive line around the supply wagons. Under normal circumstances, the bear goblins would wield polearms and short swords, supported by a few shield bearers to create a defensive line. Yet now, they were primarily equipped with large shields and short spears, clearly modified for the forest environment. Their tightly knit shield wall absorbed much of the incoming projectiles, allowing them to swiftly mobilize the wagons, preparing to encircle the convoy and fortify their defenses. They understood the perils of being drawn into a war of attrition. Prolonged conflict could lead to unforeseen consequences. Recognizing their formidable strength, the goblins reformed their ranks, aware that a direct confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes. However, Tang Zhao was resolute in denying them such an opportunity. Their formation was an impeccable, elongated line, perfectly suited for a decisive strike through the center. With a fierce cry, he emerged from the forest like a charging heavy truck, crashing directly into the goblin ranks. Trailing behind him was a contingent of centaur warriors clad in half-armor, brandishing polearms and roaring mightily as they galloped a few meters behind him. The goblins, witnessing this spectacle, endeavored to obstruct his advance, but their efforts proved futile. Arrows ricocheted harmlessly off him, even javelins inflicting only minor injuries, while short spears snapped upon contact. Much like the red dragon beast, conventional weaponry struggled to inflict any significant damage upon him. Tang Zhao barreled through, cleaving apart the goblin shield wall and forcibly tearing a gap in their rudimentary defenses. Without hesitation, he redirected his focus to the rear, targeting the bear goblins. While the centaurs surged forward, effectively severing the supply convoy's front and rear, initiating probing attacks against the goblins within. Rather than foolishly assaulting the goblin formation head-on, they circled around the supply carts, evading the fatal projectiles of the goblins while occasionally retaliating with javelins and other weaponry. Amidst the skirmish, the infantry composed of dwarves and kobolds seized the opportunity to charge forth, with the kobolds forming the front line and heavily armored dwarf warriors advancing in squads. They systematically decimated the enemy, a straightforward yet effective strategy. The goblins, intent on organizing a defense to counterattack, found their formation shattered by Tang Zhao's relentless assault, split asunder, leaving remaining goblins isolated and diminished in combat capacity. The goblins at both ends of the convoy, although numerous, were not the primary target of Tang Zhao's attack, thus managing to establish a defense, launching arrows in a bid to hinder the enemy's advance, which proved somewhat effective. The centaurs refrained from charging into the spear formations, and the dwarves and kobolds lacked sufficient momentum for a breakthrough, resulting in a temporary standoff. Nonetheless, even the most steadfast formation could not withstand the onslaught of arrows. A battalion of dwarven crossbowmen and artillery took aim at the goblin ranks, while the kobolds unleashed their slings to target the more vulnerable foes, quickly suppressing the goblin archers and inflicting considerable damage to their defensive line. The crossbow artillery, capable of breaching castle walls, unleashed a volley upon the goblin spear formation, creating multiple breaches in an instant. In this critical moment, the dwarves exhibited their renowned valor, donning their heavy armor as they charged forward, forming the spearhead of the assault, plunging into the gaps torn by the artillery. Although the goblins initially managed to plug the breaches, their limited numbers hampered their speed, and the dwarves throwing weapons continued to rain down, further widening the gaps until the line was on the verge of collapse. Without external intervention, the disintegration of this goblin contingent was merely a matter of time. The bear goblins were not devoid of technological prowess. Their warcraft was sophisticated, having engaged the dwarves for an extended period, devising countermeasures against their weaponry and tactics. Yet, faced with the predicament of a supply convoy ambushed in an unfavorable terrain, their resolve was ultimately futile. Tang Zhao whimsically named this pass with dark humor, reminiscent of history, no matter how elite the troops marching in a single file. Should they be bisected and surrounded by a greater force, it was only natural that they would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 88. Fire Assault. As the situation deteriorated, the wolf-riding cavalry on one flank began to show signs of retreat. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Zhao's forces were entangled with the common goblins, they stealthily led a small contingent, maneuvering several uniquely designed carts in preparation for their departure. The centaur leader, tasked with overseeing the broader dynamics of the battlefield, keenly focused on the threatening wolf-riding cavalry. Such conspicuous movements could hardly escape their scrutiny. In numbers far exceeding those of the wolf riders, the centaurs surged forth, swiftly pursuing this group with the intent of intercepting them promptly. Any creature with a modicum of observational acuity could discern that the cargo within those carts was likely extraordinary. Even if the wolf riders harbored ulterior motives, Tang Zhao could not permit these carts and their escorts to depart, for the risks lurking behind were too great. However, this matter was best left to the centaurs, as Tang Zhao's immediate concern lay with the bear goblins. Clad in rudimentary armor and wielding heavy weapons such as hammers and flails, The bear goblins were capable of easily tearing through the ranks of dog-headed creatures and inflicting substantial harm upon heavily armored dwarfs. Tang Zhao could not allow these beings to pass unchallenged. The commander of the bear goblins shared a mindset similar to Tang Zhao's. Upon noticing his approach, they raised their weapons in unison, charging towards him with the intent to overwhelm him first before turning their attention to the dwarves and other goblins. At this moment, Tang Zhao undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Once he was dealt with, the bear goblins would be free to unleash their full might upon the remaining adversaries, lest they risk being systematically dismantled. Prepared for this eventuality, Tang Zhao identified a solitary bear goblin, far removed from its companions, and unleashed a burst of speed that belied his size, colliding directly with the creature. The bear goblin, broad and heavy, standing nearly 3 meters tall and weighing several hundred kilograms, was nonetheless no match for Tang Zhao, who was of a far more formidable stature. The bear goblin was swiftly toppled, pinned to the ground, and rendered immobile, only able to emit futile, enraged roars. Tang Zhao's claws were tipped with specialized spikes. While they may have struggled against dragon beasts, they proved more than adequate against the relatively resilient skin of the bear goblins. The sharp spikes easily penetrated their skin, piercing vital organs. With one claw pinning the bear goblin, Tang Zhao opened his massive jaws and clamped down on the creature's neck, his well-developed neck muscles and jaw strength effortlessly snapping its vertebrae. The bear goblin immediately ceased its struggles, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Casting aside the fallen bear goblin, Tang Zhao surged forward, redirecting his attention towards another small group of bear goblins. In this brief interlude, the bear goblins had fully coalesced, making it unlikely to dismantle their formation through isolation, a notion Tang Zhao had never entertained. Under his deliberate provocation, these bear goblins had strayed from the goblin ranks. Yet they succeeded in encircling Tang Zhao, their weapons flailing chaotically in his direction. Tang Zhao's armored scales were exceptionally thick, bolstered by layers of subcutaneous fat and muscle, affording him substantial defense against their attacks. However, he knew that sustained engagement would be untenable, much like the previous red dragon beast, prolonged whereon his stamina and defenses would inevitably lead to his demise. Unlike that dragon, however, which acted out of arrogance and recklessness, Tang Zhao operated with calculated intent. The bear goblins, though stronger than their kin, were vulnerable without their cover. Luring them away from the goblin front lines would simplify matters considerably. From the nearby forest, the dog-headed creatures, long prepared, leapt from the underbrush, retrieving slings from their waists. They placed clay pots within the slings and swung them, hurling the pots towards the nearby bear goblins. Upon impact, the pots shattered, spilling oil that gradually enveloped the bear goblins. Realizing something was amiss, it was too late. The fireballs conjured by the dog-headed sorcerers were already launched, tracing erratic arcs before crashing into the bear goblins. The highly flammable oil ignited upon contact with the fist-sized fireballs, and towering flames swiftly engulfed the bear goblins, threatening to consume them entirely. Screaming in terror, they discarded their weapons and began rolling on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames. At this juncture, it was Tang Zhao's moment to act. He charged through the flames licking at his body, swiftly dispatching the bear goblins one by one. Though the dog-headed creatures endeavored to avoid him, they were not infallible marksmen, and much oil splattered onto him during the bear goblin's frantic struggles. The flames spread to him as well. Nevertheless, Tang Zhao was not overly concerned. These flames were essentially a form of magic, conjured by the sorcerers, to which he possessed a remarkable resistance. A brief exposure would not inflict significant harm upon him. While he had undoubtedly preserved his life, it was clear that the dog-headed creatures would hesitate to mount further assaults in the near term. This failure dealt a considerable blow to the morale of the goblins, though it did not reach the point of collapse or disintegration. Tang Zhao, too, refrained from launching a vigorous counteroffensive. Instead, he relied on his ranged advantage, systematically wearing down the enemy's remaining forces. Chapter 89. A resounding conclusion. Neither Tang Zhao, the Centaur commander, nor the dwarf squad leader could be considered genius tacticians. While they possessed a fundamental grasp of military strategy, they lacked the brilliance to devise breathtaking offensive plans that could decisively shatter the enemy, akin to the great commanders of history. Much like many ancient battles, they orchestrated their warriors to engage in direct confrontation with the enemy, gradually gaining the upper hand, depleting the enemy's forces bit by bit, and ultimately accumulating sufficient advantage to claim victory in the final confrontation. This was a conventional and prudent approach, entirely adequate for a skirmish involving only a few hundred combatants. Defeating the enemy sufficed. After suffering several defeats, the goblins found their options severely limited. In truth, their commander had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, and some of the larger goblins had quietly withdrawn from the front lines, gathering in the rear at the most vulnerable point of their encirclement. The principal social unit of the goblin society was the clan. Although there was collaboration and communication among the clans, and they could unite against external threats when necessary, internal competition was an unavoidable aspect of their existence, as is often the case in most biological societies. These larger goblins were likely from the same clan as their commander, thus considered kin and afforded a degree of preferential treatment, at least ensuring they would not be sacrificed as expendable pawns to buy time for a retreat. Tang Zhao and his compatriots anticipated that once the tide of battle turned against them, the goblins would undoubtedly prepare to break free. They had no intention of completely annihilating the goblin supply train. They merely sought to reclaim their resources. If they could seize enough to replenish their own supplies, that would be ideal. If not, they would still consider the mission accomplished. Deliberately, they stationed fewer troops at the entry of the narrow pass to instigate feelings of retreat among the goblins. If the goblins perceived no glimmer of hope for escape, the commander might decide to fight to the last, which could inflict significant losses upon them, an outcome Tang Zhao and his companions could not accept. With a humane glance at the goblin lines, Tang Zhao swiftly redirected his focus towards the rear of the goblin supply train. That segment had already been under relentless bombardment from crossbows and dwarf archers, and the line was in a precarious state due to ongoing assaults from the dog-headed men and dwarves. With a sudden force, Tang Zhao charged into the goblin defensive line, tearing through the triple-layered formation of spear-wielders, allowing the waiting dwarf warriors to pour through the breach he had created. Ordinary goblins, lacking heavy weaponry, stood no chance against Tang Zhao. The heavily armored dwarves were equally formidable. Unless a multitude of goblins could converge to overpower a single dwarf and exploit the vulnerabilities in their armor, the dwarves would never afford such an opportunity. The goblins, already at a significant disadvantage, were utterly demoralized by the psychological blow Tang Zhao delivered, and the collapse of a few frontline spearmen rapidly escalated into a complete rout. Initially, the larger goblins attempted to maintain some semblance of order, but any who made similar attempts were promptly eliminated by the precise fire of dwarf archers. As the casualties mounted, the remaining larger goblins fell silent, retreating behind their large shields for cover, forming scattered teams in a desperate bid to escape. While Tang Zhao and his allies did not harbor hopes of annihilating the enemy, they were keen on undermining the goblins' remaining fighting capability. Especially given the deep-seated enmity between dwarves and goblins, many goblins fell to the ground, slain by axe or arrow, transforming the battlefield into a one-sided slaughter. As the frontline goblins disintegrated, Tang Zhao lost interest in pursuing the remnants of the enemy. Too many individuals were already engaged in that task. Instead, he turned his attention to the situation on the other side. Clearly, his reappearance instilled a sense of urgency in the goblin commander. Even before he approached the lines, the remaining mobilizable goblins had congregated, making a concerted effort to breach the weak point at the entrance of the narrow pass. To mitigate unnecessary casualties, the elder dwarf commanding the infantry refrained from ordering a complete blockade against the desperate goblins, opting instead for a symbolic pursuit that would sufficiently diminish the number of fleeing goblins without launching more aggressive assaults. That said, the larger goblins abandoned the majority of the ordinary goblins, viewing them as expendable resources. Their survival would serve merely as a means to delay the pursuing enemy. Once the goblins at the rear fled, there were scarcely any foes left on the battlefield. They either fell beneath the dwarven axes or, amidst the chaos, managed to flee into the forest. In a brief span, the battlefield descended into silence. This area remained a domain of goblin activity, unsuitable for prolonged presence. The spoils that could be salvaged were collected, albeit meagerly. They relied on their numerical advantage and familiarity with the terrain, rather than any significant overall superiority. The injured were gradually evacuated by the centaurs, and only a portion of the supply goods could be salvaged. Tang Zhao felt no regret. Their objective had been to disrupt and damage the supply train, a task they had accomplished with aplomb. The remaining resources were set ablaze, and Tang Zhao and his comrades swiftly departed the battlefield, vanishing into the verdant embrace of the forest. Chapter 90. Siege and defense. In any conflict, casualties are inevitable. Despite the best efforts of Tang Zhao and his comrades, the earth elementals inflicted considerable losses on the woodland inhabitants and dwarfs. The combined casualties reached into the dozens, a significant toll for a group of merely a few hundred. Indeed, Tang Zhao marveled at the resilience of the goblins. Their territory lay west of the Eternal Gaze mountain range, along the coastal expanse of the continent, necessitating a passage through vast forests, where they frequently faced attacks from patrolling forest elves. Transporting troops and supplies proved arduous, as any ambush on a supply convoy would impede their progress. As winter approached, they would inevitably retreat, and upon their return the following year, it remained uncertain how much Tang Zhao and his settlement could evolve. Furthermore, several horse-drawn wagons had retreated earlier. The treacherous mountain terrain rendered them unable to evade the centaur's pursuit. The escorting wolf riders were swiftly overtaken and slain, while the wagons were successfully intercepted by the centaurs. The contents of the wagons, as anticipated, consisted of precious and rare supplies belonging to the earth elementals, including weapons, armor, and valuable everyday items. Heavy chainmail and scale armor, robust and orderly weaponry, sharp arrowheads of varying sizes, and high-nutrition portable rations for military campaigns. All these provisions were quite luxurious by ancient military standards and undoubtedly held considerable value. However, they now fell into the hands of Tang Zhao and his companions at a bargain. It appears that the production capacity of those goblins surpasses my expectations. No wonder they were able to breach the dwarven fortress. In future encounters, caution will be prudent. Direct confrontation is ill-advised, especially since their spellcasters and high-ranking warriors have yet to reveal themselves. We must remain vigilant. The main force of the earth elementals was not present, but if Tang Zhao's actions were too conspicuous, it was not beyond reason that the goblins might dispatch reinforcements. Just as Tang Zhao was preoccupied with assessing the supplies, Cynthia alighted upon his head and spoke hurriedly. Our people are fatigued and require rest. It is essential to assist the dwarves, but that must wait. Inform the dwarves in our ranks. They will assuredly respond, provided we guarantee ample supplies for them. Like Tang Zhao, the goblins inherited a commendable yet begrudging endurance, making it challenging to sustain prolonged combat. However, the dwarves were a different matter entirely, renowned for their stamina. They could endure high-intensity work in metallurgical workshops and mines without issue. Thus, the current fatigue posed no significant obstacle for them. That is agreeable, Cynthia nodded. Additionally, the centaurs seek a portion of the spoils, and their request is somewhat substantial. They intend to take half. Let them have it, as long as it remains within acceptable limits. Our current supplies are still sufficient. The dwarves should have no objections. Once we capture the fortress, they will not lack for weapons and equipment. The centaurs, being a nomadic people, traversed vast expanses of the continent from south to north. They had no conflict of interest with the goblins and did not rely on forests and mountains for sustenance. The grasslands were their favored habitat. To put it bluntly, this was not their war. Thus, it was only natural for the centaurs to take more for their efforts. Notify the centaur leaders to first seek rest and defense at the dwarven encampment. The unicorns will help us intercept the majority of the goblins. Once the situation stabilizes at the fortress, we must be ready to withdraw with supplies. Tang Zhao was responsible solely for overarching commands. Never delving into the specifics of their execution, he understood his own limitations. Ultimately, it sufficed for the goblins to fulfill the plan as required. After basking in the sun to regain energy, Tang Zhao was the first to advance toward the contested Holen fortress. At that moment, numerous dwarven warriors stood atop the damaged walls, with several crossbows secured to the battlements. Below, many goblins busied themselves with repairs, using bundled stones and rammed earth to fill the gaps in the walls, striving to complete the fortifications before more goblins arrived. This hurried construction would undoubtedly lack the solidity of the previous marble, yet their adversaries found it challenging to transport heavy siege machinery into the mountains, rendering conventional defenses adequate. Tang Zhao's distinctive appearance garnered recognition, and the goblins instinctively parted to allow him entry into the fortress. The internal structure of the fortress was uncomplicated, comprising a plaza and living quarters within the walls, built into the mountainside, with extensively expanded tunnels extending deep underground, resembling a complex termite mound. Dwarf Lord Burns stood at the cave's entrance, wielding a battle axe and intently gazing into the depths of the tunnel, flanked by a cadre of dwarven warriors, all poised for combat. Can you estimate how many goblins remain underground? It was difficult to ascertain. They had previously launched multiple disorganized assaults, but the numerical advantage was challenging to leverage in such confines, resulting in failure. So far, they had slain at least 400 to 500 goblins. Yet their numbers showed no significant decline, complicating the situation further. Chapter 91. Into the depths. With a meticulously devised plan, the dwarves executed their actions with remarkable efficacy. The goblins stationed at the fortress entrance were swiftly vanquished. However, the subsequent maneuvers posed a significant challenge. Their familiarity with the fortress's interior was rather limited, especially when compared to the goblins, who had thrived in this territory for quite some time. The dwarves, in fact, lacked any substantial advantage at home. Should they be drawn into urban warfare, the defenses within the dwarven stronghold had been specifically designed for such an environment. If the goblins displayed even a modicum of organization, every street would witness fierce contention. Even if they were to seize control of the fortress, the dwarves would undoubtedly incur considerable casualties, a notion unacceptable to both them and Tang Zhao. Then, let us first block the exit. Once the threat of the larger goblins is neutralized, we can gradually address these wild goblins, suggested one of the dwarves. However, this approach would leave a metaphorical time bomb in their rear. The goblins would not relent easily and would surely retaliate before any withdrawal. Currently, the internal condition of the fortress remained uncertain. It was possible the goblins had already discovered an emergency exit, which could lead to a concerted assault on the dwarves. What are your thoughts on this? Share your ideas. And if feasible, I shall lend my assistance, Tang Zhao encouraged. After all, this was once the stronghold of the dwarves, who were experts in guerrilla warfare. His suggestions as an outsider held little weight. We must eliminate these pests before the larger goblins arrive and deplete their manpower as much as possible. Once their offensive weakens, we can counterattack, came the response. This strategy held some merit. The dwarves, when organized, possessed formidable combat prowess in the relatively confined space of the underground. Yet, it was also fraught with danger, for none could ascertain the true conditions below. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhao nodded in agreement. We shall do our utmost to assist. Proceed according to your plan, he affirmed. Byrne regarded Tang Zhao with deep appreciation, his gratitude evident in his gaze. The notion of burying past enmities in such a manner seemed rather perfunctory, akin to a mere sleight of hand, yet in the dwarven ethos, it was indeed a sincere form of recompense. They placed immense value on the concept of enmity, which constituted an integral part of their social fabric. During negotiations, dwarves earnestly regarded past grievances as bargaining chips. Although Tang Zhao struggled to comprehend this custom, he recognized that the dwarves viewed him quite favorably, and thus he willingly accepted the risks involved in aiding them. The dog-headed folk provided ample manpower, and a rudimentary defensive structure was swiftly erected. The primary construction comprised a wall, a blend of wood, stone, and rammed earth, standing approximately 2 meters high. Several crossbows, crafted by the dog-headed folk, were mounted atop, and a trench, 1.5 meters deep, was dug in front, studded with numerous sharp stakes. Considering that the average height of goblins, dog-headed folk, and dwarves fell short of that of a middle school student, these defenses were deemed quite adequate. The underground entrance measured about 10 meters wide and 5 meters high, presenting a clear view with no obstacles. This terrain was particularly advantageous for the dwarves, as their numerical superiority could not be fully exploited. The goblins, not lacking in cunning, launched several frenzied assaults upon witnessing the dwarves constructing their defenses. Yet, through the efforts of Tang Zhao and his companions, the goblins ultimately failed to surmount the walls, leaving behind a multitude of corpses as they fled in disarray. However, Tang Zhao's primary concern was not security, but rather the removal of the deceased goblins, ensuring their bodies were incinerated and buried to prevent the outbreak of disease. Although his camp boasted several druids, their levels were insufficient to combat such a terrifying menace. While it was regrettable to forfeit the meat, Tang Zhao held no peculiar principles against consuming it. Yet, no one desired to feast upon sentient flesh, and he had far better options available. The situation at his camp gradually stabilized, with a small, agile contingent of centaurs assisting in transporting supplies from various locations within the forest. Aside from essential provisions, the centaurs primarily delivered the flesh and blood of dragon beasts. Given Tang Zhao's considerable size, his increased appetite was understandable, and the centaurs had no objections, diligently performing their transport duties, especially since Tang Zhao proved to be a vital asset on the battlefield. Moreover, they had been quite satisfied with the distribution of spoils from previous encounters. As Byrne observed the opportune moment approaching, he promptly altered his strategy. A group of small fairies and dwarves began to delve deeper into the fortress's interior, gradually whittling down the goblins' living forces. They primarily utilized short bows and crossbow bolts, coated with the potent venom secreted by Tang Zhao. Upon spotting any goblins, they would unleash their arrows, and if the goblin number swelled, they would swiftly retreat to avoid encirclement. Tang Zhao's venom had undergone several enhancements, rendering it a natural toxin of considerable potency. Even if a bear goblin were to succumb to his poison, its prospects for survival would be grim. Should it be bitten and subjected to a substantial dose of venom, unless it possessed an anomalous constitution akin to that of a red dragon beast, no creature could be expected to endure. Chapter 92. An unexpected encounter. The little fairies took flight, and the dwarves, well acquainted with their architecture, quickly familiarized themselves with the fortress's terrain, allowing them to adeptly harass the goblins. Initially, the squad would lure the goblins to the entrance of the underground fortress, where the defensive structures would engage them. This tactic soon evolved into an ambush set by the dwarves, employing a series of surprise attacks to weaken their foes. Throughout this process, the goblins attempted counterattacks, organizing personnel to encircle the dwarves. However, with the fairies observing from above and the bearmen providing scent warnings from the ground, their efforts rarely bore fruit. Even when they managed to encircle the dwarves, they found themselves at a loss against the heavily armored warriors. Moreover, with the dwarven reserves backing them, many scenarios unfolded where the dwarves successfully broke free from encirclement, and in worse, more frequent instances, turned the tables and shattered the encirclement. In summary, the situation was more optimistic than initially anticipated. Both Tang Zhao and Byrne recognized that these goblins were entirely wild tribes, lacking any overarching leadership from the greater goblins. Otherwise, their tactics would not have appeared so disorganized and chaotic. Observing the dwarves' plans unfold smoothly, Tang Zhao shifted his focus to ground operations, believing he could exert greater influence in the mountains and woods than underground. After successfully intercepting a goblin supply convoy, the opposing forces became noticeably more subdued, alleviating much of the pressure on Lauren. However, to anyone's eyes, this was not an indication of the greater goblins softening. Rather, they were amassing strength to prepare for a retaliatory strike before the onset of winter. Tang Zhao operated independently, investigating the situation among the goblins. This is troublesome. How did another one come out? He thought, gazing at the sprawling goblin encampment at the foot of the mountain, feeling quite vexed. The Greater Goblin race was comprised of multiple clans, with the formidable Greater Goblin clans controlling several goblin and bear goblin tribes. Interclan cooperation was often not as cohesive as one might expect. The transportation convoy they had previously attacked primarily belonged to the Greenspear clan, which served as the main force in paving the roads through the Everwatch Mountains, holding a mid-tier strength among the Greater Goblin clans. The encampment before him bore the Crimson Fist insignia, indicating it belonged to the Blood Fist clan, which ranked among the top 5, if not the top 3, in strength within the Greater Goblin hierarchy. The past 2 years marked a period of expansion for the Greater Goblins, who were zealously waging war against surrounding races. In the grand scheme of the Greater Goblins, the clans responsible for external warfare were undoubtedly among the strongest, while the weaker clans were relegated to secondary roles. The Blood Fist clan had teamed up with the Orcs to launch a surprise assault, successfully breaching the dwarven stronghold of the Greybeard Kingdom. It was likely they had followed the dwarves to this location, showing little interest in road construction, as their accomplishments were on entirely different levels. Now that these two clans' missions intersect, it is clear that the stronger side will dominate. However, the relationship between the two clans is not one of subordination. The Greenspear clan, which opened the path through the mountains, will not bow down, and their collaboration will undoubtedly have its vulnerabilities. Whether we can exploit them remains to be seen. The remnants of the Greybeard Kingdom scattered and broke through in multiple directions, and the forces of the Blood Fist clan also dispersed. What they encountered now was merely a fraction, and whether this was the main force remained uncertain. Considering the timeline, it had been a month or two since the fall of the Greybeard Kingdom, and news had undoubtedly spread. Reinforcements from other dwarven lords would arrive eventually, expanding the war into another conflict between the Mountain Kingdom and the Greater Goblins. The motley crew under Tang Zhao would gradually become marginalized. Their primary adversaries not the Blood Fist clan, but rather the Greenspear clan, which was still striving to carve a path. Uncertain whether the expansion of the conflict was a boon or a bane, Tang Zhao observed the goblin encampment before quietly retreating. He could already catch a faint whiff of wolf scent in the air, and getting any closer posed the risk of discovery. He was not yet inclined to engage these creatures in battle, due to the location of his base being too far back. Tang Zhao rested within the territory of the unicorn, Lauren, where he could discuss battle strategies while dining. You must have noticed the movements of those blood-fist greater goblins. After all, you are quite favored in the forest, and your eyes and ears are everywhere when needed. Should we be on guard? Tang Zhao preferred directness over beating around the bush, posing his thoughts straightforwardly. Regarding this matter, it is best not to overburden ourselves for now. The Green Spear clan has already given us a considerable headache. The woodland inhabitants lack the capacity to confront a more formidable enemy. The dwarves had essentially retreated into the fortress, having left the forest and entered the mountains. The Bloodfist clan's sole target was the dwarves, so theoretically, Tang Zhao and his companions need not overly worry about the Bloodfist clan. They had no interest in engaging in guerrilla warfare against the woodland inhabitants. Given the current state of the dwarves, they will undoubtedly struggle to withstand an organized force of greater goblins. If we do not intervene, the next to suffer will undoubtedly be us. It was not merely a matter of owing a favor. If these dwarves could not withstand the pressure and retreated or were annihilated, the greater goblins would solidify their foothold in the vicinity. And next year they would undoubtedly face an even greater onslaught. Rest assured, while I may not favor those grimy creatures, I am obligated to offer assistance whenever any orderly race is under attack by dark beings. Chapter 93. All about gathering the elves along the route had been pre-informed and would not obstruct the advancing dwarven lords. Rather, they would strive to provide supplies and guidance. However, they too were suffering under the invasion of the earth elementals, making it difficult to spare personnel for assistance. And their efforts were commendable given the circumstances. In truth, Lauren's strength was not particularly formidable, yet he commanded significantly more respect than Tang Zhao. The intelligent races of the surface would hardly regard a mere talking purebred lizard, but the vast majority would honor a unicorn, especially among the woodland denizens and certain human kingdoms influenced by them. Furthermore, the followers of the Forest Queen had received my plea for aid, and reinforcements would arrive shortly. Thanks to our effective assault on the supply caravan of the Green Spear clan, our current forces should suffice to confront them. The rangers, druids, and priests loyal to the queen would soon assist the dwarves in winning their battle. As Lauren spoke, a sense of pride and admiration radiated from him. A rarity for a unicorn. The title Forest Queen is a revered moniker for the goddess of the forest and rangers, Melika, a deity deeply respected by the woodland inhabitants. The unicorn goddess, Lar, serves as her steed in battle, and Lauren himself is a devoted follower of Melika, having once served in the Grand Temple of the Forest Queen. This marked Tang Zhao's first encounter with forces associated with the divine, and his situation was indeed peculiar, as the influence of the gods permeated the entire continent. The deities of this world bear resemblance to those of ancient Greece, each possessing their own domains irrespective of their strength. Although their powers might overlap, subtle distinctions exist. However, what sets them apart from the ancient Greek pantheon is their frequent interactions with mortals. Many deities often descend to the mortal realm, establishing themselves within societies of sentient beings. Tang Zhao, a rarity in this land, was an unbeliever, largely ignorant of the pantheon and resistant to the notions instilled in him from his previous life, leading him to harbor respect, but no genuine faith towards any god. The fairies and tree spirits primarily venerate the Earth Mother, Shangtia, albeit in a rather detached manner. Over the long ages, the goddess's focus has shifted toward agriculture and harvest, resulting in her neglect of the forest's affairs. The woodland inhabitants' reverence for her has become more of a habit etched by time. The dwarves, on the other hand, hold a unique ancestral deity belief, with their gods having vanished after the Golden Age, rendering them a race seemingly abandoned by the divine. As Tang Zhao surveyed the situation, he realized he had gathered an extraordinary assortment from across the continent. He managed a sizable settlement, yet found no connections with any deity's priesthood or temple. Perhaps it is necessary to collaborate with certain churches. This could serve as an opportunity for observation. Unlike the modern world he once knew, the churches in this realm not only provided spiritual solace, but also wielded tangible power. When necessary, he would not hesitate to seek assistance from the churches of benevolent or neutral deities, as many of them proved to be excellent allies. Dwarf Lord Byrne assured Tang Zhao that reinforcements from other lords would arrive swiftly, and indeed they did, though somewhat at odds with Tang Zhao's expectations. He had anticipated that the Dwarven Lord's support would be a well-equipped contingent, even if not a full legion, but rather a force numbering in the thousands. After all, he had seen the elite guard of Orlon, and the dwarves' metallurgical prowess far surpassed that of contemporary humans. They had a glorious past, suggesting that even a starved camel is larger than a horse. In reality, the so-called reinforcements were mostly fragmented groups, with numbers varying from a few hundred to several hundred. The most numerous contingent from a single dwarven lord amounted to just under 500. However, Byrne maintained an optimistic demeanor, brimming with confidence regarding the impending battle. Once the reinforcements arrived, preparations for a thorough cleansing of the fortress's subterranean levels would commence. Tang Zhao's kobolds had successfully completed their tasks, yet he retained 3 squads of 300 kobolds as laborers, just in case. The battles to come would be intense and fierce, and the woodland inhabitants were not entirely equipped to handle such strife. Thus, Tang Zhao's forthcoming strategy would target the Green Spear clan while simultaneously disrupting the supply lines of the Bloodfist, compelling them to withdraw. Chapter 94. Gradual arrival. Following the arrival of the dwarven reinforcements, a cadre of devotees and followers under Merike soon made their presence known. Before Tang Zhao stood a procession of elves mounted on majestic deer, adorned in brown short cloaks, their upper bodies clad in intricately crafted chainmail, and their lower halves dressed in brown trousers and boots, an ensemble that appeared both agile and well-suited for forest endeavors. This was the customary attire of the followers of the Forest Queen. Each bore the unicorn insignia, emblematic of the Forest Queen, unequivocally signaling their identity as a band of valiant rangers loyal to Merike. The personalities of the various deities diverged sharply, and this was reflected in the organizational structures of their respective followers. Some resembled grand trading guilds, others evoked the image of medieval knightly orders, while some resembled charitable organizations. The Church of the Forest Queen, however, operated more loosely, with many of its followers, primarily elves, treants, and fairies, acting independently across the continent as rangers and druids. At the forefront was a female elf with golden tresses, who gracefully dismounted from her deer, disregarding Tang Zhao, who was observing the situation nearby, and respectfully bowed to Lauren. "It has been a while, Lauren of Koira. We hold your past achievements in great esteem. In response to your call for aid for the forest denizens, the Western Elves have brought 35 elite rangers and 10 druids to serve under your command." Although this was not Tang Zhao's first encounter with elves, having seen them once near the human capital, it was indeed his first time witnessing such a multitude. He took a moment to observe them, confirming that each elf possessed the striking allure of models, suitable for a barefaced portrayal in a production akin to The Lord of the Rings. However, his interest waned as he turned his focus back to the piece of beast meat before him. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy for the unicorn's prestige. All manner of woodland inhabitants treated him with utmost deference, whereas he was nearly regarded as a pariah. "We appreciate your contributions and adherence to our vows. Allow me to succinctly elucidate the current situation," Lauren stated, swiftly summarizing the circumstances within 5 minutes. "We can manage matters concerning the Green Spear, yet we harbor concerns for the dwarves. I beseech you to set aside past grievances and assist them in this instance." The temperaments of elves and dwarves were fundamentally at odds, one refined and elegant, the other bold and unrestrained. Historically, the two races had engaged in a cataclysmic conflict, the outcome of which remained inconclusive, yet both sides suffered grievously, cementing a lasting enmity. Given that elves are notoriously long-lived and prone to grudges, while dwarves also possess considerable lifespans and an extreme fixation on vendettas, the animosity between these two races had only intensified over the millennia. Despite the severity of their mutual hatred, they now faced a common threat from the earth elementals and their minions, which afforded the followers of the Forest Queen a glimmer of rationality. The leading female elf appeared conflicted momentarily, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence, expressing her willingness to lend aid. Indeed, while the stones of the mountains may be foul and unyielding, they can still serve a purpose when hurled from a catapult. We cannot simply stand by and watch the dwarves perish without cause. Please ensure proper communication. We cannot expect a grand reception from the dwarves. As long as they refrain from attacking us with their rudimentary runic weapons and soulless crossbow bolts, we shall manage. Their words reflected a clear disdain for the dwarves, yet the willingness to assist was commendable. After their arduous journey, the elves required respite. They planned to reach the dwarven encampment by nightfall, taking the afternoon to recuperate and prepare various tools for combat, while also familiarizing themselves with the surrounding landscape. Tang Zhao remained quietly in the background, focused on his own tasks, while the fairies accompanying him, filled with curiosity about the elves, ventured closer to engage in conversation. Their inherent fondness for fellow beings was heightened by the fact that the Zhangwan forest had not seen elves for quite some time, amplifying their intrigue. To their surprise, the elves initially displayed a cordial demeanor. However, as the fairies revealed their allegiance to the Earth Mother, the elves' expressions shifted dramatically. They instinctively took several steps back, their gazes tinged with wariness. Had it not been for the unicorn Lauren's presence, they might have drawn their weapons in hostility. There's no need for alarm, my friends. These fairies are not what you presume to be staunch devotees of the Earth Mother. Rather, they revere the echoes of her past. This is merely a remnant of bygone times. Here in the forest, she has forsaken the faith of her woodland denizens and thus cannot expect their genuine devotion in return. Lauren reassured them, his words carrying significant weight. The elves exchanged glances, and the leading female elf, after a moment's contemplation, offered a sincere apology to the fairies, bowing deeply. We apologize for our overreaction. We have encountered some distressing experiences in the human realm. Please forgive us. Chapter 95. Divine turmoil among the deities associated with nature or the forest. Undoubtedly, the Earth Mother, Shangtai, stands as one of the most ancient. Her existence emerging merely a generation after that of the sun and moon gods. Once revered and respected by all woodland inhabitants and related deities. The landscape shifted gradually following the ascendance of humanity. She exhibited an overwhelming preference for humans, willingly transforming her divine essence into that of harvest and fertility. As the goddess presiding over agriculture, she garnered a multitude of human worship, yet simultaneously, other nature deities began to harbor discontent, notably the father of the oak, Savanus, who assumed leadership over a significant portion of the natural pantheon after Shangtai's departure. This deity is notably radical, with his followers favoring forceful resolutions to conflicts when necessary. Their ideology, as perceived by Tang Zhao, bears a resemblance to extreme environmentalism, albeit with the crucial difference that they possess formidable power. Those who dare to fell trees face their wrath. The forest queen, the father of the oak, and the god of unicorns are all aligned with this faction, maintaining a notably close-knit relationship. Although Shangtai has embraced her role as the goddess of harvest, even encouraging humans to coexist harmoniously with nature. The insatiable human desire for increased crop yields inevitably leads to the expansion into natural territories, converting forests into arable land. Faced with this unavoidable dilemma, Shangtai chose to turn a blind eye. The priests and druids under her guidance would only endeavor to persuade and educate humanity, refraining from extreme actions unless certain humans overstepped their bounds. In her perspective, this was an inevitable consequence, yet for other nature deities, it represented a blatant betrayal, resulting in a persistently frosty relationship with Shangtai thereafter. Essentially, the nature of the deity is reflected in the disposition of their followers. Thus, the sentiments of the nature deity's adherents regarding this matter closely mirror those of their divine counterpart. Consequently, one cannot expect them to display any benevolence towards Shangtai's devotees. As a former human, Tang Zhao naturally leans towards Shangtai. Yet he also comprehends the stance of the nature deities, thus adopting a reserved attitude without passing judgment. The distant mountains are layered in verdant hues. A stream of cold water flows shallow and clear. Traversing the deep mountains, a massive lizard recites verses incessantly to the elves trailing behind. Concerned about a potential conflict between dwarves and elves, Tang Zhao chose to accompany them to the dwarven stronghold. He harbored a tinge of petty vengeance. For the elves had initially perceived him merely as a large, formidable beast, an impression that irked him immensely. He had not forgotten the astonished expression on the female elf's face when he spoke using his psychic ability. It was as though she were incredulous that this creature could articulate words. This exemplifies the quintessential elven arrogance, although they may not wish to admit it. Elves generally look down upon the vast majority of surrounding races, embodying a notably proud lineage. Thus, throughout the journey, Tang Zhao meticulously poured forth his thoughts to the elves, benefiting from his telepathic abilities that directly convey ideas without the need for translation, achieving nearly the original essence of his expressions. Elves possess long lifespans and harbor a fervent passion for culture and the arts, with an elevated standard of appreciation. Should they genuinely listen, They would undoubtedly grasp the nuances of the poetry Tang Zhao articulated, profoundly impacting their mature worldview. It was akin to a parrot from the neighbor's home suddenly engaging in fluent conversation with humans. Before they could fully comprehend, the parrot would commence expounding on advanced mathematics. While not entirely magical realism, it certainly verged on the unconventional. Initially, the elves were indifferent, but soon they began to question their own perceptions, ultimately growing somewhat exasperated by the discourse. After this retaliatory exchange, Tang Zhao redirected his focus to more pressing matters. You must be the elves from the western continent. How fares your region now? Can you enlighten me? The Yonglong mountain range effectively isolates the eastern and western sides of the continent, which may be inconsequential for the mighty, who can traverse it in a day and a half, or perhaps utilize advanced teleportation circles. However, for the common folk, acquiring information from the opposite side of the continent proves exceedingly challenging. Thus, curiosity brewed within Tang Zhao, a newcomer, and the secluded woodland inhabitants knew little of that realm. The golden-haired elf, Elena, when broaching these matters, could not hide her gritted teeth. The stony mountains may be bothersome, but the earth elementals are undeniably more detestable. Those wretched beings are consumed only by thoughts of war, slaughter, and agriculture. This year, their assaults have been particularly fierce. We nearly succumbed. Ultimately, it was the priest of the Father of the Oak who conducted several eternal thorn ceremonies, barely managing to stave them off. Otherwise, we would not be here aiding Lauren now. Elena's tone was exceedingly polite, perhaps tinged with a sense of guilt. The so-called eternal thorn ceremony generates a thick barrier of thorns at the forest's edge, effectively repelling adversaries. Have you attempted to establish contact with the elves of the eastern regions? They are relatively unencumbered, likely not facing any formidable foes, and would probably be generous in offering assistance. After all, if they can extend a helping hand to unfamiliar fairies, it is even more certain that they would strive to aid their kin in times of need. Chapter 96. Concerning lineage, we would certainly wish to assist, yet the circumstances do not permit it. The elves, too, face their own adversaries, and the distance from the southeastern to the northwestern continent is indeed vast, rendering their aid unattainable. The expression on the elf's face was markedly unnatural, suggesting a concealment of certain matters. However, Tang Zhao had no inclination to pry into such private affairs. It sufficed for him to know that the elves would not extend their help. As he contemplated the information at hand, he ceased further inquiries, while Elena periodically cast glances in his direction, her eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity. Lord Carlos, having posed so many questions, might you enlighten me on some of my uncertainties? Only within the bounds of my knowledge. Feel free to inquire. What kind of dragon do you descend from? Although your scales are black, you lack the distinctive spines and horns characteristic of black dragons, and indeed bear none of the traits of any dragon. This is quite peculiar. Possessing profound intelligence, immense stature, and formidable power, resembling a great lizard, upon mentioning these keywords, most beings on the continent would immediately conjure images of dragons and their draconic descendants. Since I do not exhibit the traits of dragonkind, it is evident that I am unrelated to such beings. Is this not self-evident? Tang Zhao, still lacking sufficient strength, maintained a respectful distance from most draconic beings. Declaring oneself a noble descendant of dragons, akin to the kobolds, seemed entirely unnecessary and would likely invite trouble. Yet, Elena appeared astonished but ultimately chose to remain silent, refraining from further inquiries. Along their path, numerous dwarven outposts and patrols became visible, both overtly and covertly. Having been informed in advance, the dwarves did not resort to arms upon spotting the elven party. A few dwarven guides led them through a series of checkpoints. Arriving at the base of the Halland fortress, the fortress had undergone a remarkable transformation. The damaged walls had been meticulously repaired, the main gate recast in iron, and numerous shooting ports had been established along the walls. Every 20 to 30 meters, one could observe ballistae or catapults, and Tang Zhao even caught a glimpse of several metal tubes that appeared to be cannons. The above-ground portion of the fortress was relatively modest, allowing dwarven warriors to adequately defend the entire wall while maintaining a few reserves for contingencies. The dwarves had thoughtfully designed the fortress, taking into account their limited population. The compact layout not only optimized space but also minimized the pressure on defenses. Exceptions existed for some cities from the dwarves' golden age, where the above-ground portions were significantly larger, housing barracks, armories, residential areas, and even commercial districts. The living ancestors, including the Grey Dwarves of the Underdark, commanded respect in any dwarven kingdom. Given that the coalition was unaware of the local situation, the commander of the troops remained the venerable elder dwarf, Byrne of the Greybeard Kingdom. Among the reinforcements were also living ancestors and royal heirs, making Byrne's pursuit of command no simple matter. However, dwarves excel in this regard, as internal strife among their kin is virtually non-existent. Any disputes were resolved during military councils, where grievances were openly expressed rather than festering in silence. Preventing rifts between factions, this was indeed a commendable tradition. With the bolstering of troops from the dwarven lords, Byrne could finally act decisively. He initiated a large-scale offensive against the remaining goblins underground. Initially, the goblins had been anxious in the face of Byrne and his dwarven militia, but now, with a substantial influx of well-trained warriors, they no longer feared the scattered forces below. Armed to the teeth, the dwarves advanced steadily through the barricades, swiftly eliminating the majority of the remaining goblins and promptly dispatching teams to ascertain the structure of the underground fortress, securing the various secret exits. The threat of being attacked from behind was largely mitigated. They merely needed to defend the fortress. This was no trivial task, yet remaining in the mountains north of Insula necessitated this war for the dwarves. Interrupting at such a crucial moment is indeed inopportune, but I genuinely require the assistance of the dwarves. Tasks had long been assigned, and Tang Zhao was not idly passing time. He genuinely needed the dwarves' aid, bringing the elven rangers along merely as an afterthought. Of course, feel free to articulate your needs. You are a friend to us dwarves. We shall endeavor to fulfill any reasonable requests. Byrne replied heartily, slapping his chest, readily agreeing to Tang Zhao's request without inquiring further into the specifics. Chapter 97. Guerrilla Warfare. As Tang Zhao prepared to engage in a conflict of greater intensity, he recognized that despite the commendable defensive capabilities of his scale armor, capable of withstanding most piercing attacks, he still required superior protection. After all, when it comes to safeguarding one's life, no amount of preparation is excessive. Within the dwarf stronghold lay remnants of metallurgical workshops and raw materials, which the goblins showed little interest in, thus they remained largely intact and ready for use with minimal cleaning. Moreover, there existed numerous highly skilled craftsmen among the dwarves, who approached this task with utmost professionalism. Byrne readily agreed, demonstrating remarkable efficiency in his actions. He organized shifts of blacksmiths, and within just over 3 days, they had crafted the armor Tang Zhao requested. In ancient Europe, forging a custom full suit of plate armor would typically require 2 to 3 weeks, let alone considering Tang Zhao's unique physique, necessitating additional components and specialized designs. This swift production was nothing short of miraculous. The armor was primarily constructed from a metal known as tundra steel, celebrated for its lightweight yet sturdy properties, while sections connecting the pieces incorporated the scales of red draconic beasts. Rather than enveloping Tang Zhao entirely, it fortified only his vulnerable areas, such as the neck and flanks, which were particularly susceptible to weapon strikes and warranted enhanced protection. To alleviate the burden, Tang Zhao refrained from adorning himself with superfluous weaponry, opting instead for a newly forged pair of sharp claw gauntlets to replace the previous conical ones. The former claw gauntlets, designed specifically for armor penetration, were better suited for larger creatures, making them unnecessary against goblins, where the proportion felt akin to employing a cannon to swat a fly. With his needs met, Tang Zhao found his presence redundant, promptly donning the armor and departing the dwarf citadel. The Bloodfist clan of goblins could strike at any moment, and it was possible that upon his return, the aftermath of battle would have unfolded. Currently, he could not assist the dwarves significantly, leaving behind over 300 gnolls to serve as laborers for transporting goods and constructing fortifications, hoping they would endure. Otherwise, the Bloodfist clan of earth goblins would pose a severe threat to the forest. In the subsequent 4 to 5 days, the Bloodfist clan formally declared war on the dwarves. They surged forth from their encampment, encircling the entire dwarf stronghold, thus commencing the offensive. Following the outbreak of hostilities, communication between Tang Zhao and the dwarves faced considerable disruption, with messages conveyed solely through birds trained by the fairies. From these messages, it became apparent that the Bloodfist clan had amassed nearly 10,000 warriors, alongside a number of ordinary goblins that far exceeded theirs. This represented a perilous situation, as the dwarves numbered only about 5,000. While it is said that overwhelming odds do not guarantee victory, the dwarves were undoubtedly poised to confront immense pressure. The dwarves assessed their circumstances with pessimism, contemplating the possibility of retreating underground to engage the earth goblins in close-quarters combat. Yet, they resolved not to withdraw, choosing instead to confront their foes with unwavering determination. Given their limited population, such battles were not unfamiliar to the dwarves, who possessed extensive experience in these matters. The eventual outcome remained uncertain, yet the ferocity of the conflict was undoubtedly foreseen. As the dwarves busied themselves with the war, the Bloodfist clan, constrained by their own numbers, showed little inclination to split their forces in the forest. Consequently, the situation in the woods unfolded as anticipated, devolving into a confrontation between the Greenspear clan and the woodland inhabitants. Lauren took charge of the operations, employing tactics similar to those previously utilized, leveraging his familiarity with the forest and the centaur's agility to disrupt the supply lines of the Greenspear clan, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the earth goblins. The population of the woodland inhabitants paled in comparison to that of the earth goblins, and they lacked high-level spellcasters or warriors capable of altering the course of battle. Thus, they resorted to this approach to outmaneuver their adversaries. Tang Zhao felt neither shame nor frustration in this strategy, having risen from the status of an ordinary lizard. Employing whatever cunning tactics necessary for hunting, the efficacy of the method was all that mattered. Even into the 21st century, such tactics continued to perplex many nations, let alone these beings who existed in a medieval context. The Greenspear clan was compelled to suspend their road expansion efforts, focusing their attention on Tang Zhao and his allies, although with limited success. Adhering to the principle of striking and retreating, Tang Zhao and Lauren's forces insidiously coated their weapons with various toxins, resulting in goblins either perishing or sustaining injuries. Any goblin that dared to pursue them alone would find themselves surrounded and annihilated. After several encounters, the losses on the goblin side mounted significantly. As the conflict persisted intermittently over half a month, the Greenspear clan ultimately lost patience and resolved to confront Tang Zhao and his allies in a decisive battle. A vast number of goblins departed from their encampment, forming orderly ranks as they advanced into the forest, intent on flushing out their enemies for a direct confrontation. Chapter 98. The flaw at this juncture: retreating would not be an unwise choice. They could easily slip into the forest where the goblins would struggle to locate them. However, Lorraine assessed that the moment had arrived. The goblins had undoubtedly overstepped, venturing beyond the terrain where they could fully exert their combat capabilities. Entering the forest posed a risk of fragmentation for their entire unit, thus presenting an opportunity for Lorraine and his companions to strike. By concentrating their forces locally, they could devise a strategy to inflict significant damage upon the enemy. The execution of this plan bore little difficulty, yet it proved exceedingly effective against the majority of adversaries. The Greenspear clan's inability to expand stemmed from a clear reason. The most capable commanders and warriors were drawn to the larger clans, where they could realize their ambitions and showcase their talents. In contrast, the common mid-sized clans could not provide such platforms. From their recent skirmishes, it was evident that the goblin commanders could only be described as mediocre. While they were certainly not incompetent, they lacked the brilliance of a truly gifted strategist. Consequently, neither the centaurs nor the kobolds retreated. Instead, they concealed themselves in various hidden spots within the forest, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Lorraine took charge of leading the troops into battle, while Tang Zhao had other matters to attend to. The goblin army, upon entering the forest, maintained a streamlined formation without fracturing into countless small groups. They had prepared in advance, organizing themselves into orderly platoons of 300 to 400 individuals, spaced 1 to 2 kilometers apart as they scoured the woods. Their intellect was intact. The vastness of the forest rendered it futile to send thousands of troops in search of their foes. Thus, their objective was to seek out and dismantle the strongholds of the forest dwellers, aiming to eliminate their supplies and logistics, a plan that held feasibility. A handful of forest rangers could indeed subsist without resupply, engaging the goblins in a contest of endurance, but this was predicated on a limited number of participants. With over 1,000 individuals operating in concentrated formations, the absence of logistical support was impractical. In fact, over the past month or two, the goblins had advanced their front lines to a precarious position, with Lorraine's dwelling not far to the east. Even though most of the ferries had been evacuated, substantial supplies and weaponry still remained, and their capture would pose significant complications. by maintaining their formations at 300 to 400 individuals. The goblins ensured a degree of self-preservation against potential ambushes from the forest's inhabitants, as long as they could withstand an assault for 15 to 20 minutes. Reinforcements would arrive in due course, and the subsequent actions would be manageable. Their numerical superiority and competent troops meant that, even in adverse terrain, they could inflict considerable casualties upon the forest dwellers, thereby achieving their objectives. In this context, it was Tang Zhao's turn to play his part. Applying a special potion crafted by the elven druids, which concealed his scent, he utilized his chameleon-like ability to blend into the surroundings, stealthily approaching the goblins. Thanks to his exceptional camouflage skills, his imposing size went unnoticed at first. Seizing a moment when the goblin formations were disordered, Tang Zhao erupted from the forest, crashing into the hastily assembled lines of goblins. In a matter of seconds, he caused the demise of 20 to 30 goblins through his ferocious assault. The goblin leaders, not concerned about the skirmish involving the ordinary goblins and Tang Zhao, began launching crossbow bolts in his direction. The rain of arrows resulted in significant casualties among the nearby goblins, yet Tang Zhao emerged unscathed. The green spear goblins, anticipating encounters with the forest dwellers, were ill-equipped with heavy armor. Thus, they commonly employed light crossbows, which were both inexpensive and easy to manufacture. However, Tang Zhao was clad in scales, layers of fat, and armor, rendering such weaponry ineffective against him. Slightly turning his head to shield his eyes from the bolts, he continued his rampage, heading straight for the core of the goblin formation. The tips of their spears merely grazed his armor, bending and warping under the pressure, as Tang Zhao, relying on his robust physique, disrupted the goblin lines and posed a threat to the crossbowmen and catapulters within their ranks. Yet, he did not intend to delve deeper into the goblin formations. To do so would risk being overwhelmed and killed. With a swift flick of his tail, he sent several goblins flying before making his escape. Initially, there was joy among the goblins, but it quickly morphed into frustration as the forest dwellers, regardless of their strength, never confronted them directly. Such relentless harassment leading to attrition was untenable. At that moment, a goblin commander, mounted on a dire wolf, caught a whiff of Tang Zhao's presence and fixed his gaze upon the area where Tang Zhao had just been. A glimmer of human-like glee flickered across his face. The ground was not devoid of evidence. Apart from the goblin's weaponry, there lay dark blood, unmistakably that of Tang Zhao. Although the quantity was minimal, it was sufficient for the dire wolf to track him. Chapter 99. Retreat. Combined chapter. Tang Zhao intentionally feigned injury, aiming to entice his adversaries into action. He had previously demonstrated an undeniable threat, as the 8-meter-long behemoth significantly influenced localized skirmishes, capable of swaying the outcome of battles. Each of Tang Zhao's assaults rendered dozens of goblins incapacitated. Even a multitude could not afford such losses. Thus, from the perspective of the great goblins, eliminating the formidable lizard was essential for victory. This situation presented a prime opportunity for the goblins, who could mobilize a large contingent of soldiers to hunt Tang Zhao. However, they were bound to misjudge Tang Zhao's intellect, which would prove a considerable blunder, albeit a foreseeable one. After all, they were not contending with a purebred dragon. Few would regard a lizard as an entity of high intelligence. Having inflicted significant losses upon the goblins in the past, they believed they had seized an opportunity and promptly took action. An elite squad of wolf riders was dispatched to execute the hunt for this lizard. Following the scent of blood, they ventured deep into the forest, remaining vigilant against potential enemies, until they arrived at a river valley where they discovered the signs of the giant lizard's feeding and movement. Leading the goblins was a towering figure clad in reddish-brown armor. Even by the impressive standards of the goblins, he was extraordinarily tall, standing over 2 meters and riding a robust wolf, making him stand out among the ranks. In the realm of spellcasters, levels are relatively straightforward to delineate. The ability to cast spells of a certain tier designates one as a practitioner of that level. Conversely, the classification of warriors is more elusive, particularly within goblin society, where one's stature is often determined by the number of accomplishments achieved. Typically, a professional's rank serves as a mere reference point, rather than an absolute indicator of strength. For instance, Tang Zhao, lacking even a first-tier classification, could effortlessly vanquish third-tier spellcasters through sheer physical prowess and unique abilities. Dragons epitomize this phenomenon, except for the white dragon. Any adult purebred dragon can slay those of 5th-tier strength, regardless of their spellcasting level. A few wolf riders remained stationed to keep watch and scout, while the rest entered the river valley sequentially, preparing to commence the hunt for Tang Zhao. These goblins, moving in small squads through the forest, exercised utmost caution, promptly retreating at the slightest sign of trouble. To facilitate the success of the plan, Tang Zhao refrained from deploying ambushes in the valley, confronting his adversaries alone. Nevertheless, he had not neglected to leave himself an escape route. His swimming skills were commendable, and the adjacent river, deep and swift, provided an avenue for a hasty retreat should the situation demand it. After a brief yet tense wait, the goblins on their wolves advanced, finally nearing Tang Zhao's true resting place. The prior signs were primarily fabricated by Tang Zhao to prevent arousing suspicion. As the goblins approached with palpable intent, Tang Zhao, wary of overestimating his position, relied on his exceptional camouflage abilities to seize the moment and launch a surprise attack on the rear of the squad, aiming to inflict early casualties. Yet, the goblins, having suffered losses before, were not naive. They remained tense and vigilant, anticipating an imminent ambush. As Tang Zhao emerged from the underbrush, the wolves under the goblins surged forward, narrowly evading his pounce. In swift succession, the goblins drew their throwing spears, and without need for extensive commands, a volley of short spears flew toward Tang Zhao. Similar to ancient mammoths and rhinoceroses hunted for sport, despite his tough hide, Tang Zhao had not yet attained a level of immunity to conventional weaponry. Several spears struck his armor with a dull thud, while others penetrated the gaps in his scales, piercing flesh. Instinctively, Tang Zhao shook his body, attempting to dislodge the spears, only to discover that their barbed tips made extraction exceedingly difficult. Any attempt to pull them out would result in tearing away significant flesh. These goblins were fundamentally different from their predecessors. They had diligently studied Tang Zhao's capabilities and vulnerabilities, devising a specialized plan that capitalized on the common weaknesses of large creatures and equipped themselves with more effective weaponry. Whether Tang Zhao would emerge victorious remained uncertain. He could no longer charge recklessly as he had before, lest he be impaled like a porcupine. In the moments leading up to Tang Zhao's physical exhaustion, the wolf riders refrained from launching a full-scale melee assault. They circled around him, occasionally hurling spears, aiming to provoke him into a chase that would deplete his stamina, bringing him closer to his demise. Tang Zhao, not merely a beast, was impervious to such rudimentary taunts. He calmly observed his surroundings and decisively severed the spears embedded in him with his claws, leaving the shafts to clatter to the ground, while the spearheads remained lodged in his flesh. If one were to question the pain he felt, it would undoubtedly be immense. However, survival took precedence, and Tang Zhao was more concerned about whether the spearheads had damaged his tendons. Presently, he found himself at a disadvantage against the goblins, as humanoid creatures possess the terrifying ability to throw weapons, inflicting lethal wounds from a distance. Tang Zhao could neither pursue nor retaliate effectively, leaving him to endure the onslaught passively. Regaining his composure, Tang Zhao began to pursue the surrounding wolf riders at a slow jog, not with the intent of hunting them down, but rather to maintain mobility for both himself and the goblins. The backs of wolves, inherently less spacious and stable than horsebacks, made it challenging for the goblins to aim and throw effectively. As he continued to move, the cumulative factors resulted in the goblins' spear-throwing accuracy and power being remarkably lacking. The goblins, having undergone military training from a young age, could not entirely miss such a large target. Yet, despite the volley of spears, few managed to strike Tang Zhao's vulnerable areas, inflicting no significant damage. The commander spoke in the goblin tongue, which bore no relevance to Tang Zhao, who could glean the goblins' tactical preparations even if they conversed in the abyssal dialect. This commander evidently commanded respect. The wolves growled in unison, and, without prompting, ceased their movements, allowing their goblin riders to dismount. With their long legs in motion, the wolves encircled Tang Zhao, initiating tentative attacks from both flanks. The only effective points of damage were the claws and jaws, perhaps supplemented by a tail used for balance and swimming. The remaining areas were vulnerable to wolf attacks, which these highly intelligent beasts exploited. Although the wolves possessed limited offensive power and feared Tang Zhao's counterattacks, they dared not bite too deeply, resulting in mere superficial wounds. To avoid detection by the goblins, Tang Zhao complied with the commander's orders, initially feigning anger and impatience before being lured away by the wolves. Nonetheless, the crossbow bolts wielded by the goblins posed a significant psychological threat. Their powerful draw weight and specially designed armor-piercing tips could genuinely breach Tang Zhao's defenses. Originally intended for heavily armored dwarves, they proved equally effective against Tang Zhao's own formidable armor. Although their loading speed was somewhat slow, their penetration capability was extraordinary. After enduring a volley, sustaining multiple injuries, Tang Zhao realized that this approach was unsustainable. In a sudden burst of speed, he broke through the encirclement formed by the wolves, eschewing immediate confrontation with the goblins. Instead, he plunged into the nearby river, submerging himself beneath the water's surface, momentarily vanishing from sight. Tang Zhao could have easily submerged and departed unnoticed, yet he refrained from doing so in order to captivate the attention of the earth goblins. Ascending to the water's surface, he lured the goblins along the river until they reached a cavern, into which he plunged without a second thought. In the open terrain, he would have struggled against the formidable weight of a heavy crossbow, but within the confines of the cave, he could easily prevail against the odds, albeit at the risk of becoming trapped. Presently, he harbored no fears of exhaustion. After all, there were plans in motion in Lorraine, and should fortune favor him, the goblins would be compelled to retreat. Even in the event of misfortune, reinforcements would soon arrive to aid him, ensuring his escape was inevitable. Retreating into the cavern, Tang Zhao relied on his night vision, allowing him to navigate the inky darkness with ease, a privilege not shared by the goblins. Their intellect was not to be underestimated, as they refrained from recklessly charging into the cave and instead paused at the entrance, busily preparing their equipment. In less than half an hour, they entered the cavern, torches aloft, led by the Earth Goblin commander, ready for a long-awaited confrontation with the patiently waiting Tang Zhao, a clash they had yearned for all along. Chapter 100. The cave. Generally speaking, battles within the confines of caves and tunnels lack finesse. The limited space offers little room for maneuvering, compelling combatants to resort to the most rudimentary and cumbersome methods. The Earthlings formed a line, with those in the rear holding torches to illuminate the path ahead as they cautiously advanced. Tang Zhao observed the flickering lights drawing nearer, contemplating his forthcoming strategy. Undoubtedly, this one-directional terrain posed disadvantages. Escape was futile, and he was left with no choice but to fight to the last breath. However, such a desperate situation also bore its advantages, for the environment was decidedly favorable to him. The cramped quarters of the cave rendered the Earthlings unable to wield their short spears effectively, leaving them to rely on their daggers. Furthermore, they found it challenging to shoot crossbow bolts at Tang Zhao, who needed only to engage these creatures in direct combat. In contrast to Tang Zhao, the Earthlings' primary advantage lay in their numbers, equipment, and mobility. Yet, the terrain obliterated these advantages, making it an opportune moment for him to strike. With claws fully extended, Tang Zhao flicked his tongue, his gaze fixed on the distant glimmers of light. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an explosive speed that belied his size, darting straight toward the Earthlings. To label cold-blooded creatures as devoid of emotion is a misrepresentation. It must be acknowledged that after transforming into a lizard, Tang Zhao had become markedly more composed, rarely succumbing to emotional fluctuations that could impede his actions. Otherwise, he might have met his demise long ago. As unusual sounds approached from afar, the front line of Earthlings instinctively crouched, while those in the second row readied their crossbows, adopting aiming stances. The flickering light reflected off their armor, prompting them to execute a seamless aiming and shooting sequence upon detecting the glint. Tang Zhao's armor, meticulously designed and reinforced, in conjunction with his scale armor, afforded him substantial protection against the bolts aimed at him. The arrows struck his armor with a series of clattering sounds. Yet he managed to close the distance to within 10 meters of the Earthling formation. Using his weight, Tang Zhao crashed into the throng, wielding his tail and claws with astonishing speed, launching a frenzied assault on all nearby foes. His bladed claws sliced through the Earthling's chainmail and flesh with ease, while his tail, akin to the girth of a tree trunk, swept left and right, sending any adversaries it struck flying. His massive maw, filled with banana-shaped teeth, effortlessly crushed bones and sinew, rendering the surrounding enemies momentarily non-existent. However, his moment of dominance was short-lived, as a robust Earthling commander swiftly advanced to confront him. Seeking to eliminate this most threatening foe, Tang Zhao partially rose and struck downwards with his claws. The towering Earthling merely smirked, deftly stepping back to evade the attack. He understood that engaging Tang Zhao in a direct contest of strength was the folly of a mindless beast. The Earthling sought victory, not martyrdom. With a fluid motion, he swung his long sword, delivering a sharp cut at the junctions of Tang Zhao's scale armor, causing him considerable pain. His strength is astonishing, seemingly surpassing that of a grizzly bear. He must be a seasoned professional. I cannot afford to be ensnared by him. Quickly swiping his right claw to fend off the enemy, Tang Zhao silently withdrew his claws embedded in the ground. The Earthlings had already lost numerous torches amidst the chaos of battle, dimming the cave's illumination. The encroaching darkness favored Tang Zhao's movements. Hidden within the shadows, he gasped for breath, cautiously observing his adversaries. His stamina had never been exceptional, and the recent flurry of attacks had drained some of his energy. Fortunately, the Earthlings had also sustained significant casualties, leading him to believe this encounter had not been a total loss. At this moment, the Earthling formation shifted, contracting into a circular defense against the potential surprise assault from Tang Zhao lurking in the darkness. However, the time is nigh. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. The cave fell into an eerie silence, save for the crackling of burning torches and the heavy breaths of the Earthlings, accompanied by the subtle rustling sounds emanating from the shadows. Tang Zhao occasionally extended his claws to scrape against the cavern walls, eliciting tense reactions from the Earthlings. Yet he refrained from launching any effective attacks, instead circling their formation, awaiting the moment they would reveal a vulnerability. The Earthlings, recognizing the untenable nature of this standoff, prepared to take action. The leading Earthling raised his right hand, channeling magical energy that coalesced into a dazzling orb of light. He hurled the luminous sphere into the air, instantly illuminating the cave, transforming a 20-meter radius into a realm akin to daylight, thereby revealing Tang Zhao's presence. Chapter 101. No discussion. Undoubtedly, spellcasters are a rare breed within the Earth Gnome Society, yet their presence is not entirely absent. The Earth Gnome commander before us serves as an exemplary case. He is likely a sorcerer of the first or second tier, incapable of casting devastating spells, but his ability to unleash supportive magic proves invaluable, often yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. Surrounded by illumination, with the imminent threat of being pierced like a hedgehog, Tang Zhao finds himself with no alternative but to bravely charge into the fray, engaging the Earth Gnomes in close-quarters combat once more. The battlefield and hunting grounds are far from elegant. They are arenas of bloodshed and brutality, where flesh collides, accompanied by the sharp clinking of blades against armor and the dull thud of weaponry puncturing resilient leather. Tang Zhao is acutely aware of a fundamental truth. One must be ruthless towards oneself to emerge victorious. Thus, upon making contact with the enemy, he resolves to attack without regard for the myriad small wounds inflicted by the gnome's blades, as long as he can retaliate against his foes. The exchange of injuries is a tactic he deems highly advantageous. As blades find their way through the gaps in his scales, they often become lodged within his muscles. In such moments, Tang Zhao harnesses his psychic energy, delivering a swift and effective shock that momentarily disorients the gnomes, providing him the precious opportunity to sever their throats or pierce their hearts with his claws. After all, his hide is tough and his flesh resilient, compared to him. The Earth Gnomes are merely delicate creatures. While he may sustain injuries from their weapons, they're unlikely to be fatal, whereas a single touch from him could result in fractures for the gnomes, often leading to their incapacitation. From the perspective of the Earth Gnomes, the exchange of injuries is equally acceptable, confident in their overwhelming numerical superiority. With their reputation for bravery and combativeness, they grit their teeth and persist in their relentless melee with Tang Zhao. The battle swiftly devolves into a contest of courage and endurance, with Tang Zhao accumulating fresh wounds while Earth Gnomes continue to fall, and the outcome hinges on which side can withstand the onslaught longer. Amidst the chaos, as the Earth Gnomes and Tang Zhao engage in a life-or-death struggle, a low, penetrating howl emanates from the cave entrance. The source of this howl is well known to both sides. It is the unmistakable call of a wolf. The howl follows a discernible pattern, evidently conveying some form of information. Noting the serious expression on the Earth Gnome commander's face, it is clear this is not welcome news for them. Casting a glance at the gnomes grappling with Tang Zhao, the commander grits his teeth and produces a whistle from his pocket, blowing it sharply. The piercing sound momentarily stuns all but a few gnomes, who remain blinded by rage. The rest instinctively begin to retreat, seeking to withdraw from the battlefield. Tang Zhao, unwilling to grant them this opportunity, pursues the gnomes, intent on keeping them engaged. At that moment, the Earth Gnome commander unsheaths his sword, appearing like a wraith before Tang Zhao, barely managing to deflect the strike from his claws. Reacting instinctively, The commander rolls sideways to evade the impact and swiftly retrieves 3 throwing darts from his waist, launching them at Tang Zhao's head. The commander's aim is remarkably precise. So much so that Tang Zhao briefly suspects the application of magic. 2 darts strike his iron armor, deflecting harmlessly, yet the third finds its mark, embedding itself in Tang Zhao's eye. Letting out a low roar of pain, he does not relent. Instead, he lashes out with his tail, connecting solidly with the commander's midsection, sending him hurtling backwards several meters. With no intention of holding back, Tang Zhao unleashes another surge of psychic energy, momentarily halting the commander's movements. He prepares to pounce once more, aiming to finish the commander with a decisive bite. However, contrary to his expectations, the Earth Gnome commander remains unfazed by the psychic assault. While Tang Zhao experiences a backlash, suffering a headache and a momentary pause in his actions. Seizing this opportunity, the commander rolls on the ground, unsteadily raising his weapon. His expression wary as he regards Tang Zhao, recognizing that his adversary is also a spellcaster and one capable of wielding magic. The commander understands that regardless of their respective tiers, he is undoubtedly stronger than Tang Zhao, who lacks formal training in psychic energy. It would be folly for Tang Zhao to engage in a contest of psychic wills without suffering consequences. Fortunately, the commander's psychic prowess is limited, his influence fleeting. Shaking off the disorientation, Tang Zhao readies himself for another assault. His considerable size and resilience serve him well, despite enduring numerous attacks. He remains relatively unharmed aside from the injury to his eye. In stark contrast, the commander suffers significant damage from Tang Zhao's tail, diminishing his combat effectiveness. Can we discuss this? The Earth Gnome commander communicates telepathically with Tang Zhao. Although the commander's willingness to parley is commendable, it should be noted that a fallen gnome is a good gnome in Tang Zhao's eyes. The injury to his eye has awakened his ferocity, and he is not inclined to cease hostilities simply because the gnome wishes to negotiate. Ignoring the commander's subsequent words, Tang Zhao lunges forward, intent on shattering the gnome's bones. P.S. I wonder if anyone has noticed that my recent writing has leaned more towards historical prose rather than the narrative of mythical beasts. I acknowledge this misstep and am currently working to amend it. In the coming days, the narrative will be adjusted accordingly. Your feedback on this matter is invaluable, as I strive to address any grievances before they escalate. While I cannot promise to heed every word, I do consider all comments, both positive and negative. Additionally, I encourage you to join my group at 2954-21454, where my responses will be more prompt than in the comments section. An unprecedented, blinding light erupts from the Earth Gnome, overwhelming Tang Zhao in the darkness. He is compelled to shut his eyes, yet he presses on, determined to continue his assault. As he lands, his jaws snap at nothing but air, but he does not relent. He pivots, swinging his tail in hopes of striking the gnome and locking onto his target for a renewed attack. Whether through sheer misfortune or the gnome's premeditated strategy, his tail sweeps through the air empty. Cautiously, Tang Zhao retreats a few steps, remaining vigilant against any impending attack from the gnome. Contrary to his expectations, blades and arrows do not rain down upon him. Once his vision adjusts to the brilliance, he finds the commander standing still, silently watching him, not making a move to flee. We need not battle. As there exist mutual interests, the commander continues to attempt communication, his tone calm, seemingly earnest in his desire for dialogue. You invade my homeland, constricting the living space of the forest's inhabitants, and now you speak of shared interests and threats? Do you not find that somewhat absurd? From the previous wolf howl, Tang Zhao surmises that the reinforcements he has been yearning for have indeed arrived at the river valley's periphery, and they will soon reach his position. Thus, prolonging the confrontation serves him well. He acknowledges that he cannot swiftly subdue this Earth Gnome, so he may as well listen to what the commander has to say. Of course, he holds no expectation of kind words from the gnome. He has been living peacefully in the forest, while the gnome, accompanied by a retinue of subordinates, has encroached upon his territory. The strength of the forest's inhabitants has allowed them to withstand the gnome's aggression, but in weaker forests, they would surely be driven away or even exterminated. Tang Zhao embodies decorum, but such manners are reserved for friends and those deserving of respect. His demeanor towards enemies is typically straightforward and brutal, emphasizing a stark choice. Either you perish, or I do. Apologies and trivialities are not what you wish to hear. So let me be candid. I believe we can forge a collaboration. You seek forest security, while I desire to see the elite of the Greenspear clan suffer significant losses here. Perhaps we have other demands. but those can be discussed later. For now, are you interested in my proposition? Tang Zhao glanced at the burly earth giant before him with surprise. The earth giants and their deity, the demigod Magnipi, do not shy away from internal strife. In fact, they often commend displays of martial prowess and the art of war. However, matters involving outsiders are an entirely different story. Ambitious usurpers may garner some admiration and respect within Earth Giant society, but once they are labeled as colluding with foreign entities, they find themselves in a perilous predicament. I can only say you are playing with fire. The vulnerabilities you leave are too numerous. You should understand better than I what kind of race the Earth Giants are. Tang Zhao remarked. Enough of your superfluous words. I am asking if you wish to cooperate with me. A simple affirmative will suffice. Here is my earnest deposit, which should demonstrate my sincerity. Please consider it carefully. I shall visit you when necessary, and I trust the forest inhabitants will not turn me away. To assert that Tang Zhao had no interest in the Earth Giant Commander's suggestion would be disingenuous. After a fierce internal struggle, he refrained from launching an attack and instead watched as the other party swiftly departed, tacitly accepting their invitation for collaboration. He believed the Earth Giant had further plans up their sleeve. Attacking now might not guarantee their capture, and perhaps this magically adept giant could offer unexpected surprises. He was not an envious dwarf with a deep-seated vendetta against the Earth Giants. A judicious alliance was not out of the question. Moreover, his mission was to contain rather than annihilate. He had already achieved that objective satisfactorily. Allowing a few Earth Giants to escape was of little consequence. He was grievously wounded, his body marred by numerous sword and knife wounds, with dozens of arrowheads embedded in his flesh. His eye was struck by a dart, potentially leaving him blind in one eye, and blood flowed profusely from his body, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Forming an agreement was also a pragmatic consideration in his current state. He might not withstand a confrontation with the fully armed Earth Giant commander. Even if he were to ultimately prevail, it would cost him dearly. Thanks to the combined efforts of the unicorn Lauren and several druids, Tang Zhao managed to cling to life, which could be deemed fortunate. Had he possessed a weaker constitution or lower defenses, he would have perished long ago. Nonetheless, he lost an eye, severely impairing his ability to live and fight. He could either wait for a future evolution to restore it or seek healing from a high-level cleric or mage. Given the current circumstances, the former seemed more feasible. After a fortnight of rest and nourishment post-battle, he might be ready to evolve. During combat, the adrenaline masked his pain and fear. But now that he had relaxed, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, nearly to the point of wishing for death. For the next half-month, he would be unable to engage in battle, relegated to recuperating alongside other injured soldiers. As a bait and diversion, Tang Zhao had traditionally been the spearhead of attacks, appearing in the most intense combat zones. Thus, when the Earth Giant's commander detected Tang Zhao's presence, he diverted available forces to counter him while dispatching elite squads to hunt him down. Lauren discerned this strategy and exploited it. He employed the formidable Tang Zhao as a diversion while he personally led an assault against the Earth Giant's vulnerable formations. The plan proved astoundingly successful. The Earth Giant's formations were breached thrice, suffering casualties of 600 to 700. A grievous loss that stripped them of their capacity to engage in field battles with Tang Zhao and his allies, forcing them to retreat to their camp in anticipation of reinforcements and supplies. Lauren and Tang Zhao also incurred significant losses. Even Lauren's steed was wounded by a crossbow bolt through its calf. They lacked the strength to mount a direct assault on the Earth Giant encampment, contenting themselves with harassment tactics to undermine their logistics. Under the relentless pressure from the forest inhabitants, the Greenspear clan's road construction efforts were entirely halted. Their military campaign had culminated in utter failure, largely attributable to the valuable map provided by that Earth Giant commander. The map, detailing the patrol schedules and precise locations of the Greenspear clan, made targeting those giants remarkably simple. Consequently, the Greenspear clan suffered even greater detriment, experiencing losses in resources, personnel, and morale. Although Tang Zhao was too grievously injured to partake in subsequent operations, the situation was clear. The Greenspear clan could not establish a foothold in the forest and were incapable of defeating the forest dwellers, making their withdrawal merely a matter of time, dependent only on how much more attrition they could endure. Simultaneously, the dwarves had initiated their siege, with thousands of heavily armored dwarven warriors exchanging fierce blows with the Earth Giants. Unlike field battles, sieges do not yield quick resolutions. They can persist for months, or even years in some peculiar cases. Tang Zhao could only focus on self-preservation, as even the punitive strikes from the Blood Fist Earth Giants might overwhelm him. Until the Green Spear clan was decisively defeated, everything relied on the dwarves' own capabilities. After a methodical passage of half a month, the Green Spear clan could no longer bear the weight of such senseless losses and reluctantly chose to withdraw. The number of troops they took with them was less than half of what they had arrived with. While this was somewhat respectable for a defeated army, they undeniably suffered grievously. They would not be able to muster sufficient forces for an offensive until after the spring planting season the following summer. During their retreat, the Green Spear clan faced several ambushes and guerrilla attacks, further exacerbating their losses. However, they had no choice but to endure. Clearly, this was an act of revenge. Before departing, the Green Spear clan set fire to their entire camp and the remaining supplies they could not carry, inciting Tang Zhao's ire. Yet, regardless of the means, this war was theirs to claim as a victory, and it had finally reached its conclusion. After all this time, he was nearing the point of evolution. The process was lengthy, and he dared not leave for even a month amidst such turmoil. He could only prepare for his evolution once the situation stabilized. With the conflict stabilized, the route between Lauren and Tang Zhao's dwelling became relatively safe. Consequently, Lauren assigned Tang Zhao a commendable task to receive a portion of the elven refugees. The elves resided to the west of the continent, not far from Lauren's settlement, and were still engaged in battle with the Earth Giants, leaving many elves displaced. The relationship between the elves and Lauren was strong, naturally leading to their seeking refuge. The rationale for not heading directly to Lauren's settlement was simple. It was too close to the Earth Giants, and thus unsafe. The Earth Giants and elves were mortal enemies, and Earth Giant commanders would often make significant tactical blunders to target elves. Should the Blood Fist Earth Giants discover a substantial number of elves in Lauren's vicinity, they would likely send troops to pursue them. Chapter 103. Refugee Resettlement. Having already severed ties with the Earth Dwarves, Tang Zhao was unperturbed by the possibility of offending the elves. Instead of fretting over such matters, it would be far more prudent to contemplate how to cultivate amicable relations with the elves and seize opportunities for self-enhancement through them. The elven population, akin to that of the dwarves, was an urgent need, and given that Tang Zhao and Lorraine's grain reserves could no longer sustain a larger influx, they accepted only a small village of elves. The elderly, infirm, and children numbered approximately 300, while many able-bodied men and women had ventured into the forests to become rangers, rendering this group largely devoid of mature laborers, thus necessitating support from Tang Zhao and his resources. In stark contrast to the dwarves, who were a populace of warriors, the number of fighters among the elves was relatively scant. For a village of 300, it was typical to muster 30 or 40 elves as rangers, which, while not insignificant, was still limited. If it were dwarves, aside from the few children, all the remaining dwarves could readily don weapons and engage in battle, though some might perform more significant roles elsewhere. The female dwarves, robust and capable, could labor in the mines or forge steel, demonstrating combat efficacy nearly on par with their male counterparts. However, mere physical prowess and a formidable number of warriors do not guarantee survival in this world, where extraordinary powers are an undeniable reality. The elves possess an innate affinity for magic, a tremendous advantage. Once flourishing, the dwarves and elves both faced a significant decline after their conflicts. Yet the elves rebounded after a few centuries, gradually restoring their strength and achieving a stable existence. They no longer dominated the continent as they once did, but remained secure in their presence. The dwarves, despite having had the upper hand in earlier conflicts, have since experienced a continuous decline, leading to a prolonged period of stagnation. Today, only one of the once thriving 3 dwarven kingdoms remains, with the race itself in a precarious state, making their potential disappearance from the continental stage in the coming centuries seem unsurprising. The reasons for the dwarves' decline are manifold, closely tied to their physical resilience against magic, which, while advantageous, precludes them from wielding it themselves, severely constraining their developmental potential. Runes can indeed substitute for magic to some extent, yet their learning curve is even steeper, and their capabilities are not as grandiose as leveling cities or carving mountains. The advantage lies in mass production, allowing every dwarven warrior to be equipped, yet this benefit has vanished in the aftermath of the Great War. The tumultuous conditions hindered the transmission of knowledge, and the dwindling population made it increasingly difficult for dwarven rune smiths to find suitable apprentices, leading to the loss of many runes. In summary, Under the influence of these complex factors, a significant number of dwarven runes have been lost, effectively fading into obscurity. Prior to the Great War, runic artifacts had permeated civilian life, with even commonplace items like slippers and pipes adorned with carvings, whereas today, a standard dwarven runic battle axe is virtually valueless, and the more advanced runic constructs can only be unearthed through archaeological endeavors within the remnants of long-lost dwarven fortresses. Had the dwarves retained even half of their former strength, their nobles would still easily muster thousands of troops, and the war machines of antiquity would be operational, rendering the earth dwarves negligible threats. In those bygone days, they could treat hunting the orc and goblin inhabitants of the mountains as mere leisure activities. Alas, those times are past, and they must now wield axes and shields to carve out a path to survival. After ensuring their safe arrival at the settlement, Tang Zhao decided to linger for a few more days, allowing himself time to recuperate while assessing the situation. Recently, he had come to understand the indescribable arrogance of the elves, and knowing that the kobolds were a rather timid race, he concluded that despite the ample space within the caves, it would be unfeasible to house the elves alongside the kobolds. Thus, he promptly designated an area near the fairies' dwelling, erecting a cluster of tents and wooden houses for the elves to temporarily settle, residing alongside the fairies they preferred. The conditions, albeit somewhat rudimentary, would be harsh in winter. Yet current circumstances provided no opportunity for better accommodations. This arrangement was a result of Tang Zhao's efforts in felling trees and transporting materials. The displaced elves were merely ordinary villagers, having endured the horrors of war, and thus did not exhibit any particular fastidiousness. Rather, they expressed profound gratitude, a stark contrast to Tang Zhao's preconceived notions of elven demeanor. They regarded him with a touch of trepidation. Even children and some female elves dared not meet his gaze. Tang Zhao understood this sentiment well, having encountered numerous races and grown accustomed to evoking fear in others. Should any race greet him with neither anxiety nor surprise, it would indeed be a remarkable occurrence. Mr. Carlos, regarding the provision of food, many of us are not in good health, and the children are in their growth phase. Might you consider? The village chief, mustering his courage, timidly offered his suggestion. Tang Zhao regarded him with mild surprise. It was no small feat to voice such concerns. Either the chief genuinely cared for his kin or possessed a measure of courage. Tang Zhao inclined toward the belief that he exhibited both qualities. You shall lack for nothing essential. The food we provide may be somewhat monotonous in flavor, but the quantity is absolutely sufficient. Moreover, you may gather provisions from the forest as needed, coordinating with the little fairy lyric to determine reasonable amounts. This task, however, falls outside my purview. Upon hearing this, the elder exhaled in relief. Previously, they had been informed that a renowned unicorn, a loyal follower of the forest queen, would tend to their needs, instilling a sense of reassurance. However, upon arrival, Lorraine disclosed a change in plans, substituting their caretaker with an unknown colossal beast. Regardless of the reassurances, any sentient being with a modicum of intelligence would feel uneasy. Your homeland has been ravaged by war, and I empathize with your plight. However, sympathy is a transient emotion, incapable of enduring for months or longer. We do not harbor idlers here. All residents are expected to contribute meaningfully. The elf should engage in suitable labor in exchange for shelter and sustenance. Do you have any objections to this? Of course, this was only fair. The elder nodded vigorously in agreement. You will be afforded 40 days and nights to acclimate and recover before participating in labor. There is no expectation for you to undertake particularly perilous tasks. Simply engage in what you are most skilled at, as this settlement is in dire need of manpower, and any contribution that benefits the community is welcome. Tang Zhao's settlement had grown substantially, comprising a lizard, 5 treants, a dozen bearfolk, 300 elves, over 700 various fairies, and more than 1,000 ordinary kobolds. With further expansion on the horizon, given its size, this settlement could hardly be deemed small. Regardless of the dwarf's fortunes, I must now strategize for the future of this settlement. Due to the ravages of war, the expansion of the cave has nearly come to a standstill. Its current size is insufficient, and it cannot accommodate the evolved version of myself. Tang Zhao recognized that this cavern was not the optimal location for establishing a settlement, yet it was still usable with a few more expansions. He summoned several remaining goblin leaders, instructing them to temporarily set aside their patrol duties while he took over, allowing the goblins to focus on excavating. Their immediate task was to create a sufficiently large hall. In truth, This space was intended as a pupation chamber for his evolution. Yet such matters are difficult to explain, so he concocted a fib. The primary force engaged in combat against the earth elementals consisted of goblins, while the fairies participated to a lesser extent, as they were inherently ill-suited for battle. Consequently, their contributions were minimal. Conversely, the fairies had not been idle over the past couple of months. They refined the management of the storage facilities and discovered various edible fungi that could be cultivated underground. Currently, resources are scarce and entirely reliant on imports from trade caravans, which adequately satisfy the residents' appetites but fall short in other areas. Thus, the concept of currency does not exist within the settlement, with only some informal barter transactions taking place. Tang Zhao and the other residents unanimously agreed that introducing currency into the settlement was unnecessary at this juncture. It would only be pertinent once the settlement could achieve basic self-sufficiency and experience production surpluses. At present, the majority of resource allocation within the settlement depends on the public warehouses. Unlike primitive societies, where resource storage consisted solely of basic provisions, the complexity of their inventory was significant. The allocation of various resources must begin with the warehouse, making the management and accounting of supplies exceedingly important in this context. Chapter 104. After the war, despite being a humanities scholar in his previous life, Tang Zhao firmly adheres to the belief that mathematics is infallible and profoundly significant. Without adequate statistical planning capabilities, the circulation of resources would be exceedingly inefficient. In the future, Tang Zhao and his companions would inevitably rely on this, whether it be for armories, granaries, or commercial warehouses. The presence of hardware facilities is futile if the management capabilities do not keep pace, as this could prove catastrophic. In large-scale warfare, logistical support is a decisive factor. If the Earth elementals, with their medieval logistical capabilities, were to acquire modern supply chain efficiencies, they could sustain the war for an entire year, continuously replenishing their troops. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhao and his allies would find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Having once lived as a modern individual, Tang Zhao places far greater emphasis on logistics and statistics than the native inhabitants of this world. From the outset, he has imposed strict management on public warehouses, encompassing, but not limited to, the logging and tracking of essential supplies, regular inventory checks, and the establishment of dedicated teams for statistical planning. This region exists on the fringes of civilization, lacking true educators. The few druids possess only a rudimentary understanding of mathematics. Fortunately, the elves, over their extensive lifespans, have acquired some knowledge, albeit not as profound as that of mages or scholars. Organizing a basic literacy class should not pose a significant challenge. Given the constraints, it would be a waste of resources to educate everyone. Thus, Tang Zhao selectively chose a portion of individuals to learn, prioritizing volunteers. Due to certain privileges concerning resource supplies, a considerable number of individuals signed up. The fairies and goblins might not grasp the rationale behind Tang Zhao's actions, but their lack of understanding is not uncommon. Motivated by the allure of resources, many participants, despite some dropping out midway, managed to persist through sheer willpower. At this stage, laying a foundation is sufficient. Having delegated educational matters to the elves, Tang Zhao turns his attention to agricultural affairs. He has resolved that, following the withdrawal of the earth elementals, the first challenge for the settlement is to achieve basic self-sufficiency in food production. The absence of metallurgy, education, and management systems can be tolerated. After all, the people remain, and opportunities for improvement will arise. However, agriculture is a different matter. Once the settlement grows, reliance on the inefficient methods of foraging and hunting becomes untenable. Solely depending on commercial trade is too unstable. Any disruption in food supply could lead to mass starvation. Having reached an agreement with the elves to avoid excessive deforestation, Tang Zhao has no intention of breaching this accord. Instead, he has developed a small experimental field by the lakeside, intending to help the goblins accumulate experience. Interestingly, among the thousands of inhabitants in the settlement, the most knowledgeable about agriculture are the few bearfolk, who migrated from human society and possess first-hand experience in farming. The responsibility falls to the bearfolk and treants, one with practical farming experience and the other intrinsically connected to nature and plants. Tang Zhao finds this arrangement quite reasonable. Currently, there have been no breakthroughs in traditional agriculture, yet significant progress has been made in mushroom cultivation. Within the territory of Su La, numerous mushroom species exist, many of which can endure dark environments and yield reasonable harvests. Although fungi do not strictly belong to the plant kingdom, the treants can still manage them. By utilizing magical acceleration, they can swiftly identify suitable mushroom varieties and appropriately expand their cultivation scale. Admittedly, mushrooms do not match the yield of staple crops like wheat, rice, or millet. However, their capacity for underground cultivation offers significant advantages, requiring minimal management, making them particularly suitable for the goblins to grow. After careful selection, several mushroom species deemed suitable for cultivation have been chosen for planting in underground chambers. Specific responsibilities are assigned to designated individuals. Tang Zhao only needs to grasp the general concept. In essence, the treants will first induce the growth of a small quantity of mushrooms. Then, these mushrooms will be combined with other substances to create spawn bags, which will be planted in appropriate locations, requiring only minimal care for successful growth. While the process sounds simple, it undoubtedly entails complexities that will be left for them to manage. Tang Zhao, lacking the ability to multitask, focuses only on the aspects he excels in, primarily overseeing the acceptance of results. Aside from these agricultural matters, there is little of great importance. Most of the labor force has been drawn to the front lines, leaving only enough to sustain the settlement's daily operations and implement minor adjustments. Outside of necessary patrols, Tang Zhao spends the remainder of his time indulging in vengeful feasting, almost to the point of overindulgence. The fighting on the front lines is fierce. With both sides suffering immense losses, neither can sustain such attrition indefinitely, as it would yield more loss than gain. With a limited population, the dwarves cannot withstand excessive losses. Moreover, the earth elementals are not a monolithic entity. Should their losses become too great, they risk being overwhelmed by other clans eager to seize the opportunity. After a grueling fortnight of conflict, the dwarves, despite incurring substantial losses, have managed to retain control over the fortress, even maintaining communication with Tang Zhao through carrier pigeons. The front lines, where Lorraine is stationed, are not devoid of intelligence. Lorraine, recognizing their temporary inability to confront the blood-fist earth elementals directly, has not hesitated to engage in covert operations from the shadows. Undoubtedly, these actions apply pressure on the earth elementals, prompting them to consider withdrawal. Tang Zhao and Lorraine have already communicated privately. Should the blood-fist earth elementals remain entrenched through the winter, they will devise strategies to disrupt their supply lines. If all goes as anticipated, the war should not persist until that point, as the siege organized by the earth elementals is unlikely to last beyond a couple of months. For now, they await news to see how long both sides can endure. As anticipated by Lorraine and others, after enduring another arduous fortnight, the blood-fist earth elementals have resolved to retreat. Their movements are swift. Having launched a fierce assault the previous night, they formed ranks and departed at dawn, taking nearly all their provisions with them and leaving the dwarves with little. Although the scouting teams Lorraine deployed detected their withdrawal, the sheer number of the enemy and their heightened vigilance dissuaded the patrols from engaging, allowing the earth elementals to pass unchallenged. Upon receiving the news, Tang Zhao hurried to the dwarven stronghold, only to be taken aback by the devastation. The remaining walls had been nearly leveled, with multiple sections collapsed, and the fiercely contested gate stained dark red with blood that water could scarcely wash away. The scars of war extend from the surface to the underground, where the dwarves engaged in brutal urban warfare against the earth elementals. The street by street, house by house struggle has enveloped the subterranean spaces in a heavy stench of blood. To prevent the outbreak of plague, the dwarves have dug numerous pits for mass burial. According to their accounts, the corpses lay stacked in layers, with pits 4 to 5 meters deep nearly filled to capacity, just barely accommodating all the remains. Should the conflict continue, it is likely that undead creatures such as ghouls would soon emerge to consume the dead. The dwarves have suffered losses exceeding 1/3 of their numbers, with nearly every survivor injured. In contrast, the losses for the earth elementals are incalculable, their death toll likely surpassing 5 times that of the dwarves. In the end, while the dwarves achieve their objectives, the greater satisfaction lies with the earth elementals. The death of over 1,000 dwarves is no insignificant figure. It represents a substantial blow to the dwarven population. Though the earth elementals also incurred considerable losses, they remain abundant in numbers and seek to alleviate the challenges arising from overpopulation through warfare. The dwarves indeed repelled this assault, yet after such losses, they may not withstand the next. The time required for reinforcements is excessively long. It takes over 2 centuries for dwarves to return to the battlefield. a span ample enough for the gnomes to propagate through numerous generations. Soon, the dwarven warriors from other clans will depart, having shed enough blood to justify their efforts. They may assist in subsequent matters, but one should not expect their lifelong commitment. It is likely that Burin is currently troubled, as their clan has endured a significant blow, and the path forward remains uncertain. Tang Zhao quietly observed his surroundings before requesting a meeting with the opposing party, a request that was swiftly granted, as it seemed the dwarves had long wished to converse with him. In a spacious hall underground, Tang Zhao encountered the dwarven leader, the esteemed ancestor Burin. The hall's center was adorned with numerous military supplies, indicating that it had recently served as a temporary storage facility, now repurposed for their discussions. Many dwarven leaders were present, signifying the importance of the forthcoming dialogue, which could profoundly influence the trajectory of both factions. I find it difficult to offer you congratulations, as this was an arduous battle. I must also express my apologies. The denizens of the forest were unable to contribute more during the previous conflict. Given our combat capabilities, we could not withstand the onslaught of the earth gnomes, Burin remarked with magnanimity, seemingly unconcerned by such matters, for he understood the limitations of the forest dwellers. Had they rashly intervened, they might have faced annihilation at the hands of the enraged bloodfist earth gnomes. Thus, I must speak candidly, this approach is unsustainable. The earth gnomes will inevitably obliterate all dwarven fortresses north of Isla, and they could even threaten Forge Castle, advancing directly upon the gateway to the Mountain Kingdom. At that point, the dwarves will once again confront large-scale warfare. Chapter 105, The Ancestors and the Gods. You cannot withstand further warfare, another grand conflict. The War of the Longbeards would erase your race from the continental map. Transformation is imperative for your survival. The War of the Longbeards is the term used by the dwarves to refer to that ancient cataclysm, while many elves derisively call it the War of Beards. Regardless of the nomenclature, that war severely depleted the vitality of both sides. Upon hearing these words, a cacophony of murmurs erupted in the hall, as dwarves of varying stances exchanged opinions, though it was evident that most vehemently disagreed with Tang Zhao's perspective. Like many long-lived races, the dwarves are quite obstinate. Their illustrious past has imbued them with a certain arrogance, making such disparaging remarks about their kind particularly jarring and utterly intolerable to their ears. Unsurprisingly, a few young dwarves immediately hurled vulgarities at him, unleashing a torrent of crude insults. However, these were primarily the voices of foreign dwarf reinforcements, mostly brash youths, while those who had escaped from the Greybeard Kingdom or the more seasoned dwarves remained relatively silent. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, they could not deny the validity of his words. Deep down, they were acutely aware that their race was gradually heading towards extinction, a realization reflected in their uniquely somber expressions, as if they bore an immense grudge, ready to draw blades at any moment. By dwarf standards, despite his thick beard, his brown hair had yet to turn white, placing him within the realm of youth, albeit somewhat absurd for one around 300 years old. Tang Zhao glanced at the young dwarf. Noting the black metal crown atop his head, the exquisite runic armor adorning his body, and the ring engraved with the symbols of the dwarven supreme ancestors upon his hand, it was clear he was of noble lineage, but not just any nobility. These young dwarves hailed from various clans to ensure their unwavering allegiance. One must possess an extraordinarily special status. After a moment of silence, the young dwarf signaled to Burin, and with the elder's approval, he rose to his feet, casting an inquisitive gaze towards Tang Zhao. Mr. Carlos, you are indeed correct, but identifying faults is easy, while rectifying them is arduous. I believe your visit here is not merely to awaken us. Please share your thoughts, as the rightful heir to the Supreme King, Haiji Felonius, is listening. This dwarf did not exude the typical grandeur associated with nobility. Instead, a remarkable air of elegance emanated from him, leaving onlookers astounded. Tang Zhao discerned that the dwarven gods in this world bore some resemblance to those in Norse mythology. For instance, their war god Grimnir was a moniker for the Norse god Odin. The architectural and artistic styles of the dwarves also echoed a Nordic essence. And the name Haiji struck him with a compelling sense of deja vu. Haiji was the name of one of Odin's ravens, symbolizing thought, indicating that this dwarf was likely an astute thinker, leaving one to ponder the potential connections therein. As I previously stated, you require moderate transformation. The dwarves are most acutely aware of their own issues, with the foremost being the population crisis. It takes you 3 centuries to nurture a single generation, while earth elementals and orcs only require 15 years, and the weakest common goblins take a mere 4 to 5 years. With such a vast disparity, it would have been prudent to stifle the crisis in its infancy, but now the enemy has risen, and it is too late. Haiji nodded occasionally, contemplating this issue that had long plagued his thoughts, often robbing him of sleep. He certainly grasped the complexity of the situation far more comprehensively than Tang Zhao. Yet he had to concede that the lizard's words bore merit. Thus, after a moment of reflection, he gestured for Tang Zhao to continue. We have tirelessly sought allies, some being humans, others giants and primitive races, even elves and independent mages, yet the results have been minimal. The foundation of the dwarven army is unity. We understand the importance of cooperation, yet other races have not afforded the dwarves this opportunity. They are not the most suitable races for dwarven collaboration, making unity challenging. You may find it hard to believe, but the most compatible race for you is, in fact, the unassuming kobolds. At this proclamation, some dwarves could barely contain their laughter, erupting into boisterous guffaws that spread like wildfire until more than half the hall joined in. Their amusement was understandable, for the kobolds hardly appeared to be a commendable or cooperative race. The elder dwarves present, however, remained pensive, genuinely contemplating the rationality of Tang Zhao's proposal. This matter was of critical importance. No faint possibility could be dismissed. Kobolds can bear 3 or 4 offspring at a time, and their nurturing period lasts only 6 or 7 years. Unlike goblins, they can live for over a century, and they lack the aggressive temperament. Their lifestyle closely aligns with yours. While they may indeed be weak, their virtues cannot be overlooked. They are industrious, well-organized, and capable of performing numerous intricate tasks. At the very least, the tunnels they construct would be difficult for even your most fastidious craftsman to fault. The elder dwarves were also engaged in contemplation, many beginning to comprehend Tang Zhao's intentions. In stark contrast to you, kobolds are a race brimming with potential. Grant them an opportunity for growth, and I believe they will surprise us. By your reasoning, should I afford you an opportunity? The dwarf regarded Tang Zhao with keen interest. As his words carried deeper implications, Tang Zhao's fate was intertwined with that of the kobolds. Haiji scrutinized the lizard, his features sharp and formidable, remaining silent for several moments before slowly nodding. The decision does not rest solely with me. Let us consult the Greybeard clan on their perspective. Even the first Supreme King could not interfere with the decisions of the Dwarf Lords. With the fate of the Greybeard clan uncertain, it is for the living ancestor Burn to make the determination. I am merely a humble war chief. From the perspective of a dwarf leader, this was a form of endorsement. After all, beneath the throne of the Supreme King, it is inscribed that he bears the duty to uphold the sacred traditions of the dwarves. His silence implied agreement, constrained by his status, as he could not express more radical sentiments before so many clansmen without inciting the ire of conservatively minded dwarves. After all, no one could guarantee that the kobolds they nurtured would not ultimately turn against them. Such betrayals had occurred with humans and other beings, inflicting significant losses upon the dwarves. One faction of the plains dwarves had severely declined, nearly vanishing from the continental map, not to mention the risk of sharing their invaluable technologies with the kobolds, which represented the dwarves' final bastion of pride. Without the uniqueness of their craftsmanship, they would be indistinguishable from other races, an acknowledgement of their bygone glory that they could not afford to relinquish. Yet the same principle applied. Dwarf lords could not interfere with one another. The Greybeard clan's choices were theirs alone, representing only their interests, and other dwarves could not intervene, merely grumbling in discontent. Burn lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought, before his eyes gradually filled with fervor as he gazed around at his fellow dwarves. Our kin are being slaughtered. Who can put an end to this? The runic magic of Valaya? Grimnir's battle axe and Gromny's hammer? Or perhaps the legendary progenitors of old? None of these will suffice. The age of the ancestral gods has long since passed, and only the living can salvage the dwarves. By dwarven standards, Burn is already a venerable elder, having never witnessed the true golden age of his kin, yet he has observed their gradual decline. In times of crisis, the dwarves tend to seal their mountain gates, each family preoccupied with their own troubles. However, after centuries of this approach, the situation remains unchanged, and the power of the dwarven lords continues to dwindle. Given the current circumstances, no matter how diligently the dwarves strive, their efforts can only postpone their inevitable demise. Achieving a revival of their golden age is a distant dream, and even maintaining the status quo proves exceedingly difficult. I refuse to perish at the threshold of another clan. Rather than being a stone that tumbles down the mountain to shatter, I would choose to be the dwarf who carves a path through the rock. We must explore new avenues, even if the journey entails numerous sacrifices, for such is the necessity of our quest.